of tribal aspirations and tribal cause. Droupadi Murmu got support of MLAs across party lines, polling over 60% of votes. Her elevation as the president reflects the triumph of the spirit of new resilient India, where any citizen can rise to occupy the highest constitutional office of India. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi will host a farewell dinner for outgoing President Nath Kovind on July 22nd, 5:30 p.m. at Hotel Ashoka in New Delhi. Now we're joined by senior political editor Maria Shakil for more on this. Maria, Nath Kovind will be bidding goodbye to Raisina Hill very soon. Do tell us about his legacy. His political career has been prolific, spanning from the grassroots to the top courts. All right, we will be joined by Maria very soon, but as I was saying, he came from a family of very modest means from Uttar Pradesh and reached the highest post in the country. And he also had been bestowed with an honor from about 6 countries. He had the highest state honors, including from countries such as Madagascar, Equatorial Guinea, Eswatini, Croatia, Bolivia and Republic of Guinea. Maria, if you could take us through his very celebrated political career and also the legacy he leaves behind as the outgoing president.
Yes, so he was the second Dalit president after K.R. Narayanan. As far as Mr. Nath Kovind's legacy is concerned, he will be seen as a president who steered clear of controversy, certainly. So when his candidacy was announced in 2017, it did emerge. He was then the governor of Bihar. His candidacy did come as a surprise. He was almost like a dark horse. But then the BJP wanted to send the message of the second Dalit president, perhaps. And today what we are being told is that the Prime Minister will be hosting a farewell dinner for Nath Kovind, which will be attended by BJP chief ministers. Chief ministers are in fact of all BJP and NDA ruled states. Chief ministers of other states have been invited as well. Jagan Reddy and Naveen Patnaik are likely to be present in this dinner, which will be hosted by the Prime Minister later this evening.
Thank you very much for those details, Maria. Now, some more news about the presidential polls. Well, those results didn't turn out to be a big show of strength for the NDA, but also an eye-opener for the so-called united opposition. Heavy cross-voting has been reported during the presidential polls. 17 opposition members of the parliament and 126 non-NDA MLAs voted for Droupadi Murmu. Assam reported the highest cross-voting with 22 MLAs, followed by Madhya Pradesh with 19 cross-voters. But what's most interesting is that 5 MLAs cross-voted in Congress-ruled Rajasthan that's slated for elections next year. Now we're joined by Nikhil Lakhwani for more on this. Nikhil, this cross-voting is very telling. There are deep fissures within the opposition. In fact, the TMC now saying they'll be abstaining from voting in the vice presidential polls as well. Despite Margaret Alva knowing Mamata Banerjee personally, Mamata Banerjee feels she's not the right pick and that they will be abstaining. So the fact that so many MPs and MLAs have cross-voted in this election is very telling.
Well, definitely, Shilpa, and if we talk about the figures, close to 17 MPs and 125 to 126 MLAs, they cross-voted in favor of President-elect Droupadi Murmu. This talks about the volume, about the preparedness of the Bharatiya Janata Party, of the NDA candidate for the presidential election, and it also, shows the strength of the Bharatiya Janata Party and also the decision of choosing Droupadi Murmu as their presidential candidate because she comes from the tribal background, tribal community. We all are aware of the same, and because of that particular reason, many of the parties, particularly who are into, whose voter bank is from the ST community, from the backward community, from the tribal community, they could not resist but to vote in favor of her. So close to 17 MPs and 125 to 126 MLAs, they have cross-voted in favor of Droupadi Murmu. Also, if we talk about the vice presidential election, which is set to take place on 6th of August on next month, clearly, as you have mentioned, Shilpa, TMC leader leader and West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, she is all set to abstain from the voting. And also, if you remember, a few days back, there was a meeting, crucial meeting, which was held on 6th Janpad at the residence of Sharad Pawar. He called the meeting of the opposition party, where 17 of the opposition party leaders, they gathered there, excluding TMC and Aam Aadmi Party. And at that residence, there was, Sharad Pawar claimed that, in front of the media, that Margaret Alva, she is going to the unanimous candidate, and they are also hoping TMC party and Aam Aadmi Party to get on board. But on the other side, she abstained from the meeting. None of the, candidate on, nobody from the TMC, any representative, made in that particular meeting. But now we are being told that she is going to abstain from the voting, and the reasons which are, recited as being told by the sources, that she is not very much happy with the candidature Margaret Alva, despite the fact that she has known her for years. The TMC party sources, they have been telling us that the TMC party was not taken into the consideration for the unanimous name, which is being said by the opposition parties. And also, and they are very much upset with the Congress party as well. They are not going to give them any of the leverage. This is the message which is being given by the TMC party in particular, that if you are ignoring TMC party, in that sense you cannot move further, and there could not be show of strength, show of unity from the opposition party, forgetting TMC in particular. Also, important point, Shilpa, here is, since we have mentioned earlier as well that we are reporting from inside the residence of Droupadi Murmu. Apart from these figures, we are also going to show you the figures on the left hand side. You can see at the residence, as we have been mentioning earlier as well, that the dance program is set to take place. These are the people from the tribal community. We are expecting that they are going to start their performance in a short while from now. So these are the people who have come here from different states, and we have been told that in an hour or two they are going to perform at the stage which is set at the residence of Droupadi Murmu. Also, many of the CMs are expected to come here, and as mentioned earlier as well, not just leaders from NDA ruled states, BJP ruled state, but also the leaders from the opposition party as well. They are expected to greet President-elect Droupadi Murmu. Shilpa.
Well, yes, indeed, Nikhil, we'll keep coming back to you for the celebrations. And as we can see, those members of the tribal community who are going to perform dance have already gathered. But staying on this news about the cross-voting in the presidential polls, you were talking about TMC not going to vote for the vice presidential race as well. Just days after joint opposition picked Margaret Alva as its VP face, TMC has decided to abstain from the voting for the VP polls on August 6th. To justify its move, TMC has said that the decision to choose Alva was taken in haste and TMC was not kept in loop. Although TMC claims this will not hurt the opposition's unity, Adhir Ranjit Chaudhary has something else to say, as he labelled TMC as BJP's dalal once again. He's done this in the past, of course, and he said that TMC's move is meant to ultimately help NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankar, who also happens to be the current governor of West Bengal.
I have the right and I have the prerogative to differ. If I have left this decision to the prerogative of my members of parliament, 85% of the members of parliament present in the meeting has said we object the way opposition candidate was decided without consulting with Trinamool Congress, without deliberating with other significant parties who hold a considerable amount of MPs in both the houses. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि भाई हम दूसरों को ये नहीं कह रहे कि आप जाके वोट मत करो, जिसको जो करना है करेगा। कि आपको अगर लगता है कि जगदीप धनखड़ को वोट नहीं दोगे तो उनको सुविधा हो जाएगा। आप मैथमेटिक्स मुझे लाके दिखा दो कैसे सुविधा हो जाएगा।
সেই মমতা ব্যানার্জি আবার কালিম্পংয়ের পাশেই দার্জিলিং পাহাড়ে ধনকড়ের সঙ্গে সাক্ষাৎ করলেন। বড় অদ্ভুত ব্যাপারটা দেখুন, সংযোগ দেখুন। আসাম থেকে বন্যা ছেড়ে চলে আসছে হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মা। বন্যায় মানুষ মারা যাচ্ছে, লক্ষ লক্ষ মানুষ খেতে পাচ্ছে না, সেই জায়গা থেকে চলে আসছে ধনকড়ের সঙ্গে দেখা করতে দার্জিলিংয়ে। দিদি কলকাতা থেকে উড়ে গিয়ে চলে যাচ্ছে দার্জিলিংয়ে জিটিএর সঙ্গে আলোচনা করতে। তাহলে মাঝখানে ধনকর, একদিকে হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মা এনআরসির যে নায়ক, আরেকদিকে দিদি এনআরসি তথাকথিত বিরোধী মুখ, মাঝে ধনকর।
Now we're joined by my colleague Kamalika Sengupta for more on this. Kamalika, Mamata Banerjee and Jagdeep Dhankar, the governor of West Bengal, have had a very tumultuous relationship for the last 3 years in his tenure. And in fact, she's been asking for the removal of his from this constitutional post. Now, it stands to reason that she must be happy that he will be leaving Bengal and, going on to be vice president. But of course, that cannot be the stated reason when you're part of the opposition. So then you say, Margaret Alva was chosen in haste, despite her being a personal friend, and also the fact that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary says there was a Darjeeling pact between Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma and Mamata Banerjee. This is very telling of a lot of significant development and fissures in the opposition.
Yeah, absolutely. The president and the vice president election has clearly opened this debate and really opened this thing that how disintegrated the opposition is. And every one of the opposition has to take responsibility of it. And obviously Congress, NCP, others too have to take this responsibility. That's what the take of Trinamool Congress is. That what we are getting it from the sources, that the way the meeting was called, just 15 minutes before that meeting, TMC was just informed and they were told that this meeting is there and they can come. So you cannot decide a meeting date and then call a party which is there for power in Bengal for so many years, and Mamata Banerjee is a 3-time chief minister. But Mamata yesterday in the meeting, she took the view of each and every MPs of a party, and 85% of a party MPs said that they can't, this is right, and they have to abstain. Now, Mamata Banerjee has very good relationship with Margaret Alva. It is not, TMC stand is, it is not about the candidature of Margaret Alva. It is the way the opposition, the way this meeting decided, and suddenly the name decided, this is going to have a bad impact in 2024, obviously. So the opposition has to understand that they have to give a united effort, which they are not doing. Look at the reaction of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. He is saying that there is a pact between BJP and Trinamool. Now, if you see the case of Bengal, here Congress is no more there apart from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Will he win the 2024 seat, Murshidabad, his own seat in 2024? That is also a big question because Congress has become a non-existent in this state. So the regional leaders, the Congress trying to play the big brother, Sharad Pawar has his own stake. All these things are not united. You see, in president election, there's so many cross-voting. When from TMC part, it is also saying that Mamata Banerjee tried to unite the opposition in the name of president election, but what happened? Nobody actually is taking in responsibility of the opposition, and obviously there is no leader like Atal Bihari Vajpayee or Jyoti Basu who can combine. Mamata Banerjee is trying. That's what the Trinamool Congress is saying. But
Absolutely.
Look at the behavior of Congress. So this president and vice president election has given a total clear open picture that the opposition is
Thank you
not
very much,
united.
Kamalika. We will come back to more on that. Thank you for your very knowledgeable take there. But unfortunately, we do have to take a very quick break where we'll convene on the other side.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 13-week leadership.
7 missiles struck critical infrastructure in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv. 2 of the missiles hit and destroyed a warehouse full of humanitarian aid. Fighting has intensified in southern Ukraine after the US recently bolstered the military capabilities of Ukraine. Russia has resumed gas flows to Europe after fears of a total shutdown. The Nord Stream 1 has resumed flow to Germany, a key pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The flows are running at reduced volume as compared to before. This is a welcome relief to European countries who are struggling to find alternative suppliers. Wildfires are raging in Spain because of the searing heat across Europe.
This video captures the magnitude of the wildfires that have been burning in Spain over the past few days. All along the highways in Zaragoza and Lugo provinces, wildfires have been burning. Firefighters are struggling to extinguish the blaze due to high temperatures and strong winds. More than 30 forest fires around Spain have forced the evacuation of thousands of people and blackened 220 square kilometers of forests. Helicopters dropped gallons of water in an effort to douse the flames.
So what exactly is behind these seething temperatures across Europe? Climate change happens to be the single biggest factor. In fact, this is the hottest since the 1880s. The last 8 years put together, the hottest in over a century. A low-pressure system over the European region. There is unusual warming across the Arctic Ocean as well, and that is a big factor. There's dry soil too, which can be blamed, which cannot absorb a lot of heat. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi has resigned after key coalition allies boycotted a confidence vote. This has paved the way for early elections and a renewed period of uncertainty for Italy. At a critical time, Draghi had an uneasy coalition of right, left and populist leaders. US President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. According to the White House, the 79-year-old leader is experiencing mild symptoms and will carry out his full duties while isolating himself. Biden is fully vaccinated. He's also taken 2 booster shots. An explosion shocked visitors at the Hoover Dam, one of the largest hydroelectric facilities in the US. A video showing a thick cloud of black smoke and flames was posted online by one of the tourists who was present at the site when the explosion happened. A team rushed to the site and discovered that the fire was reported in one of the transformers installed at the dam. Bengaluru's Traffic Police Commissioner shared a chilling video to drive home an important message.
It starts with a two-wheeler skidding at a turn and the rider being flung off and falling under a bus coming from the opposite direction. The wheel of the bus hits the biker's head, which thankfully is covered with a helmet. As the bus comes to a stop, the biker's helmet is seen stuck under the wheel. The bus then reverses, which helps release the biker's helmet, and then people gather to help him. Moral of the story is that helmets save lives.
The TMC has decided to abstain from voting in the upcoming vice presidential elections. The NDA's candidate is former Bengal governor and Mamata Banerjee's arch-rival Jagdeep Dhankar. But the TMC will not vote for the opposition candidate Margaret Alva either, because the party says they were never consulted on her candidature. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has declared that he will go ahead with his Singapore visit despite not being given permission by the Lieutenant Governor to attend a summit abroad. The LG has advised Kejriwal not.
Welcome back after the break. After Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as Sri Lanka's president on Thursday, protests have been reignited in the country. Hundreds of Sri Lankan soldiers and security officials raided the main anti-government protest camp in Colombo at around 3 a.m. today. Security forces tore down campsites and clashed with unarmed protesters. Security personnel armed with batons removed barricades set up by protesters, blocking the main gate of the presidential secretariat. Chaotic scenes show protesters running for cover as cops clamped down on protesters. Over 50 protesters have been injured so far.
तो देखिए श्रीलंकन आर्मी जो है वो लगातार यहाँ पर मौजूद है और श्रीलंकन आर्मी की तरफ से जो है मोर्चा संभाल लिया गया है श्रीलंका की सड़कों पर। अब जब श्रीलंका की आर्मी जो है जब यहाँ पर ग्राउंड पर मौजूद है तो आखिर अब प्रदर्शनकारियों का अगला जो है निर्णय क्या होगा, उनकी तरफ से अगला स्टेप क्या लिया जाएगा, इसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा। लेकिन देखिए श्रीलंका की जिस तरीके की अर्थव्यवस्था है, जिस तरीके से प्रदर्शनकारी पिछले 100 दिनों से लगातार सड़कों पर डटे हुए थे, वो हटने का नाम नहीं ले रहे थे। उनकी तरफ से साफ तौर पर कहा गया कि पहले गोटबाया राजपक्षे जो है वो हटे, इस्तीफा दे। वो इस्तीफा उन्होंने दिया भी, वो देश छोड़कर भाग गए। उसके बाद रानिल विक्रमसिंघे जो है वो राष्ट्रपति के पद पर जो है अब उनकी नियुक्ति हो चुकी है। आज उन्होंने सुबह सवेरे शपथ ली है। अब श्रीलंका का क्या होगा? क्या रानिल विक्रमसिंघे जो है, जो नाराजगी जनता के बीच में है, क्या उसको संभाल पाएंगे? दूसरी तरफ जो है प्रदर्शनकारी मौजूद है, इस तरफ श्रीलंकन आर्मी जो है वो मौजूद है। लेकिन अब अगले 24 घंटे बहुत जरूरी हो जाते हैं, क्योंकि अब जाहिर सी बात है कि जो घर उन लोगों के थे वो तोड़ दिए गए हैं। तो क्या कुछ लोगों की गिरफ्तारी होगी, कुछ लोगों को हिरासत में लिया जाएगा? आगे श्रीलंकन आर्मी की तरफ से क्या कुछ किया जाएगा, इसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा।
Army, police, all are here. They are going to destroy us. Here there is a burial. Ranil is going to do his work. What he did those days, that thing he is going to do here in this night. He is going to destroy this Gota Gama. But we never give up. We are the people who want to clean this nasty politics. We are the people. We never give up.
Well, India has always stood with the people of Sri Lanka. India has always stood with Sri Lanka. It is our closest friend, partner, and we are both democratic countries. So it has been the endeavor of India to come to Sri Lanka's help when the help was requested with great urgency. And the type of assistance and support India has rendered to Sri Lanka, it has not rendered to any other country ever, to the best of my understanding. We will continue to be supportive of the requirements of the people of Sri Lanka, and we would also like to contribute by the way of investment and by the way of building more capacity in the Sri Lankan economy so that Sri Lanka can find a quick way for economic recovery.
Now we're joined by my colleague Abhishek Jha with more on this. Abhishek, this kind of military aggression on peaceful agitations, how are they being seen by countries worldwide? We know that many countries had offered help to those people of Sri Lanka who are primarily the protesters currently, and in fact India gave a lot of monetary aid as well. There were concerns about political instability, but the fact that this kind of military aggression has resulted in arrests, injuries, and even the kind of beating up of media personnel, how is the world viewing this currently?
So Shilpa, the pre-dawn raid on the protesters has clearly come as a shocker to not only the Sri Lankan protesters but also the diplomatic community that is present in Sri Lanka and the various other observers who have been keeping a close watch on the development issues in Sri Lanka. In fact, until yesterday evening, it was all about greeting Ranil Wickremesinghe and expressing solidarity in the democratic setup that will try to take Sri Lanka out from this economic crisis. In fact, if you see the tweets by the various government bodies or the embassies present in Sri Lanka, everybody was trying to express their solidarity with the current and now democratically elected dispensation under Ranil Wickremesinghe, and they were expressing their support also for the long-term solution of Sri Lanka. Sajid Wickremesinghe, who has been the runner-up in the contest of presidential election, he also met Ranil Wickremesinghe and expressed his support for all that he could do in order to bring some relief to the Sri Lankan people out from this economic crisis. However, as the day has now started, it has all changed. In fact, Sajid Premdasa, who has been at the forefront of this whole election, he also tried his luck being elected. He has tweeted that about this whole protest. He has said that a cowardly assault against peaceful protesters who agreed to vacate the sites today, a useless display of ego and brute force, putting innocent lives at risk and endangers Sri Lanka's international image at a critical juncture. Which is to some extent, which is true, because so many international bodies, IMF and countries who were trying to be there and support Sri Lanka in long-term solution, they will also watching how this new government setup is going to work, and if the kind of protesters that we see and the kind of a scuffle that security forces and protesters are having now, it looks not very easy for Sri Lanka to get settled and have some order where political stability can be foreseen in the near future. If it all continues like this, because it looks like Ranil Wickremesinghe is going to do
Well, yes, indeed, that's Abhishek Jha bringing us the updates on the Sri Lankan crisis that is currently snowballing. But it's now time for us to take a very short commercial break. I'll see you on the other side.
For Uddhav Thackeray, it's now purely about existence. सरकार गई, अभी party and symbol भी चला जाएगा.
Question the fact that recruitment is happening based on caste and religion. That is actually completely deviating from what the point is, and you could actually be misleading the youth.
So is there acknowledgement from the court that some of the comments that they made on the 1st of July may have had a role in the subsequent events where the death and rape threats to Nupur Sharma increased manifold?
Governments of the day in Haryana have failed to really control this menace. A criminal can kill in a broad daylight with nothing happening against him. And even if there is an action, the cop's life won't be back.
Release the biker's helmet, and then people gather to help him. Moral of the story is that helmets save lives.
The TMC has decided to abstain from voting in the upcoming vice presidential elections. The NDA's candidate is former Bengal governor and Mamata Banerjee's arch-rival Jagdeep Dhankar. But the TMC will not vote for the opposition candidate Margaret Alva either, because the party says they were never consulted on her candidature. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has declared that he will go ahead with his Singapore visit despite not being given permission by the Lieutenant Governor to attend a summit abroad. The LG has advised Kejriwal not to attend the conference since it is a conference of mayors. Cloud bursts in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur have caused widespread destruction.
Cloud bursts triggered landslides in several places. Loose stones and rocks fell from the mountains and blocked several roads. And incessant rains made any rescue and relief operations virtually impossible. The cloudburst also led to increased water level in drains and created a flood-like situation and blocked road connectivity. Several homes were damaged due to torrential rains and the mayhem caused by the cloudburst.
2 days after he drank a glass of water directly from a river, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was today admitted to a hospital in Delhi. But the Aam Aadmi Party has denied that Mann had a stomach infection and claimed that he was discharged right after a routine checkup. A day after two of Sidhu Moosewala's killers were gunned down in an encounter in Punjab, the late singer's father has reportedly been receiving threat calls. The number has been traced to Pakistan. Sidhu Moosewala was killed in his hometown Musa back in May. The United States Navy says one of its destroyers sailed through the Taiwan Straits. The USS Benfold conducted what is being termed as a routine transit. The destroyer is part of the US Navy's 7th Fleet. The powerful fleet includes 70 warships and submarines. Chinese forces tracked and monitored the vessel. China, in fact, slams the frequent provocations by the US across the Taiwan Straits. The Jammu-Srinagar highway continues to be blocked because of shooting stones.
Incessant rains triggered the shooting stones and blocked the 270-kilometer-long national highway. Nearly 1,000 vehicles, including a convoy carrying Amarnath Yatris, are stranded at different points of the highway. Officials from the National Highways Authority of India have been trying to clear the affected stretch. But shooting stones and small landslides are making things difficult. The Jammu-Srinagar National Highway is the only all-weather road linking Kashmir with the rest of India.
A seer in Rajasthan's Bharatpur set himself on fire to protest illegal mining. The police team doused the fire with a blanket, but the seer has 80% burn injuries. The BJP held the Ashok Gehlot government responsible for the suicide rate. The Maharashtra government has lifted the stay order on the construction of the Mumbai Metro Line 3 car shed at RA Colony. This will effectively pave the way to resume building the controversial shed in the area. The stay order was issued by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray soon as he assumed office in 2019. A shocking video has surfaced from Jodhpur of a school bus falling into a sinkhole.
The bus carrying children was on its way to the school when it encountered
Hello and welcome to Bits to Billions. We're in conversation with the founders of Mama Earth, Varun and Ghazal Alag. Both of you have to take a crash course in chemistry.
I don't think entrepreneurs have options, right? I mean, every new product, every new batch of production is tested by Ghazal herself, right? And it does not go out till the Ghazal test is passed. While we have all the other...
Ghazal test applies what? Shampoo,
Everything. Everything. Each and every product that Mama Earth gets into the market has been tested by me personally for 35 to 40 days of regular usage. And whatever comes out in baby category has been used by my babies for the same period of time.
Literally skin in the game.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally skin and hair in the game.
Struck critical infrastructure in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv. 2 of the missiles hit and destroyed a warehouse full of humanitarian aid. Fighting has intensified in southern Ukraine after the US recently bolstered the military capabilities of Ukraine. Russia has resumed gas flows to Europe after fears of a total shutdown. The Nord Stream 1 has resumed flow to Germany, a key pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The flows are running at reduced volume as compared to before. This is a welcome relief to European countries who are struggling to find alternative suppliers. Wildfires are raging in Spain because of the searing heat across Europe.
This video captures the magnitude of the wildfires that have been burning in Spain over the past few days. All along the highways in Zaragoza and Lugo provinces, wildfires have been burning. Firefighters are struggling to extinguish the blaze due to high temperatures and strong winds. More than 30 forest fires around Spain have forced the evacuation of thousands of people and blackened 220 square kilometers of forests. Helicopters dropped gallons of water in an effort to douse the flames.
So what exactly is behind these seething temperatures across Europe? Climate change happens to be the single biggest factor. In fact, this is the hottest since the 1880s. The last 8 years put together, the hottest in over a century. A low-pressure system over the European region. There is unusual warming across the Arctic Ocean as well, and that is a big factor. There's dry soil too, which can be blamed, which cannot absorb a lot of heat. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi has resigned after key coalition allies boycotted a confidence vote. This has paved the way for early elections and a renewed period of uncertainty for Italy. At a critical time, Draghi had an uneasy coalition of right, left and populist leanings. US President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. According to the White House, the 79-year-old leader is experiencing mild symptoms and will carry out his full duties while isolating himself. Biden is fully vaccinated. He's also taken 2 booster shots. An explosion shocked visitors at the Hoover Dam, one of the largest hydroelectric facilities in the US. A video showing a thick cloud of black smoke and flames was posted online by one of the tourists who was present at the site when the explosion happened. A team rushed to the site and discovered that the fire was reported in one of the transformers installed at the dam. Bengaluru's Traffic Police Commissioner shared a chilling video to drive home an important message.
It starts with a two-wheeler skidding at a turn and the rider being flung off and falling under a bus coming from the opposite direction. The wheel of the bus hits the biker's head, which thankfully is covered with a helmet. As the bus comes to a stop, the biker's helmet is seen stuck under the wheel. The bus then reverses, which helps release the biker's helmet, and then people gather to help him. Moral of the story is that helmets save lives.
The TMC has decided to abstain from voting in the upcoming vice presidential elections. The NDA's candidate is former Bengal governor and Mamata Banerjee's arch-rival Jagdeep Dhankar. But the TMC will not vote for the opposition candidate Margaret Alva either, because the party says they were never consulted on her candidature. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has declared that he will go ahead with his Singapore visit despite not being given permission by the Lieutenant Governor to attend a summit abroad. The LG has advised Kejriwal not to attend the conference since it is a conference of mayors. Cloud bursts in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur have caused widespread destruction.
Welcome back after the break. Now it's time for News Blitz. A quick look at the top stories making headlines. The Competition Commission of India has told the Delhi High Court that it was not able to move ahead in its investigation into WhatsApp's privacy policy of 2021. The committee pointed out that the court's order granted time to Facebook and WhatsApp for filing replies in connection with the probe. Rajasthan police has uncovered that the Pakistani national who crossed over to India via international border to allegedly kill suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma is influenced by Pakistan-based organisation Tehreek-e-Labbaik. It is also discovered that he has destroyed the statue of Maharaja Ranjit Singh at the Lahore fort and was taken into custody by the Pakistan police. The Jan 6 Select Committee in its final public hearing has observed that Donald Trump did nothing to stop the Capitol riots. The committee has also accused Trump of being at the center of a multi-pronged conspiracy to overturn his loss to Biden in the 2020 contest. The United States has reported its first case of polio in nearly a decade. First polio case in nearly a decade has been confirmed in New York. According to US Health Department, the case of the highly contagious virus may have originated outside of the US. The person is no longer deemed contagious, but investigators are trying to figure out how this infection occurred and whether others were also exposed. United States President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID on Thursday. Biden is fully vaccinated and twice boosted. The White House press secretary has said that Biden will continue to discharge his duties completely. 70% Americans are infected with COVID-19 and the total number of cases has surpassed 90 million now. The US remains the nation worst hit by the pandemic with the world's most cases and deaths. The White House has urged citizens to get vaccinated. Senior India opener KL Rahul has also tested positive for COVID-19. BCCI President Saurav Ganguly informed Rahul about the board's Apex Council meeting in Mumbai on Thursday. He was named in the T20 squad for the West Indies tour and was supposed to take a fitness in a couple of days. With his COVID returning positive, it remains to be seen whether he will travel to West Indies or not. Olympic gold medalist Neeraj Chopra has qualified for the men's javelin throw final at World Athletics Championships, Beijing, being held in Eugene, Oregon. Chopra sealed his spot in the final with his first throw in the qualification round. Chopra was in the Group A of the qualification round and the first to throw, and the 24-year-old wrapped it up early for himself. He will now compete in the final test, which is set to be held on Sunday early morning. To spread awareness on the Chess Olympiad that is scheduled to be held from 28th of July to the 10th of August, a program was conducted in Dindakal for school students. The students played chess in a swimming pool during the program. The 44th Chess Olympiad will be conducted in Chennai, where 188 countries are expected to participate. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin, and I'm handing over the day to my colleague Akanksha Swaroop, who has a lot of exciting stories for you.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching the 10 a.m. newscast with me, Akanksha Swaroop. CNN News 18 continues to track the victory of Droupadi Murmu, who will be India's first tribal president and the 15th president. Let's bring you more.
द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को बधाई देने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पर आए थे। उनको पुनः मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाई।
Now, the history has been scripted. Droupadi Murmu has been elected as India's 15th president. It was a landslide victory as Murmu swept more than 60% of the Electoral College votes. But this is not it. Murmu is also the first tribal and first person from the state of Odisha to be throned at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Murmu's journey from a school teacher in a small village of Rairangpur in Odisha to the Rashtrapati Bhavan has been nothing less than a roller coaster ride. And to congratulate her on this historic feat, Prime Minister Modi was among the very first who reached Droupadi Murmu's residence, accompanied by BJP chief JP Nadda. Meanwhile, Droupadi Murmu will take oath as the President of India on July 25th, that is Monday. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will host a farewell dinner today for the outgoing President Nath Kovind at 5:30 p.m. at Hotel Ashoka in the national capital.
गरीब किसान, झुग्गी झोपड़ी का इंसान भारत महान का राष्ट्रपति बन सकता है तो सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद होता है किसी भी देश का। मैं समझता हूं कि इससे बड़ी खुशी देशवासियों के लिए और कुछ नहीं हो सकती है आज के दिन। और द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को बधाई देने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पर आए थे। उनको पुनः मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाई है।
लगातार हर राउंड में द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी आगे चल रही हैं। भारत की पहली महिला और ट्राइबल महिला जिनको देश के राष्ट्रपति के पद पर सेवा करने का अवसर मिलेगा, ये हम सब के लिए सौभाग्य की बात है। जब भारत आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष मना रहा है, उसी वर्ष में भारत की प्रधानमंत्री कोई और नहीं, एक महिला, और वो भी अनुसूचित जनजाति वर्ग से आने वाली, जिन्होंने बहुत कष्ट अपने जीवन में सहे भी प्रेसिडेंट की पोस्ट तक आना, ये यात्रा बहुत कुछ कहती है। और ये संभव तभी है जब देश आगे बढ़ रहा है मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। एक विधायक के रूप में उन्होंने शानदार काम किया, एक गवर्नर के रूप में शानदार काम किया, एक बहुत सफल राष्ट्रपति के रूप में भी वो सफल होंगी। मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
महामहिम श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को मैं हृदय की गहराइयों से बधाई देता हूं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने आज जो हमारे जनजातीय समाज, आदिवासी भाई बहनों को और पूरे देश के 135 करोड़ लोगों को गौरवान्वित किया है, माननीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी हम सब के लिए एक नया इतिहास रचेंगी, देश के लिए नया इतिहास रचेंगी और आगे चल के देश को एकजुट करना, देश को एक साथ पिरोने में इनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहेगा।
So clearly, India scripted history. It was a landmark moment for India as it elected the first tribal president. She is the 15th president, remember. Let's also tell you what the tasks ahead are going to be for Madam President, and that is Droupadi Murmu. As tribal, she must go beyond symbolism and tokenism. Remember, she's still the president-elect, but those kind of challenges are being thrown by the opposition that this is just a mere act of tokenism, it's just symbolism. Why isn't there real representation on ground level? Having said that, she can't allow herself to become a tool for garnering tribal votes. There'll have to be much more done on the ground level. Saffron background, she's under close scrutiny for political partisanship. Remember, she is the NDA's candidate, and therefore that is something that will be following her actions on possible 2024 challenge to Prime Minister Modi, because remember, how she takes this post ahead will also translate into the votes for the NDA alliance in terms of the general elections which are scheduled for 2024. There's dealing with the mercy pleas. 488 death row prisoners, highest in 17 years. Remember, this is the highest number of mercy pleas that we are looking at, 488 just in a matter of 17 years. As we all know that this is something that is only dealt with the highest constitutional post of India, and that is the President. And so that is going to be the most crucial task ahead for Droupadi Murmu. And with that, let me also bring you more details in terms of what we can expect today. Remember, she's still the President-elect, and it will be on Monday, the 25th, when she'll be taking oath. But for now, let's also go across to Droupadi Murmu's residence. I'm joined in by our correspondent, Nikhil Lakhwani, who's currently stationed there. Nikhil, take us through what the mood is like. Yesterday, as we all know, was all about the anticipation of her victory. Now that she has won, and that too by a mammoth majority, what is the sentiment across the party cadres, not just in the BJP, because we are learning that many in the opposition are also very happy and the mood is very celebratory. Take us through what the situation is right now.
Well, Akansha, the mood is very much festive, and we are here to show you the visuals and all those viewers who are now joining us and watching us on CNN News 18. So this is the residence of Droupadi Murmu in the Chanakya area in the national capital, and this is the car of Vice President Venkaiah Naidu, whose tenure is also going to end very soon. And he has come here a while back to visit and greet Droupadi Murmu on the historic win, and yesterday that the results were declared. Close to 64% are the votes which she has got in the presidential elections. The security has been already beefed up. There is presence of not just Delhi police personnel, but also the Central Reserve Police Force, CRPF. It has also been deployed here. Now, the festive mood which I was talking about,
checked over there right now. Let me also inform our viewers that on the right side of their screens, they can see the latest visuals of current Vice President Mr. Venkaiah Naidu meeting with the President-elect Droupadi Murmu. This is another crucial meeting. Remember, yesterday, Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited along with the BJP chief JP Nadda to congratulate Droupadi Murmu, and today we are getting another set of congratulatory visuals coming in with Vice President Venkaiah Naidu presenting a bouquet to Droupadi Murmu. He has just arrived at her Delhi residence. For more details, let's quickly go back to Nikhil as he informs us about these latest developments. Nikhil, we can see Mr. Venkaiah Naidu now in a meeting with Droupadi Murmu. Of course, the congratulatory notes and the messages and the meetings will continue through the day. But how significant is this meeting?
Well, these are the visuals that you are seeing on the TV screens, and now these are the fresh visuals that we are showing you on our screen. G. Kishan Reddy is here, MOS home, and on that particular car which is moving outside from the residence of Droupadi Murmu, there's this departure of Vice President Venkaiah Naidu, who has just met. The visuals was coming in from the residence, from inside the residence of Droupadi Murmu, where he was clearly seen. VP was clearly meeting Droupadi Murmu, and he was greeting her on her big win. But now these are the visuals, fresh visuals. Akansha, we are showing you from inside the residence. The VP has already left. So on the other side, this is the festive mood, Akansha, which we were talking about. And here, many of the CMs of BJP ruled and NDA ruled state are expected to come here at any time from now. And also the stage is all set for the tribal community who have come here from different states to perform the dance. The performance which they have already prepared. So the stage is already set in here, and these are the people who have come in from the tribal background from Sikkim, Nagaland, Manipur and different states as well. So these are the backwards people who are, they are in fact celebrating the huge win, the successful win, the mammoth, vote share which she has got yesterday in the presidential elections. She is all set to become the 15th Rashtrapati of the country. On the other side, you can see these are are the people who are sitting here on the chairs. The stage is all set. We have been told, Akansha, that in a short while from now, at about 1 p.m., the lunch has also been prepared. So the mood is very much festive, particularly among the community who are backward, who are SC/ST. And as we have mentioned, Akansha, earlier as well, that CMs of different states, the NDA ruled state and BJP ruled state, they are also expected to come here in a short while from now, one by one. Akansha, back to you.
Absolutely, I can see there's a lot of color right now at Droupadi Murmu's residence, bringing you those celebratory, jubilant visuals of all those tribal performers and artists who are currently at Murmu's residence, thronging the place only to celebrate the victory of Droupadi Murmu, India's first tribal president. And with that, let's also bring you a profile of what Droupadi Murmu's past has been like.
India's 15th president, India's first tribal president, first president born after independence. Droupadi Murmu is a woman of many firsts.
इसी कालखंड में देश को नए राष्ट्रपति, नए उपराष्ट्रपति, उनका मार्गदर्शन प्रारंभ होगा.
Nearly 5,000 MPs and MLAs across the country voted on 18th July to elect the newest occupant of the Raisina Hill.
श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू, इनको राष्ट्रपति का प्रत्याशी घोषित किया गया है एनडीए की तरफ से.
With the numbers stacked overwhelmingly in the favor of the NDA, Droupadi Murmu's election was high on symbolism and less about the numbers game. An election which is witnessing the changing political axis. A selection that has placed the opposition camp in a quandary. Uddhav Thackeray, forced by the Shiv Sena MPs, broke ranks from allies in Mahavikas Aghadi to back her. TDP's Chandrababu Naidu came out to even campaign for her in Andhra Pradesh. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, India's only tribal party, had to support as well. After all, she had served as the governor of Jharkhand.
मेरे जो फैमिली बहुत गरीबी है, गरीबी थोड़ा मैं फाइनेंस सियाली उनको सपोर्ट करूं, इसीलिए थोड़ा पढ़ लिख के ऐसा बन जाऊं कि मुझे थोड़ा नौकरी मिल जाए. लेकिन मुझे पॉलिटिक्स में जाना, ये गवर्नर बनना, ये मैं कभी सोची नहीं थी.
64-year-old Droupadi Murmu, low profile and soft-spoken, has generally steered clear of controversy. She was also the only governor to complete a full term in office in Jharkhand, which has had 10 governments in its 2 decades of existence.
जो सेंट्रल ने हम मेरा बहन का नाम लिया ना, हम लोग बहुत खुश में, रायरंगपुर के बासिंदा सब खुश में है. आदिवासी महिला की पहले जो चुना गया ना, वही सबसे खुशी बात है.
पूरा रायरंगपुर के साथ ही उनका बहुत अच्छा संपर्क रहा है. सबका उन्होंने हमेशा साथ और सहयोग दिया और बहुत ही प्यार भरा संपर्क रहा है उनका सबों के साथ में. हमारे किसी भी प्रोग्राम में वो हमेशा आगे रहते थे और सबकी बातें सुनते थे.
तो काउंसिलर से होके विधायक भी बन गए. विधायक बन के वो बेस्ट अवार्ड भी उनको मिला है, नीलकंठ पुरस्कार मिला है उनको. उसके बाद वो मंत्री भी बने. सबका साथ मिल के काम करते हैं.
In the 1990s, her work with the Santhal organization caught the attention of the BJP's Raj Kishore Das. Back then, it was a party that did not have much political influence in the state. Seeing potential in Murmu, he asked her to contest for councillor in the Rairangpur Notified Area Council. In 1997, she became councillor and later vice chairperson of the Rairangpur Corporation.
2000 में 90 से 5 साल का ये तो आप जानते हैं टर्म होता है, लेकिन बीच में मुझे जो जनरल इलेक्शन आ गया, मुझे 2000 में टिकट दिया गया. उन्होंने कहा आपको तो लड़ना है. मैंने बोला मेरे बच्चे छोटे छोटे हैं। मुझे ये तो काउंसिलर में थी, वाइस चेयरमैन थी, तो टाउन के अंदर मुझे घूमना पड़ता था। फिर अभी तो मुझे पूरा क्षेत्र में घूमना पड़ेगा, तो टाइम नहीं दे पाऊँगी। फिर मुझे थोड़ा, मैंने बोला ठीक है चलिए। बच्चे भी बोले ठीक है माँ, तुम लड़ना चाहती हो तो लड़ो।
She served twice as a BJP MLA in Orissa and also worked as a minister in the Naveen Patnaik government from the 2002 to 2004, when the BJP and Biju Janata Dal ran a coalition government. She was awarded the Neelkant Award for the Best Legislator by the Orissa Legislative Assembly. Droupadi Murmu's candidature signifies the BJP's efforts to bring the tribal and other marginalized communities to the mainstream. A convincing example of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. The move comes ahead of assembly elections in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. The four states have 128 seats reserved for scheduled tribes, of which the BJP had won just 35 in the last assembly elections. The BJP is also hoping that her candidature will strengthen its political hold in Orissa and get a foothold in Jharkhand, where it lost the elections in 2019.
आज भी हम कहते हैं कि आदिवासियों में ओडिशा में संथाल प्रोग्रेसिव है, लेकिन इतना भी प्रोग्रेसिव नहीं है कि वो दूसरों के साथ कॉम्पीट कर पाए। इसीलिए और भी थोड़ा अभी भी फाउंडेशन स्टेज में है। आगे जाने के लिए महिला को और पुरुष को दोनों को आगे आना होगा। जैसे परिवार चलाने के लिए दोनों की आवश्यकता है।
In 2017, as governor, Murmu returned two controversial bills, the Chota Nagar Tenancy Act and Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act, in view of the widespread agitation from tribes after the state sought to dilute their rights over their land. This move against the then CM of the BJP, Raghubar Das, cemented her as the real custodian of tribal aspirations and tribal cause. Droupadi Murmu got support of MLAs across party lines, polling over 60% of votes. Her elevation as the president reflects the triumph of the spirit of new resilient India, where any citizen can rise to occupy the highest constitutional office of India. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil.
Triumph of the spirit of the new resilient India. That's how symbolic Droupadi Murmu's victory is. But to break it down, that victory is symbolic in many ways. Let's also tell you how this victory has managed to split the opposition's unity. Because let's not forget that over 120 MLAs cross-voted, defying their party's support to the opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha. Let's also tell you what those numbers actually look like. Because let's not forget, MLAs from across states of Jharkhand, Assam and Madhya Pradesh significantly cross-voted for Droupadi Murmu. 17 members of the parliament that we're looking at. 126 MLAs in total cross-voted. Assam, 22 MLAs. Madhya Pradesh, 19 MLAs. Maharashtra, 16 MLAs. Significant number of MLAs, as you can see, across party lines. Uttar Pradesh, 12 MLAs. And from the state of Gujarat, we are looking at 10 MLAs. And we are looking at a total of 126 MLAs. Let's not forget the state of Jharkhand, which also right in the beginning had vouched support to Droupadi Murmu. 10 MLAs cross-voted from the state of Jharkhand, and then Rajasthan, 5 MLAs. Again, we're looking at 126 MLAs cross-voting so far. That's a significant number. 17 members of the parliament also cross-voted. Remember, the numbers we were bringing to you were of the MLAs, but as far as the member of parliament or the MPs stand, 17 of them cross-voted. This is a significant sort of symbolism that we are talking about, because it talks about the split in the opposition's unity. Remember, the opposition, while nominating their candidate Yashwant Sinha, kept on talking about how that Yashwant Sinha was embodying the opposition's unity and that he was the common candidate. What they actually could not establish was that Yashwant Sinha was not the consensus candidate. Let's also get in a sense of perspective in terms of how this cross-voting has happened and what it actually means for the NDA just ahead of the general elections in 2024. Let's quickly go across to our political editor, Maria Shakil, who's with me right now. Maria, how do you view the cross-voting phenomena that's taken place? Is this not symbolic in terms of the split that Droupadi Murmu has caused in the opposition's unity?
Well, it was expected, I would say also, and much before the 2024 elections, there are vice presidential elections, and where the opposition unity is in, is clearly exposed. The fact that there is no opposition unity and the misnomer of opposition unity has come to the fore, with the Trinamool Congress clearly saying that they will not be backing Margaret Alva, who is the opposition candidate. Instead, they will be abstaining. Having said that, what's interesting is that the vote of conscience appeal that was made by both the sides, be it Yashwant Sinha and also the BJP, seems to have worked in favor of the NDA. If you look at the pattern, particularly which is emerging from states which have a significant tribal population, be it the state of Chhattisgarh, which is a state which is ruled by the Congress party. There has been cross-voting in the state of Chhattisgarh. 6 MLAs have cross-voted. Shifting focus to the state of Jharkhand, JMN may have bagged Droupadi Murmu's candidature, but it appears that even in Jharkhand, there is a significant number of MLAs who have cross-voted, understanding fully well that when they go to their constituents to seek vote, what will they really say when the constituents will ask the question that did you vote for the first tribal president?
Right.
Then in the state of Gujarat, which goes to polls later this year, there has been a significant number of cross-voting. Again, in Maharashtra, it has happened. Assam, Assam is more to do with Himanta Biswa Sarma factor, where he managed, that MLAs from other political parties back the BJP candidate in the Rajya Sabha elections. So this time around also, the maximum number of cross-voting that has taken place has happened in the state of Assam. Giving the overall perspective here, Akanksha, I think it is also these MLAs and MPs realizing that they have to answer to their constituencies and to their constituents in their assembly segments or in their parliamentary constituencies, because 17 MPs have cross-voted as well.
Right.
They understand fully well that when they go back to seek vote, they have to be on the right side of history. They can tell their constituents that they voted for the first tribal president of India.
Absolutely. Many thanks to you, Maria, for bringing in that perspective. It was interesting to hear from Maria talking about the TMC abstaining from supporting the vice presidential candidate of the opposition. And with that, let's also tell you more about it. After the big loss in the presidential polls along with the cross-voting, it seems like the opposition is not so united for the vice presidential race too. Just days after a joint opposition picked Margaret Alva as its vice presidential face, the TMC has decided to abstain from the voting for the vice presidential polls, which are all set to take place on August 6th. Now, to justify its move, the TMC said that the decision to choose Alva was taken in a haste and that the TMC was not even kept in the loop. Although TMC claims this won't hurt the opposition unity, but Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has something else to say, as he labelled TMC as the BJP's dalal and said TMC's move is meant to ultimately help the NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankar, who also happens to be the former governor of West Bengal.
I have the right and I have the prerogative to differ. If I have left this decision to the prerogative of my members of parliament, 85% of the members of parliament present in the meeting has said we object the way opposition candidate was decided without consulting with Trinamool Congress, without deliberating with other significant parties who hold a considerable amount of MPs in both the houses. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि भाई हम दूसरों को ये नहीं कह रहे कि आप जाके वोट मत करो, जिसको जो करना है करेगा। कि आपको अगर लगता है कि जगदीप धनखड़ को वोट नहीं दोगे तो उनको सुविधा हो जाएगा। आप मैथमेटिक्स मुझे लाके दिखा दो कैसे सुविधा हो जाएगा।
সেই মমতা ব্যানার্জি আবার কালিম্পংয়ের পাশেই দার্জিলিং পাহাড়ে ধনখড়ের সঙ্গে সাক্ষাৎ করলেন। বড় অদ্ভুত ব্যাপারটা দেখুন, সংযোগ দেখুন। আসাম থেকে বন্যা ছেড়ে চলে আসছে হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মা। বন্যায় মানুষ মারা যাচ্ছে, লক্ষ লক্ষ মানুষ খেতে পাচ্ছে না, সেই জায়গা থেকে চলে আসছে ধনকরের সঙ্গে দেখা করতে দার্জিলিংয়ে। দিদি কলকাতা থেকে উড়ে গিয়ে চলে যাচ্ছে দার্জিলিংয়ে জিটিএর সঙ্গে আলোচনা করতে। তাহলে মাঝখানে ধনকর, একদিকে হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মা এনআরসির যে নায়ক, আরেকদিকে দিদি এনআরসি তথাকথিত বিরোধী মুখ, মাঝে ধনকর।
So what has been the Trinamool Congress's stand? Let's also tell you what they had to say as far as this abstention is concerned. The first thing that they highlighted is that Alva's name was decided in an undemocratic way. This despite the great dynamics shared between Margaret Alva and Mamata Banerjee. The other aspect they highlighted was that there was no proper consultation and that no deliberation was done with the TMC, clearly highlighting that there was no consensus taken from the TMC. TMC's suggestions for the vice presidential candidate not even considered. Remember, this was said in a press conference that was addressed by the TMC spokesperson yesterday. A party with 35 MPs cannot be ignored. Remember, TMC has been at the forefront as far as even the presidential election is concerned. It was Mamata Banerjee who was rallying up the forces even before nominations were filed. 85% of TMC MPs urged Mamata Banerjee to abstain from the polls. So clearly, Mamata Banerjee had no choice but to go ahead with what the party had to say. Let's also get in a sense of perspective in terms of what this could mean now for the opposition unity. And for that, I'm joined in by our correspondent Kamalika, who's on the phone line with us. Kamalika, how is one to interpret this? This perhaps could have just settled down more peacefully if we wouldn't have heard that comment coming from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who's now called the TMC BJP's Dalal. How is this now going to turn out? Is this not going to be the latest flashpoint between the Congress and the TMC?
Yeah, obviously, because TMC has not mentioned anything, or the TMC has not gone for a direct attack to Congress. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is somebody who is the Congress president of Bengal, and he also has his own stake of Congress politics in Bengal. So that is too there. So that has to be taken into consideration. But TMC yesterday clearly stated their reason of not, of abstaining from this process. Look at the TMC is also saying that look what we did for the presidential elections. It was Mamata Banerjee who initiated the entire meeting of opposition and then also proposed couple of names and then proposed his own party member Yashwant Sinha, who was also proposed by the other parties, and then a united name came up. Now then the BJP came up with Droupadi Murmu with the Dalit and the woman angle to it, which really was a masterstroke by BJP. That's a different point altogether. But look at what opposition is doing now. They are totally fragmented before 2024. And this is also there that the Trinamool Congress is clearing the fact that, they are abstaining from this vote does not mean that they will not be united in parliament and in other places. From 2016, if we analyze what opposition has done, they have, done meetings in Constitution Club. They have done a couple of meetings. 2019, that is also Mamata Banerjee initiated. We saw one brigade in Calcutta. But apart from this, there was no common minimum program on which the opposition will fight against Narendra Modi.
Right. Clearly, there seems to be a lot of answering to be done as far as the Congress party is concerned, especially for that comment coming in from Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Having said that, many thanks, Kamalika, for bringing in those details. And with that, we slip into a short break as more news and updates follow.
Widespread destruction.
Cloudburst triggered landslides in several places. Loose stones and rocks fell from the mountains and blocked several roads. And incessant rains made any rescue and relief operations virtually impossible. The cloudburst also led to increased water level in drains and created a flood-like situation and blocked road connectivity. Several homes were damaged due to torrential rains and the mayhem caused by the cloudburst.
2 days after he drank a glass of water directly from a river, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was today admitted to a hospital in Delhi. But the Aam Aadmi Party has denied that Mann had a stomach infection and claimed that he was discharged right after a routine checkup. A day after two of Sidhu Moosewala's killers were gunned down in an encounter in Punjab, the late singer's father has reportedly been receiving threat calls. The number has been traced to Pakistan. Sidhu Moosewala was killed in his hometown Musa back in May. The United States Navy says one of its destroyers sailed through the Taiwan Straits. The USS Benfold conducted what is being termed as a routine transit. The destroyer is part of the US Navy's 7th Fleet. The powerful fleet includes 70 warships and submarines. Chinese forces tracked and monitored the vessel. China, in fact, slams the frequent provocations by the US across the Taiwan Straits. The Jammu-Srinagar highway continues to be blocked because of shooting stones.
Incessant rains triggered the shooting stones and blocked the 270-kilometer-long national highway. Nearly 1,000 vehicles, including a convoy carrying Amarnath Yatris, are stranded at different points of the highway. Officials from the National Highways Authority of India have been trying to clear the affected stretch. But shooting stones and small landslides are making things difficult. The Jammu-Srinagar National Highway is the only all-weather road linking Kashmir with the rest of India.
A seer in Rajasthan's Bharatpur set himself on fire to protest illegal mining. The police team doused the fire with a blanket, but the seer has 80% burn injuries. The BJP held the Ashok Gehlot government responsible for the suicide rate. The Maharashtra government has lifted the stay order on the construction of the Mumbai Metro Line 3 car shed at RA Colony. This will effectively pave the way to resume building the controversial shed in the area. The stay order was issued by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray soon as he assumed office in 2019. A shocking video has surfaced from Jodhpur of a school bus falling into a sinkhole.
The bus carrying children was on its way to the school when it encountered the sinkhole. The rear tires of the bus were submerged in the sinkhole even as the front portion of the vehicle was raised in the air. Inside the bus were two terrified children, the driver and the conductor.
बस आ रही थी, उसमें दो बच्चे और एक चलन वाले ड्राइवर बैठे थे और पीछे से खड्डा एकदम ही खड्डे के अंदर गाड़ी आके गिर गई नीचे.
The children were evacuated safely, but the driver and conductor suffered injuries. Eventually, the bus was extracted from the sinkhole with the help of a crane.
Meanwhile, it was a narrow escape for 21 children after their school bus caught fire in northwest Delhi. Fire tenders were rushed to the spot to douse the blaze. All the kids and the bus driver escaped unhurt. The cause of the fire has not been determined yet. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the president of Sri Lanka after winning the elections yesterday, but the protests against him continue because he is seen as an ally of the Rajapakshas. Wickremesinghe is assured that he will work with all parties to bail Sri Lanka out of this unprecedented economic crisis.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. And with that, let's quickly head into some breaking inputs coming from Kerala. CNN News 18 has accessed the Enforcement Directorate's plea in the Supreme Court that is seeking transfer of the Kerala gold smuggling case out of the state of Kerala. And the ED in its plea says that efforts are currently being made by the state machinery to thwart its investigations. The ED has also said that the probe should be transferred outside the state of Kerala for a fair trial. Remember, it was just some days ago that the key accused, Swapna Suresh, had also appeared before ED's Kochi unit. For more details, let's quickly go across to Ananya Bhatnagar, who's joining me live on the newscast. Ananya, what are you learning in terms of this key document that you have now accessed? Could you share the details of this document first?
Yes, definitely. This is a transfer petition that has been filed in the topmost court of the country, that is the Supreme Court of India, seeking a transfer of the Kerala gold smuggling case out of the state, saying that the state machinery is in fact trying to thwart the investigation and is making attempts to in fact also frame the ED officials so that they cannot, so that it can be a hindrance and the ED is not allowed to probe into this whole case. Remember that one of the key accused in this case is former IAS controversial IAS M. Srinivas, who is also said to be a former principal secretary to the Kerala Chief Minister, and hence now the ED alleges that due to his power and his influence in the state machinery is making continuous attempts to thwart the investigation, and in fact it is evident from the cases being registered against the ED officials and the continuous tutoring of the witnesses in this case, including Swapna Suresh, wherein it has also been alleged that various statements under Section 50 of the PMLA, which are said to be a very, very admissible statement and are considered to be a fine print of evidence into a particular case when it's come to PMLA, is being changed continuously, and hence these are the grounds that the Enforcement Directorate has sought, seeking for a change of the state for conducting the trial and the probe into this whole case. The first choice definitely for Kerala is Karnataka. The case is being sought to be transferred to Bengaluru, but a very, very subsequent development, the ED is fearing that the investigation might be tampered with and the ED officials might also be framed in order to thwart the probe into this particular case. Because remember that high-ranking officials of the Kerala government and various high-profile people, including Swapna Suresh, are involved into this particular case, and such an apprehension coming in from the ED is something that is very, very alarming. Akansha.
And since you mentioned that such an apprehension coming in from the ED is alarming, I'd also like you to throw light on how the Chief Minister of Kerala, that is Pinarayi Vijayan, has been under the scanner for rejecting, probes by central agencies, whether it is the CBI or even ED in this case now.
Well, yes, definitely. You've mentioned it very, very correctly that in fact the attempts are also being made on the part of the CM, in fact refusing to direct the central agencies to probe it. And in fact the ED petition also says that since Mr. Sivakumar is very, very powerful and he has a control over the state machinery, various attempts including tutoring of witnesses and also registering of fake cases, as the ED says, against its officials are also taking place, because the CM is also under the scanner as what we know, and the CM is trying that central agencies do not probe this case. So that is the reason why the state is seeking, in fact the ED is seeking that the probe is transferred out of the state of Kerala. So a very, very subsequent development coming in. We'll have to wait and watch as to when the Supreme Court hears the matter, but this is not the first time that this has happened, that a central agency has given out an apprehension. Remember what happened in the West Bengal Narada scam case, that the Central Bureau of Investigation had to knock the Supreme Court, saying that its efforts are being thwarted by the state government. Apart from that, it also happened in the Rose Valley scam when in fact the CBI officials went to raid the houses of senior TMC leaders, and the Bengal police officials had stopped them. So this is not the first time that it's taking place, but a very, very subsequent development taking place in the Kerala gold smuggling case. Akansha.
Right, Ananya, thank you for bringing in all those details. We'll keep coming back to you as in when more information pours in. For now, let's shift our focus over to the national capital. A fresh face-off has erupted between the AAP-led Delhi government and the Lieutenant Governor Meira Kumar Saxena, after the Delhi LG returned the proposal regarding the foreign visit of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to Singapore to attend a summit, saying that Delhi government does not have the domain over the issue that will be discussed there. The state government has now directly approached the Ministry of External Affairs for the clearance. Meanwhile, hitting out at the Lieutenant Governor, Kejriwal has said that if the visit of each constitutional authority were to be decided on the basis of what subjects fall within their jurisdiction, it would create a funny situation. Let's listen in to some crucial political reactions that have poured in from the Aam Aadmi Party.
तो सिंगापुर की सरकार ने बहुत इज्जत के साथ माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को निमंत्रण दिया था। एलजी साहब के पास फाइल गई थी उसके लिए 1.5 महीने पहले। उन्होंने एडवाइस दी है कि उस पर ना जाएं, लेकिन सीएम साहब ने लिखा है कि एलजी साहब की वो इस एडवाइस से सहमत नहीं है, क्योंकि उनको जो इन्विटेशन मिला है वो वर्ल्ड लीडर्स के सामने दिल्ली का लिवेबल एंड सस्टेनेबल मॉडल रखने के लिए मिला है। तो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने अब ये निर्णय लिया है कि वो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स में पॉलिटिकल क्लियरेंस के लिए अप्लाई कर रहे हैं, तो हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि केंद्र सरकार बहुत जल्द पॉलिटिकल क्लियरेंस इसकी देगी।
केंद्र सरकार के नुमाइंदे एलजी साहब ने जिस तरह से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के सिंगापुर जाने की फ़ाइल को वापस भेज दिया है, ये बहुत दुख की बात है, ये एक बहुत छोटी सी तुच्छ राजनीति दिखा रहा है। जब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को सिंगापुर में बुलाया जाता है, पूरे देश के एक प्रतिनिधि के तौर पे बुलाया जाता है, जब दुनिया के नेता उनको सुनने आते हैं, तो वहाँ पे कोई ये नहीं पूछ रहा कि अरविंद केजरीवाल आम आदमी पार्टी के हैं। पूरी दुनिया ये देख रही है कि दिल्ली जो भारत की राजधानी है, उसने नए नए प्रयोग किए हैं और विश्व भर में शहरों में जो समस्याएं आती हैं उनके समाधान को प्रस्तुत किया है। पार्टी से यह आग्रह है कि इस तुच्छ राजनीति के ऊपर उठें, देश के बारे में सोचें।
As I came in, I was just informed that an entry has been made in the ministry's online portal. There's a system, as you know, to request political clearance. With respect to this visit, that entry was made today. I don't have any further details on what that entry is. So clearly, let me reiterate, the entry was made today in our online portal for political clearance.
We are seeing a face-off kind of situation between LG of Delhi and Chief Minister of Delhi, because he's saying that his file has been denied where he was invited to Singapore for a summit, and now he's saying that this is all because of politics. What do you have to say?
Arvind Kejriwal has a habit of creating a problem every time a problem. I'm not able to understand that this is a conference is of a mayor's conference. It's a city, pan-country, a pan-world. People are coming from the different cities. He should understand that Delhi is a union territory or partially a state. He should understand that. And he's a chief minister. He's not a mayor of this particular Delhi. He should understand that. Why he's making a personal issue of this? This Singapore conference used to happen each and every year. Why he's saying this time he want to go?
Let's quickly get in a sense of perspective, and for that I'm joined in by our correspondent Akash Sharma on the phone line. Akash, the tussle between the Lieutenant Governor and the Delhi CM is nothing new, but clearly Arvind Kejriwal's upcoming visit to Singapore seems to be the latest flashpoint. How much now depends on the clearance as far as the MEA is concerned, and what are the hopes that the MEA will be giving it clearance?
So Aam Aadmi Party is very confident, Akanksha. So we had a word with several leaders, and they are saying that while it is about the political clearance, so they are confident that MEA will be giving clearance because, in fact, in 2019, they applied for it, but it was denied. However, at this point in time, they are saying that they are going with the rules, and now government will be, giving us a clearance sort of thing. Further, let me tell you that on Thursday, this file was rejected by Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena, saying that the Delhi government does not have exclusive domain over the issue, and it will be quote unquote inappropriate for a chief minister to attend it. However, Aam Aadmi Party, on the other hand, said that this is just a result of a mean politics. And this has sparked a new debate in the national capital, where now, in fact, the BJP is questioning the Kejriwal's eagerness to go to Singapore. On the other hand, Aam Aadmi Party is saying that this decision is a result of mean politics. So this will further escalate only, Akanksha.
Right. Thank you, Akash, for bringing in all those details and placing the story into perspective for us. And with that, let's now shift our attention over to the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. Two suspects in Moosewala's murder were killed in a heavy exchange of gunfire between those two killers and the Punjab police in Amritsar on Wednesday earlier this week. And DCP MS Bhullard, who was a part of the encounter, now explains how it was planned and carried out. Let's listen in to these very interesting inputs.
क्राइम सीक्वेंस के बारे में थोड़ा जानना चाहेंगे, टाइमलाइन क्या थी सर?
देखिए, जब हमारी AGTF की टीम और मानसा पुलिस की टीम ने ज्वाइंटली इनको, इसमें हमारे अमृतसर कमिश्नर पुलिस के भी 2 ऑफिसर्स थे, इनको जब उन्होंने कॉर्डन कर लिया था, रेड के लिए अंदर गया तो उन्होंने पहले फायरिंग शुरू कर दी, जो हमारे एक लड़के के टांग में गोली लगी और उससे वो जख्मी हो गया। उसके बाद हमारे एक ऑफिसर ने हमें कॉल की, तो उसके बाद हमने रश किया उस तरफ। तो मेरे साथ एक SP थे, हम इकट्ठे बैठे हुए थे, तो हमने जाकर इमीडिएटली जब उस जगह के ऊपर पहुंचने की कोशिश की तो उन्होंने हमारे ऊपर भी फायरिंग की, जो हम वहीं गाड़ियों की ओट लेकर हम वहाँ पे छिप गए और वहाँ से हमने फायरिंग शुरू कर दी। तो ये तकरीबन 11 बजे शुरू हुआ, 11:15 के करीब हमने सारी तरफ से इनको कॉर्डन कर लिया था और 4:30 बजे तक जो ये सारा जो है इनकाउंटर है, हमारा लाइव इनकाउंटर ये चला। तो उसमें जो ADGP साहब ने बोला था पहले दिन, उसमें हमारे पास एक AK-47 उसका एक मैगजीन, 31 लाइव कार्टेजेस, 2 पिस्टल, एक 9mm का, एक 45 का, और उसके कुछ लाइव कार्टेजेस जो हमें वहाँ से मिले हैं। उसके अलावा उनके कुछ कपड़े मिले हैं, एक टूटा हुआ फ़ोन मिला है। सबसे पहले AGTF को उन्होंने फायर किया, लेकिन हम ये नहीं बता सकते, दोनों ने इक्वली फायर किया है। जो हमने लास्ट में देखे थे, दोनों पिस्टल जो हैं मनु के पास पड़े थे और असाल्ट भी। देखिए, सबसे पहले जो स्ट्राइक किया फोर्स ने, वो करीब 30 से 35 लोग थे, AGTF और मानसा के और हमारे कमिश्नरेट पुलिस के। उसके बाद जब हमने चारों तरफ से कॉर्डन किया तो तकरीबन हमारे 350-400 पुलिस ऑफिसर थे। तो यहाँ पे हमारे फोरेंसिक टीम आई है। यही मूसेवाला साहब के मर्डर के ऊपर भी यही टीम हमने वहाँ गई थी, उसी को हमने बुलाया है। ये हमें जल्दी रिपोर्ट दे देंगे, जो हम आपको बाद में बता देंगे।
And with that, it's time to slip into a short break as news and updates follow on the other side. Stay tuned to CNN News 18.
Despite not being given permission by the Lieutenant Governor to attend a summit abroad, the LG has advised Kejriwal not to attend the conference since it is a conference of mayors. Cloudbursts in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur have caused widespread destruction.
Cloudburst triggered landslides in several places. Loose stones and rocks fell from the mountains and blocked several roads. And incessant rains made any rescue and relief operations virtually impossible. The cloudburst also led to increased water level in drains and created a flood-like situation and blocked road connectivity. Several homes were damaged due to torrential rains and the mayhem caused by the cloudburst.
2 days after he drank a glass of water directly from a river, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was today admitted to a hospital in Delhi. But the Aam Aadmi Party has denied that Mann had a stomach infection and claimed that he was discharged right after a routine checkup. A day after 2 of Sidhu Moosewala's killers were gunned down in an encounter in Punjab, the late singer's father has reportedly been receiving threat calls. The number has been traced to Pakistan. Sidhu Moosewala was killed in his hometown Musa back in May. The United States Navy says one of its destroyers sailed through the Taiwan Straits. The USS Benfold conducted what is being termed as a routine transit. The destroyer is part of the US Navy's 7th Fleet. The powerful fleet includes 70 warships and submarines. Chinese forces tracked and monitored the vessel. China, in fact, slams the frequent provocations by the US across the Taiwan Straits. The Jammu-Srinagar highway continues to be blocked because of shooting stones.
Incessant rains triggered the shooting stones and blocked the 270-kilometer-long national highway. Nearly 1,000 vehicles, including a convoy carrying Amarnath Yatris, are stranded at different points of the highway. Officials from the National Highways Authority of India have been trying to clear the affected stretch. But shooting stones and small landslides are making things difficult. The Jammu-Srinagar National Highway is the only all-weather road linking Kashmir with the rest of India.
A seer in Rajasthan's Bharatpur set himself on fire to protest illegal mining. The police team doused the fire with a blanket, but the seer has 80% burn injuries. The BJP held the Ashok Gehlot government responsible for the suicide bid. The Maharashtra government has lifted the stay order on the construction of the Mumbai Metro Line 3 car shed at RA Colony. This will effectively pave the way to resume building the controversial shed in the area. The stay order was issued by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray soon as he assumed office in 2019. A shocking video has surfaced from Jodhpur of a school bus falling into a sinkhole.
The bus carrying children was on its way to the school when it encountered the sinkhole. The rear tires of the bus were submerged in the sinkhole even as the front portion of the vehicle was raised in the air. Inside the bus were 2 terrified children, the driver and the conductor.
बस आ रही थी, उसमें 2 बच्चे और एक चलन वाले ड्राइवर बैठे थे और पीछे से खड्डा एकदम ही खड्डे के अंदर गाड़ी आके गिर गई नीचे.
The children were evacuated safely, but the driver and conductor suffered injuries. Eventually, the bus was extracted from the sinkhole with the help of a crane.
Meanwhile, it was a narrow escape for 21 children after their school bus caught fire in northwest Delhi. Fire tenders were rushed to the spot to douse the blaze. All the kids and the bus driver escaped unhurt. The cause of the fire has not been determined yet. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the president of Sri Lanka after winning the elections yesterday.
Welcome back. We head into this news segment with some breaking inputs coming in. The Lieutenant Governor of Delhi has now recommended CBI to probe into the Delhi excise policy of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The Lieutenant Governor Shri V.K. Saxena has now recommended for a CBI investigation into the contentious Delhi excise policy of 2021 to 22 of the Arvind Kejriwal government, after a report by the Chief Secretary that is dated 8th of July 2022 established that prima facie violations norms. For more details, let's quickly go across to Akash Sharma and Nikhil Lakhwani, who are both live with us. Akash, first of all, we were just discussing the tussle between the LG and Kejriwal. Now, this seems to be the latest flashpoint. Why is the new excise policy under the Delhi government now coming under the scanner?
So, Akanksha, this policy was very much in news because of the opposition parties, because initially opposition parties were opposing this particular policy that was implemented in November 2021. But now we are learning that LG has recommended a CBI probe into this particular policy. Also, if I can tell you the crisp points, because, you know, the information that we have at this point in time, this is the violation of prima facie, this is the violation of Transaction of Business Rules 1993, Delhi Excise Act 2009. And also, this is indicating the financial quid pro at the top of political level. So somewhere, it has been said that this policy was initially opposed by the political parties, but now even LG is believing, after the report of Chief Secretary, there is something, that is not appropriate, that is not right, and that's the reason why CBI probe has been recommended by Lieutenant Governor. Also, let me read out some points, because the information that we have got, the Excise Department, on the direction of Manish Sisodia, he was the Excise Minister at that time, decided to refund EMD amounting to rupees 30 crore to the L1 bidder of license of airport zone, which failed to obtain NOC. They are talking about the NOC that was obtained by a license holder at the airport area. So the point is saying that Excise Department, on the direction of Manish Sisodia, the minister, decided to refund the EMD amount. On the other hand, we have the second point, which is saying that the Excise Department, in its order dated 8/11/2021, without the approval of competent authority, revised the formula of calculation of rate of foreign liquor and removed the import fees at 50 per case. So there are several points on the basis of which this particular probe has been recommended. And let me tell you that this was very much in news, because opposition parties were clearly saying that this is the violation. Even in Delhi, we were seeing that how, on one bottle was free initially, and also they were giving heavy discounts on the liquor. So at this point in time, this is very much important, because LG has recommended this particular probe after the report that was given by Chief Secretary. This is very important and breaking on CNN News 18, Akanksha.
Right. This is indeed some crucial piece of breaking news coming in. On that note, let me also take a question from Nikhil Lakhwani, who's also live with us. Nikhil, I remember in 2021 of November, the Aam Aadmi Party actually brought in this entire new policy as far as the excise policy is concerned, in the garb of revolutionizing the entire consumer experience. Having said that, let's go back to what the policy was back in 2021, because I can go through the facts. The Delhi government had back then issued 400 liquor vending licenses to private players, and we are looking at an amount that was apparently over 9,000 crore rupees, which was generated only by generating those 400 licenses to private players.
Well, Akansha, that's right. And as per the new excise policy which was implemented by the Kejriwal government in the national capital, Delhi, and as per the policy, close to 700 to 800 new liquor private vents were opened in the national capital, which were already controversial since the start. In fact, the Delhi BJP as well, they opposed the particular decision by the cabinet, which actually passed the decision of implementing the excise policy. And not just the Delhi BJP. In fact, there were other like-minded as as well who actually protested for the same, and these were the civil society, religious groups, educational institutions, parents' body and the opposition alike. They all were saying that this is the contentious which has been passed by the Delhi government, and now the big allegations are coming in from different corners, and the CBI inquiry has been ordered, as mentioned by Akash Sharma as well, that this is after the note which has been given by the Chief Secretary of the LG, and Chief Secretary has done so with the respect of the power given to him to raise any of the issue if there is any deviation in the national capital Delhi with respect to the Chief Minister or the LG. But the important point to note here, Akansha, is that the note given by the Chief Secretary says that it is pertinent to note that even as migrants were leaving the city due to lack of the basic subsistence income, street vendors were facing challenge to the livelihood, dhabas, restaurants, hotel, gyms, schools, they were facing financial trouble because of the Delta variant of the COVID virus. At that particular time, the Delhi government, in fact, the Excise Department, which falls under the jurisdiction of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, they allowed a waiver of rupees 144 crore singularly to the liquor cartel on the tendered license fee under the excuse of COVID-19. While the people were dying, on the other side, Delhi government were providing huge waiver to the liquor cartel, which is currently operational in the national capital. And also the overall excise policy, Akansha, you see the overall waiver has caused huge blow, huge financial blow, financial losses to the public exchequer. This is the reason why the flag has been raised by Chief Secretary to LG, and now LG has allowed for the CBI inquiry. And clearly, as mentioned by you earlier as well, Akansha, that this is going to be a fresh flashpoint between the Delhi government and the LG.
Right.
Since the LG has taken
Nikhil,
over, we know
stay with
that
us
yesterday...
because I'm also joined in by Mr. Harish Khurana of the BJP. Mr. Khurana, we are learning now that the LG has recommended for a CBI probe into the new excise policy that has been implemented by the AAP government in Delhi. What are your thoughts?
Sir, we welcome the decision of the Lieutenant Governor of recommending the CBI inquiry on the excise policy. See, if you remember, last year also we did a press conference and showed a paper to the press that the major tender flout has been happened. There's a flout in the tender norms in which blacklisted companies, I'm naming the Khao Galle restaurant who has given the two zones in the tender. Khao Galle restaurant who was blacklisted excise department has given the 2 zones. Cartel is not allowed. Cartel has there was more than maximum 2 companies is allowed in each zone. But over here through cartel, 6 zones have been allotted. Third, manufacturing company cannot be entered in retail sector. Over here, flouting of tender has clearly happened without the corruption. It cannot be happen. A manufacturing company has entered into retail sector. So we have complained into excise department. Last year, excise department has issued a show cause notice to these 6 companies who have flouted the tender. But unfortunately, because of the pressure of the Arvind Kejriwal, nothing has happened. Now, this time, when Chief Secretary has recommended to Lieutenant Governor and Lieutenant Governor has passed on the file to CBI, we welcome the decision. And we all know we have the papers with us and we have the proofs that this has happened. And some money has been transferred from here and there without the knowledge of Arvind Kejriwal. It cannot be happened.
Mr. Khurana, since your government is at the center, could you give us any insight into how soon we can expect the CBI to now step in, and will the probe actually now take place?
See, I am a spokesperson of our political party, not a CBI or nothing. But I am sure the papers what we have and papers which have been into public domain also, and last year also we have submitted to excise department also. These papers clearly indicated that some major corruption has happened. As I told you, this flouting of tenders has happened, and I think CBI will take the conscience of this. And I think there was not the excise minister who is Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, who is directly involved in this, will be behind the bar. And remember, Arvind Kejriwal was the one who has done a press conference few days back, and he has said Manish Sisodia will be behind the bar soon. I think this is the indication he has got from the department that the inquiry will be conducted soon.
All right, Mr. Khurana, thank you for speaking to us. Let me also go back to our reporters who are bringing in all those breaking inputs. Akash, if I may come to you. As we are all aware, last year there were several petitions that were lying with the Delhi High Court, which spoke about how the new excise policy of the Delhi government was violative of the Excise Act of 2009. It would be interesting if you could take us through why we are looking at those petitions which actually claim that there's a violation of the 2009 Excise Act.
Well, in fact, Akanksha, let me tell you that I started with this very point that it was initially, I should say, opposed by the various political parties and in fact several groups, because they were saying that Arvind Kejriwal, who says in fact that in Punjab we'll be working towards Nasha Mukht Punjab. Right. On the other hand, he is promoting liquor in the national capital. And initially, several political parties and several groups opposed this particular thing, because they were saying that now Arvind Kejriwal government is actually working on increasing the number of liquor shops in the national capital. And that's the reason why we saw a series of press conferences where even Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, both the leaders, and several other leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party clarified that what they are actually bringing in, and while it is about new policy, why it is not a violation of any norm. But at this point in time, after the note received by Chief Secretary, LG has recommended the CBI probe, and also, this is not the first time while it is about the tussle between the LG and the Chief Minister. In fact, just a few minutes back, we were talking about how, LG has referred back the Singapore visit file of Arvind Kejriwal, but now this has, come to our notice that LG has recommended this particular CBI probe. Also, let me read out some points, because our sources have informed us about several points, and let me read out some points. It is strange that the Imandar Sarkar has a minister in jail for money laundering, and another one is going to be probed for running a liquor racket and benefiting the liquor mafia. So somewhere the allegations are that Manish Sisodia, who was the excise minister then at the time of policy implementation, he helped the liquor mafia, he helped several license holders and returned the money, and that's why it's the violation of all those norms, all those acts, that this particular policy and the rules and regulation that works in this particular thing. So at this point in time, this is the major development, and we are breaking this on CNN News 18 for the first, that LG has recommended a CBI probe into this particular excise policy that was very much implemented in the November 2021 Akanksha.
Yes, that's the big story. I am Arunima, coming live to you from outside the Parliament House. You could well hear the echoes of that decision, that recommendations in the Parliament as well. Already there are protests going on by the opposition on multiple issues, trying to get out the government on issues like price rise, issues like GST, and also the Agniveer scheme. Will this become the latest flashpoint? Meanwhile, the Lieutenant Governor's recommendation has been made. When we speak to officials in CBI, they are tight-lipped at the moment, but all indication that they could take up this case as well, just waiting for the formalities. The formalities as they happen is that once the LG's recommendation comes, it's the Ministry of Home Affairs to which the recommendation usually goes. The DOPT completes whatever formalities are left, and then the road is cleared for the Central Bureau of Investigation to take over. So how soon will this recommendation be processed? That's the thing that we're looking out for. But Akash and Nikhil, that's the big story. Akash, if I could come to you, exactly what is it that the recommendation says? What is the wrongdoing prima facie that the LG wants probed?
Right, so Arunima, I'm reading total 6 points. Total 6 points are there, and I'm reading the crisp of those points. So the excise department, the first one is the excise department on the direction of Manish Sisodia decided to refund the EMT amount that was rupees 30 crore to elder bidder of license of airport zone. This is the first one. The second one is that the excise department, without approval of the competent authority, revised the formula of calculation of rate of foreign liquor and removed the import fees that was at rupees 50 per case on beer. The third one is the excise department relaxed the provisions. The fourth one is that they actually in total gave some sort of relief to the alcohol merchant by allowing waiver amounting to rupees 144.36 crores. And the other one is that government floated a tender by incorporating a condition of setting up minimum 2 liquor vans in each wards without undertaking any excise due diligence to ascertain the viability of opening of just 2 vents in each ward. So initially, it was the main point of the opposition parties that Arvind Kejriwal government is actually increasing the number of liquor shops in the national capital. While it is about the ward-to-ward calculation, they were actually doubling the shops in some zones. So at this point in time, there are 6 total points onto which LG has recommended this probe, and these 6 points have been given by the report that has been given by the Chief Secretary. And initially, this policy was implemented in November 2021, and after that particular implementation, we saw how different political parties, in fact, different groups came out in opposition of this particular policy. But at this point in time, this is a major setback for the Arvind Kejriwal government, where LG has actually recommended this CBI probe into the excise policy that was implemented in November 2021, Anurma.
Right. So just break this down in simple terms. Exactly what is the violation under the Prevention of Corruption Act? The tender being given, norms being flouted there is something that you're pointing out. But prima facie, does it look to you that LG is convinced that there is a violation of the PC Act in all these steps that you have just enlisted?
So it's a financial quid pro that is being mentioned by LG. So he is saying that Manish Sisodia at that particular time, gave benefit to those who were near and dear to him, and there's a financial quid and pro. This is what we are extracting from this particular thing, Arunima, and this is somewhere, the violation of all those norms, Arunima.
Right. Nikhil, talking about the politics of it, already there's a clash going on over the Chief Minister's Singapore visit. That permission, or in all likelihood, would be denied. LG has already advised him to not go. Close on the heels of that comes this recommendations. Does it look like an all-out war between the central government and the state government here in the national capital?
The full-fledged war which has been declared between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Delhi LG, VK Saxena, because yesterday, as mentioned by you earlier as well, that there's this flashpoint on the Singapore visit where, despite the a no which has been given by the Delhi LG, the press note has come from the Chief Minister's office that he is going to go ahead with the same, and the application has been filed before MEA. And now the another flashpoint has come in for the excise policy, and the excise policy is something, Arunima, you see, which has been benefiting at large for the Aam Aadmi Party. If we talk about the national capital Delhi, if we talk about apart from politics as well, close to 700 to 800 liquor vents have been opened in the national capital, and if you visit any of the liquor vent, you see huge rush which is flown inside the liquor vents, and people, the residents of the Delhi, they are consuming liquor more than ever before. In fact, the people from the NCR region as well, from Gurugram, from Ghaziabad, from Noida as well, they are visiting because of the low prices. We have seen the offers as well, Arunima, one-on-one. If you purchase a single beer, if you purchase another liquor, you get one-on-one free, or either 25% discount is something which has been given. And the Delhi BJP...
Getting the first political reactions, RP Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party is with us on the broadcast. Mr. Singh, LG finds there is prima facie a violation of the law in the excise policy. In all likelihood, MHA is going to accept that recommendation and ask CBI to register a case?
Well, long back, Delhi BJP has filed a complaint to Excise Department, and which was pushed under the carpet. The basic norm for any excise policy that there will be no cartel which will be allowed. There are cartels which are allowed. No manufacturing company will be allowed in retail. Manufacturing companies were allowed in retail. So now we'll appreciate that the CBI go into detail and then expose the government and then pin down the people who are involved, who have taken money, because there is a lot of humor or a lot of word spoken in the city that a lot of money exchange hand between the ruling party and the liquor mafias.
Right. Sir, there was a time here in the national capital when the Chief Minister would sit on a dharna not very far from where we are coming live. Outside the Rail Bhavan, we actually saw the Chief Minister sat on a dharna against his own government. Then it looked like both the Chief Minister and the Lieutenant Governor had turned a leaf. They were trying to cooperate. Do you get a sense now that we are going back to what we had seen in the early days of the Aam Aadmi Party government?
Well, it has nothing to do with the confrontation between the two. It's basically identifying and finding out the truth. What is the truth behind the tinkered, altered liquor policy or the excise policy which is giving favor to certain liquor mafias? It's regarding that. And also, your correspondent was right now telling that because of policy change, the consumption of liquor has gone up in city. We don't understand which government will like the liquor consumption to go up in city. That clearly shows that they were hand-in-hand with people who wanted more liquor sale in Delhi, and that's how, as I told you, there are pointed issues regarding tinkering of the liquor policy in city.
Right. Mr. Singh, I'll request you to just hold on. Let me also bring in Mr. Ravi Srivastava. He's a political analyst, but in the past has put out the stance of the Aam Aadmi Party for us to understand as well. Mr. Srivastava, RP Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party points out how there was a problem with the Aam Aadmi Party's excise policy. Not only when number of liquor shops being increased in Delhi, but the recommendation from the LG seems to suggest that there could have been some quid pro quo as well as far awarding of these contracts are concerned.
As far as LG's remarks or comments are concerned, so he is a government BJP's agent. So his remarks have got no. As far as the liquor vents in Delhi are concerned, Arvind Kejriwal has not raised any liquor vent over there. He has only done the moderation of the liquor shops, where the liquor was being the way you must have seen, to fall over each other at the closing time and otherwise, and the shop used to look like a jail where the barracks were made and some barricades were made over there. What Arvind Kejriwal has asked, it should be a proper seating place where people can taste the liquor, where people can come and buy the liquor, and the women can freely come over there without any security concerns, and they can also buy a liquor. He has not made any radical change in the liquor policy at all. I am in Karnataka and Bangalore. I have seen the shops are swanky shops are there for the liquor. And the thing does not come and see in Bangalore what shops are here. And what is wrong with that? There are beautiful shops where people can go sit over there, buy liquor at a recommended price at an MRP and buy the liquor comfortably. And everybody can go, men, women, both can easily go and take it. So he has not made any changes in
that
Delhi.
you are encouraging alcoholism, and not only that, not only is the objection moral, the objection is also legal, that all this is happening in return for quid pro quo. Some favor is being granted to the liquor manufacturers, the liquor shop owners, and they in turn are favoring the Aam Aadmi Party. That's the charge.
Mr. R.P. Singh has to prove it in the court of law. Or he should bring out an evidence that there is a quid pro quo with the Aam Aadmi Party government or Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and the liquor company. Nobody can improve the sale of the liquor. Those who want to buy it, those who want to taste it, those who want to consume it, will consume it. The sale will not stop by opening making the shop a good one or a clean one or a swanky one. The sale will not go up with that.
You want to respond to that? Don't play moral police.
Yeah, it's not the moral issue side. The issue is of technical issue. And as I said, it was clear in the liquor policy, the new liquor policy, no cartels were allowed, whereas cartels were allowed. It was clear in the new liquor policy that they will not allow manufacturers to get into retail, whereas manufacturers are allowed in retail. So these are the technical issues which need to be investigated. And let that investigation take its own time, and let things be revealed. And ultimately, we'll come to know that how.
I also want to bring in Alka Lamba of the Congress Party into the conversation. But before I come to you, Alka ji, I want a very quick word from you, RP Singh Saab. Aam Aadmi Party people, their members are alleging on social media about the timing of this recommendation. They're alleging that ever since Aam Aadmi Party is coming to power in neighbouring Punjab, the Bharatiya Janata Party cadre is rattled, and all these recommendations are a result of that. That's what the Aam Aadmi Party's cadre is saying on social media.
Well, I'll send you the letter which we have sent to the Chief Minister almost a year back and to the Excise Department a year back about how the complete excise policy has been tinkered and how the favors have been given to cartels and the manufacturers. So it has been pending almost a year, and then they have tried to push it to the carpet. They have not investigated the matter. Now the LG has recommended for the CBI inquiry, let doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani happen, and let people know. Sorry, sharab pani ka pani happen. I'm sorry, sharab ka sharab, pani ka pani happen. Let people know about it.
All right, Alka Lamba, first reaction. RP Singh says, दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी नहीं, शराब का शराब और पानी का पानी होने दीजिए, investigation होने दीजिए. Your reaction?
देखिए, एलजी साहब ने ये जो कार्रवाई की है, मैं निजी तौर से भी उसका स्वागत करती हूँ और एक अपील भी करूंगी। भाजपा इस तरह के आरोप लगाती है, फिर ब्लैकमेलिंग करती है और फिर उसके बाद क्लीन चिट सर्टिफिकेट दे देती है या ठंडे बस्ते में जानकारी जो है जांच चली जाती है। हम एलजी साहब को कहते हैं सराहनीय कदम है, जरूरत थी इसकी होने की, लेकिन फास्ट ट्रैक में इसकी जांच करिए, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी करिए, क्योंकि ये है कि दिल्ली के अंदर जिस तरीके से लाइसेंस दिए गए, उनसे आरोप लगे कि जिनको लाइसेंस मिले उन्होंने करोड़ों का चंदा पार्टी फंड में दिया है। और दिल्ली की लिकर पॉलिसी का जिस तरीके से पूरी दिल्ली को आपने देखा है कि किस तरह से हर गली हर मोहल्ले में शराब की दुकानें खुल गई। अभी आपने एक वारदात भी देखी कि महिलाएं जो थी स्थानीय विरोध कर रही थी, तो महिला मार्शल से उन्हें पिटवाया गया। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल के ऊपर बिल्कुल ये सवाल खड़ा होता है। हम इसका स्वागत करते हैं जो जांच है, लेकिन ये जांच 3 महीने के अंदर हम ये मांग करते हैं पूरी करके, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी करके सच्चाई लाई जाए। दोषियों को बिल्कुल इस सजा मिलनी चाहिए। सरकार में बैठे हुए वो लोग, सबसे पहले दिल्ली के जो हमारे मंत्री हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी, वो इस कटघरे में आते हैं। शायद इस बात का अंदेशा दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को भी है, इसलिए वो बार बार कहते हैं कि मेरे एक मंत्री, ईडी ने 1 महीने से अधिक समय हो गया सत्येंद्र जैन को बिठाया, और अगला नंबर वो खुद बार बार कहते हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी का है। यानी कि उन्हें मालूम है कि कहीं ना कहीं ये जो लिकर लाइसेंस में इन्होंने धांधलेबाजी की है, करोड़ों रुपए के लाइसेंस रेवड़ियों की तरह बांटे हैं और चुनावी चंदा अपनी पार्टी में लिया। ये आरोप इन पे हैं, इन आरोपों से इन्हें साफ निकलना होगा और ये एक उनके पास मौका है कि अब जो जांच बिठाई है उसमें वो राजनीति मत करें और सामने आए, सारे कागजात, सारे दस्तावेज, सारी जांच में सहयोग करें। और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि एलजी साहब और मुख्यमंत्री मिलकर इस जांच को, बिल्कुल इन आरोप को जो है तुरंत इस पे कार्रवाई करके दिल्ली और देश की जनता को बताएंगे कि सच्चाई क्या है।
Ravi Srivastava, that's a very strong charge from Alka Lamba that these excise licenses were given, the permission to open liquor shops was given only to people who then contributed to the Aam Aadmi Party's party fund. That's a very strong charge from the Congress Party's member there. Why should anybody object to it? If there's such strong allegations are being made, shouldn't Aam Aadmi Party national convener, shouldn't the party itself say, all right, investigate and we are confident we'll come out clean?
End up in the and always CBI or anybody, they don't follow this kind of follow up. We should remember that all these licenses were given that Sheila Dixit ji's regime just prior to 2015. It is nothing new. Arvind Kejriwal has not given to any new party as a license. And as far as the liquor cartel is concerned, the manufacturers are approved by the government only. Arvind Kejriwal does not approve any IMFL license. All licenses are given by the government. So if he has given it on the competitive basis by following a proper purchase procedure, I don't think anything wrong. Let there be CBI inquiry. Who stopped it? And he is doing a wonderful job as far as the liquor dispensation is concerned in Delhi, where there is a lot of black money and lot of violence on the shop happening every day. The shops were looking.
All right, Mr. Srivastava, appreciate you taking time out. Thank you also to Alka Lamba and RP Singh. It's ironic that a party which came to power on the line of corruption, became crusaders against corruption, are now being accused of corrupt practices as well. They of course are alleging that this is political witch hunt. We'll have to wait and see what the CBI probe says in this matter. For now, we are keeping our focus on the opposition's onslaught against the government. So it's another day, another protest. This is the last day of the first week of the monsoon session of Parliament. There's hardly any work that has happened. Opposition has continued to, up the heat, so to say, against the government, especially on the issue of price rise. And today was no different. Today also, opposition leaders, including Congress MPs, staged a protest on the issue of inflation. The protest location was once again the Gandhi Murti inside the Parliament premises. They have continued to demand a discussion on price rise, demand a rollback of the increased GST, trying to put the government on the mat. They've entered the well of the House on this matter. The government has said we are not shying away from discussion, but you can't hold us to ransom. Amit Pandey, my colleague, in fact, was inside the Parliament building when this protest was going on. He's now joining me on the broadcast. Amit, what was the mood like? Today is Friday, the last day of the week. Did you see any reduction in the numbers of MPs or any reduction in the volume of protests from the opposition?
As far as opposition is concerned, the number wasn't reduced at all, and including Congress, DMK, NCP, all the parties were present in the protest, and their main demand was to government should discuss the matter in Parliament, in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha on the issue of inflation and Agnipath, and they were demanding constantly, and this is the 5th day in continuation that all the opposition parties have come up in front of the Gandhi statue and they have protested, and that protest is being continued inside the House also, and the result is that till 12 o'clock the proceedings of the House are adjourned. So there's no side.
हर भारतवासी के लिए बड़े गौरव की बात थी कि भारत के एक मुख्यमंत्री को विदेश की सरकार बुला रही है न्योता देके और कह रही है कि आप सैकड़ों विदेशों से आए हुए नेताओं के सामने अपने दिल्ली मॉडल की बात करें, और नरेंद्र मोदी अरविंद केजरीवाल को रोक रहे हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी जी क्यों नहीं चाहते कि दिल्ली वालों का नाम हो? नरेंद्र मोदी जी क्यों नहीं चाहते कि भारत का नाम? आपने अक्सर देखा होगा नरेंद्र मोदी विदेश में जाते हैं तो उनकी जो इवेंट मैनेजमेंट टीम है जो वहां पे काम करती है वो पहले से लोगों को सिखा के रखती है कि आपको नारा लगाना है मोदी मोदी मोदी। ये नारा तो होना चाहिए था भारत भारत भारत। ये नारा तो भारत के बारे में होना चाहिए था, नाम तो भारत का ऊंचा होना चाहिए था। और मोदी जी अपना नाम ऊंचा कराना चाहते हैं कि मेरे नाम का डंका बजे, हिंदुस्तान का डंका ना बजे। और आज जब एक हिंदुस्तान के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री को विदेश की सरकार बुला रही है तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी को ईर्ष्या हो रही है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जलन हो रही है। एक छोटे से प्रदेश के एक मुख्यमंत्री से जलन हो रही है। वो नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो साल में मुझे लगता है दर्जन भी कहूं तो वो कम होगा, दर्जन से ज्यादा बार विदेशों में जाते हैं। शायद हर महीने वो कई विदेशों का चक्कर कोरोना से पहले लगाते थे। मुझे तो लगता है कि हर साल नया पासपोर्ट बनता होगा मोदी जी का, क्योंकि इतना वीजा लगवाते हैं, इतने विदेशों में जाते हैं। उन नरेंद्र मोदी जी को आज एक दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री से जलन और ईर्ष्या सिर्फ इसलिए हो रही है कि आज दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री को विदेश की सरकार न्योता देके बुला रही है और कह रही है कि आप हमारे यहाँ आइए और विदेशों से आए हुए सैकड़ों सैकड़ों नेताओं के आगे दिल्ली मॉडल के बारे में उनको बताइए। अब आप ये सोचिए कि मान लीजिए प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप का जमाना था और प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप के जमाने में मान लीजिए वॉशिंगटन के या टेक्सास के गवर्नर को हिंदुस्तान की सरकार बुलाए कि भाई टेक्सास में बड़ा अच्छा काम हुआ है या वॉशिंगटन में बड़ा अच्छा काम हुआ है, उनके गवर्नर को बुलाया जाए और वो हिंदुस्तान में सबको बताएं कि क्या काम हुआ, कैसे काम हुआ और कितना अच्छा काम हुआ। और पता चले कि वहां के राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप जो हैं वो उनको आने नहीं दे रहे, वो उनको रोक रहे हैं कि नहीं आप नहीं जा सकते, कोई और चला जाएगा मगर आप नहीं जाएंगे। तो ट्रंप साहब की कितनी बदनामी होती हिंदुस्तान में और पूरे विदेश में कि एक राष्ट्रपति, एक देश का नेता, एक छोटे से राज्य के नेता को रोक रहे हैं कि भाई तुम नहीं जाओगे, मैं जाऊंगा जहां जाऊंगा। इससे पूरे विदेशों में, पूरे विश्व में हिंदुस्तान की बदनामी हो रही है। पूरा विश्व हम पे हंस रहा है, हिंदुस्तान पे हंस रहा है कि एक प्रधानमंत्री एक मुख्यमंत्री को विदेश के निमंत्रण पर, और कोई सैर सपाटा नहीं करने जा रहे, कोई हॉलिडे नहीं करने जा रहे, कोई वेकेशन नहीं करने जा रहे। अरविंद केजरीवाल तो वैसे ही अगर आप रिकॉर्ड देखें तो शायद ही कभी विदेश यात्रा पे जाते हो। ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री हैं दूसरी तरफ नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो शायद ही कभी देश में टिकते हों, वो तो कोरोना के डर से अब मोदी जी को थोड़ा रुकना पड़ा है, वरना हमेशा मोदी जी विदेशों में रहते थे। तो ये बहुत हैरानी की बात है और पूरे विश्व में प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस कार्य की वजह से हिंदुस्तान का सर जो है वो झुक रहा है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपके पास कोई प्रश्न हो इस विषय में तो आप पूछ सकते हैं। अच्छा, इसके अलग विषय में पूछिए।
एक्साइज पॉलिसी को लेकर राज्यपाल ने रिकमेंड किया सीबीआई जांच को, और उसमें ये भी कहा है कि बहुत सारे नियम कानून का उल्लंघन हुआ। ये चीफ सेक्रेटरी की रिपोर्ट जो उन्हें मिली है उसके आधार पर
जी देखिए, जब 2016 के अंदर हमारी सरकार को 1 साल हुआ था, तब भी केंद्र सरकार बहुत घबराई थी और हर वो कोशिश की थी कि दिल्ली सरकार के कामों को रोका जाए। उस वक्त के एलजी साहब को प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय से निर्देश आया कि इनके काम रोको, और उस समय 400 से ज्यादा फाइलों को दिल्ली सरकार की इन्वेस्टिगेट किया गया। एक शुंगलू कमेटी बनाई गई, सारी फाइलों को खंगाला गया, कहा गया बहुत घोटाले निकलेंगे, बहुत लोग जेल जाएंगे। क्या हुआ? उसमें कुछ नहीं निकला। 400 फाइलों में कुछ नहीं निकला। और हम ये आशंका कई दिनों से जता रहे थे। पंजाब की जीत के बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी आम आदमी पार्टी से और खास तौर पे अरविंद केजरीवाल से काफी घबराए हुए हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल की बढ़ती हुई प्रसिद्धि दिल्ली में नहीं, पंजाब में नहीं, पूरे देश में बढ़ती हुई प्रसिद्धि, देश के अलग अलग राज्यों में जहां हम काम भी नहीं करते, वहां पर पंचायतों में, मेयर में, काउंसलर के इलेक्शनों के अंदर लोग हमें वोट देके हमारे कैंडिडेट्स को जिता रहे हैं। मध्य प्रदेश में हो रहा है, हरियाणा में हो रहा है, कर्नाटका में हो रहा है, महाराष्ट्र में हो रहा है। इसको देख के केंद्र सरकार घबराई हुई है और अरविंद केजरीवाल की बढ़ती हुई प्रसिद्धि से जलन हो रही है। और हमने पहले ही कहा था कि अब दोबारा से वही 2016 वाला स्थिति जो है वो दोबारा आएगी, जब दिल्ली सरकार के हर काम को रोकने की कोशिश की जाएगी। दिल्ली सरकार के हर मंत्री के ऊपर सीबीआई की, इनकम टैक्स की, ईडी की इन्वेस्टिगेशन खोली जाएंगी। कोशिश की जाएगी कि इनको किसी ना किसी तरीके से रोका जाए। ये बहुत ही दुख की बात है हमारे देश के लिए कि अगर आप देश के शिक्षा मंत्री का नाम पूछें तो शायद ही किसी को पता होगा। आप कहें कि उत्तर प्रदेश के शिक्षा मंत्री कौन है, किसी को नहीं पता होगा। आप पूछ लीजिए झारखंड के शिक्षा मंत्री कौन है, किसी को नहीं पता होगा। दिल्ली के शिक्षा मंत्री कौन है, बच्चे बच्चे को पता होगा। मनीष सिसोदिया जी दिल्ली के शिक्षा मंत्री हैं। वो मंत्री जो पूरे देश में शिक्षा की क्रांति लाए, जिनका डंका आज देश में नहीं विदेशों में बज रहा है, उस उप मुख्यमंत्री को फंसाने के लिए ये सीबीआई की इंक्वायरी केंद्र सरकार के इशारे पर हमारे एलजी साहब ने रिकमेंड की है। और बड़े शर्म की बात है कि हजारों करोड़ रुपए लूट के लोग विदेश चले गए। नीरव मोदी चले गए, ललित मोदी चले गए, विजय माल्या चले गए। केंद्र सरकार ने भगा दिया उन्हें कि जाओ, यहां पे तो कार्रवाई करनी पड़ेगी, निकल जाओ। केंद्र सरकार की नाक के नीचे से निकल गए और अभी तक आए नहीं। उनका ये कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ पाए। अपने देश के सर्वाधिक जाने जाने वाले और प्रसिद्ध उप मुख्यमंत्री, शिक्षा मंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया जी को फंसाने के लिए ये काम किया जा रहा है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कई बार ये बात पहले कह चुके हैं। इस बात की अफवाह काफी दिनों से चल रही है कि अब सत्येंद्र जैन के बाद
So the first reaction coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party, Saurabh Bhardwaj there addressing the press, saying that, earlier too on the Delhi government's excise policy, the central government had scrutinized more than 400 files and not found anything. And this time too, it looks like Aam Aadmi Party's stance is that there is no wrongdoing. Akash is the one who broke that story first with me on the broadcast. Akash, Aam Aadmi Party is being belligerent, saying that, this is pure politics. There is no merit in the charge that corruption was the central theme of the excise policy.
Right, and this is, I would not say that they are defending, but they are actually aggressive, and they are saying that initially, just few months back also, you tried to investigate 400 files but did not find anything, and now you are doing it again. So Saurabh Bhardwaj, who is the spokesperson of Aam Aadmi Party, is saying that this government is trying to stop Delhi government on the on several decisions and the policies that have been undertaken by this government. So this is the first reaction that we are getting from the Aam Aadmi Party, Arunima, and Aam Aadmi Party is somewhere saying that this government is trying to stop their government, implementing all these policies and work. Also, Saurabh Bhardwaj is also saying that central government is somewhere trying to create an environment where people will try to hate Aam Aadmi Party or the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister just because they have, done some very good work in Delhi, be it the education, be it other sectors. So they are continuously doing some very good work in the betterment, in the direction of the betterment of people. And that's the reason why central government is trying to, put barricades on that particular work. And this is the same exercise where now they are using central agencies as well. And this time, LG has recommended CBI probe into the excise policy that was implemented in November 2021, Arunima.
Akash, thank you for breaking that story for us. We are still awaiting a reaction from the Central Bureau of Investigation as well as from the Ministry of Home Affairs. We will keep you up to date on that story, but slipping into a very quick break. But stay right here. There's much more coming up on the other side.
The Lieutenant Governor of Delhi has now recommended CBI to probe into the Delhi excise policy of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The Lieutenant Governor Shri V.K. Saxena has now recommended for a CBI investigation into the contentious Delhi exercise policy of 2021 to 22 of the Arvind Kejriwal government. Now, this seems to be the latest flashpoint. Why is the new excise policy under the Delhi government now coming under this scanner?
LG has recommended a CBI probe into this particular policy. This is the violation of prima facie. This is the violation of Transaction of Business Rules 1993, Delhi Excise Act 2009. Now, even LG is believing after the report of Chief Secretary there is something that is not appropriate and that is not right, and that's the reason why CBI probe has been recommended by Lieutenant Governor.
In fact, a medical facility and also a shopping area, Kharkiv is one of the most densely populated cities in the war-torn country. 7 missiles struck critical infrastructure in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv. 2 of the missiles hit and destroyed a warehouse full of humanitarian aid. Fighting has intensified in southern Ukraine after the US recently bolstered the military capabilities of Ukraine. Russia has resumed gas flows to Europe after fears of a total shutdown. The Nord Stream 1 has resumed flow to Germany, a key pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The flows are running at reduced volume as compared to before. This is a welcome relief to European countries who are struggling to find alternative suppliers. Wildfires are raging in Spain because of the searing heat across Europe.
This video captures the magnitude of the wildfires that have been burning in Spain over the past few days. All along the highways in Zaragoza and Lugo provinces, wildfires have been burning. Firefighters are struggling to extinguish the blaze due to high temperatures and strong winds. More than 30 forest fires around Spain have forced the evacuation of thousands of people and blackened 220 square kilometers of forests. Helicopters dropped gallons of water in an effort to douse the flames.
So what exactly is behind these seething temperatures across Europe? Climate change happens to be the single biggest factor. In fact, this is the hottest since the 1880s. The last 8 years put together, the hottest in over a century. A low-pressure system over the European region. There is unusual warming across the Arctic Ocean as well, and that is a big factor. There's dry soil too, which can be blamed, which cannot absorb a lot of heat. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi has resigned after key coalition allies boycotted a confidence vote. This has paved the way for early elections and a renewed period of uncertainty for Italy. At a critical time, Draghi had an uneasy coalition of right, left and populist leanings. US President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. According to the White House, the 79-year-old leader is experiencing mild symptoms and will carry out his full duties while isolating himself. Biden is fully vaccinated. He's also taken 2 booster shots. An explosion shocked visitors at the Hoover Dam, one of the largest hydroelectric facilities in the US. A video showing a thick cloud of black smoke and flames was posted online by one of the tourists who was present at the site when the explosion happened. A team rushed to the site and discovered that the fire was reported in one of the transformers installed at the dam. Bengaluru's Traffic Police Commissioner shared a chilling video to drive home an important message.
It starts with a two-wheeler skidding at a turn and the rider being flung off and falling under a bus coming from the opposite direction. The wheel of the bus hits the biker's head, which thankfully is covered with a helmet. As the bus comes to a stop, the biker's helmet is seen stuck under the wheel. The bus then reverses, which helps release the biker's helmet, and then people gather to help him. Moral of the story is that helmets save lives.
The TMC has decided to abstain from voting in the upcoming vice presidential elections. The NDA's candidate is former Bengal governor and Mamata Banerjee's arch-rival Jagdeep Dhankar. But the TMC will not vote for the opposition candidate Margaret Alva either, because the party says they were never consulted on her candidature. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has declared that he will go ahead.
Welcome back. We're coming to you live from outside the Parliament House, where on the last day of the first week of monsoon session, opposition has once again ensured adjournments in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Opposition is continuing to push its own agenda, but is all well in the opposition camp. It looks like the Trinamool Congress is breaking ranks as far as opposition unity is concerned. First, there was that setback as far as the presidential polls were concerned. Now it seems TMC could abstain as far as the voting for vice presidential elections are concerned too. This is just after Margaret Alva's name was picked up by the opposition. TMC has decided to abstain from voting for VP polls, which is scheduled for 6th of August. To justify its move, TMC says that the decision to choose Alva was taken in a haste. TMC was not kept in loop. Although TMC claims this won't hurt opposition unity, but Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress party, also a member of parliament from Bengal, has alleged that there is some deal between TMC and BJP. He's labelled TMC as BJP's dalal and said its move is meant to ultimately help the NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankar.
I have the right and I have the prerogative to differ. If I have left this decision to the prerogative of my members of parliament, 85% of the members of parliament present in the meeting has said we object the way opposition candidate was decided without consulting with Trinamool Congress, without deliberating with other significant parties who hold a considerable amount of MPs in both the houses. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि भाई हम दूसरों को ये नहीं कह रहे कि आप जाके वोट मत करो, जिसको जो करना है करेगा। कि आपको अगर लगता है कि जगदीप धनखड़ को वोट नहीं दोगे तो उनको सुविधा हो जाएगा। आप मैथमेटिक्स मुझे लाके दिखा दो कैसे सुविधा हो जाएगा।
সেই মমতা ব্যানার্জি আবার কালিম্পংয়ের পাশেই দার্জিলিং পাহাড়ে ধনকরের সঙ্গে সাক্ষাৎ করলেন। বড় অদ্ভুত ব্যাপারটা দেখুন, সংযোগ দেখুন। আসাম থেকে বন্যা ছেড়ে চলে আসছে হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মা। বন্যায় মানুষ মারা যাচ্ছে, লক্ষ লক্ষ মানুষ খেতে পাচ্ছে না, সেই জায়গা থেকে চলে আসছে ধনকরের সঙ্গে দেখা করতে দার্জিলিংয়ে। দিদি কলকাতা থেকে উড়ে গিয়ে চলে যাচ্ছেন দার্জিলিংয়ে জিটিএর সঙ্গে আলোচনা করতে। তাহলে মাঝখানে ধনকর, একদিকে হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মা এনআরসির যে নায়ক, আরেকদিকে দিদি এনআরসি তথাকথিত বিরোধী মুখ, মাঝে ধনকর।
Looks like there is a damage control attempt that is being made by the opposition after TMC made its anger clear. Mallikarjun Kharge, Member of Parliament of the Congress Party, has said that he is going to speak to Mamata Banerjee. He's also said that there could be some misunderstanding with the TMC which has led to this kind of reaction. Listen into what Kharge had to say.
TMC से बातचीत तो पवार जी ने खुद कहा कि मैं बात करता हूँ उनसे और उनके जो फ्लोर लीडर्स हैं उनसे भी बातचीत जयराम रमेश से एक बार नहीं, दो बार नहीं, अनेक बार हुई। तो अब सडनली ये चेंज होना मुझे कुछ इसका अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा क्यों ये हो रहा है। देखेंगे इसके पीछे क्या कारण है वो खोज के निकालेंगे।
Mara Shakil is with me on the broadcast. So Mara, first the setback for the presidential polls. Now looks like the VP elections are also not going in the opposition's favor. They often say that nothing tastes as sweet as success and nothing tastes as bitter as defeat. This is yet another example of that.
Yes, that's right, Arunima, and the chinks in opposition's armor being exposed yet again. And what a day it was when we saw over 126 MLAs cross-voting and 17 MPs cross-voting for India's first president yesterday. That was the day when Martyrs' Day was happening in Bengal, and Mamata Banerjee thereafter making that announcement that only because the opposition did not really take her on board before making that announcement of Margaret Alba, she has decided to not vote for her. But I think it's abstaining for a governor against whom she has been pretty vociferous in her comments. There has been almost completely gloves are off kind of a battle that played out between the two, the governor and the chief minister. The chief minister going to the extent of demanding the governor's recall. If she has decided to abstain, I think it's the abstention which is speaking louder than not voting in favor of Margaret Alba. So Mamata Banerjee had overlooked the fact that she may not have been consulted, because in case of Yashwant Sinha, Arunima, let's not forget that Yashwant Sinha was a name proposed by the TMC and other political parties agreed. So if she was talking about the larger opposition unity, could she have really a message that is coming in of some kind of understanding that may have reached? The government has the numbers. It will be smooth sailing for Jagdeep Dhankar in the vice presidential polls. But I think at the same time, Mamata Banerjee is sending a message that in the opposition, she is the one going to lead the opposition. It will not be the Congress, and Congress cannot take her for granted in terms of just understanding if they go ahead with the name, and Mamata Banerjee and her party will back it.
Right, Maria, do hold on. Like you were pointing out, the presidential elections have turned out not just to be a show of strength for the government, but the way cross-votings have happened, it has completely exposed the chinks in the armor of the opposition and its claims for unity. Heavy cross-voting has been reported during the presidential polls. 17 opposition members of parliament, 17 MPs and 126 non-NDA MLAs have voted for Droupadi Murmu. Assam reported the highest cross-voting with 22 MLAs, followed by Madhya Pradesh with 19 cross-voters. What's more interesting is that 5 MLAs cross-voted in Congress-ruled Rajasthan that's slotted for elections next year. So, Maria, Bharatiya Janata Party was very confident. They were expecting about 60% of the total votes in favor of Droupadi Murmu, but this has crossed even their levels of expectation.
Yes, so Droupadi Murmu has polled over 62%, although her predecessor Nath had scored somewhere around 65%. But as far as the cross-voting is concerned, I think that appeal that came from Yashwant Sinha and also from the BJP of voting, for the conscience, listening to the voice of conscience may have played this time around. Because, Arunima, particularly in states such as Chhattisgarh, which is ruled by the Congress party, or the state which is Jharkhand, which is an alliance government of JMM and the Congress, it would have been difficult for these MLAs to go back to their constituencies and really explain to their constituents, the people of those districts, as to why they did not really stand for the first tribal president. So I think this cross-voting has happened largely in those pockets where
which are reserved scheduled tribes seats. These MLAs finding it difficult to really explain their own position, and because the whip doesn't really apply, they had the option of cross-voting, and hence they went ahead with it. For example, even Gujarat, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, these are states which have a high percentage of a tribal population, and hence we are seeing that switch.
Meira Shakil, thank you so much for explaining that to us. What's interesting to watch out now for is whether the various party high commands from where cross-voters have come out, will they take a lenient view to this cross-voting because of the background of the president-elect tribal woman, or will this lead to further crisis in the ranks of opposition parties like the Congress? We'll keep an eye on that story, but for now, slipping into a very quick break. Stay right here. There's much more on the other side.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 13-week leadership.
Hello and welcome to Bits to Billions. We're in conversation with the founders of Mama Earth, Varun and Ghazal Alag. Both of you have to take a crash course in chemistry.
I don't think entrepreneurs have options, right? I mean, every new product, every new batch of production is tested by Ghazal herself, right? And it does not go out till the Ghazal test is passed. While we have all the other...
Ghazal test applies what? Shampoo,
Everything. Everything. Each and every product that Mama Earth gets into the market has been tested by me personally for 35 to 40 days of regular usage. And whatever comes out in baby category has been used by my babies for the same period of time.
Literally skin in the game.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally skin and hair in the game.
One of its destroyers sailed through the Taiwan Straits. The USS Benfold conducted what is being termed as a routine transit. The destroyer is part of the US Navy's 7th Fleet. The powerful fleet includes 70 warships and submarines. Chinese forces tracked and monitored the vessel. China, in fact, slams the frequent provocations by the US across the Taiwan Straits. The Jammu-Srinagar highway continues to be blocked because of shooting stones.
Incessant rains triggered the shooting stones and blocked the 270-kilometer-long national highway. Nearly 1,000 vehicles, including a convoy carrying Amarnath Yatris, are stranded at different points of the highway. Officials from the National Highways Authority of India have been trying to clear the affected stretch. But shooting stones and small landslides are making things difficult. The Jammu-Srinagar National Highway is the only all-weather road linking Kashmir with the rest of India.
A seer in Rajasthan's Bharatpur set himself on fire to protest illegal mining. The police team doused the fire with a blanket, but the seer has 80% burn injuries. The BJP held the Ashok Gehlot government responsible for the suicide rate. The Maharashtra government has lifted the stay order on the construction of the Mumbai Metro Line 3 car shed at RA Colony. This will effectively pave the way to resume building the controversial shed in the area. The stay order was issued by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray soon as he assumed office in 2019. A shocking video has surfaced from Jodhpur of a school bus falling into a sinkhole.
The bus carrying children was on its way to the school when it encountered the sinkhole. The rear tires of the bus were submerged in the sinkhole even as the front portion of the vehicle was raised in the air. Inside the bus were two terrified children, the driver and the conductor.
बस आ रही थी, उसमें दो बच्चे और एक जलन वाले ड्राइवर बैठे थे और पीछे से खड्डा एकदम ही खड्डे के अंदर गाड़ी आके गिर गई नीचे.
The children were evacuated safely, but the driver and conductor suffered injuries. Eventually, the bus was extracted from the sinkhole with the help of a crane.
Meanwhile, it was a narrow escape for 21 children after their school bus caught fire in northwest Delhi. Fire tenders were rushed to the spot to douse the blaze. All the kids and the bus driver escaped unhurt. The cause of the fire has not been determined yet. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the president of Sri Lanka after winning the elections yesterday, but the protests against him continue because he is seen as an ally of the Rajapakshas. Wickremesinghe is assured that he will work with all parties to bail Sri Lanka out of this unprecedented economic crisis. Russian forces bombarded the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, killing at least 2 people and wounding more than 20. Russia is shelling a struck mosque, in fact, a medical facility and also a shopping area. Kharkiv is one of the most densely populated cities in the war-torn country. 7 missiles struck critical infrastructure in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv. 2 of the missiles hit and destroyed a warehouse full of humanitarian aid. Fighting has intensified in southern Ukraine after the US recently bolstered the military capabilities of Ukraine. Russia has resumed gas flows to Europe after fears of a total shutdown. The Nord Stream 1 has resumed flow to Germany, a key pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The flows are running at reduced volume as compared to before. This is a welcome relief to European countries.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. With that, let's now bring you the top stories from India and abroad. The opposition continues to protest in front of the Gandhi statue outside the parliament against inflation, increase in GST rates of essential commodities and unemployment. This is the 5th consecutive day of the protests by the opposition. Delhi's Lieutenant Governor has recommended the CBI investigation into Delhi's excise policy of the Arvind Kejriwal government. Violations of various rules and deliberate and gross procedural lapses have been claimed to provide post-tender undue benefits to liquor licenses for the year 2021 to 22 are now alleged in this case. Taking the other opposition parties by surprise, the Trinamool Congress has declared that it will abstain from voting in the vice presidential election. After an hour-long meeting at party chief Mamata Banerjee's residence, the party said it could not go with NDA's Jagdeep Dhankar but could not support the opposition's Margaret Alva either, as it had not been consulted on her candidature.
ये टीएमसी से बातचीत तो पवार जी ने खुद कहा कि मैं बात करता हूं उनसे, और उनके जो फ्लोर लीडर्स हैं उनसे भी बातचीत जयराम रमेश से एक बार नहीं, 2 बार नहीं, अनेक बार हुई। इसके पीछे क्या कारण है वो खोज के निकालेंगे।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to hold a farewell dinner for the outgoing President Nath Kovind this evening. All the chief ministers of BJP-ruled states will be attending the dinner. President Nath Kovind will step down from office on 24th July after completing a successful tenure in India's top constitutional post. And following a spate of complaints, the Aviation Ministry has now asked airlines to stop charging extra to check in at the airport counters. Mandatory web check-in was one of the key conditions under which regular domestic flights were allowed to resume after a 2-month suspension from 25th of May 2020. India's new airline, the Akash Air, has now announced its flight plan. The ticket sales will begin from 22nd of July. The airline will launch its operations by offering 28 weekly flights between Mumbai and Ahmedabad starting 7th August this year. It has also announced a debut service connecting 4 cities in phase 1. The Competition Commission of India has told the Delhi High Court that it was not able to move ahead in its investigation into WhatsApp's privacy policy of 2021. The committee pointed out at the court's order that granted time to Facebook and WhatsApp for filing replies in connection with the probe. Rajasthan's police has uncovered that the Pakistani national who crossed over to India via international border to allegedly kill the suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma is influenced by Pakistan-based organisation Tehreek-e-Labbaik. It is also discovered that he has destroyed the statue of Maharaja Ranjit Singh at the Lahore fort and was taken into custody by the Pakistan police. Due to inclement weather conditions, 23rd batch of the Amarnath Yatra, which was scheduled to leave today morning, has been cancelled. According to officials, the Yatra is halted due to a blockade of Jammu-Srinagar highway. Over 2.29 lakh of devotees have taken up this pilgrimage so far. Due to the sudden heavy flow of water, 7 pilgrims of Kanwad Yatra who were drowning in river Ganga in Haridwar have been rescued by the administration and army in a joint operation. So far, 16 people have been rescued.
अब तक 1.5 दर्जन शिव भक्त कांवड़ियों को हमारी ये आर्मी तैराक दल बचा चुकी है। और अपील भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं घाटों पर कि आप गंगा के तेज प्रवाह में मत जाइए, गंगा की गहराई में मत जाइए। जो शिव भक्त हैं वो गहराई में चले जाते हैं और उनको फिर जब डूबने की दिक्कत आती है, जब डूबने लगते हैं, तो तब वो बचाने के लिए हमारे सैनिक बराबर लगातार लग रहे हैं।
Hundreds of Sri Lankan soldiers and police raided the main anti-government protest camp in the capital earlier on Friday and began tearing down tents of unarmed activists. President Ranil Wickremesinghe has deployed the army, navy and air force to maintain law and order across the island nation. He has also asked the protesters to leave Prime Minister, President's office and the bungalow.
श्रीलंका की आर्मी जो है जब यहाँ पर ग्राउंड पर मौजूद है तो आखिर अब प्रदर्शनकारियों का अगला जो है निर्णय क्या होगा, उनकी तरफ से अगला स्टेप क्या लिया जाएगा, इसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा। लेकिन देखिए श्रीलंका की जिस तरीके की अर्थव्यवस्था है, जिस तरीके से प्रदर्शनकारी पिछले 100 दिनों से लगातार सड़कों पर डटे हुए थे, वो हटने का नाम नहीं ले रहे थे। उनकी तरफ से साफ तौर पर कहा गया कि पहले गोटबाया राजपक्षे जो है वो हटे, इस्तीफा दे। वो इस्तीफा उन्होंने दिया भी, वो देश छोड़कर भाग गए। उसके बाद रानिल विक्रमसिंघे जो है वो राष्ट्रपति के पद पर जो है अब उनकी नियुक्ति हो चुकी।
After the Sri Lankan forces forcefully removed the anti-government protesters in Colombo, opposition leader Sajith Premadasa has hit out at the newly elected President Ranil Wickremesinghe, saying, and I quote, a cowardly assault against peaceful protesters who agreed to vacate the sites today, a useless display of ego and brute force, putting innocent lives at risk and endangering Sri Lanka's international image at a crucial juncture. After the early morning crackdown of protesters in Colombo, the United States Ambassador Julie Chung has tweeted saying, deeply concerned about actions taken against protesters at Golface in the middle of the night. She has also urged restraints by authorities and immediate access to medical attention for those injured. Dinesh Gunawardene took oath as the new Prime Minister of Sri Lanka today, a stalwart of Sri Lankan politics. Gunawardene earlier served as a Foreign Minister and Education Minister. He was appointed as the Home Minister in April by then President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. January 6 Select Committee in its final public hearing has observed that Donald Trump did nothing to stop the Capitol Hill riots. The committee has also accused Donald Trump of being at the center of a multi-pronged conspiracy to overturn his loss to Biden in the 2020 contest. The United States has reported its first case of polio in nearly a decade. The first polio case in nearly a decade has been confirmed in the city of New York. According to the U.S. Health Department, the case of the highly contagious virus may have originated outside the United States. The person is no longer deemed contagious, but investigators are trying to figure out how the infection occurred and whether others have been exposed as well. 70% Americans are infected with COVID-19 and the total number of cases has surpassed 90 million now. The US remains the nation which is worst hit by the pandemic with the world's most number of cases and deaths. The White House has urged citizens to get vaccinated. United States President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19 on Thursday. Joe Biden is fully vaccinated and twice boosted. The White House press secretary has said that Biden will continue to discharge his duties fully. Italian President Sergio Mattarella has dissolved the parliament and has called for a snap election. This has come after Prime Minister Mario Draghi quit the government following the collapse of his national unity government. The president has said that the election must be held within 70 days, leaving the government to fix the precise date, which is likely to be in late September. To spread awareness on the Chess Olympiad that is scheduled to be held from 28th July till 10th of August, a program was conducted in Dindigul for school students. The students played chess in a swimming pool during this program. The 44th Chess Olympiad will be conducted in Chennai, where 188 countries are expected to participate. Senior India opener K. Rahul has tested positive for COVID-19. The BCCI President Sourav Ganguly informed about Rahul after the board's Apex Council meeting in Mumbai on Thursday. He was named in the T20 international squad for the West Indies tour and is supposed to take a fitness test in a couple of days. With his COVID test returning positive, it remains to be seen whether he will travel to the West Indies or not. Olympic gold medalist Meira Chopra has qualified for the men's javelin throw final at the World Athletics Championships being held in Oregon. Chopra sealed his spot in the final with his first throw in the qualification round. Chopra was in Group A of the qualification round and the first to throw, and the 24-year-old wrapped it up early for himself. He will now compete in the final, which is set to be held on Sunday early morning. And actor Ranveer Singh has gone all bold now with a naked photo shoot for a magazine. In pictures, the Padmavat actor can be seen posing naked on a Turkish rug. The actor will next feature in Rohit Shetty's Circus and Karan Johar's Rocky or Rani Ki Prem Kahani. Anupam Kher's first look as Jai Prakash Narayan in the upcoming film Emergency has opened a fest in the internet. Sharing the poster, Anupam penned a note saying, and I quote, "Happy and proud to essay the role of the man who questioned fearlessly, a rebel in the truest sense of the word, Jai Prakash Narayan in Kangana Ranaut's Tara and directorial Next Emergency." The Lieutenant Governor of Delhi has now recommended CBI to probe into the Delhi excise policy of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The Lieutenant Governor Shri V.K. Saxena has now recommended for a CBI investigation into the contentious Delhi excise policy of 2021 to 22 of the Arvind Kejriwal government. Now, this seems to be the latest flashpoint. Why is the new excise policy under the Delhi government now coming under the scanner?
LG has recommended a CBI probe into this particular policy. This is the violation of prima facie. This is the violation of Transaction of Business Rules 1993, Delhi Excise Act 2009. Now, even LG is believing after the report of Chief Secretary there is something that is not appropriate and that is not right, and that's the reason why CBI probe has been recommended by Lieutenant Governor.
A very warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Let's dive into the newscast with the big story broken first on CNN News 18. There's fresh trouble for the AAP-led Delhi government as the Lieutenant Governor has now ordered a CBI probe into the excise policy of 2021 to 22 of the Delhi government after a report by the Delhi Chief Secretary. The report states that even as migrants were leaving the city during the pandemic, the excise department under direct orders of the Delhi government led by Arvind Kejriwal allowed a waiver of 144.36 crore rupees to the liquor cartel. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party has hit out at the central government, stating that the LG has directed the CBI investigation on the direction of the central government to drag Manish Sisodia in this false case. Let's listen in to what Saurabh Bharadwaj of the Aam Aadmi Party had to say.
जब 2016 के अंदर हमारी सरकार को 1 साल हुआ था, तब भी केंद्र सरकार बहुत घबराई थी और हर वो कोशिश की थी कि दिल्ली सरकार के कामों को रोका जाए। और उस समय 400 से ज्यादा फाइलों को दिल्ली सरकार की इन्वेस्टिगेट किया गया, उसमें कुछ नहीं निकला। 400 फाइलों में कुछ नहीं निकला। वो मंत्री जो पूरे देश में शिक्षा की क्रांति लाए, जिनका डंका आज देश में नहीं विदेशों में बज रहा है, उस उप मुख्यमंत्री को फंसाने के लिए ये सीबीआई की इंक्वायरी केंद्र सरकार के इशारे पर हमारे एलजी साहब ने रिकमेंड की है।
केजरीवाल की सरकार कट्टर बेईमान सरकार है। यह शिकायत मैंने सीबीआई को, लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब को एक्साइज पॉलिसी के ऊपर दी थी। आज गवर्नर साहब ने जो इसके ऊपर सीबीआई इंक्वायरी इनिशिएट की है, मैं उसके लिए बधाई देता हूं उनको भी और दिल्ली और देश के लोगों को, क्योंकि अब दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी होगा। ये एक्साइज पॉलिसी टेलर मेड थी, कुछ लोगों को बेनिफिट देने के लिए थे। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अपने चहेतों को काम दिया। देश में पहली सरकार है जिसने होलसेलर के लिए 12% प्रॉफिट तय किया, और यही नहीं, इस पॉलिसी की अमेंडमेंट की गई।
long back, Delhi BJP has filed a complaint to Excise Department, and which was pushed under the carpet. The basic norm for any excise policy that there will be no cartel which will allow. There are cartels which are allowed. No manufacturing company will be allowed in retail. Manufacturing companies were allowed in retail. So now we'll appreciate that the CBI go into detail and then expose the government and then pin down the people who are involved, who have taken money, because there is a lot of humor or a lot of word spoken that a lot of money exchange hand between the ruling party and the liquor mafias. What is the truth behind the tinkered, altered liquor policy or the excise policy which is giving favor to certain liquor mafias? Because of policy change, the consumption of liquor has gone up in city. We don't understand which government will like the liquor consumption to go up in city.
कि एलजी साहब ने ये जो कार्रवाई की है, मैं निजी तौर से भी उसका स्वागत करती हूँ और एक अपील भी करूंगी। भाजपा इस तरह के आरोप लगाती है, फिर ब्लैकमेलिंग करती है और फिर उसके बाद क्लीन चिट सर्टिफिकेट दे देती है या ठंडे बस्ते में जानकारी जो है जांच चली जाती है। हम एलजी साहब को कहते हैं सराहनीय कदम है, जरूरत थी इसकी होने की, लेकिन फास्ट ट्रैक में इसकी जांच करिए, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी करिए, क्योंकि ये है कि दिल्ली के अंदर जिस तरीके से लाइसेंस दिए गए, उनसे आरोप लगे कि जिनको लाइसेंस मिले उन्होंने करोड़ों का चंदा पार्टी फंड में दिया है। और दिल्ली की लिकर पॉलिसी का जिस तरीके से पूरी दिल्ली को आपने देखा है कि किस तरह से हर गली हर मोहल्ले में शराब की दुकानें खुल गई। अभी आपने एक वारदात भी देखी कि महिलाएं जो थी स्थानीय विरोध कर रही थी, तो महिला मार्शल से उन्हें पिटवाया गया।
All right, let's also get in some more information. Remember, this is a story, a developing story that CNN News 18 has broken first, and we are closely tracking all the developments. We've also heard a reaction come in from the Aam Aadmi Party. For now, let's also get in our reporters, Akash Sharma and Nikhil Lakhwani, who are both live with us on the broadcast as well. Akash, if I may come to you first. Now, the LG's probe involving the CBI is something that has been a result of the report that was filed by the Delhi Chief Secretary, which alleges prima facie violations. Could you take us through what are these prime violations that they are talking about? Give us the details.
So, Kangsha, let me tell you that this particular probe has been recommended by LG, and there are several violations that the recommendations are talking about. The first one is that the calculation method that was opted in this particular policy is actually a direct violation to the norms and laid rules. But other than that, there are also allegations that Manish Sisodia, who is the Minister Excise, basically gave benefit to those who were near and dear and violated several norms, gave relaxation to several people, and that's the reason why it is now under radar. At this point in time, we are also receiving some political reactions where BJP and all other parties are saying that they were initially opposing this particular policy because they knew that there are several kind of violations that are happening. But at this point in time, this is very much important because LG has recommended, and we are also expecting that in some time from now we will be hearing from the central agency as to whether they'll be continuing this probe or not. They'll be accepting the recommendation of the LG or not. But this is the major development where we are getting that on the basis of several violations that LG is believing happened, or something that happened was not as per the laid norms. That's the reason why he has recommended this particular probe. And also, other than that, let me tell you that it is mentioned that some kind of financial quid pro quo happened in this particular case where Minister Manish Sisodia was involved. He gave some sort of relaxation, financial relaxation to all those licensed bidders, and that's the reason why his activities are under question. Also, we heard Saurabh Bhardwaj saying that this is by the central government, because on the direction of central government only LG has recommended this particular probe. But he's also saying that in the past as well you have investigated several files and you did not find anything, and now also we are not fearing we are not going away from this particular probe, and we are welcoming it. Somewhere he was not defensive, but he was aggressive on this particular thing. But this is a major development that LG has recommended a probe into it.
You're absolutely right in saying that he was not on the defense, rather on the offense. Having said that, let me go across to Nikhil Lakhwani to get in a sense of what the political reactions have been like. Nikhil, you also heard Akash mention that this is also turning into a political slugfest. We've just heard what Saurabh Bharadwaj had to say. The BJP is also now taking after this. I'd like you to now expand on how this battle, or rather tussle, between the Lieutenant Governor and the Delhi government is moving beyond over to the centre as well.
Well, clearly it is going to move further, and in a short while from now, both the Aam Aadmi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party, they are going to hold a presser where they are going to defend themselves in the, in and against the new excise policy which has been found by the Delhi government. Also, in a new flashpoint, Delhi government has already said that on behalf of the central government, the LG has taken the inquiry. He has recommended the inquiry to the Central Bureau of Investigation. And Saurabh Bharadwaj, while hitting at the center, and LG has clearly said that just because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is jealous of the popularity in the country and the invitation which Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has got from the country of Singapore, this is the reason why the inquiry has been recommended by the LG office. So the same is being alleged by the leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. And if you remember, Akansha, a few months back, they also held a press conference saying that it is not just about Satinder Jain, Health Minister. They already said that there is some possibility that the next target of the LG government, of the central government, is going to be Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. And now things are moving in that particular direction, because clearly in the note which has been issued by the Chief Secretary of the LGA office, it has clearly been mentioned that the minister in charge of the excise policy, Manish Sisodia, is somewhere going to be framed because he is the one who provided the undue financial advantages to the liquor barons who are operational in the National Capital Regions. And as mentioned by Akash Sharma as well, that there are many of the violations which took place, and also not to forget that out of all the violations, there were other violations reciting that the violation of GNCTD Act 1991, Delhi Liquor Policy Act 2009, Delhi Liquor Policy Act 2011, and the businesses trade practices as well, they were all violated by the Delhi government. This is the reason why the probe has been ordered. Akansha.
All right, thank you so much for bringing in all those details, Akash Sharma and Nikhil Lakhwani, bringing us that exclusive story. Let's also try and contextualize what these developments mean. For that, I'm joined in by our guests, Mr. Desh Ratan Nigam, who's a political analyst, and Mr. Ravi Srivastav, who's also a political analyst. Many thanks to you, Mr. Srivastav and Mr. Nigam, for joining us on this newscast. Mr. Srivastav, if I could come to you first. Considering that a probe is now being demanded by the Lieutenant Governor, we cannot deny the fact that this is based on a report which was filed by the Delhi Chief Secretary, which has alleged some serious allegations with prima facie violations of the Delhi Excise Act of 2009, the transaction of business rules of 1993 as well. How do you react to this report first, is what I'd like to know from you, Mr. Srivastav.
Akansha, first of all, what has been the new acts were made in 2009 and 2011. Aam Aadmi Party was not in existence that time, and they were not there. So whatever acts have been framed, if any violation has taken place, Aam Aadmi Party, I think, is never afraid of or scared of any kind of a probe or investigation by a central agency. But this is an established fact that the center uses the central agencies for fixing the opposition leaders. A lot of protests are going on, and the Congress is protesting, the other parties are protesting, everybody is doing, because the agency uses it. Now, government is offended because Arvind Kejriwal was invited by the Singapore government for the presentation on the Delhi model of the governance. So, and he has been denied by the LG. Another thing, now let us come to the subject of this excise policy. It has been 849 people in the 32 zones were awarded these liquor vents. If you recall, in Delhi, the liquor vents were a sham actually. If you see that the municipalities were earlier running those liquor vents, and those were like the caged ones having the barricade over there. People used to fall one over each other, and there was a lot of black money generated through that. which was enjoyed by my friends of the BJP
But
and
Mr.
the
Srivastava,
Congress.
do you not agree
Yeah.
the kind of losses this has cost the exchequer and also the owner of those stores who failed to open the stores? Many of them were actually sealed by the municipal corporations. This actually cost those owners as well as the state exchequer as well. That's an open secret.
Let me clarify you. The whole system was the liquor dispensation or the distribution was faulty. It was creating the violence at the liquor vents. It was creating the black money for those people, and that black money was channeled to the politicians. What government has done, they have done a full-fledged modification of the liquor vents. The shops are swanky, they are good. People can go sit there, taste it. Women can go very freely in these liquor shops.
You know,
they can buy
as residents
now
of
it
Delhi,
is
I can
30
tell
minutes.
you that none of those swanky stores are operating right now because there's a serious, as far as these liquor stores are concerned, we all know that there's a dearth of liquor store as far as the national capital is concerned. Having said that, Mr. Deshratan Nigam, if I could bring you in on this, do you think it is a convenient ploy by the Aam Aadmi Party to just brush aside that report that has been filed by the Delhi Chief Secretary and just call this as intentional as far as the probe being called by the Lieutenant Governor is concerned?
Akanksha, in fact, if you look at the entire facts and circumstances, this recommendation has been made by the Chief Secretary of Delhi government, Arvind Kejriwal's government, which clearly means there must have been very serious violations, not minor ones. And there are violations of 4 laws, which includes the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Act 1991, Delhi Excise Act 2009, Delhi Excise Rules 2010, and Transactions of Business Rules 1993. And these vents, liquor vents, were, as rightly pointed out in the report, have been done with financial quid pro quo.
Right.
Which means bribe. In plain and simple words, bribe. Bribe was given, and both bribe giving and bribe taking is an offense under the law now. After the BJP government came, this amendment was made in the law. Now, if you look at the kind of objections being raised by the Aam Aadmi Party that he was invited by the Singapore model, so to show Delhi model in Singapore, please remember that he is a chief minister and he is going to a much lower conference, which is of mayors. That is a protocol violation, one. Secondly, a diplomatic mission cannot give direct invitation to any government in India. It has to come through central government from another government. And there is a previous example of Tarun Gogoi, where the Congress government stopped his own chief minister from going to Israel because diplomatic mission had invited directly to the Assam chief minister, the then Assam chief minister, and also he was going to a conference which was lower in the status as a chief minister. So the precedence is also already there. So he's creating all kinds of, halla bulla for nothing. India and the diplomacy is run by certain set rules of governance, and there are laid down protocols also. The Aam Aadmi Party does not understand. They believe in anarchy, so they don't want to follow rules.
Mr. Srivastava, would you like to react to that? I'd like to first ask you about the allegations regarding the financial quid pro quo, which involves Manish Sisodia specifically. I'm going to ask you about that. A. B. Also, do you think that the LG now calling for a CBI probe in... All right, we lost Mr. Srivastava right now, but Mr. Nigam, if I could bring you in on this, the Aam Aadmi Party has very vociferously and rather vehemently stated that the probe demanded by the LG as far as the CBI probe is concerned is only an extension of the tussle that's been taking place between the Lieutenant Governor and the AAP government, specifically Arvind Kejriwal. How do you react to those rebuttals?
This is not, CBI inquiry has not been recommended on the basis of independent action of the LG. Right. It is on the recommendation of the Chief Secretary of Delhi government, who knows inside and out of the working of the Delhi government. So, and the LG's hands are tied. He cannot brush aside the Chief Secretary's report. He has to order investigation. And the best is the CBI, an independent organization who does it. So that at least there is some confidence in the investigation. Suppose it was given to Delhi police, then they would have cried foul unnecessarily. So the fact remains there is something real black
Also, you know, what's interesting is that this model, as far as the revamping of the excise policy is concerned, is something that is also being followed in Punjab, because there have been petitions filed in the High Court with regards to the revamping of the excise policy in Punjab as well. So a lot of answering to be done by the Aam Aadmi Party as far as these excise policies are concerned.
Yes, absolutely. You know, revamping does not mean you start opening in non-conforming areas.
Right.
You start opening in the residential areas where kids are there and they see. It sets an example and also creates law and order problem and nuisance also. So this is not revamping. This is anarchy. You are promoting anarchy in the society. And there was huge furor when this liquor policy was brought in by the Aam Aadmi Party, and entire residential associations, apartment association had protested. But no, since there was financial quid pro quo, therefore they could not go back on their own words. Because
I'm sure there'll be more details emerging if and when the CBI chooses to step in. Having said that, many thanks to you, Mr. Deshratan Nigam and Mr. Ravi Srivastava, for bringing in their perspective. Now, and with that, of course, a fresh face-off has erupted between the AAP-led Delhi government and LG Vinay Kumar Saxena. Prior to this story, we have also been telling you that after the Delhi LG returned the proposal regarding the foreign visit of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to Singapore to attend a summit, saying that Delhi government does not have the domain over the issues that will be discussed there, the state government has now directly approached the Ministry of External Affairs for clearance of Kejriwal's Singapore visit. Meanwhile, hitting out at the Lieutenant Governor, Kejriwal said that if the visit of each constitutional authority were to be decided on the basis of what subjects fall within their jurisdiction, it would create a funny situation. Listen in to the political reactions from Aam Aadmi Party.
नरेंद्र मोदी जी क्यों नहीं चाहते कि दिल्ली वालों का नाम हो? नरेंद्र मोदी जी क्यों नहीं चाहते कि भारत का नाम? नरेंद्र मोदी विदेश में जाते हैं तो उनकी जो इवेंट मैनेजमेंट टीम है जो वहां पे काम करती है, वो पहले से लोगों को सिखा के रखती है कि आपको नारा लगाना है मोदी मोदी मोदी। ये नारा तो होना चाहिए था भारत भारत भारत। और आज जब एक हिंदुस्तान के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री को विदेश की सरकार बुला रही है तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी को ईर्ष्या हो रही है।
तो सिंगापुर की सरकार ने बहुत इज्जत के साथ माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को निमंत्रण दिया था। एलजी साहब के पास फाइल गई थी उसके लिए 1.5 महीने पहले। उन्होंने एडवाइस दी है कि उस पर ना जाएं, लेकिन सीएम साहब ने लिखा है कि एलजी साहब की वो इस एडवाइस से सहमत नहीं है, क्योंकि उनको जो इनविटेशन मिला है वो वर्ल्ड लीडर्स के सामने दिल्ली का लिवेबल एंड सस्टेनेबल मॉडल रखने के लिए मिला है। तो मुख्यमंत्री जी ने अब ये निर्णय लिया है कि वो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स में पॉलिटिकल क्लियरेंस के लिए अप्लाई कर रहे हैं। तो हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि केंद्र सरकार बहुत जल्द पॉलिटिकल क्लियरेंस इसकी देगी।
केंद्र सरकार के नुमाइंदे एलजी साहब ने जिस तरह से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के सिंगापुर जाने की फ़ाइल को वापस भेज दिया है, ये बहुत दुख की बात है। ये एक बहुत छोटी सी तुच्छ राजनीति दिखा रहा है। जब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को सिंगापुर में बुलाया जाता है, पूरे देश के एक प्रतिनिधि के तौर पे बुलाया जाता है, जब दुनिया के नेता उनको सुनने आते हैं, तो वहाँ पे कोई ये नहीं पूछ रहा कि अरविंद केजरीवाल आम आदमी पार्टी के हैं। पूरी दुनिया ये देख रही है कि दिल्ली जो भारत की राजधानी है, उसने नए नए प्रयोग किए हैं और विश्व भर में शहरों में जो समस्याएं आती हैं उनके समाधान को प्रस्तुत किया है। पार्टी से यह आग्रह है कि इस तुच्छ राजनीति के ऊपर उठें, देश के बारे में सोचें।
As I came in, I was just informed that an entry has been made in the ministry's online portal. There's a system, as you know, to request political clearance. With respect to this visit, that entry was made today. I don't have any further details on what that entry is. So clearly, let me reiterate, the entry was made today in our online portal for political clearance.
We are seeing a face-off kind of situation between LG of Delhi and Chief Minister of Delhi, because he's saying that his file has been denied where he was invited to Singapore for a summit, and now he's saying that this is all because of politics. What do you have to say?
Arvind Kejriwal has a habit of creating a problem every time a problem. I'm not able to understand that this is a conference is of a mayor's conference. It's a city, pan-country, pan-world. People are coming from the different cities. He should understand that Delhi is a union territory or a partially a state. He should understand that. And he's a chief minister. He's not a mayor of this particular Delhi. He should understand that. Why he's making a personal issue of this? This Singapore conference used to happen each and every year. Why he's saying this time he want to go?
All right, for more details, I'm joined in by our correspondent Akash Sharma, who's live from the national capital. Akash, we are looking at this controversy as perhaps the beginning of the flashpoint, the latest flashpoint rather, between the Lieutenant Governor and CM Kejriwal. We also heard what the MEA had to say yesterday. There's been no confirmation with regards to clearance. What are the possibilities that Arvind Kejriwal will get clearance from the Ministry of External Affairs?
Well, Akanksha, we are seeing a fresh political war of words between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party over this issue. Yesterday, we saw how LG rejected this file, saying that this is not under the domain of a Delhi government. And now, in fact, BJP is asking that why Arvind Kejriwal is eager to go to Singapore when, he is not authorized, or I should say that that particular matter is not under his jurisdiction. Also, on the other hand, we have Aam Aadmi Party saying, in fact, they are attacking Prime Minister Modi, saying that he is jealous of the fact that some other leader other than Prime Minister Modi is invited by some other nation, because they also said that BJP has a tendency to set up fake people, or I should say fake audience, to support a Prime Minister and to raise slogans in favor of Narendra Modi, and that's the reason why they are jealous now that Arvind Kejriwal is invited by Singapore. So that's the reason why we are seeing fresh political war of words from both the parties, where both the parties are alleging each other. On the other hand, Aam Aadmi Party has now requested for the political clearance for this particular visit, and now they're expecting that MEA would be giving them a clearance for the political visit, and after that Arvind Kejriwal would be visiting Singapore to attend this particular summit, Akanksha.
All right, Akash, thank you for bringing in those details. All right, we'd like to stay with this story, Akash. If you could also tell us how this tussle between the Lieutenant Governor and the Aam Aadmi Party is also now spilling over and reaching the centre, because we just heard what Saurabh Bharadwaj had to say. He has attacked the centre as well, because they've clearly said that it is on the behest of the centre that now the LG is demanding a CBI probe as far as the new excise policy of the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned.
Right, so talking about the background of this particular visit, Akanksha, in 2019, in fact, a similar visit was denied by the Ministry of External Affairs, and at that time Kejriwal had a plan to go to Denmark, and he was about to attend a similar summit. But on the other hand, in 2007, Sheila Dikshit, when she was the Chief Minister of Delhi, she was allowed to attend a summit. So Aam Aadmi Party at this point in time is saying that while one Chief Minister is allowed to attend a similar summit, why Arvind Kejriwal is not allowed. And in fact, the fact is that Singapore has invited Chief Minister of Delhi for this particular summit. So that's the reason why Arvind Kejriwal government and also the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are saying that LG is behaving on the political...
Akash, thank you for bringing in those details. And with that, we have some breaking inputs coming in. There's a major political war over Har Ghar Mein Tiranga after Prime Minister Narendra Modi tweeted this morning calling for Indians to all participate in the Har Ghar Mein Tiranga Yatra. The opposition has now slammed the centre, alleging that the flags are made in China and that khadi flags must be used. In fact, that's not all. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has also tweeted saying the tricolour made of khadi shows the self-power of the country and livelihood of lakhs of people is associated with it. Hope on this historic day you will listen to the flag makers from khadi and take a sensitive decision on their demand. For more details, let's quickly go across to our correspondent Siddhant Mishra, who's joining me on the phone line. Siddhant, if you could break down this controversy for us and why suddenly the Congress party is now taking up for khadi and khadi manufacturers in the country.
Well, look, this particular tweet of Prime Minister, or for that matter, the government has decided to run this campaign, Har Ghar Tiranga, is with the pure intentions, and controversy or taking a pot shot on this particular decision of government is something which is uncalled for. Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has come out with a tweet where she's reminding government that the tricolor, because in some sections of media has reported that the tricolors are supposed to come from, tricolor flags are supposed to come from China, and they are going to get imported to India. So taking a pot shot at a government, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has tweeted this, that the Khadi flags are the best, and government should focus on the Khadi industry. So, but this entire pot shot, this entire comment of Priyanka Gandhi Vadra was uncalled for, because it's the intention of the government is pure as far as this particular campaign is concerned, and the same Congress party makes allegation on BJP and RSS of not respecting the tricolor time and again. And in fact, Congress party has been attacking BJP and RSS especially, that they don't respect the national flag, they don't consider national flag as their flag. But now, when the same BJP, when the Prime Minister from the same party has announced this campaign, Har Ghar Tiranga, and has been announced with a good intention on the very day when the national flag was adapted. So creating a controversy or reacting to it in such a manner is something which is uncalled for.
Thank you, Siddhant, for putting that into perspective for us. And with that, let's now shift our focus over to other national news stories. After a big loss in the presidential polls, along with the cross-voting, it seems like opposition is not so united for the vice presidential race too. Just days after a joint opposition picked Margaret Alva as its vice presidential face, the TMC has now decided to abstain from the voting for the vice presidential polls on August 6th. To justify its move, the TMC said that the decision to choose Alva was taken in a haste and that the TMC was not kept in the loop. Although TMC claims this won't hurt the opposition unity, but Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has something else to say, as he labelled the Trinamool Congress as BJP's dalal and said that the Trinamool Congress's move is meant to ultimately help NDA candidate Jagdeep Dhankar, who also happens to be the former governor of West Bengal. Let's listen in to some reactions.
I have the right and I have the prerogative to differ. If I have left this decision to the prerogative of my members of parliament, 85% of the members of parliament present in the meeting has said we object the way opposition candidate was decided without consulting with Trinamool Congress, without deliberating with other significant parties who hold a considerable amount of MPs in both the houses. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि भाई हम दूसरों को ये नहीं कह रहे कि आप जाके वोट मत करो, जिसको जो करना है करेगा। कि आपको अगर लगता है कि जगदीप धनखड़ को वोट नहीं दोगे तो उनको सुविधा हो जाएगा। आप मैथमेटिक्स मुझे लाके दिखा दो कैसे सुविधा हो जाएगा।
সেই মমতা ব্যানার্জি আবার কালিম্পংয়ের পাশেই দার্জিলিং পাহাড়ে ধনকড়ের সঙ্গে সাক্ষাৎ করলেন। বড় অদ্ভুত ব্যাপারটা দেখুন, সংযোগ দেখুন। আসাম থেকে বন্যা ছেড়ে চলে আসছে হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মা। বন্যায় মানুষ মারা যাচ্ছে, লক্ষ লক্ষ মানুষ খেতে পাচ্ছে না, সেই জায়গা থেকে চলে আসছে ধনকড়ের সঙ্গে দেখা করতে দার্জিলিংয়ে। দিদি কলকাতা থেকে উড়ে গিয়ে চলে যাচ্ছে দার্জিলিংয়ে জিটিএর সঙ্গে আলোচনা করতে। তাহলে মাঝখানে ধনকর, একদিকে হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মা এনআরসির যে নায়ক, আরেকদিকে দিদি एनआरसी तथाकथित विरोधी मुख, माझे धनखड़।
ये टीएमसी से बातचीत तो पवार जी ने खुद कहा कि मैं बात करता हूँ उनसे, और उनके जो फ्लोर लीडर्स हैं उनसे भी बातचीत जयराम रमेश से एक बार नहीं, दो बार नहीं, अनेक बार हुई। तो अब सडनली ये चेंज होना मुझे कुछ इसका अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा क्यों ये हो रहा है। देखेंगे इसके पीछे क्या कारण है वो खोज के निकालेंगे।
All right, so the TMC choosing to abstain when it comes to providing support to the vice presidential candidate is the latest flashpoint now between the TMC and the Congress. Let's also break down this abstention for you. the TMC yesterday in its press conference was very clear in saying that Alva's name was decided in an undemocratic way. They also said that no proper consultation and deliberation was done with the TMC. The major issue from their behalf, on their behalf, has been that there was no consensus taken from the TMC. TMC's suggestions for the vice presidential candidate not even considered. This despite the great dynamics that actually exist between Mamata Banerjee and Margaret Alva. They also said that a party with 35 MPs cannot be ignored. Now remember, the TMC has been a crucial player when it comes to the nomination of the president and the vice president. Remember, it was Mamata Banerjee who was rallying up the opposition forces before the nominations were filed as far as the presidential candidate was concerned. They also said that 85% of TMC MPs urged Mamata Banerjee to abstain from the polls. So remember, it's not a decision solely taken by Mamata Banerjee. It was also something that was rather aided by 85% of the MLAs of her party. Now, Alva's name was decided in an undemocratic way. That is something that is the primary allegation of the Trinamool Congress. For more details, let's also go across to our correspondent Shaugato Mukhopadhyay, who's been reporting on this story. Shaugato, this is the latest flashpoint between TMC and the Congress party. Having said that, it is something that could have perhaps died a natural death had Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary not said that the Trinamool Congress is behaving like a dalal of the BJP.
You see, I mean, those allegations will come thick and fast from the other opposition parties. Obviously, the Trinamool Congress right now doesn't share a cordial relationship with the Congress, especially given the circumstances here in Bengal. And that's also the region from where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary hails from. And obviously his workers, his followers, his supporters are also allegedly at the receiving end of the ruling Trinamool Congress here in Bengal. So obviously things are not hunky-dory as far as the opposition camp here is concerned. The left is also up in arms against the Mamata Banerjee government and the Trinamool Congress party, so is the Congress. But having said that, Akanksha, if you had taken a closer look at what Mamata Banerjee had to say at the 21st July Martyrs' Day mega rally, from where she was supposed to give out the roadmap for the political process ahead of the Trinamool Congress, and everybody was looking forward to what message 2024 elections. And what was interesting is that Mamata Banerjee said that she is confident that the BJP will not gain a single-handed majority, and that is when the opposition parties will come together, will get united, and she was certain of that. What is interesting about that is obviously Mamata Banerjee is not looking at a pre-poll alliance ahead of the 2024. That's the takeaway. That's the fine print. That is what we get from reading between the lines. Mamata Banerjee is not looking at a pre-poll alliance perhaps at this point in time, and that is the reflection that we saw later in the day yesterday when the Trinamool Congress decided to abstain, to stay away from the vice presidential polls, given the fact that they alleged that the candidate for the opposition was chosen in a haste and in a manner in which the Trinamool Congress could not participate and take. And that is where they had a objection. I asked specifically Abhishek Banerjee, who was addressing that press conference, as to whether the Trinamool Congress has a separate roadmap for forging an opposition alliance across the country. To which he said the party definitely had one, but he wouldn't spill the beans at that point in time.
Right, Shaugato. Thank you for bringing in those details. And with that, perhaps the Congress party still has time to do some damage control. And with that, let's now bring you some breaking inputs that are coming in as far as the President-elect Droupadi Murmu is concerned. We are learning that Droupadi Murmu is meeting tribals in the national capital. There you have it, all those latest visuals coming in of Droupadi Murmu being felicitated by the tribals, who just a while ago also put up a tribal dance performance. Remember, we've been bringing you all those latest visuals of celebrations taking place at Droupadi Murmu's residence and in various parts of the national capital. Tracking all these developments for us is our correspondent Nikhil Lakwani, who's joining me live from Murmu's residence as well. Nikhil, what is happening right now? We can see President-elect Droupadi Murmu completely flanked by all those tribal performers who I believe are not just from Odisha but across the entire country.
Well, Akansha, these are the historic moments which the countrymen are witnessing on the screen of CNN News 18. These are the visuals we are showing you from inside the residence of Droupadi Murmu, who is the president-elect. Clearly, we can see that the tribals from different states, not just from Manipur, from Sikkim, from Assam, from all the other northeast region, they have come here all the way from their state to give their performances, to perform the traditional dance of their state, and now they are felicitating the president-elect Droupadi Murmu. So this is the first time for today when the president-elect Droupadi Murmu, she is out here on the stage. We can see that she is now being honored by the priest. These are the visuals, historic visuals that we have mentioning earlier as well, Akansha, that the country has been witnessing. People are coming here from different corners, and these are the visuals that we can see. These are the priests, in fact, who have come here from different states, different districts to facilitate her. They are greeting her. In fact, some of the priests from Droupadi Balaji as well, they had come here all the way from Droupadi to bless her this morning. She is going to be, she is going to officially take the oath on Monday. So these are the visuals, fresh visuals we are seeing on the TV screen. So a series of program has been lined up today. What we do know is that since morning, many of the dignitaries, many of the VVIPs have already reached here. CM of Sikkim, Prem Singh Tamang, he was here. Gajen Singh Shekhawat, who is the Union Home Ministry, he was here. Also on the stage there is presence of MOS Home G. Kishan Reddy. He is given the charge. He is looking after all the affairs which is happening today. Also, many of the tribal leaders are expected to perform here. They have been performing here from different states from this morning. But these are the fresh visuals, historic visuals, in fact, so to say, Akansha, that she is now being greeted. She is now being facilitated by different priests who have come here from different places. Many of the MPs, Akansha, they are also expected here. The monsoon session is already ongoing. Many of the CMs, particularly from the NDA ruled states, from the BJP ruled states, they all are expected today to reach out to her to give their personal greetings. In fact, at about 10 a.m. This morning, the Vice President, whose tenure is about to come to an end, Venkaiah Naidu, he also came here. He also paid his visit. Smriti Irani from the Bharatiya Janata Party Union Home Ministry. In fact, all the tribal leaders, all the BJP leaders, union ministers, they all are expected to greet her today as well.
Absolutely, as we can see,
Akansha.
and Nikhil just pointed out, Droupadi Murmu, the president-elect, being felicitated not by just by the tribal performers, but also by priests and various political dignitaries. Yesterday we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as you can see on the right side of your screens, meeting Droupadi Murmu, congratulating her for that thumping majority, that victory that was accompanied by a thumping majority. And today we've also seen Vice President Venkaiah Naidu meeting Droupadi Murmu, as Nikhil was pointing out. Even Smriti Irani met President-elect. And with that, let's also tell you more about what Droupadi Murmu's journey has been. Remember, she's a president of many firsts. She's the 15th president of, she's going to be the 15th president of our country. Also, the first tribal president of India. Let's have a look at our next story.
India's 15th president, India's first tribal president, first president born after independence. Droupadi Murmu is a woman of many firsts.
इसी कालखंड में देश को नए राष्ट्रपति, नए उपराष्ट्रपति, उनका मार्गदर्शन प्रारंभ होगा.
Nearly 5,000 MPs and MLAs across the country voted on 18th July to elect the newest occupant of the Raisina Hill.
श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू, इनको राष्ट्रपति का प्रत्याशी घोषित किया गया है एनडीए की तरफ से.
With the numbers stacked overwhelmingly in the favor of the NDA, Droupadi Murmu's election was high on symbolism and less about the numbers game. An election which is witnessing the changing political axis. a selection that has placed the opposition camp in a quandary. Uddhav Thackeray, forced by the Shiv Sena MPs, broke ranks from allies in Mahavikas Aghadi to back her. TDP's Chandrababu Naidu came out to even campaign for her in Andhra Pradesh. Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, India's only tribal party, had to support as well. After all, she had served as the governor of Jharkhand.
मेरे जो फैमिली बहुत गरीबी है, गरीबी थोड़ा मैं फाइनेंस सियाली उनको सपोर्ट करूं, इसीलिए थोड़ा पढ़ लिख के ऐसा बन जाऊं कि मुझे थोड़ा नौकरी मिल जाए, लेकिन मुझे पॉलिटिक्स में जाना, ये गवर्नर बनना, ये मैं कभी सोची नहीं थी।
64-year-old Droupadi Murmu, low profile and soft-spoken, has generally steered clear of controversy. She was also the only governor to complete a full term in office in Jharkhand, which has had 10 governments in its 2 decades of existence.
जो सेंट्रल ने हम मेरा बहन का नाम लिया ना, हम लोग बहुत खुश में, रायरंगपुर के बासिंदा सब खुश में है। आदिवासी महिला की पहले जो चुना गया ना, वही सबसे खुशी बात है।
पूरा रायरंगपुर के साथ ही उनका बहुत अच्छा संपर्क रहा है, सबका उन्होंने हमेशा साथ और सहयोग दिया और बहुत ही प्यार भरा संपर्क रहा है उनका सबों के साथ में। हमारे किसी भी प्रोग्राम में वो हमेशा आगे रहते थे और सबकी बातें सुनते थे।
तो काउंसिलर से होके विधायक भी बन गए, विधायक बन के वो बेस्ट अवार्ड भी उनको मिला है, नीलकंठ पुरस्कार मिला है उनको। उसके बाद वो मंत्री भी बने, सबका साथ मिल के काम करते हैं।
In the 1990s, her work with the Santhal organization caught the attention of the BJP's Raj Kishore Das. Back then, it was a party that did not have much political influence in the state. Seeing potential in Murmu, he asked her to contest for councillor in the Rairangpur Notified Area Council. In 1997, she became councillor and later vice chairperson of the Rairangpur Corporation.
2000 में 97 5 साल का ये तो आप जानते हैं टर्म होता है, लेकिन बीच में मुझे जब जनरल इलेक्शन आ गया, मुझे 2000 में टिकट दिया गया। उन्होंने कहा आपको तो लड़ना है, मैंने बोला मेरे बच्चे छोटे छोटे हैं, मुझे ये तो काउंसिलर में थी, वाइस चेयरमैन थी, तो टाउन के अंदर मुझे घूमना पड़ता था, फिर अभी तो मुझे पूरा क्षेत्र में घूमना पड़ेगा, तो टाइम नहीं दे पाऊँगी। फिर मुझे थोड़ा, मैंने बोला ठीक है चलिए, बच्चे भी बोले ठीक है माँ, तुम लड़ना चाहती हो तो लड़ो।
She served twice as a BJP MLA in Odisha and also worked as a minister in the Naveen Patnaik government from the 2002 to 2004, when the BJP and Biju Janata Dal ran a coalition government. She was awarded the Neelkant Award for the Best Legislator by the Odisha Legislative Assembly. Droupadi Murmu's candidature signifies the BJP's efforts to bring the tribal and other marginalized communities to the mainstream. A convincing example of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. The move comes ahead of assembly elections in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. The 4 states have 128 seats reserved for scheduled tribes, of which the BJP had won just 35 in the last assembly elections. The BJP is also hoping that her candidature will strengthen its political hold in Odisha and get a foothold in Jharkhand, where it lost the elections in 2019.
आज भी हम कहते हैं कि आदिवासियों में ओडिशा में संथाल प्रोग्रेसिव है, लेकिन इतना भी प्रोग्रेसिव नहीं है कि वो दूसरों के साथ कॉम्पीट कर पाए। इसीलिए और भी थोड़ा अभी भी फाउंडेशन स्टेज में है। आगे जाने के लिए महिला को और पुरुष को दोनों को आगे आना होगा, जैसे परिवार चलाने के लिए दोनों की आवश्यकता है।
In 2017, as governor, Murmu returned 2 controversial bills, the Chotanagar Tenancy Act and Santhal Pargana Tenancy Act, in view of the widespread agitation from tribes after the state sought to dilute their rights over their land. This move against the then CM of the BJP, Raghubar Das, cemented her as the real custodian of tribal aspirations and tribal cause. Droupadi Murmu got support of MLAs across party lines, polling over 60% of votes. Her elevation as the president reflects the triumph of the spirit of new resilient India, where any citizen can rise to occupy the highest constitutional office of India. In New Delhi, this is Maria Shakil.
Speaking of cross-voting across party lines, the presidential poll results have not just turned out to be a big show of strength for the NDA, but also an eye-opener for the so-called united opposition. Heavy cross-voting has been reported during the presidential poll. 17 opposition members of the parliament and 126 non-NDA MLAs voted for Droupadi Murmu. Assam reported the highest cross-voting with 22 MLAs, followed by Madhya Pradesh with 19 cross-voters. But what's more interesting is that 5 MLAs cross-voted in Congress-ruled Rajasthan that's slated for elections next year. Let's also break down what this cross-voting has been like. We are looking at 17 MPs who cross-voted. Remember, there's been large number of cross-voting taking place. Let's also look at the MLAs, 126. That's quite a sizable number. 126 MLAs cross-voted. We are looking at the highest number coming from the state of Assam, 22 MLAs. Madhya Pradesh, 19 MLAs. Maharashtra, 16 MLAs. The other states where MLAs cross-voted are Uttar Pradesh with 12 MLAs, Gujarat with 10 MLAs. We are also looking at the states of Jharkhand, 10 MLAs, and 5 MLAs hailing from the Congress-ruled Rajasthan. That in itself is a telling moment. And for more details, let's also go across to our correspondent Nikhil on the phone line. Nikhil, how do you see Droupadi Murmu's victory now? The fact that it has also arrived as an eye-opener for the so-called opposition's unity. And do you not see this now finally spilling into the vice presidential election as well?
Well, Akansha, the opposition parties were divided not just for the presidential candidate, they were also divided for the vice presidential candidate as well. And now this has come as a big blow to all the opposition parties who have gathered here, who in fact gathered here against the Bharatiya Janata Party and the leader and the nominee which was elected by them for not just presidential candidate, but for vice presidential candidate as well. Talking about the figures, Akansha, for the viewers, close to 17 MPs and 126 MLAs have cross-voted in the presidential election which were held yesterday. And finally, 64% is the vote share which Droupadi Murmu, who is the president-elect, she has got. And just 36% of the total votes have been received by the opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha. So this is something which speaks volume about the unity of opposition parties, and also this states somewhere or the other about the preparations for the presidential election by the NDA candidate, by the Bharatiya Janata Party and their leaders, because they have chosen Droupadi Murmu as their candidate, for which many of the political parties they could not make any of the consensus on, because you see this is the reason why there are many of these states, not just a single state, where there is significant majority, significant population of the SC, of the tribals, including MP, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, different states as well. So this is the major reason why the Droupadi Murmu, she has got support not just from the NDA and Bharatiya Janata Party, but they have also received some of the support from the opposition parties as well. Akansha.
Right, Nikhil. Thank you for bringing in all those details. And with that, let's now quickly shift our attention over to the neighbouring nation of Sri Lanka. After Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as Sri Lanka's president on Thursday, protests have been reignited in the island nation. Hundreds of Sri Lankan soldiers and security officials raided the main anti-government protest camp in Colombo at around 3 a.m. today. Security forces tore down campsites and clashed with unarmed protesters. Security personnel armed with batons removed barricades set up by the protesters, blocking the main gate of the presidential secretariat. On the left side of the screen, you can see the security forces clamping down on the protesters in the dead of the night, and on the right side is a sharp contrast with Ranil Wickremesinghe taking oath. Chaotic scenes over there on your screens showing protesters running for cover as cops clamp down on the protesters. Over 50 protesters have been injured so far. Here's a report.
तो देखिए श्रीलंकन आर्मी जो है वो लगातार यहाँ पर मौजूद है और श्रीलंकन आर्मी की तरफ से जो है मोर्चा संभाल लिया गया है श्रीलंका की सड़कों पर। अब जब श्रीलंका की आर्मी जो है जब यहाँ पर ग्राउंड पर मौजूद है तो आखिर अब प्रदर्शनकारियों का अगला जो है निर्णय क्या होगा, उनकी तरफ से अगला स्टेप क्या लिया जाएगा, इसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा। लेकिन देखिए श्रीलंका की जिस तरीके की अर्थव्यवस्था है, जिस तरीके से प्रदर्शनकारी पिछले 100 दिनों से लगातार सड़कों पर डटे हुए थे, वो हटने का नाम नहीं ले रहे थे। उनकी तरफ से साफ तौर पर कहा गया कि पहले गोटबाया राजपक्षे जो है वो हटे, इस्तीफा दे, वो इस्तीफा उन्होंने दिया भी, वो देश छोड़कर भाग गए। उसके बाद रानिल विक्रमसिंघे जो है वो राष्ट्रपति के पद पर जो है अब उनकी नियुक्ति हो चुकी है। आज उन्होंने सुबह सवेरे शपथ ली है। अब श्रीलंका का क्या होगा? क्या रानिल विक्रमसिंघे जो है जो नाराजगी जनता के बीच में है, क्या उसको संभाल पाएंगे? दूसरी तरफ जो है प्रदर्शनकारी मौजूद है, इस तरफ श्रीलंकन आर्मी जो है वो मौजूद है। लेकिन अब अगले 24 घंटे बहुत जरूरी हो जाते हैं क्योंकि अब जाहिर सी बात है कि जो घर उन लोगों के थे वो तोड़ दिए गए हैं। तो क्या कुछ लोगों की गिरफ्तारी होगी, कुछ लोगों को हिरासत में लिया जाएगा? आगे श्रीलंकन आर्मी की तरफ से क्या कुछ किया जाएगा, इसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा।
Army, police, all are here. They are going to destroy us. Here there is a burial. Ranil is going to do his work. What he did those days, that thing he is going to do here in this night. He is going to destroy this Gota Gama. But we never give up. We are the people who want to lose, who want to clean this nasty politics. We are the people, we never give up.
Well, India has always stood with the people of Sri Lanka. India has always stood with Sri Lanka. It is our closest friend, partner, and we are both democratic countries. So it has been the endeavor of India to come to Sri Lanka's help when the help was requested with great urgency. And the type of assistance and support India has rendered to Sri Lanka, it has not rendered to any other country ever, to the best of my understanding. We will continue to be supportive of the requirements of the people of Sri Lanka, and we would also like to contribute by the way of investment and by the way of building more capacity in the Sri Lankan economy so that Sri Lanka can find a quick way for economic recovery.
Learning that Dinesh Gunawardene has been appointed as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. He took oath as the new Prime Minister at the Prime Minister's office on Flower Road in Colombo today. Remember, it's been a hectic week of major developments in the island nation. Earlier on Thursday, we saw Vikramasinghe take oath as the president, and the latest we are learning is that Dinesh Gunawardene has been appointed as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. He's just taken oath as a new Prime Minister at the Prime Minister's office in Colombo. We are learning this is the latest, and remember, it comes on a very crucial day when there's been a crackdown on the protesters in the dead of night today. For more details, let's also go across to our foreign affairs correspondent Abhishek Jha, who joins me live. Abhishek, first of all, I'd like to talk to you about the new Prime Minister, Dinesh Gunawardene, who is known as a political stalwart in the island nation. He's handled some very crucial portfolios in the past as well. He's been the foreign minister. He was appointed as a home minister by Rajapaksa as well. If you could take us through the credentials of Gunawardene.
So Dinesh Gunawardene is a very senior stalwart of Sri Lankan politics, 73 years. He has spent most of his time being on the side of Rajapaksa family or the SLPP party, the Sri Lankan party that is currently in a majority position in the Sri Lankan parliament. He has earlier, like you said, he has earlier also held portfolios of education minister, foreign minister, and in the recent times he was made the home minister of Sri Lanka also. And with the kind of portfolio that he has had just recently, it looks like he had a lot of trust from Ranil Wickremesinghe, who was made the prime minister for a all party supported government recently. So clearly a very close confidant of Ranil Wickremesinghe, who is the president of Sri Lanka now, and he has appointed his new cabinet with Gunawardene being the prime minister of Sri Lanka.
Right, Abhishek, also the development is very crucial considering it comes on a day when the army accompanied by the Sri Lankan police have also conducted a crackdown on the protesters at Galle. What is expected now as far as that crackdown is concerned? I'd also like you to take us through the kind of reactions that it has garnered, not just from the likes of Sajid Premadasa, but also for international reactions coming in from countries like the United States.
Akanksha, it was kind of on an expected line that if Ranil Wickremesinghe will become president, and then he will try to consolidate his power and his aggression towards protesters who were not letting those spaces vacate. In fact, there was a commentary from the protester side that they had promised that they will leave the spot of protest or those sites will be vacated by afternoon of Friday, but before that, this military crackdown has happened on the pre-dawn action that has not gone down well, not only amongst protesters but also amongst international community. If we see the reactions coming from diplomats present in Sri Lanka, be it UK's or USA, they have all expressed a deep concern about the this whole action that has happened, and they have also tried to support the voices of protesters, peaceful protesters. Meanwhile, they have also urged the authorities to provide essential medical aids to all the injured who were injured during the scuffle between military personnel and the protesters in the VRs. Also, the United Nations resident coordinator in Sri Lanka, they have also issued a statement saying that the present crisis, if it snowballs into a larger crisis, it will actually dampen the kind of prospect that Sri Lanka is looking forward to having international aid, assistance, and all the debt revival scheme that he is looking forward to have from International Monetary Fund. So these all prospects may dampen if the current stability or the instability that will emanate from this scuffle between protesters and military personnel would continue. So while Ranil Wickremesinghe may like to consolidate his power and express himself as a more strong leader who can give Sri Lanka stability, he will have to also take into account the sentiments of the people who have been on the streets for almost 100 days, and they have not been liking Ranil Wickremesinghe as their leaders.
Right, and in the meantime, what happens to the Galle is also something that we'll have to watch out for. Having said that, many thanks, Abhishek Jha, for bringing in those details. And with that, it's a wrap of this newscast. Up next is Ridhima Bhatnagar with more news and updates. The Lieutenant Governor of Delhi has now recommended CBI to probe into the Delhi excise policy of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The Lieutenant Governor Shri V.K. Saxena has now recommended for a CBI investigation into the contentious Delhi excise policy of 2021 to 22 of the Arvind Kejriwal government. Now, this seems to be the latest flashpoint. Why is the new excise policy under the Delhi government now coming under the scanner?
LG has recommended a CBI probe into this particular policy. This is the violation of prima facie. This is the violation of Transaction of Business Rules 1993, Delhi Excise Act 2009. Now, even LG is believing after the report of Chief Secretary there is something that is not appropriate, that is not right, and that's the reason why CBI probe has been recommended by Lieutenant Governor.
Good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar, getting you all the top stories over the next 60 minutes. Let's begin with our top focus. Fresh trouble for the AAP-led Delhi government as the LG has ordered a CBI probe into the excise policy 2021-22 of the Delhi government after a report by the Chief Secretary. Now, the report states that even as migrants were leaving the city during the pandemic, the Excise Department, under direct orders of Delhi government, allowed a waiver of 144.36 crore rupees to the liquor cartel. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party has hit out at the central government, stating that the LG has directed the CBI investigation on the direction of the central government to track Manish Sisodia in a false case.
जब 2016 के अंदर हमारी सरकार को 1 साल हुआ था, तब भी केंद्र सरकार बहुत घबराई थी और हर वो कोशिश की थी कि दिल्ली सरकार के कामों को रोका जाए। और उस समय 400 से ज्यादा फाइलों को दिल्ली सरकार की इन्वेस्टिगेट किया गया, उसमें कुछ नहीं निकला। 400 फाइलों में कुछ नहीं निकला। वो मंत्री जो पूरे देश में शिक्षा की क्रांति लाए, जिनका डंका आज देश में नहीं विदेशों में बज रहा है, उस उप मुख्यमंत्री को फंसाने के लिए ये सीबीआई की इंक्वायरी केंद्र सरकार के इशारे पर हमारे एलजी साहब ने रिकमेंड की है।
केजरीवाल की सरकार कट्टर बेईमान सरकार है। यह शिकायत मैंने सीबीआई को, लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर साहब को एक्साइज पॉलिसी के ऊपर दी थी। आज गवर्नर साहब ने जो इसके ऊपर सीबीआई इंक्वायरी इनिशिएट की है, मैं उसके लिए बधाई देता हूं उनको भी और दिल्ली और देश के लोगों को, क्योंकि अब दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी होगा। ये एक्साइज पॉलिसी टेलर मेड थी, कुछ लोगों को बेनिफिट देने के लिए थे। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अपने चहेतों को काम दिया। देश में पहली सरकार है जिसने होलसेलर के लिए 12% प्रॉफिट तय किया। और यही नहीं, इस पॉलिसी की अमेंडमेंट की गई।
Long back, Delhi BJP has filed a complaint to Excise Department, and which was pushed under the carpet. The basic norm for any excise policy that there will be no cartel which will be allowed. There are cartels which are allowed. No manufacturing company will be allowed in retail. Manufacturing companies were allowed in retail. So now we'll appreciate that the CBI go into detail and then expose the government and then pin down the people who are involved, who have taken money, because there is a lot of humor or a lot of word spoken that a lot of money exchange hand between the ruling party and the liquor mafias. What is the truth behind the tinkered, altered liquor policy or the excise policy which is giving favor to certain liquor mafias? Because of policy change, the consumption of liquor has gone up in city. We don't understand which government will like the liquor consumption to go up in city.
कि एलजी साहब ने ये जो कार्रवाई की है, मैं निजी तौर से भी उसका स्वागत करती हूँ और एक अपील भी करूंगी। भाजपा इस तरह के आरोप लगाती है, फिर ब्लैकमेलिंग करती है और फिर उसके बाद क्लीन चिट सर्टिफिकेट दे देती है या ठंडे बस्ते में जानकारी जो है जांच चली जाती है। हम एलजी साहब को कहते हैं सराहनीय कदम है, जरूरत थी इसकी होने की, लेकिन फास्ट ट्रैक में इसकी जांच करिए, दूध का दूध पानी का पानी करिए, क्योंकि ये है कि दिल्ली के अंदर जिस तरीके से लाइसेंस दिए गए, उनसे आरोप लगे कि जिनको लाइसेंस मिले उन्होंने करोड़ों का चंदा पार्टी फंड में दिया है। और दिल्ली की लिकर पॉलिसी का जिस तरीके से पूरी दिल्ली को आपने देखा है कि किस तरह से हर गली हर मोहल्ले में शराब की दुकानें खुल गई। अभी आपने एक वारदात भी देखी कि महिलाएं जो थी स्थानीय विरोध कर रही थी, तो महिला मार्शल से उन्हें पिटवाया गया।
Sir, LG VK Saxena has recommended a CBI probe into Delhi government excise policy 2021-2022. What the BJP has to say on it?
See, if you remember, we did a press conference last year also, and we have put a document on the public platform also, that this Arvind Kejriwal government is flouting the tenders and they are indulging in the corruption.
दिनों के अंदर सीबीआई मनीष जी को गिरफ्तार करने वाली है। मैंने तो आपको 3-4 महीने पहले ही बता दिया था। इनके लोगों ने हमें बताया था कि मनीष जी को ये गिरफ़्तार करने वाले हैं, जल्दी गिरफ़्तार करने वाले हैं। 3-4 महीने पहले बताया था। मैंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके, उसके बाद अपने कई भाषणों में, असेंबली में मैंने कहा था कि ये मनीष को गिरफ़्तार करने वाले हैं। तो 3-4 महीने पहले जब इनके लोगों ने मुझे बताया कि मनीष जी को गिरफ़्तार करने वाले हैं, मैंने कहा मनीष ने क्या कर दिया, क्या केस है? तो उन्होंने बताया अभी कोई केस नहीं है, कुछ मिला नहीं है, ढूंढ रहे हैं, कुछ बना रहे हैं। तो अब हमारे देश के अंदर एक नया सिस्टम लागू किया गया है। पहले ये तय किया जाता है कि किस आदमी को जेल भेजना है और फिर उसके खिलाफ एक मनगढ़ंत झूठा केस बनाया जाता है और उसे ज़बरदस्ती जेल भेजा जाता है। एक नया सिस्टम हमारे देश के अंदर अब लागू हुआ है। मीडिया से अभी तक जो मुझे पता चला है कि जो ये आरोप प्रत्यारोप लगाए जा रहे हैं, मैंने सारा अभी चेक कराया। पूरा का पूरा केस बिल्कुल झूठा है, बिल्कुल झूठा है। उसमें रत्ती भर की भी सच्चाई नहीं है। मैं मनीष सिसोदिया को 22 साल से जानता हूँ। सन 2000 में पहली बार मिला था मनीष जी से। एक बेहद कट्टर ईमानदार आदमी है, कट्टर देशभक्त आदमी है। हमारे देश में पिछले 75 साल में सरकारी स्कूलों का बेड़ा गर्क कर दिया था इन सारी सरकारों ने मिलकर, इन सारी पार्टियों ने मिलकर। बहुत बुरा हाल कर दिया था इन लोगों ने। करोड़ों करोड़ों बच्चे, गरीबों के बच्चे जो इन सरकारी स्कूलों में पढ़ते थे, उनका भविष्य अंधकार में था। कोई उम्मीद नहीं थी। गरीब का बच्चा गरीब बनेगा, अमीर का बच्चा अमीर बनेगा, गरीब का बच्चा मजदूरी करेगा, रिक्शा चलाएगा, अमीरों के बच्चे अमीर बनेंगे। ये एक सिस्टम पूरे देश के अंदर लागू हो गया था। पहली बार आम आदमी पार्टी की जब सरकार बनी दिल्ली के अंदर, मनीष सिसोदिया जी एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर बने। दिल्ली के अंदर भी सरकारी स्कूलों का बहुत बुरा हाल था। दिल्ली के अंदर मनीष सिसोदिया ने रात दिन मेहनत करके दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों को शानदार बनाया। ऐसा बनाया कि अब अमीर लोग भी अपने बच्चों को सरकारी स्कूल में भर्ती करा रहे हैं। अमीरों के और गरीबों के बच्चों को एक जैसी शिक्षा मिल रही है। दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों के अंदर एक ही डेस्क पे एक जज का, एक अफसर का और एक रिक्शे वाला का बच्चा बैठ के एक ही डेस्क पे बैठ के पढ़ते हैं। मनीष सिसोदिया ने केवल दिल्ली के स्कूल ठीक नहीं किए, देश के करोड़ों करोड़ों बच्चों को एक उम्मीद दी है कि सरकारी स्कूल भी ठीक हो सकते हैं, गरीबों के बच्चों का भविष्य भी अच्छा हो सकता है। सुबह 6 बजे मनीष सिसोदिया अपने घर से निकल जाते हैं और अलग अलग स्कूलों के अंदर दौरा करते हैं, सरकारी स्कूलों के अंदर दौरा करते हैं। मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ, कौन भ्रष्टाचारी ऐसा है इस दुनिया के अंदर जो सवेरे 6 बजे उठ के स्कूलों के दौरे पे निकल जाता है, बच्चों का भविष्य बनाना चाहता है? कौन भ्रष्टाचारी ऐसा है? तो जेल से हमें डर नहीं लगता। मैं इनको थोड़ा सा, ये लोग समझ लें कि इनको लगता होगा जेल से हमें डर नहीं लगता। तुम लोग सावरकर की औलाद हो जिसने अंग्रेजों से माफ़ी मांगी थी। हम लोग भगत सिंह की औलाद हैं। हम भगत सिंह को अपना आदर्श मानते हैं, जिसने अंग्रेजों के सामने झुकने से मना कर दिया और फांसी पर लटक गया। हमें जेल से, फांसी के फंदे से डर नहीं लगता। कई बार जेल हुआ है हम लोग। एक ये सोचने की बात है कि हाथ धो के हमारे पीछे क्यों पड़े हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी के पीछे क्यों पड़े? इतने हमारे एमएलए को ये जेल भेज चुके, सारे छूट के आ गए। और कोर्ट ने जब छोड़ा तो ऐसे गंदे गंदे ऑर्डर पास किए इन लोगों के खिलाफ कि क्या झूठे सच्चे केस बना रहे हो। सत्येंद्र जैन को इन्होंने गिरफ्तार कर लिया झूठे केस में पिछले महीने। अब मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार करने जा रहे हैं ये लोग। तो आखिर ये आम आदमी पार्टी के पीछे क्यों पड़े हैं, हम ही लोगों के पीछे क्यों पड़े हैं? 3 कारण हैं। पहला कारण, आम आदमी पार्टी वाले कट्टर ईमानदार हैं। वो पूरे देश को भरोसा हो गया आम आदमी पार्टी वाले कट्टर ईमानदार हैं। सारा देश कहता है यार कुछ भी हो, ये लड़के हैं तो ईमानदार। ये लोग झूठे केस बना बना के हमारे ऊपर कीचड़ फेंकना चाहते हैं। ये दिखाना चाहते हैं दुनिया को कि देखो ये भी हमारे जैसे ही हैं, जैसे हम भ्रष्ट हैं ये भी वैसे ही हैं, ये भी भ्रष्टाचारी हैं। पर दुनिया इनके यकीन नहीं कर रही। दुनिया खुद ही कह रही है कि झूठे केस लगा रहे हैं। तो जो मर्जी कर लो, सच सच होता है, झूठ झूठ होता है। जितना मर्जी कीचड़ तुम फेंक लो, कीचड़ चिपक नहीं रहा हमारे ऊपर। पाक साफ है हम लोग, सच्चाई के रास्ते पे चलते हैं, भगवान हमारे साथ है। दूसरा कारण, ये हमारे पीछे क्यों पड़े हैं हाथ धो के? जब से पंजाब में आम आदमी पार्टी जीती है, पूरे देश के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी की आंधी आ रही है। पूरे देश के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी की चर्चा हो रही है। पूरे देश में आम आदमी पार्टी फैल रही है। ये उसे रोकना चाहते हैं। ये नहीं चाहते कि आम आदमी पार्टी पूरे देश के अंदर इनकी टक्कर में खड़ी हो। पर मैं इन्हें कहना चाहता हूँ, तुम जो मर्जी कर लो, आम आदमी पार्टी को पूरे देश में फैलने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। आम आदमी पार्टी पूरे देश के लोगों की उम्मीद बन चुकी है। देश के अंदर हर आदमी चाहता है मेरे बच्चे को अच्छी शिक्षा मिले। देश के अंदर हर आदमी चाहता है मेरे परिवार को अच्छा इलाज मिले। देश के अंदर हर आदमी चाहता है हमें 24 घंटे बिजली मिले, अच्छी सड़कें मिले, अच्छा पानी मिले, अच्छी बिजली मिले, फ्री बिजली मिले। सब लोग अच्छी सुविधाएं चाहते हैं। हर आदमी चाहता है देश के अंदर भ्रष्टाचार खत्म हो। हर आदमी चाहता है मेरा देश दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बने। अब आम आदमी पार्टी से ही उम्मीद है पूरे देश के लोगों को, उसको फैलने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। एक अंग्रेजी में कहावत है, नो वन कैन स्टॉप द आइडिया हुज टाइम हैज़ कम। आम आदमी पार्टीज टाइम हैज़ कम, इंडियाज टाइम हैज़ कम। भारत का समय आ चुका, अब कोई नहीं रोक सकता। और तीसरा कारण, ये क्यों हमारे पीछे हाथ धो के पड़े हैं, दिल्ली के कामों को रोकना चाहते हैं। दिल्ली के अंदर जो शानदार काम हो रहे हैं, सिंगापुर की सरकार पूरे दुनिया के मेयर बुलाए उन्होंने, और केजरीवाल को बुलाया कि आके इनको जरा सा सिखाओ कि आप दिल्ली में क्या काम कर रहे हो। इससे बड़ी गर्व की बात क्या हो सकती है। दिल्ली के कामों की पूरी दुनिया में चर्चा हो रही है। ट्रंप साहब की वाइफ आई थी, वो हमारे स्कूल देखने जाती हैं। ये हमारे दिल्ली के कामों को रोकना चाहते हैं। खासकर दिल्ली में एजुकेशन और हेल्थ में बहुत शानदार काम हुए, इसीलिए उन्होंने पहले हेल्थ मिनिस्टर को जेल में डाला और अब एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर को इन्होंने जेल में डाला। पर मैं दिल्ली के और देश के लोगों को यकीन दिलाना चाहता हूं कि काम नहीं रुकेंगे। इन्होंने सत्येंद्र जैन को 2 महीने से जेल में 2 महीने रख लिया, 3 महीने रख लेंगे, 4 महीने फिर निकल आएंगे, काम फिर चालू हो जाएंगे। मनीष सिसोदिया जी को अब ये जेल भेजेंगे, महीना, 2 महीना, 3 महीना, कब तक जेल में रखेंगे। तो झूठा केस है, कोर्ट में जाके गिर जाएगा, डांट पड़ेगी इनको, देख लेना। मनीष सिसोदिया जी बाहर निकल आएंगे। काम नहीं रुकेगा। 75 साल में इन पार्टियों ने मिलकर देश को बर्बाद कर दिया। 75 साल में कितने देश हमसे आगे निकल गए। क्यों? हमारे में कोई कमी है? भारत के लोगों में कोई कमी है? सबसे इंटेलिजेंट लोग हैं भारत के लोग। इन पार्टियों ने दगा दिया है, इन्होंने लूटा है, इन पार्टियों ने मिलकर देश को लूटा है। ये अपनी लूट जारी रखना चाहते हैं, लेकिन अब देश खड़ा हो रहा है। दिल्ली से जो ये चिंगारी निकली है, ये पूरे देश में फैलेगी और इसे कोई नहीं रोक सकता, बिकॉज इट्स टाइम हैज़ कम। अब देश खड़ा हो रहा है, देश जाग रहा है। देश ने देख लिया कि हो तो सकता था यार, अगर दिल्ली में हो सकता तो 75 साल में क्यों नहीं हुआ, बाकी देश में क्यों नहीं हुआ। इन पार्टियों ने मिलकर देश को जानबूझ के गरीब रखा, इन पार्टियों ने मिलकर देश को जानबूझ के अनपढ़ रखा। अब नहीं होगा। अब मेरा देश दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बन के रहेगा। तुम जितने मनीष सिसोदिया को जेल में डाल लो, जितने सत्येंद्र जैन को, अरविंद केजरीवाल को भी डाल लो, सूली पे चढ़ा दो। खूब अरविंद केजरीवाल निकलेंगे, खूब मनीष सिसोदिया निकलेंगे। अब तो देश आगे बढ़ेगा। नमस्कार।
That was Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal there, hitting out at the centre after those allegations where the LG wanted a CBI probe. Essentially, what Arvind Kejriwal has gone on to say that all of this is happening at the behest of the central government. Also hitting out at the centre that today the centre is worried not just because of the electoral success that the Aam Aadmi Party saw in states like Punjab, but also because the country today sees the Aam Aadmi Party as an option to take the country forward. Let me bring in my colleague Akash, who's been tracking all these developments. Akash, we'll talk about the political war of words in just a bit, but just for the benefit of our viewers, first take us through why the LG wants a CBI probe. What are the allegations against the AAP government?
So, Ridhima, let me tell you that this excise policy was implemented in November 2021. And at that time, so basically the steps that were undertaken in this policy, those steps were opposed by the parties, different political parties, because different political parties were saying that Arvind Kejriwal government is basically violating the rules and laid norms. At that time, we saw several protests as well, where BJP said that Arvind Kejriwal is basically promoting liquor shops in the national capital because these shops were increased at a marginal level, and also we saw the calculation, the method of calculation was changed. So at that time also we saw that how different political parties and different groups were opposing this particular policy, but now LG has recommended a probe into it because as per him, he is somewhere believing that there is some sort of violation. In fact, he has recommended that some sort of financial irregularities were there in this particular policy, where Manish Sisodia has been alleged to it has been alleged that Manish Sisodia gave some sort of benefits to all those who were near and dear to him, and also some tender rules were violated in this. And that's the reason why we are seeing that LG has basically recommended CBI probe into this particular excise policy. Now, the kind of reaction that we are getting from Aam Aadmi Party, it was very much expected, because in the case of Satyendra Jain, in fact, we saw how Arvind Kejriwal came out in public and said that Satyendra Jain is not guilty and this is a false case. And now in this case as well, Arvind Kejriwal is saying that this is a false case. We knew that they are going to arrest Manish Sisodia just because of the type of work and the policies he implemented in the education system of the Delhi, and he is doing good works. That's the reason why they are targeting Manish Sisodia. They targeted Satyendra Jain first, and now they are targeting Manish Sisodia just because these two ministers are doing good works. On the other hand, we have seen that how over the Singapore issue, a tussle has been witnessed between the LG and the the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as well, because we saw how LG on Thursday, referred back.
आया गया उसके बाद जब ऑक्सीजन की कमी थी तो राजनीति करी, उस वक्त पे ठेके खोल के सिर्फ पैसे कमाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी, और उस समय भी इनको पैसे कमाने की पड़ी थी जब देश को एक इंसानियत की ज़रूरत थी। तो ये आम आदमी पार्टी अब हटा के नाम अब ठेकेदार की सरकार कर देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ठेके वालों की तो सरकार है ये।
जो आप ठेके की बात कर रहे हैं, सीबीआई जांच के आदेश दिए गए हैं, एलजी साहब की तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि एक्साइज पॉलिसी जो उसमें बहुत सारे वायलेशन।
Let me also take in some political reactions from the BJP. Shehzad Poonawala now joining us on the broadcast. Shehzad, good to have you on the broadcast with us. If you heard the press conference that came from Arvind Kejriwal a short while ago, a very directed attack as far as the central government is concerned. Let's take it point by point. The first point is, and this is what the AAP has been reiterating time and again with Satyendra Jain and with Manish Sisodia as well, that today there is a new format in the country as far as the central government is concerned. What they essentially do, they first identify the people they want to target, and then they fabricate charges on them.
You know, Kejriwal had said Kattar Imandar for Jitendra Tomar. He had to do a U-turn. He then said Kattar Imandar for Satyendra Jain. Satyendra Jain is in custody because of courts of law vindictive, according to Mr. Kejriwal. And finally, now whom he is giving a Kattar Imandar certificate to, the report card of those schools are that no new school has been opened in the last 7 years by Mr. Kejriwal's Kattar Imandar friend. No, in fact, they have shut down schools. And by the way, 800 schools do not even have principals. So this is their Kattar report card. But having said that, today when questions of corruption and illegalities are being raised and an investigation has been ordered, why is the Aam Aadmi Party borrowing the victimhood card of the Congress Party and trying to evade direct questions that they should be answering?
Shehzad, there has also been another attack as far as the Aam Aadmi Party against the central government is that today the central government, or the BJP specifically, is very scared of the popularity of the Aam Aadmi Party, specifically because of the electoral success that they saw in Punjab.
Ma'am, do you buy this? They lost their deposit on all seats in Uttar Pradesh. They got less than 1% vote, less than nota in the entire 2019 general election. They lost all but 2 seats in Goa. They lost almost all the seats in Uttarakhand. In fact, they lost their deposits on all seats in Uttarakhand. Where is the growing popularity? And a party which has won 4 states is afraid of their popularity. After winning 2014, 2017 in Uttar Pradesh, 2019, 2022, we are afraid of their popularity. But having said that, my simple question to Mr. Kejriwal is that if you are so popular and if your government has done so much work and you have nothing to hide, why are you playing the victimhood card? On Satyendra Jain, he said, I have seen all the documents and I have given him a clean check. Why doesn't he put the documents in public domain? Why is Satyendra Jain still languishing in jail?
But you know, Shehzad, to be fair, this entire charge of the agency is being misused is not only being made by the Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress is also making it. So can the BJP just rubbish them, saying that they're playing a victimhood card rather than actually seeing that possibly there is some sort of merit in their criticism?
But Aam Aadmi Party and Congress Party are the twin sisters of corruption. Everyone who's corrupt, when the agency catches them, the police catches them, they say, police kharab hai, hum to bade imandar hai. So what are you expecting? Ye chor mosere bhai. So ye chor Aam Aadmi Party and chor Congress Party, ye bhi mosere bhai. In fact, they have even shared alliances together. So they are speaking in the same language. That's why I said yesterday's victimhood card has been borrowed from Sonia Gandhi ji and Congress Party, and now Arvind Kejriwal ji is flashing it.
Shehzad, just give me 30 seconds. Stay on with us. I'll request you to stay on with us. We also have AAP leader Somnath Bharti also now joining us on the broadcast. Your first reaction to what the LG is now asking for a CBI probe, essentially saying that there was quid pro quo that was veiled as far as top political leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party was concerned.
See, I fail to understand that
since they have not been able to handle Aam Aadmi Party or Arvind Kejriwal ji electorally, they have miserably failed in Delhi. Can you imagine, one Vidhan Sabha, Rajendra Nagar, there were 40 ministers, over 100 parliamentarians and whatnot. I had learned that Honorable Home Minister himself was taking care of Panna Pramukh responsibilities. And they were defeated in the election by the people of Rajendra Nagar. So now they understand that Congress, they have, of course, they're done with. Now they're seeing that Arvind Kejriwal is the only problem which they're not able to tackle. So how do you tackle? One of our ministers has been in the prison for, last 2 months for no fault of his. There is no case against him. Now they are, this is very shocking, the way they're using CBI, ED against us. This is very, very threatening to democracy. Democracy is in danger. The way they are using every agency against Aam Aadmi Party and our leaders, that's very, very, dangerous to democracy.
No, but I want to talk to you about specifically the numbers that have been mentioned and why this probe is being asked. How do you respond to that? Essentially, what the LG has gone on to say that even as when migrants were leaving the entire country, and that is why the timeline of all of this also becomes very problematic, the Excise Department, under orders of the Delhi government, allowed a waiver of 144.36 crores rupees to the liquor cartel. Are you denying that this figure is completely bogus?
Steve, whatever BJP is saying is completely bogus, number one. I remember vividly the way Honorable Prime Minister himself handled the crisis of migrant laborers. When the entire country was in crisis, he was favoring his dear friend called Adani and passing the farm laws, the farmers' laws, the anti-laws which had to be vacated later. And Adani was creating here across the Punjab and Haryana those stock, warehouses for the food grains. So I am aware that the way this corona was used as apada in, opportunity in Abda, so we are all aware. So they are unable to handle Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal in the elections. The way they are going to lose Gujarat, the way they are going to lose Himachal, that is what the frustration is coming against us now.
Okay, but I want to understand, leader after leader as far as the AAP government is concerned is saying that today what we are seeing play out by the LG is at the behest of the central government. But actually all of this is after a report by the Chief Secretary.
See, who is Chief Secretary today? Imagine, the Services Department which was with Delhi government since last 40 years, that was taken away from Delhi government by a mere notification. So today, Janata has given Arvind Kejriwal ji a car, and the driver is being controlled by Mr. Modi. That's the whole problem. And services issue is still pending pending before the Supreme Court. So I wish Supreme Court should decide this services matter as early as possible. So every officer who is working with the Delhi government, working in Delhi government, they're all controlled remotely by central government. So the central government controlled officers have got no way but to respond to the instructions of the masters.
Okay, so you're saying it is a bogus case, all of this happening at the behest of the central government. But unfortunately, we'll have to leave the conversation there. We appreciate you joining us here on CNN News 18. I want to quickly go back to my colleague Akash. So Akash, that political war of words still continues. The Aam Aadmi Party is very confident with its narrative, saying that this is a jittery BJP today, which is using all its might, misusing the central agencies because of the electoral success that the Aam Aadmi Party saw, and because today India sees Aam Aadmi Party as a possible option going forward.
Right, and Ridhima, let me quickly read out those points, those quick points on the basis of which this CBI probe has been recommended. And I'm reading those points. The Excise Department, on the direction of Manish Sisodia, decided to refund EMD amounting to rupees 30 crores to the L1 bidder of license of airport zone, which failed to obtain NOC. So there was a license holder who failed to obtain the NOC. He was, given refund of EMD amount of 30 crores. This is point number one. The second is the Excise Department in its order without approval of the competent authority, revised the formula of calculation of rate of foreign liquor and removed the import pass fee of ₹50 per case on beer. So this is the second point. While talking about different political parties, even they are saying the method of calculation has changed, and this is again the violation of the particular norms. So this is the second point. Third point I am reading, the excise department.
Okay, Akash, I apologize
relaxed the
for interrupting. I'll just come back to you in just a bit. I want to take in some political reactions as well. From the BJP, Harish Khurana joining us on the broadcast. From the Congress, Ali Mehdi joining us on the broadcast. Harish Khurana, let me come to you first. We heard from the Delhi Chief Minister a short while ago. The Delhi Chief Minister saying this is nothing new. This is a pattern by the BJP. They are scared today because of the electoral success that the Aam Aadmi Party has seen. So they're identifying people first and they're fabricating charges after that.
See, today the same dialogue has been the same dialogue which at the time of Satyendra Jain, Arvind Kejriwal spoke. Today, same dialogue, same. He knows Manish Sisodia since years. He's honest. We don't want certificate of honesty from Arvind Kejriwal. We want a clear-cut 5 questions answers. Point number 1: has Excise Department issued a show cause notice to the tainted companies on 25th of October 2021? Yes or no? If yes, what action he has taken? Point number 2: has he not given a 144 crore rupees waiver to the tainted companies? Yes or no? Point number 3: has he not given back a 30 crore rupees who has tendered his license? Yes or no? Has he not given a 50 rupees per case waiver? Yes or no? We want clear-cut answers. We don't want a certificate. Let people decide who is honest, who is not honest. Let the court decide. But we don't want the certificate of honesty. We want the clear-cut answers. And what the question will be asked, we want the answer of those questions. 25th of October 2021, Excise Department has issued a notice to these tainted companies. What action has been taken? We want the clear-cut answer of that question.
Okay, Harish Khurana, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Let me take in a reaction from Ali Mehdi of the Congress as well. How do you respond to what the LG is asking for a CBI probe, essentially raising questions as far as a quid pro quo between different politicians of the Aam Aadmi Party and a liquor cartel?
See, we have been saying this particular thing for such a long time. We have met a couple of months before, we have met the police, we have requested for the appointment with the Police Commissioner of Delhi. On his instructions, Special Commissioner of Crime met us. We were in the delegation to meet him, and we have given the complaint against Deputy CM Manish Sisodia for the same thing. But the question arises to the BJP also, and the question arises to the LG of Delhi also. Why they are so late to give the nod to the probe? We have been saying this for such a long time. The moment this liquor policy has come into in Delhi, we have been saying the same thing regularly.
Yeah. So just recap this for a little bit for our viewers as well. It was one of those occasions where the BJP and the Congress actually were in the same platform and they had hit out at this liquor policy. What were the red flags for you that led you to protest against this liquor policy?
See, I'm again saying we have been saying this because there are allegations, and we have given the whole document to the Special Commissioner of Crime that one company has been allotted 4 points in this for the liquor districts. According to the law, which was framed in the liquor policy, only one person will get the one district. But the sister concern and the other companies related to that particular companies has been given 4 districts. So there is clear-cut allegation from our side, and I'm telling you, Manish Sisodia ji will be behind bars. There are irregularities, and all the liquor mafia have come to Delhi, and the same thing is going to happen in Punjab as well.
Okay, I'll leave the conversation there. Appreciate you joining us here on CNN News 18. Let me continue the conversation with Akash. Akash, I apologize for interrupting you earlier. You were taking us through those specific points which could put the Aam Aadmi Party in a lot of trouble. Could you list those points for us?
Right, Pradima, but let me also mention that, as you rightly pointed out, that there was a time in November when both the Congress and BJP were actually protesting against this particular policy, because these both parties were saying that Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal government is not only promoting the liquor in Delhi, but also has changed the formula, has changed the calculation formula, and is actually violating the norms. Now, as you have asked for, I'm reading out those points again, and I'll be trying to mention those specific points. The excise department, on the direction of Manish Sisodia, decided to refund EMD amounting to rupees 30 crore. This is a very important point where it has been said that there was a license holder and he did not have NOC, and then he was refunded amount of rupees 30 crore. Then there is another point which is saying that without the approval of competent authority, the excise department basically removed the import fees of rupees 50 per case on beer. So this is again the method of calculation that is under questions. The third point is that excise department yet again tender document to provide undue financial favors. There are allegations that Manish Sisodia himself favored some of his near and dear people, and he flouted several norms while giving several sort of relaxations. So there are several points on the basis of which LG has recommended this CBI probe. But on the other hand, we have seen that how CM Arvind Kejriwal is reacting to this particular order, because he is saying that he knew that they are going to arrest Manish Sisodia, who is the education minister of Delhi, and now he know that they are going to arrest him. And before that, we have seen that how in the case of Satyendra Jain as well, he came out in public and supported that he knows Satyendra Jain from years and he knows that this is a fake case. Now in Manish Sisodia's case as well, he is saying that he knows Manish Sisodia since year 2000, and in the last 22 years he has seen that how Manish Sisodia works, and he's a honest man, and he has worked for Delhi. He has implemented several policies while it is about the education system of Delhi, and that's the reason why central government is actually targeting Manish Sisodia. So two of the ministers, Satyendra Jain is already in custody, and now Manish Sisodia, and Arvind Kejriwal is saying that they are going to arrest Manish Sisodia because someone from the BJP itself is telling him that they are going to arrest him.
Akash, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's listen into some reactions. We'll continue this conversation.
जब कोविड के समय जब राशन की ज़रूरत थी तो कितने माइग्रेंट लेबर्स को दिल्ली से बाहर भगाया गया। उसके बाद जब ऑक्सीजन की कमी थी तो राजनीति करी। उस वक्त पे ठेके खोल के सिर्फ पैसे कमाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी, और उस समय भी इनको पैसे कमाने की पड़ी थी जब देश को एक इंसानियत की ज़रूरत थी। तो ये आम आदमी पार्टी अब हटा के नाम अब ठेकेदार की सरकार कर देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ठेके वालों की तो सरकार है ये। कोविड के समय जब ठेके खोले थे, जब बड़ी बड़ी लंबी लाइनें लगाई थी, जब शराब बेच रहे थे, तो सिर्फ यही नीयत थी कि अपने जो लिकर माफिया है उसको किस तरीके से अनड्यू एडवांटेजेस दी जा सकती थी।
Let me continue the conversation with my colleague Akash. Akash, while we've heard the same narrative from Arvind Kejriwal that all AAP leaders are extremely honest, they're extremely hardworking, this is vendetta politics, so on and so forth. But on the specific question, as far as this figure of over 140 crores is concerned, which is seen as a waiver to the liquor cartel, have we seen a specific answer to that figure from the AAP so far?
So in the past, we have seen several press conferences by Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia and several other leaders in November and December. But, these were not the allegations. At that time, there were no specific allegations because, leaders from the BJP and Congress were alleging that Arvind Kejriwal is somewhere promoting liquor in Delhi, because at that time, Arvind Kejriwal used to say that they will be working in the direction of Nasha Mukt Punjab. And at that time, it was more of a political allegation where BJP and Congress were saying that on one hand, they are saying that they'll be, working towards Nasha Mukt Punjab, and on the other hand, they are working they are actually promoting liquor in Delhi. At that time also, while this policy was implemented, so it was said that they are actually working to increase the liquor shops in the national capital, and there was no specific allegation. That's the reason why we saw that there were press conferences by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, but they were not reverting to this particular allegation. But now, LG has recommended on the basis of the specific allegation where it has been said that Manish Sisodia actually gave relaxation to those who were near and dear to him, and in fact near to Aam Aadmi Party, and he provided some sort of favors. On the other hand, they are also saying that there is some sort of a calculation that is a violation of the excise policy. That is the violation of the particular act and the laid norms. So at this point in time, there are some serious allegations on the basis of which LG has basically recommended this particular probe. Now it is on to CBI, and we may hear from the central agency whether or not they are going to continue the probe, because this is just a recommendation and it is on to CBI now that whether they'll be probing it or not. Ridhima.
So Akash, what happens from here on? Of course, this is a recommendation by the LG wanting a CBI probe. What is the protocol that follows from here on?
So now we are waiting for the CBI, because the CBI will further decide as to whether they will take this particular case or not. Also, if it will be required, they'll be investigating the case. They'll be questioning the main parties, and in this case, Manish Sisodia has been alleged that Manish Sisodia was the very part of this particular thing, and in fact, it has been said that during the time of rewarding the tenders, in fact, at that time, some people were favored, and this is the main allegation, and that's the reason why we are hearing several points, and we are given to understand that there are several points on the basis of which LG has recommended its probe. But now we are waiting for CBI, because we will be hearing from CBI very soon, and after that only we'll get some sort of confirmation as to whether or not CBI is taking up this case or not.
Akash, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. This, of course, is a story that we'll keep tracking very, very closely. We're now shifting our focus to the other big story that we're tracking this afternoon. Major political war over centre's Har Ghar Mein Tiranga movement after Prime Minister Modi tweeted this morning calling for Indians to all participate in the Har Ghar Mein Tiranga movement. The opposition has now slammed the centre, alleging that the flags are made in China and that Khadi flags must be used. Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra tweeted, and I'd like to quote, "The tricolour made of Khadi shows the self-power of the country and the livelihood of lakhs of people is associated with it." She also added that Prime Minister Modi should listen to the Khadi flag makers and then take a sensitive decision on their demand, end quote. Siddhant Mishra now joining us with more details. Siddhant, before I get into who has said what is really the controversy as far as the material which is being used to make the flags?
Well, look, certain sections of media have reported that these flags are going to come from China. Then what happens to the Make in India scheme? What happens to the Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme? So the opposition has been attacking government since then, the time these contents have published in certain sections of media. But what is important here is that PM has urged people to strengthen the Har Ghar Tiranga movement. This is a new initiative that has been taken by Prime Minister, and not just he has appealed to people, to hoist the national flag. Or to keep the national flag in their residences on 13th, 14th and 15th of this month, when India is going to celebrate 75th year of independence, Azadi Ke Amrit Mahotsav that we are celebrating. Also, in the past we have seen that how people have had to take a route of a court to get permission to hoist national flag in their own homes in India. And in fact, the opposition parties have been slamming time and again the RSS and BJP for not believing in the national flag. When this time around, Prime Minister has come out with this campaign to strengthen the entire movement Har Ghar Tiranga, and the target is to hoist 20 crores national flag across the country. So this is BJP's target. It's a beautiful initiative, but opposition parties are looking at an opportunity to slam the government and Prime Minister by bringing the issue of Khadi industry in this entire matter, and this is perhaps the reason that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has tweeted, asking people to look into the issue of Khadi manufacturers. Now, definitely that can be an issue. There are many existing problems in the country, but all the time attacking the government, even when some initiative is related to the national nation, some initiative related to national flag, attacking is something which is uncalled for, and in fact,
Siddhant, this is not the first time that we're seeing a political war of words as far as this Har Ghar Tiranga initiative is concerned. Just a couple of days ago, you had the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, who in fact had also stoked controversy by saying that you're a true national or a true patriot if you actually hoist a national flag, and that is more important than wanting registration as far as the NRC is concerned. Assam is a state that's going to have about 80 lakh of these national flags as part of this initiative. But the opposition is seeing this more as a diktat rather than somebody wanting to do it of their own choice.
Absolutely, and that's why I just mentioned that I remember, there are people, those who in fact went to Supreme Court to get permission to hoist national flag, because in India at one point in time hoisting national flags in private properties were not allowed. It was allowed when Supreme Court intervened. So in India we had to fight to get that permission.
Siddharth, I just apologize for interrupting. I'll just come back to you in just a bit. From the BJP, RP Singh now joining us on the broadcast. Good to have you on the broadcast with us. How do you respond to the tweet that has been put out by Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, essentially saying that flags which are made of khadi should be used and not any other material?
Well, there's no problem in that. I mean, two is the flag should be hoisted in as many houses it can be. So whatever flag is available, tricolor flag is available, that should be used. Preferably khadi. What's harm in it?
No, but the allegation coming in from the Congress is, in many reports also suggesting that some of the flags that are now being used are actually coming from China, and this will of course be a big blow to the workers involved in the khadi industry.
Well, what do the government have to do with it? Is it private enterprise, people who will be taking initiative in this, whether it's khadi or some other sort of flag, material flag? It has to tricolor, it has to emblem in between. That's the bigger issue. So it can be any private enterprise can take the route of whatever flag they want to pick up. Ultimately, the flag has to reach every household. But the issue is that Congress has to come out with the issue a day. Oh, daant bada ho gaya, that expunged words dictionary, that dharna position thing. Every day they have to come up with something or other, and that's it, because they come up with such lame issues, such issues which doesn't go down with people's throat. That's why people are rejecting them again. I mean, there are bigger issues of which are concerning country. They should come and discuss those issues.
Mr. Singh, I want to take you through two of the criticisms that have come from the opposition. One, as far as this entire overall initiative of Har Ghar Tiranga is concerned, many of them have pointed out that if you just restrict it to the time period of 13th to 15th August, it just looks like optics and nothing more.
Well, you think it is optics? It is an issue of nationalism. Anyone can take it as an optic. But ultimately, what will it drive to? It will build up more nationalism in the country. And then celebrate the 75th anniversary of the independence. When we celebrate Diwali, when we distribute sweets or gifts among our friends, is that an optic? We celebrate Diwali. We just do it once a year. You say, why do you do it once a year? Why not every day? Why don't you give sweets or distribute gifts? No, there are occasions to do things.
Okay, Mr. Singh, we'll leave the conversation there. We appreciate you joining us here on the broadcast. I'd like to thank my colleague Siddharth for getting us those details as well. Now, the presidential poll results didn't just turn out to be a big show of strength for the NDA, but also an eye-opener for the so-called united opposition. Heavy cross-voting was reported during the presidential polls. 17 opposition members of parliament and 126 non-NDA MLAs voted for Droupadi Murmu. Assam reported the highest cross-voting with 22 MLAs, followed by Madhya Pradesh with 19 cross-voters. But what's also very interesting is that 5 MLAs cross-voted in Congress-ruled Rajasthan. And remember, this is a state that's slated for elections next year. Meanwhile, it also seems like the opposition is not so united for the vice presidential race as well, as the TMC has decided to abstain from the voting for VP polls on the 6th of August. To justify its move, the TMC has said that the decision to choose Alva was taken in a haste and the TMC was not kept in loop.
I have the right and I have the prerogative to differ. If I have left this decision to the prerogative of my members of parliament, 85% of the members of parliament present in the meeting has said we object the way opposition candidate was decided without consulting with Trinamool Congress, without deliberating with other significant parties who hold a considerable amount of MPs in both the houses. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि भाई हम दूसरों को ये नहीं कह रहे कि आप जाके वोट मत करो, जिसको जो करना है करेगा। कि आपको अगर लगता है कि जगदीप धनखड़ को वोट नहीं दोगे तो उनको सुविधा हो जाएगा। आप मैथमेटिक्स मुझे लाके दिखा दो कैसे सुविधा हो जाएगा।
সেই মমতা ব্যানার্জি আবার কালিম্পংয়ের পাশেই দার্জিলিং পাহাড়ে ধনকরের সঙ্গে সাক্ষাৎ করলেন। বড় অদ্ভুত ব্যাপারটা দেখুন, সংযোগ দেখুন। আসাম থেকে বন্যা ছেড়ে চলে আসছে হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মা, বন্যায় মানুষ মারা যাচ্ছে, লক্ষ লক্ষ মানুষ খেতে পাচ্ছে না, সেই জায়গা থেকে চলে আসছে ধনকরের সঙ্গে দেখা করতে দার্জিলিংয়ে। দিদি কলকাতা থেকে উড়ে গিয়ে চলে যাচ্ছেন দার্জিলিংয়ে জিটিএর সঙ্গে আলোচনা করতে। তাহলে মাঝখানে ধনকর, একদিকে হিমন্ত বিশ্ব শর্মা এনআরসির যে নায়ক, আরেকদিকে দিদি एनआरसी तथाकथित विरोधी मुख, माझे धनकर।
ये टीएमसी से बातचीत तो पवार जी ने खुद कहा कि मैं बात करता हूँ उनसे, और उनके जो फ्लोर लीडर्स हैं उनसे भी बातचीत जयराम रमेश से एक बार नहीं, दो बार नहीं, अनेक बार हुई। तो अब सडनली ये चेंज होना, मुझे कुछ इसका अंदाजा नहीं लग रहा क्यों ये हो रहा है। देखेंगे इसके पीछे क्या कारण है वो खोज के निकालेंगे।
So with TMC now deciding to abstain as far as the VP presidential elections are concerned, this is raising a lot of questions as far as where does this leave the opposition unity specifically for 2024. But first, let's break down the details in terms of why did Mamata Banerjee-led TMC decide to abstain. Now, essentially what they are saying is that Margaret Alva, which is the opposition's candidate, that name was decided in an undemocratic way. The TMC feels that they were not given enough weightage, no proper consultation and deliberation done with the TMC, and thus they decided it's better for them to stay away as far as this voting is concerned. They also feel the TMC's suggestions for the VP candidate were not even considered, so why should they support as far as Margaret Alva is concerned? A party with 35 MPs can't be ignored. This is very, very important. This is Mamata Banerjee in a way reiterating the importance of that party as far as an opposition is concerned. 85% of TMC MPs urged Mamata to abstain from polls. This is what the TMC is saying, that it in fact was a joint decision. But remember, this is not the only problematic issue here. Remember, when Droupadi Murmu's candidature was also announced, we had heard from Mamata Banerjee that if we knew about Droupadi Murmu earlier, possibly things would have been different. Then what did we see play out yesterday? Multiple cross-voters, MPs as well as MLAs, thus raising a lot of questions that is this now a divided house as far as the opposition is concerned. The Congress, very, very understandably, has been completely stumped. They're trying to make reason of what has led Mamata Banerjee to abstain from voting and not supporting the opposition's candidate, Margaret Alva. But as I said, this is now raising larger questions as far as the unity of the opposition for 2024 is concerned. So the TMC is saying that we decided to abstain because we felt that this entire decision of choosing Margaret Alva was actually taken in an undemocratic manner. My colleague and senior editor Shaugato now joining us on the broadcast. Shaugato, while the TMC may have its own reasons saying that, all of this was done in an undemocratic manner, thus we decided to stay away from this, this is now leading the Congress to raise questions and asking, has there been a backroom deal or pact between the BJP and the TMC?
Well, that's definitely the allegation coming from the Congress as well as some corners of the left parties here as well. We do remember that Mamata Banerjee did meet Jagdeep Dhankar, Himanta Biswa Sarma, last week in Darjeeling, when both leaders, all three leaders, were in Darjeeling at that point in time. The governor was there, of course, at Raj Bhavan, which the venue where that meeting took place. Obviously, both sides called it a courtesy call, given the fact that governor was present in Darjeeling at the same time when the chief minister was, on the occasion of the oath-taking ceremony of the Gorkhaland Territorial Administration election results that had just come out. But having said that, you see, the issue in front of the Trinamool Congress right now is very, very interesting, given the fact that Mamata Banerjee herself set the agenda at that 21 July Martyrs' Day here in Kolkata, that mega rally where she spoke at yesterday. You know, the biggest political takeaway from her speech was that she said that in 2020 will not gain single-handed majority.
Okay.
Following the opposition parties will come together on the same platform to form the next government. Obviously, Mamata Banerjee wasn't too hopeful of any kind of a pre-poll alliance, in the run-up to the 2024 elections. That is the takeaway, which was obviously reflected in that decision taken later in the day yesterday, when the Trinamool Congress decided to abstain from the vice presidential polls, which will take place on the 6th of the next month.
Okay.
So obviously, at this in time, Mamata Banerjee isn't too hopeful, for a pre-poll alliance. It seems from the indications that she and her party is giving at in time, something that was not the case only, about a month or so ago, when Mamata Banerjee was visiting Delhi, talking to the opposition leaders, finalizing the president's candidate for the opposition. The scenario, it seems, has changed in the meanwhile.
Sure, Guru. Thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Let's also now talk about the big international story that we're tracking. Sri Lanka has a new government in power with Ranil Wickremesinghe as president and Dinesh Gunawardena as the prime minister. But after a brief lull following Rajapaksa stepping down, protests have been reignited in the country. Hundreds of Sri Lankan soldiers and security officials raided the main anti-government protest camp in Colombo at around 3 a.m. today. Security forces tore down campsites and clashed with unarmed protesters. Security personnel armed with batons removed barricades set up by protesters blocking the main gate of the presidential secretariat. Chaotic scenes now show protesters running for cover as cops clamp down on protesters. Over 50 protesters have been injured so far.
देखिए श्रीलंकन आर्मी जो है वो लगातार यहाँ पर मौजूद है और श्रीलंकन आर्मी की तरफ से जो है मोर्चा संभाल लिया गया है श्रीलंका की सड़कों पर। अब जब श्रीलंका की आर्मी जो है जब यहाँ पर ग्राउंड पर मौजूद है तो आखिर अब प्रदर्शनकारियों का अगला जो है निर्णय क्या होगा, उनकी तरफ से अगला स्टेप क्या लिया जाएगा, इसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा। लेकिन देखिए श्रीलंका की जिस तरीके की अर्थव्यवस्था है, जिस तरीके से प्रदर्शनकारी पिछले 100 दिनों से लगातार सड़कों पर डटे हुए थे, वो हटने का नाम नहीं ले रहे थे। उनकी तरफ से साफ तौर पर कहा गया कि पहले गोटबाया राजपक्षे जो है वो हटे, इस्तीफा दे, वो इस्तीफा उन्होंने दिया भी, वो देश छोड़कर भाग गए। उसके बाद रानिल विक्रमसिंघे जो है वो राष्ट्रपति के पद पर जो है अब उनकी नियुक्ति हो चुकी है। आज उन्होंने सुबह सवेरे शपथ ली है। अब श्रीलंका का क्या होगा? क्या रानिल विक्रमसिंघे जो है जो नाराजगी जनता के बीच में है, क्या उसको संभाल पाएंगे? दूसरी तरफ जो है प्रदर्शनकारी मौजूद है, इस तरफ श्रीलंकन आर्मी जो है वो मौजूद है। लेकिन अब अगले 24 घंटे बहुत जरूरी हो जाते हैं, क्योंकि अब जाहिर सी बात है कि जो घर उन लोगों के थे वो तोड़ दिए गए हैं। तो क्या कुछ लोगों की गिरफ्तारी होगी, कुछ लोगों को हिरासत में लिया जाएगा? आगे श्रीलंकन आर्मी की तरफ से क्या कुछ किया जाएगा, इसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा।
We're getting some news now coming in from the Supreme Court, where we're understanding the Supreme Court has accepted 3-member committee report submitted in connection with the Bikru encounter where dreaded gangster Vikas Dubey was killed. The court rejected the objections raised by the petitioners. Our legal correspondent Ananya Bhatnagar now joining us with more details. Talk to us about what the Supreme Court has said today and what were the panel report.
Well, yes, definitely a panel report was, remember, submitted before the UP State Assembly last year, and wherein the encounter was completely given out a clean sheet, and now the Supreme Court too has accepted that report and has asked the Uttar Pradesh government to act on the recommendations that have been given out by, in fact, the committee headed by former Judge B.S. Chauhan. Remember that a 3-member panel was set up by the top court when this news had broken down about the Vikas Dubey encounter, and in fact the matter had reached the topmost court of the country. So after a 3-member panel was set up, then the inquiry was conducted into this whole case, and later on in 2020 a report was submitted before the UP State Assembly, and now the Supreme Court too has accepted this report clearly. saying that the inquiry in the matter is completely complete and has now closed the matter, giving out a direction to make this report public and also upload it on the website of the top court. So we'll have to see as to when the report is uploaded, but definitely a big win, we can say, for the UP government, that the encounter has been given out a clean sheet completely into this whole case of Vikas Dubey, because remember, a lot of hue and cry had happened after Vikas Dubey's encounter had happened, and many aspersions were raised on the UP government and the UP police over all of this. But then now the Supreme Court committee has clearly, in fact, given out a clean sheet to all of these rumors.
Ananya, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Now, as the race for Prime Minister of the United Kingdom gets closer, a test of Indian origin Rishi Sunak is also underway. It will be interesting to see whether he will be able to break the barriers or he will be barred from holding the highest post because of prejudices associated with his identity. My colleague Sanjay Suri brings you this report.
Rishi Sunak is, of course, looking not just to replace Boris Johnson, but Boris Johnson's great hero Winston Churchill, who thought Indians are people who need to be ruled over, to be abused, to be starved even, and in millions, and he did all of that. He thought Indians are people not capable of governing themselves. The thought that someone from India could come to govern Britain as Prime Minister, move into Downing Street, go weekly to Her Majesty the Queen to brief her on his decisions for Britain, this surely would have been a thought from another world. Already, Rishi Sunak has done so much to change those old assumptions and to bash through the glass ceiling, to show Britain new possibilities for itself and to show the world new possibilities for Britain. And right across from Winston Churchill standing on Westminster Square, there is Gandhi right behind here. And surely it's tempting to try and guess for ourselves what Gandhi might have thought. Certainly he would have been pleased, but perhaps not in a triumphalistic way of the narrow nationalistic kind. He would have been pleased that barriers have been broken, that barriers he struggled so hard to confront and to tear down have come down now in ways that no one in India then could have foreseen, and certainly no one in Britain. And so who moves into 10 Downing Street once Boris Johnson moves out? Rishi Sunak has been living down that street in number 11 as Chancellor of the Exchequer earlier. But the odds are against him moving in next door. Not a lot of British people sound exactly enthusiastic about that prospect.
I like Rishi Sunak. I'm not sure about his handling of the economy in the last few years, but would he get my vote if I was a Conservative voter? I don't know. He's very tainted by being close to Boris Johnson for me. So, but is he the best out of the three? Difficult to say for me, really. He's probably the most qualified. I kind of wish he hadn't been supporting Johnson for as long as he had.
Yeah, I like him, but I think he stuck with Boris for too long. And I think he should have resigned earlier and showed that he wanted to leave the country.
He is somebody who really does not have world experience or experience of being like an ordinary person. He's been privileged, he's had private education. He turns up to go around a factory or building site with a £400 sterling pair of shoes on. He is so out of touch.
Sunak is accused of elitism when most Conservative Prime Ministers have come from Eton and Harrow and Oxford and Cambridge. As elite as it gets, Sunak is now up against a significant Tory blue that is overwhelmingly white and would like to keep it that way all the way to the top. If this were to be settled by talent and experience and capability, Rishi Sunak would of course win. He cannot but win. But there are fears that there is a strong subterranean undercurrent of prejudice, and that is where the pitfalls lie. Coming up is a test, of course, for Rishi Sunak, but coming up is also a test how many Conservative Party members can rise above prejudice.
A very warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. We dive into the newscast with a big CNN News 18 exclusive. CNN News 18 has accessed clinching evidence of who exactly is responsible for the daylight shooting of Sidhu Moosewala. On the day of the murder, a call was made by the alleged shooter to the dreaded gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who has been lodged in the Tihar jail. Now remember, the intercepted 98-second phone conversation has the shooter proudly claiming to have shot down Moosewala and is promptly lauded by Lawrence Bishnoi. Listen in to this shocking audio clip.
हेलो
हेलो हाँ जी बोलिए।
बात हो सकती है?
हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है,
करवाना ही जरूरी है। हाँ जी
एक मिनट।
हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बता, ऐसी लगे होल्ड पे लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें, गोल्डन लाइफ ऑन। मेरी गल सुन, बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु। ठीक हो? ठीक हो?
हाँ मैं ठीक है।
मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
है,
ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
की करता
उसे वाला मारता
मारता
मारता मारता।
ओके कर लो।
So let's try and quickly focus on that very crucial piece of audio conversation that we have accessed. Let's try and break down what the killer, the shooter, has to say. The Moosewala murder tape, that's what we are calling it. Number one, most crucial aspect is that 98-second audio reveals that Lawrence Bishnoi plotted Moosewala's murder. Remember, this is a dreaded gangster who was in Tihar jail when this murder took place. Secondly, the gunman called up Bishnoi just after the shooting of Sidhu Moosewala and owned up to having shot Moosewala. Number three, Bishnoi received calls even while lodged in Tihar. Now remember, we know that this entire murder was planned while Lawrence Bishnoi was inside Tihar jail. Tihar jail, no bar to Bishnoi operating his gang. Many questions to be answered by the administration in Tihar jail. What were authorities doing so far as Lawrence Bishnoi is concerned? How was he able to operate and rather mastermind the murder of Sidhu Moosewala? And with that crucial point, let me play out that very, very critical audio conversation that has been accessed by CNN News 18. Let's listen in to that piece of conversation between Lawrence Bishnoi and the dreaded shooter.
हेलो
हेलो हाँ जी बोलिए।
बात हो सकती है?
हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है,
करवाना ही जरूरी है। हाँ जी
एक मिनट।
हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बता, ऐसी लगे होल्ड पे लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें, गोल्डन लाइफ ऑन। मेरी गल सुन, बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु। ठीक हो? ठीक हो?
हाँ मैं ठीक है।
मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
है,
ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
की करता
उसे वाला मारता
मारता
मारता मारता।
ओके कर लो।
Right, for more details, let's quickly go across to our correspondent Anshul Singh, who's bringing us this piece of exclusive news story. Anshul, if you could break down that conversation for us, and what are the crucial takeaways from that conversation which has taken place in Punjabi, and what we could certainly make out is the fact that the shooter has owned up to murdering Sidhu Moosewala and that he is apparently speaking to Lawrence Bishnoi. Has there been any confirmation in terms of this audio recording? Has the Delhi police sort of given any sort of cognizance if this is the audio of the shooter and of Lawrence Bishnoi that we are speaking of?
So yes, this has been verified by Delhi police that the audio tapes that we are showing our viewers right now, this audio tape was actually recorded, actually intercepted right after the killing of Sidhu Moosewala, and the person who called Lawrence Bishnoi was Ankit Sirsa. Now remember, Ankit Sirsa was one of the shooters in the whole case. Approximately 6 to 7 people who had come to kill Sidhu Moosewala. Ankit Sirsa was one of them. He was nabbed by the Delhi Police Special Cell just a few weeks ago, and this audio recordings have now come to the fore. Now, more than giving answers, this whole scenario raises more questions on the administration within the Tihar jail, because remember, the call that was picked up was not picked up by Lawrence Bishnoi, but was picked up by one of the gang members. He was initially operating the whole gang, and the whole he was initially plotting the whole move from inside the jails, and that is what has come to the fore. The call that was picked up by one of the gang members of Lawrence Bishnoi. He initially spoke to Ankit Sirsa, and after which he gave the phone to Lawrence Bishnoi. Now another thing that has come to the fore is that Lawrence Bishnoi actually knew that this call could be recorded, so the conversation that happened in Punjabi was a very, very short conversation if you look at it. And Lawrence Bishnoi asked him, "Kar dita" means "ho gaya? Have you done it?" He just says yes, and then he says "Kato, phone kato, cut the call." That is just the conversation that he had with Lawrence Bishnoi. Before that, he was speaking to one of the gang members of Lawrence Bishnoi. So yes, he somewhere or the other, Lawrence Bishnoi knew that this call could be traced. So he
Anshul, stay with us. Stay with us, since you're breaking down that very brief conversation as you highlighted. I'd also like to play out that conversation once again. It's a piece of very crucial evidence, as you just mentioned, has been verified by the Delhi police. Let's play out that conversation again for our viewers.
हेलो
हेलो, हाँ जी जी बोलिए।
बात हो सकती है?
हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है,
करवाना ही जरूरी है। हाँ जी,
एक मिनट।
हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बता, ऐसी लगे होल्ड पे नहीं, स्पीकर ऑन करें, गोल्डन लाइट फोन। मेरी गल सुन, बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नूं। ठीक हो? ठीक हो?
हाँ मैं ठीक है।
मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी, ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
की करता
उसे वाला मारता
मारता
मारता मारता।
ओके कर लो।
लाइसेंस फी पर, जिसमें कि कोई अप्रूवल, कोई कैबिनेट नोट, कोई ऑथराइज्ड एजेंसी, किसी को इसमें जोड़ा नहीं गया, उससे किसी से बात भी नहीं की गई। और जब दिल्ली के अंदर डेल्टा वेव चल रही थी, उस दौरान ये हरकत हुई कि डेल्टा वेव के दौरान भारतवासी काम के अभाव में होटल, अस्पताल, बाकी चीज़ें बंद पड़ी थी। अस्पतालों का क्या हाल था आप सब जानते हैं। उन सब के अभाव में दिल्ली छोड़ कर जा रहे थे और उनके पास कोई रोटी रोजगार नहीं था। उस समय ये काम कर रहे थे कि डायरेक्ट ऑर्डर्स दे रहे थे कि 144.36 करोड़ जो है वो माफ कर दो। मेरा तीसरा सवाल कि L1 का जब टेंडर लगता है किसी भी कंपनी का, तो उस L1 के टेंडरिंग से पहले आपको कुछ जो है अर्नेस्ट मनी डिपॉजिट देना पड़ता है। वो अर्नेस्ट मनी डिपॉजिट जो है 30 करोड़ का दिया गया एक कंपनी द्वारा, और उस 30 करोड़ के अर्नेस्ट मनी डिपॉजिट को अगर L1 की प्रोसेसेस को फॉलो नहीं किया, अगर नो ऑब्जेक्शन सर्टिफिकेट एयरपोर्ट अथॉरिटी का चाहिए था, कुछ और चाहिए था, आप वो काम नहीं करके आप अपना सरेंडर कर देते हैं, तो जो आपका अर्नेस्ट मनी डिपॉजिट है वो फोरफीट हो जाता है, वो सरकारी खाते में, खजाने में चला जाता है। लेकिन इस केस के अंदर ये जो 30 करोड़ रुपए थे, बिना अप्रूवल, बिना प्रोसेसेस, बिना नियम, बिना कानून फॉलो किए हुए उस कंपनी को वापस किया गया। मेरा चौथा सवाल कि 50 रुपए जो विदेशी अल्कोहल है और खास तौर पे बियर, तो 50 रुपए पर केस की एग्जेम्पशन जो है वो एग्जेम्पशन दी गई बियर के केसेस पर जो इंपोर्टेड लिकर था, विदेश से आने वाला जो अल्कोहल था, लिकर था, उसके ऊपर 50 रुपए पर केस की एग्जेम्पशन, बिना किसी अप्रूवल के, बिना किसी कैबिनेट नोट के, बिना किसी ऑथराइज्ड एजेंसी के, बिना LG को सूचित किए, ये 50 रुपए भी पर केस कम किया गया, जिसकी वजह से जो दिल्ली की जनता है, उनके जो टैक्स के फायदे थे, जो उनको पैसा आना था, वो सब जो है जनता के पैसे का लगातार नुकसान किया गया। इसके बाद जो एक ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी है खाओ गली नाम की जो ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी है, उसको इन्होंने 2 जोन्स के ठेके दिए हैं। 2 जोन्स के अंदर ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी को ठेका कैसे दिया, इसकी भी एक्सप्लेनेशन ये केजरीवाल जी तथ्यों के साथ दें तो हम सबको ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट असेस करने में मदद होगी। एक कार्टलाइजेशन जो है टेंडरिंग प्रोसेसेस के अंदर कार्टलाइजेशन बंद होती है कि हम 4-5 लोग तय कर लें आपस में कि हम 4-5 कंपनियां फ्लोट करेंगे और उसी के आधार पर मिलजुल के हेराफेरी करके हम इकट्ठे टेंडरिंग में उतरे और टेंडरिंग प्रोसेस में कि इसको मिले तो मैं पार्टनर, मेरे को मिले तो ये पार्टनर, इस तरीके की जो चीज़ें हैं वो अवैध है, इलीगल है, गैर कानूनी है। लेकिन आपको हैरानी होगी कि इस सारी जो लिकर पॉलिसी है जिसके अंदर सब धांधलेबाजी हुई है, उसके अंदर कार्टलाइजेशन की प्रोसेस जारी थी। मंगूटा एक कंपनी है, वो मंगूटा कंपनी एक इंडोस्प्रिट और एक खाओगली, ये 3-4 कंपनियों की कार्टलाइजेशन के बाद ये काम हुआ और इन सब के पीछे श्रीनिवास आलू रेड्डी का जो है MSR का क्या लेना देना है, कितने पैसे लगे, क्या है, इसकी अगर वो ब्यौरा देंगे तो जनता को सहूलियत होगी ईमानदार का सर्टिफिकेट असेस करने में। तो आज जो है हम यही बताने आए हैं कि इन सब इलीगल गैर कानूनी चीज़ों को लेकर जिस तरीके की धोखाधड़ी दिल्ली की जनता के साथ हुई है और जो बहुत बड़ा जो है स्कैम ही कहेंगे, उसका ब्यौरा जो है तथ्यों के आधार पर अगर केजरीवाल जी देते हैं तो हमें जो है सहूलियत हो जाएगी। और इनको ऐसी आफत क्या आई कि इनको अर्जेंट नोट सर्कुलेट करना पड़ा बिना 48 घंटे का नोटिस दिए, क्योंकि कोई भी पॉलिसी नोट है उसमें कोई मरने जीने वाला नहीं, कोई आग नहीं लगी, कोई आपदा नहीं आई, कुछ नहीं हुआ। तो 48 घंटे के नोटिस के बिना एजेंडा सर्कुलेट किए हफड़ तफड़ में इनको ये कागज़ क्यों साइन करने पड़े, और ये ज़रा हम सबको बता दें। तो बेसिक जो हमारी बात है वो यही है कि जो अल्कोहल के ऊपर, लिकर के ऊपर टैक्सेस लगते हैं, वो टैक्सेस जनता के काम आने वाला पैसा है, लेकिन इन्होंने लगातार लिकर कंपनियों को, माफिया को फायदा पहुंचाने के लिए नियम कानून का उल्लंघन करते हुए कुछ निर्णय लिए हैं और सीधे सीधे तौर पर वो लाइसेंसेस, वो निर्णय जो हैं उससे जो है जनता का नुकसान हुआ है, जिसमें वेवर ऑफ फीस इत्यादि इन्होंने दिया है। अब इसी बात को मैं जो अंग्रेजी चैनल्स हैं उनके लिए कहना चाहती हूँ कि in a non-confirming manner and even wards, मैं डिटेल में नहीं जा रही, ये सवाल मैंने पूछ लिए हैं, एक वार्ड के अंदर 2 ठेके खोलने का, फिर 2 से अधिक खोलने का, उसकी भी कोई परमिशन नहीं थी, वो भी इन्होंने काम किया है। जो पीनल एक्शन जिन लोगों के खिलाफ होना चाहिए था वो पीनल एक्शन नहीं लिया गया, क्योंकि उनके जो पेट लाइसेंसेस है वो कैंसिल होने चाहिए, वो नहीं हुए। जो स्कूल आदि हैं उनके आसपास ठेके खोलने का, मार्केट प्लेसेस जहाँ पे महिलाएं, और जैसे साउथ एक्स मार्केट है, कोटला में ऑलरेडी एक ठेका चलता था, एक और इन्होंने खोला। जनता की हाहाकार मची, महिलाओं के ग्रुप, सिविल सोसाइटी और सबने इसका जो है विरोध किया। बावजूद उन तमाम चीज़ों के इन्होंने अपनी लाइसेंसिंग पॉलिसी नहीं बदली और जो नुकसान हुआ वो देश की जनता और दिल्ली की जनता का हुआ, क्योंकि इन्होंने लिकर माफिया को लाभ पहुंचाने के लिए जो है पॉलिसी जो है उसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया। और आई कैन ओनली से दैट ऑल दिस exercise was undertaken with ulterior motives which do not meet the eye, and what kind of losses have happened to public exchequer can only be, it's only for everybody to guess that what kind of monetary transactions have taken place is what we all wish to understand. And this so-called the sticker of Imandar Sarkar will be given to you later when you decide to answer us on facts. The very first fact is on 25th October 2021, This was a notice issued by Excise Department of Delhi to the companies concerned who were part of the cartelization process in tendering process itself. What happened to this notice? What action was taken? What investigation happened? Whether any action was taken or not undertaken is what we want to understand. And please answer specifically pertaining to the notice and don't talk about Imandar Beiman Sarkar. The second question is on 14 July 2022, 1 week ago, without a cabinet note, without an approval, 144.26 crore was waived off from the liquor cartel. And this was done without adequate approvals, without proper notice to the Lieutenant Governor and other authorities who, as part of processes, approvals need to be taken in a process and rule-bound manner, which has not been done. And then
all right, let's quickly try and get a sense of perspective, because there are some sensational claims being made by the BJP as it slammed the Delhi government for misappropriating the excise policy for its ulterior motives, for its benefits, causing loss to the public exchequer. Let's try and get in a sense of perspective from our political editor, Maria Shakil, who's joining me on the phone line. Maria, how do you see this now escalating? The kind of revelations that have now come in, or are the charges that the BJP is making, that's certainly going to now make the possibility of the CBI stepping in more real.
Yes, so the CBI inquiry, if you remember, was initially recommended in Delhi Chief Secretary's report, which was filed earlier this month. And all of them had shown that prima facie there have been violations. Now, with the Lieutenant Governor sending that recommendation, the CBI will be filing complaints. So, you know, when we say it's a real possibility with that letter that has been written by the Lieutenant Governor, yes, it is. The report, which is now there in the public domain, clearly talks about deliberate and several procedural lapses as well, and some kind of benefits to liquor licensees. Now, the BJP says that it is the Aam Aadmi Party which clearly stands exposed because they put up some kind of charade of being honest. The Aam Aadmi Party says that they had sensed it, and that is the reason. If you look at what Mr. Kejriwal had said, that a month ago, soon after Satyendra Jain was taken into custody by the investigating agencies, at that time itself, the Aam Aadmi Party had said that the second person who will be arrested by central agencies would be Manish Sisodia, because he is someone who understands the Delhi government's policy as well. So he's also on the radar. So now Mr. Kejriwal is saying that he stands vindicated in terms of his own speculation and perhaps his own fears. But it has escalated. It has been escalated. The Aam Aadmi Party is not backing off, neither is the BJP. They understand fully well that this will have its direct political ramifications in the MCD polls. So there will be political war that will be playing out between the two sides, and also the legal warfare which has begun with this, formal recommendation that has gone from the Lieutenant Governor.
Right. Mario, also if you could take us through how this is a matter which has been under the scanner ever since November 2021, when the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi went ahead and changed that excise policy, and how the current ramifications which we are looking at, whether legally or politically, are in fact a consequence of what happened back in November, when the Congress and the BJP both had voiced their opposition.
Yes, both had opposed the policy, and they had lodged a complaint also with the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, as well as with central agencies, and they had demanded that there is a need for a probe into the new excise policy. The Delhi unit of the BJP had also organized a protest to seal illegal liquor shops as well, and they were selling, alcohol in non-conforming areas. The question that was raised by Delhi BJP chief some time back was also this, that the new policy will only lead to sale of spurious liquor and promote crime in general. But I think it's the larger use of agencies which will be something that the Aam Aadmi Party is questioning, and that is something that will be going on from here onwards too.
Many thanks, Maria, for bringing in all those details. And with that, let's also quickly play out some very crucial political reactions that have poured in. Let's start with the Delhi CM, Arvind Kejriwal.
अब हमारे देश के अंदर एक नया सिस्टम लागू किया गया है। पहले ये तय किया जाता है कि किस आदमी को जेल भेजना है और फिर उसके खिलाफ एक मनगढ़ंत झूठा केस बनाया जाता है। पूरा का पूरा केस बिल्कुल झूठा है। ये लोग झूठे केस बना बना के हमारे ऊपर कीचड़ फेंकना चाहते हैं। ये दिखाना चाहते हैं दुनिया को कि देखो ये भी हमारे जैसे ही हैं। पूरे देश में आम आदमी पार्टी फैल रही है। ये उसे रोकना चाहते हैं। दिल्ली के कामों को रोकना चाहते हैं। दिल्ली के अंदर जो शानदार काम हो रहे हैं, सिंगापुर की सरकार पूरे दुनिया के मेयर बुलाए उन्होंने और केजरीवाल को बुलाया कि आके इनको जरा सा सिखाओ कि आप दिल्ली में क्या काम कर रहे हो। इससे बड़ी गर्व की बात क्या हो सकती है।
जब कोविड के समय जब राशन की ज़रूरत थी तो कितने माइग्रेंट लेबर्स को दिल्ली से बाहर भगाया गया। उसके बाद जब ऑक्सीजन की कमी थी तो राजनीति करी। उस वक्त पे ठेके खोल के सिर्फ पैसे कमाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी और उस समय भी इनको पैसे कमाने की पड़ी थी जब देश को एक इंसानियत की ज़रूरत थी। तो ये आम आदमी पार्टी अब हटा के नाम अब ठेकेदार की सरकार कर देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ठेके वालों की तो सरकार है ये। कोविड के समय जब ठेके खोले थे, जब बड़ी बड़ी लंबी लाइनें लगाई थी, जब शराब बेच रहे थे, तो सिर्फ यही नीयत थी कि अपने जो लिकर माफिया है उसको किस तरीके से अनड्यू एडवांटेजेस दी जा सकती थी।
जब 2016 के अंदर हमारी सरकार को 1 साल हुआ था, तब भी केंद्र सरकार बहुत घबराई थी और हर वो कोशिश की थी कि दिल्ली सरकार के कामों को रोका जाए। और उस समय 400 से ज्यादा फाइलों को दिल्ली सरकार की इन्वेस्टिगेट किया गया। उसमें कुछ नहीं निकला। 400 फाइलों में कुछ नहीं निकला। वो मंत्री जो पूरे देश में शिक्षा की क्रांति लाए, जिनका डंका आज देश में नहीं विदेशों में बज रहा है, उस उप मुख्यमंत्री को फंसाने के लिए ये सीबीआई की इंक्वायरी केंद्र सरकार के इशारे पर हमारे एलजी साहब ने रिकमेंड की है।
लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर ने सीबीआई प्रोब रिकमेंड किया है, जो नई एक्साइज पॉलिसी दिल्ली में इंप्लीमेंट हुई है। इसको कैसे देखते हैं और क्या रिएक्शन है कांग्रेस पार्टी का इस पर?
देखिए, हमने पहले ही दिन से जब ये स्कीम लॉन्च हुई थी तभी कहा था इसमें भ्रष्टाचार लिप्त है। यहाँ तो आपने पूरी की पूरी दिल्ली बेच डाली शराब माफियाओं को। आपने आप किसी मोहल्ला सभा से पूछते हो, ना किसी मंदिर की समिति से पूछते हो, ना अपने विधायकों से पूछते हो। केवल अरविंद और सिसोदिया जो कर दे वही सही। आखिर वो दीप संधू ये जो पंजाब का एक्स एमएलए रहा है, जिसकी इतनी बड़ी कंपनी है शराब की, उसको कैसे टेंडर मिला? क्या इसमें सेल कंपनियों को टेंडर क्यों दिया गया? एक जोन के अलावा आप 2-2, 3-3 जोन दे देते हैं। आपने पॉलिसी को धराशायी कर दिया। तो तमाम एविडेंस हमने दिए और पहले दिन से हम कह रहे हैं। आज एलजी साहब ने इसकी शुरुआत की है। प्रश्न तो ये उठता है कि पहले एलजी साहब मौन क्यों रहे?
Sir, LG VK Saxena has recommended a CBI probe into Delhi government excise policy 2021-2022. What the BJP has to say on this?
See, if you remember, we did a press conference last year also, and we have put a document on the public platform also, that this Arvind Kejriwal government is flouting the tenders and they are indulging in the corruption. The corruption is, according to tender document, you are not allowed to do a cartel. You have done a cartel. You are not allowed to give a tender to a blacklisted company. You have given a tender to a blacklisted company called Galle in Delhi. Number 3, manufacturing company is not allowed in the retail sector. You have given that. We have showed the papers and we have deposited papers in the CBI also. Modi government is not afraid of you. You have to give an answer. In spite of issuing a public notice, issuing a show cause notice to these companies on 25th of October 2021. Why no action has been taken till date? You have to answer this.
We have more breaking news coming in. Manish Sisodia's first statement has just come in. He has tweeted the following, saying that Modi ji is very afraid of Kejriwal ji. People have become disillusioned with Modi ji. Now the country has hope only from Kejriwal ji. As the Aam Aadmi Party's influence grows across the country, there will be many more false cases. That's what Manish Sisodia is saying. But now no jail can stop Kejriwal ji and Aam Aadmi Party. The future belongs to you. The future belongs to India. That is what Manish Sisodia has to say. Remember, he's the man in the eye of the storm because the excise department comes under him, and a lot of answering currently to be done by the Aam Aadmi Party after the Lieutenant Governor called for a CBI probe into the new excise policy and the kind of moves that have been made by the Delhi government. Let me also go across to our correspondent Akash Sharma, who's with us. Akash, if you could throw light on these statements that have come in from Manish Sisodia. As we were also discussing earlier, the political slugfest will continue, but nothing concrete coming from Manish Sisodia, because this is just a reiteration of what we heard Saurabh Bharadwaj say earlier in the day.
So, let me tell you that this is the third attack. In the morning we saw how first Saurabh Bharadwaj carried out one PC press conference where he said that Modi is basically jealous of Kejriwal and the popularity he has. Then we had Arvind Kejriwal, who in fact said that central government and in fact the Prime Minister Modi is targeting Aam Aadmi Party and its leaders just because they are doing some good work. And now Manish Sisodia himself, and he's tweeting that Prime Minister Modi is afraid of Kejriwal and people are done with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and now they are hoping from Arvind Kejriwal. And I quote, मोदी जी केजरीवाल से बहुत डरते हैं, मोदी जी से लोगों का मोह भंग हो गया है, अब केजरीवाल जी से ही देश को उम्मीद है. जैसे जैसे आपका देश भर में प्रभाव बढ़ेगा, अभी और बहुत झूठे केस होंगे और अब कोई जेल केजरीवाल जी और आपको नहीं रोक सकती. भविष्य आपका है, भविष्य भारत का है. So, he is saying that now no case can stop us because, this is in the backdrop of the recent recommendation by the Lieutenant Governor where, Manish Sisodia is a very part of that particular policy because he was the excise minister. And in fact, during his tenure only this was implemented. So at this point in time, Manish Sisodia coming out and saying all this shows that how Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party is reacting to the particular recommendation by the Lieutenant Governor where a probe has been recommended into the new excise policy that was implemented in November 2021, Akanksha.
All right, Akash, thank you for bringing in all those details. We have some more breaking news coming in. There's a shocker coming from the BJP MP Hansraj. Sexist comments have been passed by Hansraj over the new Delhi excise policy on liquor. The BJP MP says after the new excise policy, women will also now drink and it will go on till late in the night, adding that this is not right. Let's listen in to what the BJP MP has to say.
देखो, पॉलिसी वो तो कहेंगे बेस्ट है. अब इस वक्त शराब के ठेकों की ज़रूरत नहीं है. इस वक्त रूहानियत की, प्यार की, मोहब्बत की जो मैखाने हैं वो बनाने चाहिए. संगीत के लिए ऐसा हो, स्पोर्ट्स के लिए ऐसा हो, मेडिटेशन के लिए हो, योगा के लिए हो. ये जहर लोगों को पिलानी और उसके लिए कहना ये बेस्ट पॉलिसीज़ हैं. तो मुझे तो वैसे ही उस दिन बहुत बुरा लगा था कि ठेके खुल रहे हैं और बीबियां भी, लेडीज़ भी पिया करेंगी और रात तक चलेगा और ये ठीक नहीं है.
All right, let's quickly go back to Akash, who's been bringing us all the details on the news story. Akash, while we understand what Hansraj might have tried to say, he may be trying to attack the Aam Aadmi Party's policy of going against drugs or even intoxication, something they've been rallying for in the state of Punjab. But how is one supposed to process these sexist comments when he talks about the new excise policy allowing women to drink till late night?
Right, and Akanksha, this is something, controversial and in fact sexist remark that is coming from Hansraj Hans, who is the MP from Northwest Delhi. And, one cannot expect such kind of comments from a representative who is an elected representative, and coming, this comment is from Hansraj Hans, who is in fact a celebrity as well. So it is also shocking, and one can ask question that what kind of comment it is, because on one hand you are saying that we are against the policy where you are promoting liquor, and on the other hand you are passing these remarks where you are saying that after this new excise policy, ladies will also drink, it will go till late night. This is not right. So this is something controversial that is coming out from a BJP MP from Northwest, Hansraj Hans, and we are looking forward as to how opposition parties would react, because this is something a sexist remark, what we call.
Right, Akash, stay with us, because we are also now getting some reactions from the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's quickly cut across to a press conference being conducted by the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's listen in.
विधायक पे, इस मंत्री पर, इस नेता पर केस किया, और दिल्ली पुलिस की, सीबीआई की, ईडी की, इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की कई बार कोर्ट ने कड़ी निंदा करी। कुछ दिन पहले इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट ने सत्येंद्र जैन जी को गिरफ्तार किया। उस गिरफ्तारी को लेके आज तक इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट कोर्ट में सिर्फ उनसे पूछताछ कर रहे हैं। उनको 2 महीने हो गए जेल में रहते हुए, लेकिन अभी तक ईडी उनके खिलाफ चार्जशीट नहीं फाइल कर पाई है। कुछ महीने पहले अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने ये खुद घोषणा भी कर दी थी कि उन्हें अलग अलग जगह से सूत्रों से पता चला है कि सत्येंद्र जैन जी के बाद अगला टारगेट मनीष सिसोदिया जी हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने तो विधानसभा में भी अपने भाषण में कहा कि सत्येंद्र जैन जी को गिरफ्तार करने के बाद अब केंद्र सरकार पूरी कोशिश कर रही है कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार करेगी। मैं आज केंद्र सरकार से पूछना चाहूंगी, कौन है ये मनीष सिसोदिया जिनके खिलाफ आज आप सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना चाहते हो? अब केंद्र सरकार पूरी कोशिश कर रही है कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार करेगी। मैं आज केंद्र सरकार से पूछना चाहूंगी, कौन है ये मनीष सिसोदिया जिनके पूरे देश की तरह दिल्ली के भी सरकारी स्कूल बर्बाद थे। है वो मंत्री हैं जिन्होंने दिल्ली में पढ़ने वाले 20 लाख से ज्यादा गरीब बच्चों का भविष्य बदला है। 7 साल पहले जब अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की सरकार बनी थी तो पूरे देश की तरह दिल्ली के भी सरकारी स्कूल बर्बाद थे। क्लासरूम में टीचर नहीं होता था, बैठने के लिए डेस्क नहीं होता था, पीने के लिए पानी नहीं होता था, टॉयलेट नहीं होता था, बच्चों के पास किताबें नहीं होती थी। लोगों को पता था कि अगर अपने बच्चे को सरकारी स्कूल में डाला तो उसका भविष्य खत्म है। गरीब से गरीब इंसान भी सिर्फ मजबूरी में अपने बच्चे को सरकारी स्कूल में भेजता था, क्योंकि उन्हें पता था कि यहां पे कोई पढ़ाई नहीं होती। गरीब और मिडिल क्लास के बच्चे अपना परिवार अपना पेट काट कर अपने बच्चों को प्राइवेट स्कूल में भेजते थे, क्योंकि इन्हीं सरकारों ने सरकारी स्कूल तबाह करके रख दिए थे। ये वही मनीष सिसोदिया हैं जिन्होंने दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ने वाले इन लाखों बच्चों को एक अच्छा भविष्य दिया है। ये वही मनीष सिसोदिया हैं जिनके नेतृत्व में पिछले 5 साल से दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों के नतीजे प्राइवेट स्कूल से बेहतर आ रहे हैं। ये वही मनीष सिसोदिया हैं जिनके नेतृत्व में पिछले कुछ सालों में 4 लाख से ज्यादा बच्चों ने प्राइवेट स्कूल छोड़कर सरकारी स्कूल में एडमिशन लिया है। ये वही मनीष सिसोदिया हैं जिनके नेतृत्व में हर साल अब दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों से हजारों बच्चों का एडमिशन आईआईटी, जेईई, नीट के माध्यम से देश के बड़े बड़े मेडिकल और इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेजेस में होता है। लेकिन मोदी जी की केंद्र सरकार को यह कैसे पचेगा? मोदी जी की सरकार को यह कैसे पचेगा कि दिल्ली के गरीब बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा मिल रही है? मोदी जी को यह कैसे पचेगा कि दिल्ली में गरीब और मिडिल क्लास लोगों को अच्छी स्वास्थ्य की सुविधा मिल रही है?
the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi has now recommended CBI to probe into the Delhi excise policy of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The Lieutenant Governor Shri V.K. Saxena has now recommended for a CBI investigation into the contentious Delhi excise policy of 2021 to 22 of the Arvind Kejriwal government. Now, this seems to be the latest flashpoint. Why is the new excise policy under the Delhi government now coming under the scanner?
LG has recommended a CBI probe into this particular policy. This is the violation of prima facie. This is the violation of Transaction of Business Rules 1993, Delhi Excise Act 2009. Now, even LG is believing after the report of Chief Secretary there is something that is not appropriate, that is not right, and that's the reason why CBI probe has been recommended by Lieutenant Governor.
Humanitarian aid. Fighting has intensified in southern Ukraine after the US recently bolstered the military capabilities of Ukraine. Russia has resumed gas flows to Europe after fears of a total shutdown. The Nord Stream 1 has resumed flow to Germany, a key pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The flows are running at reduced volume as compared to before. This is a welcome relief to European countries who are struggling to find alternative suppliers. Wildfires are raging in Spain because of the searing heat across Europe.
This video captures the magnitude of the wildfires that have been burning in Spain over the past few days. All along the highways in Zaragoza and Lugo provinces, wildfires have been burning. Firefighters are struggling to extinguish the blaze due to high temperatures and strong winds. More than 30 forest fires around Spain have forced the evacuation of thousands of people and blackened 220 square kilometers of forests. Helicopters dropped gallons of water in an effort to douse the flames.
So what exactly is behind these seething temperatures across Europe? Climate change happens to be the single biggest factor. In fact, this is the hottest since the 1880s. The last 8 years put together, the hottest in over a century. A low-pressure system over the European region. There is unusual warming across the Arctic Ocean as well, and that is a big factor. There's dry soil too, which can be blamed, which cannot absorb a lot of heat. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi has resigned after key coalition allies boycotted a confidence vote. This has paved the way for early elections and a renewed period of uncertainty for Italy. At a critical time, Draghi had an uneasy coalition of right, left and populist leaders. US President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. According to the White House, the 79-year-old leader is experiencing mild symptoms and will carry out his full duties while isolating himself. Biden is fully vaccinated. He's also taken 2 booster shots. An explosion shocked visitors at the Hoover Dam, one of the largest hydroelectric facilities in the US. A video showing a thick cloud of black smoke and flames was posted online by one of the tourists who was present at the site when the explosion happened. A team rushed to the site and discovered that the fire was reported in one of the transformers installed at the dam. Bengaluru's Traffic Police Commissioner shared a chilling video to drive home an important message.
It starts with a two-wheeler skidding at a turn and the rider being flung off and falling under a bus coming from the opposite direction. The wheel of the bus hits the biker's head, which thankfully is covered with a helmet. As the bus comes to a stop, the biker's helmet is seen stuck under the wheel. The bus then reverses, which helps release the biker's helmet, and then people gather to help him. Moral of the story is that helmets save lives.
The TMC has decided to abstain from voting in the upcoming vice presidential elections. The NDA's candidate is former Bengal governor and Mamata Banerjee's arch-rival Jagdeep Dhankar. But the TMC will not vote for the opposition candidate Margaret Alva either, because the party says they were never consulted on her candidature. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has declared that he will go ahead with his Singapore visit despite not being given permission by the Lieutenant Governor to attend a summit abroad. The LG has advised Kejriwal not to attend the conference since it is a conference of mayors. cloudbursts in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur have caused widespread destruction.
Cloudburst triggered landslides in several places. Loose stones and rocks fell from the mountains and blocked several roads. And incessant rains made any rescue and relief operations virtually impossible. The cloudburst also led to increased water level in drains and created a flood-like situation and blocked road connectivity. Several homes were damaged due to torrential rains and the mayhem caused by the cloudburst.
2 days after he drank a glass of water directly from a river, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was today admitted to a hospital in Delhi. But the Aam Aadmi Party has denied that Mann had a stomach infection and claimed that he was discharged right after a routine checkup. A day after two of Sidhu Moosewala's killers were gunned down in an encounter in Punjab, the late singer's father has reportedly been receiving threat calls. The number has been traced to Pakistan. Sidhu Moosewala was killed in his hometown Musa back in May. The United States Navy says one of its destroyers sailed through the Taiwan Straits. The USS Benfold conducted what is being termed as a routine transit. The destroyer is part of the US Navy's 7th Fleet. The powerful fleet includes 70 warships and submarines. Chinese forces tracked and monitored the vessel. China, in fact, slams the frequent provocations by the US across the Taiwan Straits. The Jammu-Srinagar highway continues to be blocked because of shooting stones.
Incessant rains triggered the shooting stones and blocked the 270-kilometer-long national highway. Nearly 1,000 vehicles, including a convoy carrying Amarnath Yatris, are stranded at different points of the highway.
Welcome back. We have some breaking news coming in. India's third monkeypox case has been reported. A 35-year-old man who returned to Malappuram from the UAE on 6th of July is the third monkeypox victim in the country. He was admitted with fever at the Manjeri Medical College Hospital and began showing symptoms. Now, according to the Kerala Health Minister, the man's family and close contacts are currently observation. Remember, this is the third case of monkeypox being reported in Kerala, and monkeypox menace now continues to gradually rise in the country. Since we are talking about the third case of monkeypox, the man is currently in hospital. He and his family are also under observation, as has been confirmed by the Health Minister of Kerala, Veena George. We'll bring you more details on this news story, but remember, there have been fears also shared by the World Health Organization that monkeypox may also turn into a pandemic. And today we are learning of the third case of monkeypox in Kerala. And this is a 35-year-old man who returned from the UAE, started showing symptoms, is currently under observation in the hospital. And with that, we slip into a short break as more news and updates follow on the other side.
Were rushed to the spot to douse the blaze. All the kids and the bus driver escaped unhurt. The cause of the fire has not been determined yet. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the president of Sri Lanka after winning the elections yesterday, but the protests against him continue because he is seen as an ally of the Rajapakshas. Wickremesinghe is assured that he will work with all parties to bail Sri Lanka out of this unprecedented economic crisis. Russian forces bombarded the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, killing at least 2 people and wounding more than 20. Russia is shelling a struck mosque, in fact a medical facility and also a shopping area. Kharkiv is one of the most densely populated cities in the war-torn country. 7 missiles struck critical infrastructure in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv. 2 of the missiles hit and destroyed a warehouse full of humanitarian aid. Fighting has intensified in southern Ukraine after the US recently bolstered the military capabilities of Ukraine. Russia has resumed gas flows to Europe after fears of a total shutdown. The Nord Stream 1 has resumed flow to Germany, a key pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The flows are running at reduced volume as compared to before. This is a welcome relief to European countries who are struggling to find alternative suppliers. Wildfires are raging in Spain because of the searing heat across Europe.
This video captures the magnitude of the wildfires that have been burning in Spain over the past few days. All along the highways in Zaragoza and Lugo provinces, wildfires have been burning. Firefighters are struggling to extinguish the blaze due to high temperatures and strong winds. More than 30 forest fires around Spain have forced the evacuation of thousands of people and blackened 220 square kilometers of forests. Helicopters dropped gallons of water in an effort to douse the flames.
So what exactly is behind these seething temperatures across Europe? Climate change happens to be the single biggest factor. In fact, this is the hottest since the 1880s. The last 8 years put together, the hottest in over a century. A low-pressure system over the European region. There is unusual warming across the Arctic Ocean as well, and that is a big factor. There's dry soil too, which can be blamed, which cannot absorb a lot of heat. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi has resigned after key coalition allies boycotted a confidence vote. This has paved the way for early elections and a renewed period of uncertainty for Italy. At a critical time, Draghi had an uneasy coalition of right, left and populist leaders. US President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. According to the White House, the 79-year-old leader is experiencing mild symptoms and will carry out his full duties while isolating himself. Biden is fully vaccinated. He's also taken 2 booster shots. An explosion shocked visitors at the Hoover Dam, one of the largest hydroelectric facilities in the US. A video showing a thick cloud of black smoke and flames was posted online by one of the tourists who was present at the site when the explosion happened. A team rushed to the site and discovered that the fire was reported in one of the transformers installed at the dam. Bengaluru's Traffic Police Commissioner shared a chilling video to drive home an important message.
It starts with a two-wheeler skidding at a turn and the rider being flung off and falling under a bus coming from the opposite direction. The wheel of the bus hits the biker's head, which thankfully is covered with a helmet. As the bus comes to a stop, the biker's helmet is seen stuck under the wheel. The bus then reverses, which helps release the biker's helmet, and then people gather to help him. Moral of the story is that helmets save lives.
The TMC has decided to abstain from voting in the upcoming vice presidential elections. The NDA's candidate is former Bengal governor and Mamata Banerjee's arch-rival Jagdeep Dhankar. But the TMC will not vote for the opposition candidate Margaret Alva either, because the party says they were never consulted on her candidature. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has declared that he will go ahead with his Singapore visit despite not being given permission by the Lieutenant Governor to attend a summit abroad. The LG has advised Kejriwal not to attend the conference since it is a conference of mayors. Cloudbursts in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur have caused widespread destruction.
Cloudburst triggered landslides in several places. Loose stones and rocks fell from the mountains and blocked several roads. And incessant rains made any rescue and relief operations virtually impossible. The cloudburst also led to increased water level in drains and created a flood-like situation and blocked road connectivity. Several homes were damaged due to torrential rains and the mayhem caused by the cloudburst.
2 days after he drank a glass of water directly from a river, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was today admitted to a hospital in Delhi. But the Aam Aadmi Party has denied that Mann had a stomach infection and claimed that he was discharged right after a routine checkup. A day after 2 of Sidhu Moosewala's killers were gunned down.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18, and with that, it's time to bring you all the top stories we are tracking from India and abroad in News Blitz 50. The opposition continues to protest in front of the Gandhi statue outside the parliament against inflation, increase in GST rates of essential commodities and unemployment. This is the 5th consecutive day of the protests by the opposition. Both houses saw disruptions and both the houses were adjourned multiple times. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held a meeting with the top ministers of his government to discuss the government's strategy. At the parliament, this comes as opposition continues to create ruckus and forcing adjournments of the House. The monsoon session of the parliament will go on till 12th of August. The Delhi LG has recommended CBI investigation into the Delhi excise policy of the Arvind Kejriwal government, violations of various rules and deliberate and gross procedural lapses to provide post-tender undue benefits to liquor licenses for the year 2021-22 are alleged in the case. After Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena denied permission for Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's Singapore visit to attend the World City Summit, the Aam Aadmi Party convener has said that he would go ahead with the visit. The World City Summit is a forum for leaders and industry experts to address the challenges of a livable and sustainable city and to deliberate on integrated urban solutions. President-elect Droupadi Murmu has met the tribals in Delhi today. The tribals felicitated Murmu and put up a tribal dance performance for her. Droupadi Murmu is set to become the first tribal president of India. She will take oath as the first citizen of India on 25th July. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to hold a farewell dinner for the outgoing President Nath Kovind this evening. All the chief ministers of BJP-ruled states will be attending the dinner. President Nath Kovind will step down from office on July 24th after completing a successful tenure in India's top constitutional post. ED officials have reached the former Education Minister Partha Chatterjee and the State Education Minister Paresh Adhikari's residence in connection with the SSC recruitment scam. The ED is investigating the money laundering aspect of the recruitment scam, where transactions worth crores of rupees were allegedly made for the appointment of teachers recruited through the SSC. Now, the Shiv Sena MPs from the Uddhav Thackeray faction are all set to meet the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla today. An official letter will be issued regarding the fact that the side of Uddhav Thackeray's group was not considered while appointing Rahul Shawale to the post of the group leader. Opposition has now slammed the centre and has alleged that the flags are made in China and that Khadi flags must be used. This has come after Prime Minister Narendra Modi tweeted and asked all Indians to participate in the Har Ghar Tiranga movement as part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration. CNN News 18 has accessed the Enforcement Directorate's plea in the Supreme Court that is seeking transfer of the Kerala gold smuggling case out of Kerala. The ED in its plea has said that efforts are being made by the state machinery to thwart the investigation and hence has requested transfer of the case. The main accused, Swapna Suresh, has alleged the involvement of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan at various times. A third monkeypox case is confirmed in India. A 35-year-old man who returned to Malappuram from UAE was admitted to hospital after he began to show symptoms. Kerala's Health Minister Veena George has said that his family and close contacts are under observation. The CBSE has declared 12th and 10th standard results today. 92.71% of students have passed the 12th grade, with Thiruvananthapuram topping the charts, followed by Bengaluru and Chennai. Girls have outperformed boys by 3.29%. Following a spate of complaints, the Aviation Ministry has now asked airlines to stop charging extra to check in at the airport counters. Mandatory web check-ins was one of the key conditions under which regular domestic flights were allowed to resume after a 2-month suspension from 25th May 2020. India's new airline, the Akash Air, has announced the flight plan. The ticket sales will begin from 22nd July. The airline will launch its operations by offering 28 weekly flights between Mumbai and Ahmedabad starting 7th of August 2022. It has also announced a debut service connecting 4 cities in Phase 1. Rajasthan police has uncovered that the Pakistani national who crossed over to India via international border to allegedly kill suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma is influenced by Pakistan-based organisation Tehreek-e-Labbaik. It is also discovered that he has destroyed the statue of Maharaja Ranjit Singh at the Lahore port and was taken into custody by the Pakistan police. Due to the sudden heavy flow of water, 7 pilgrims of Kanwad Yatra who were drowning in River Ganga in Haridwar have been rescued by the administration and army in a joint operation. So far, 16 people have been rescued.
अब तक 1.5 दर्जन शिव भक्त कांवड़ियों को हमारी ये आर्मी तैराक दल बचा चुकी है। और अपील भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं घाटों पर कि आप गंगा के तेज़ प्रवाह में मत जाइए, गंगा की गहराई में मत जाइए। जो शिव भक्त हैं वो गहराई में चले जाते हैं और उनको फिर जब डूबने की दिक्कत आती है, जब डूबने लगते हैं तो तब वो बचाने के लिए हमारे सैनिक बराबर लगातार लग रहे हैं।
After repeated incidents of targeted killings in Kashmir, the Kashmiri Pandits held a protest in Jammu demanding relocation to safe places. Employees working under the Prime Minister package in Kashmir have claimed a rise in the number of killings and demanded a more tight security for the community. To honour the valour and sacrifice of the soldiers who laid down their lives during the Kargil war, 6 female bikers will be riding from Jammu to Kargil. Kargil Vijay Divas is celebrated every year to commemorate the Indian Armed Forces' victory over Pakistan on 26 July 1999. The vigilant troops of POP Gunarmat has recovered 321 gold biscuits, 4 gold bars and gold coins as well. The recovered items weigh approximately 41.491 kilograms, that is worth rupees 21.22 crore. The gold was being smuggled along the Ichamati river at the India-Bangladesh border. Hundreds of Sri Lankan soldiers and police raided the main anti-government protest camp in the capital early on Friday and began tearing down tents of unarmed activists. President Ranil Wickremesinghe has deployed the Army, Navy and Air Force to maintain law and order across Sri Lanka. He has also asked the protesters to leave the Prime Minister, President, the President's office and even the bungalow.
श्रीलंका की आर्मी जो है जब यहाँ पर ग्राउंड पर मौजूद है तो आखिर अब प्रदर्शनकारियों का अगला जो है निर्णय क्या होगा, उनकी तरफ से अगला स्टेप क्या लिया जाएगा, इसके लिए थोड़ा सा इंतजार करना होगा। लेकिन देखिए, श्रीलंका की जिस तरीके की अर्थव्यवस्था है, जिस तरीके से प्रदर्शनकारी पिछले 100 दिनों से लगातार सड़कों पर डटे हुए थे, वो हटने का नाम नहीं ले रहे थे। उनकी तरफ से साफ तौर पर कहा गया कि पहले गोटबाया राजपक्षे जो है वो हटे, इस्तीफा दे। वो इस्तीफा उन्होंने दिया भी, वो देश छोड़कर भाग गए। उसके बाद रानिल विक्रमसिंघे जो है वो राष्ट्रपति के पद पर जो है अब उनकी नियुक्ति हो चुकी है।
Dinesh Gunawardene took oath as the new Prime Minister of Sri Lanka today. A stalwart of Sri Lankan politics, Gunawardene earlier served as the Foreign Minister and the Education Minister. He was also appointed as the Home Minister in April by then President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. The January 6th Select Committee in the final public hearing has observed that Donald Trump did nothing to stop the Capitol Hill riots. The committee has also accused Trump of being at the center of a multi-pronged conspiracy to overturn his loss to Biden in the 2020 contest. To spread awareness on the Chess Olympiad that is scheduled to be held from 28th July till August 10th, the program was conducted in Dindugul for school students. The students played chess in a swimming pool during the program. The 44th Chess Olympiad will be conducted in Chennai, where 188 countries are expected to participate. Olympic gold medalist Meira Kumar has qualified for the men's javelin throw final at the World Athletics Championship held in Oregon. Chopra sealed his spot in the final with his first throw in the qualification round. Chopra was in Group A of the qualification round and the first to throw. The 24-year-old wrapped it up early for himself. He will now compete in the final, which is set to be held on Sunday. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met an hearing impaired artist from Assam today. The artist presented the Prime Minister with his painting. He has depicted various stages of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his art. The artist has said that he felt surreal after meeting the Indian Prime Minister. The 68th National Film Award jury has submitted the reports to Union Information and Broadcast Minister Anurag Thakur. Anurag Thakur has said that the jury has done a very good job. He also goes on to say that India is the biggest filmmaker in the world and gives a lot of opportunities to budding artists and creates high employment in the country. Actor Ranveer Singh has gone all bold now with a naked photo shoot for a magazine. In the pictures, the Padmavat actor can be seen posing naked on a Turkish rug. The actor will next feature in Rohit Shetty's Circus and Karan Johar's Rocky or Rani Ki Prem Kahani.
Good afternoon. You continue to be with us here at CNN News 18. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar, getting you all the top stories over the next 60 minutes. We're beginning this broadcast with some breaking developments coming in. In a major relief, the Supreme Court has stayed the Karnataka High Court order against ex-Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa, which had refused to quash FIRs against him in a corruption case. The Supreme Court has also issued notice over the plea filed by the former Karnataka Chief Minister. That's the update that's coming in from the Apex Court, where we now understanding the Supreme Court in fact has stayed the Karnataka High Court order, and this is against the ex-Chief Minister of Karnataka, B.S. Yediyurappa. Let me bring in our legal correspondent Ananya Bhatnagar, who's joining us on the broadcast. Ananya, give us a backdrop of this case. What had the Karnataka High Court said, which has been stayed by the Apex Court today?
So yes, remember that this case relates to allegedly illegally denotifying several acres of land in 2006-07. It's a land scam that was there against B.S. Yediyurappa, and in fact he had approached the High Court seeking a quashing of the FIR that has been registered against him, but then the High Court had refused to do the same, and now challenging the said order of the Karnataka High Court, he had approached the Supreme Court, wherein a big relief has been granted to, in fact, the former Karnataka CM. Clearly, the Supreme Court has not only stayed the order till the further proceedings are complete before the top court, but has also issued notice and sought response from the state government over this petition that has been filed by Mr. Yediyurappa. The plea would basically, the response would be coming in from the police, which would be telling what is the case about, what has happened, and what is the stage of the FIR that is there, whether investigation has taken place or not taken place, and on what stage is the investigation actually on. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what comes in from the police in with regards to the response, but then a big relief coming in for the former Karnataka CM.
Ananya, thanks a lot for getting us those details.
The Lieutenant Governor of Delhi has now recommended CBI to probe into the Delhi excise policy of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The Lieutenant Governor Shri V.K. Saxena has now recommended for a CBI investigation into the contentious Delhi excise policy of 2021 to 22 of the Arvind Kejriwal government. This seems to be the latest flashpoint. Why is the new excise policy under the Delhi government now coming under the scanner?
LG has recommended a CBI probe into this particular policy. This is the violation of prima facie. This is the violation of Transaction of Business Rules 1993, Delhi Excise Act 2009. Now even LG is believing, after the report of Chief Secretary, there is something that is not appropriate, that is not right, and that's the reason why CBI probe has been recommended by Lieutenant Governor.
There's fresh trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government, as the Lieutenant Governor has now ordered a CBI probe into the excise policy 21-22 of the Delhi government after a report by the Chief Secretary. Now, the report states that even as migrants were leaving the city during the pandemic, the excise department, under direct orders of the Delhi government, allowed a waiver of 144.36 crores rupees to the liquor cartel. Now, meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party has hit out at the central government, stating that the LG has directed the CBI investigation on the direction of the central government to drag Manish Sisodia in this false case.
अब हमारे देश के अंदर एक नया सिस्टम लागू किया गया है। पहले ये तय किया जाता है कि किस आदमी को जेल भेजना है, और फिर उसके खिलाफ एक मनगढ़ंत झूठा केस बनाया जाता है। पूरा का पूरा केस बिल्कुल झूठा है। ये लोग झूठे केस बना बना के हमारे ऊपर कीचड़ फेंकना चाहते हैं। ये दिखाना चाहते हैं दुनिया को कि देखो ये भी हमारे जैसे ही हैं। पूरे देश में आम आदमी पार्टी फैल रही है, ये उसे रोकना चाहते हैं। दिल्ली के कामों को रोकना चाहते हैं। दिल्ली के अंदर जो शानदार काम हो रहे हैं, सिंगापुर की सरकार पूरे दुनिया के मेयर बुलाए उन्होंने, और केजरीवाल को बुलाया कि आके इनको जरा सा सिखाओ कि आप दिल्ली में क्या काम कर रहे हो। इससे बड़ी गर्व की बात क्या हो सकती है।
आज मेरे 5-6 सवाल हैं केजरीवाल जी से। यहाँ पर ये मद्यपान पर भरोसा रखने वाले लोग दिखते हैं, जो जिस तरीके की इनकी एक्साइज पॉलिसी रही। 25 दिसंबर 2021 को एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने नोटिस दिया इन सारी कंपनियों को जिनको मद्यपान से जुड़े हुए लिकर लाइसेंसेस दिए गए, और इसका क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन, क्या स्थिति है ये बताएं। 144.3636 करोड़ का जो वेवर है, क्या वो मनीष सिसोदिया जी के नेतृत्व में उन कंपनियों को दिया गया बिना नियम बिना कानून का पालन किए? फिर 50 रुपए जो विदेशी अल्कोहल है और खास तौर पे बियर, तो 50 रुपए पर केस की एग्जेम्पशन जो है बिना एलजी को सूचित किए, ये 50 रुपए भी पर केस कम किया गया।
मैं आज केंद्र सरकार से पूछना चाहूंगी, कौन है ये मनीष सिसोदिया जिनके खिलाफ आज आप सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना चाहते हो? मनीष सिसोदिया वो नेता है, वो मंत्री हैं जिन्होंने दिल्ली में पढ़ने वाले 20 लाख से ज्यादा गरीब बच्चों का भविष्य बदला है। ये वही मनीष सिसोदिया हैं जिनके नेतृत्व में पिछले 5 साल से दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों के नतीजे प्राइवेट स्कूल से बेहतर आ रहे हैं। पिछले कुछ सालों में 4 लाख से ज्यादा बच्चों ने प्राइवेट स्कूल छोड़कर सरकारी स्कूल में एडमिशन लिया है। मोदी जी की सरकार को यह कैसे पचेगा कि दिल्ली के गरीब बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा मिल रही है?
जब कोविड के समय जब राशन की ज़रूरत थी तो कितने माइग्रेंट लेबर्स को दिल्ली से बाहर भगाया गया। उसके बाद जब ऑक्सीजन की कमी थी तो राजनीति करी। उस वक्त पे ठेके खोल के सिर्फ पैसे कमाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी और उस समय भी इनको पैसे कमाने की पड़ी थी जब देश को एक इंसानियत की ज़रूरत थी। तो ये आम आदमी पार्टी अब हटा के नाम अब ठेकेदार की सरकार कर देनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ठेके वालों की तो सरकार है। कोविड के समय जब ठेके खोले थे, जब बड़ी बड़ी लंबी लाइनें लगाई थी, जब शराब बेच रहे थे, तो सिर्फ यही नीयत थी कि अपने जो लिकर माफिया है उसको किस तरीके से अनड्यू एडवांटेजेस दी जा सकती थी।
Let me bring in my colleague Nikhil, who's been tracking all these developments for us. Nikhil, before we get into the political war of words, first, just talk to us and our viewers, what are the flaws in the excise policy that are raised these red flags?
Well, Ridhima, what we do know is that since the starting of this excise policy in the national capital Delhi, which has been implemented by the Delhi government, since its inoculation, we have been seeing that the Delhi BJP has been hitting out with full force, towards the Delhi government for the same. And what we do know is that now Chief Secretary of LG, he has now written that the inquiry from the CBI should further take place because there are many of the violations in this particular thing. Firstly, the violation has taken place with the GNCTD Act 1991, which is the Government of the National Capital Territory, Delhi Act 1991. Then there is this violation of business trade practices in the national capital, and also the liquor excise policy in Delhi region 2009, liquor excise policy region in 2010. So there are many of the policies, and also apart from this, the note which has come out in the public domain, it clearly says that there are some of the procedural lapses as well, which has been taken by the Manish Sisodia, who is the minister in charge of the excise policy, and the direct benefit has been given towards the liquor baron who are operating in the national capital. Also, Ridhima, we do know that since the implementation of the new excise policy, there has been a significant decrease in the rate of the liquors in the national capital. We are seeing that flooding is continuously taking place in the liquor shops. Even the discounts are being given on some liquor shops. 1+1 is given on some liquor shops. There is 20% discount. This is not causing, damage and, in that sense to just national capital, but in fact the region which falls in the national capital region, NCR, particularly Ghaziabad, Noida, Gurugram, Farida as well, because people all
Nikhil,
the way...
I apologize for interrupting. We'll continue this conversation. We're cutting across to a press conference now coming in.
पर एक नहीं अनेकों भ्रष्टाचार के मामले दर्ज हैं, जिसका राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष रक्षा सौदे में कैमरे पर दलाली लेते हुए पकड़ा गया हो, आज वो पार्टी एक के बाद दूसरे, दूसरे के बाद तीसरे, तीसरे के बाद चौथे तमाम मनगढ़ंत और फर्जी मामले दिल्ली सरकार के खिलाफ बना रही है। और अभी जो मौजूदा मामला निकलकर सामने आया है, एक्साइज पॉलिसी में सीबीआई से जांच कराने का, मैं साफ तौर पे कहना चाहता हूं, अरविंद केजरीवाल के मॉडल से, शिक्षा के मॉडल से, बिजली के मॉडल से, पानी के मॉडल से, स्वास्थ्य के मॉडल से, दिल्ली के मॉडल से, बुजुर्गों की तीर्थ यात्रा के मॉडल से, माताओं बहनों को बस की फ्री यात्रा के मॉडल से डर के और भयभीत होकर एक के बाद दूसरा मामला केजरीवाल सरकार के खिलाफ नरेंद्र मोदी जी लगा रहे हैं। मोदी जी को रात के सपने में भी केजरीवाल आते हैं। मोदी जी को केजरीवाल के मॉडल से डर लगता है, केजरीवाल से डर लगता है, क्योंकि बहुत तेजी के साथ पूरे देश में अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी की लोकप्रियता बढ़ रही है। पंजाब की जीत के बाद गुजरात, हिमाचल, दूसरे राज्यों में, मध्य प्रदेश तक में आम आदमी पार्टी की लोकप्रियता बढ़ रही है और इससे घबराकर वो कभी सीबीआई, कभी ईडी, कभी दिल्ली पुलिस, इन तमाम हथियारों का इस्तेमाल करके आम आदमी पार्टी को रोकना चाहते हैं। लेकिन मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी से कहना चाहता हूं, मैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी से बहुत साफ शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, हम सावरकर को मानने वाले नहीं हैं। हम सावरकर की तरह अंग्रेजों से माफी मांगने वाले लोग नहीं हैं। हम शहीद आजम भगत सिंह की विचारधारा को मानने वाले लोग। और इसलिए ये जेल की बदर घुड़कियां मत दिखाओ, ये गिरफ्तारी की बदर घुड़कियां मत दिखाओ। आपने जितने मामले अब तक दिल्ली की सरकार के खिलाफ और हमारे विधायकों के खिलाफ किए हैं, सारे के सारे मामले बेबुनियाद, फर्जी और मनगढ़ंत हैं। 42 विधायकों को उठा के जेल में डाला, कोर्ट से उनको बरी कर दिया गया, दिल्ली पुलिस को लताड़ लगी, एफआईआर लिखाने वालों को लताड़ लगी। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, आज तक कुछ नहीं निकला। हमारे उप मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, कुछ नहीं निकला। हमारे कैलाश गहलोत पे ईडी का छापा मारा, इनकम टैक्स का छापा मारा, कुछ नहीं निकला। सत्येंद्र जैन को 2 महीने से जेल में रखा हुआ है ईडी ने। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं नरेंद्र मोदी जी, आपकी ईडी को सुष्मिता सेन को ललित मोदी मिल जाता है, सुष्मिता सेन को ललित मोदी मिल जाता है, मोदी जी को ललित मोदी नहीं मिलता है। मोदी जी को मेहुल चौकसी नहीं मिलता, मोदी जी को नीरव मोदी नहीं मिलता। मोदी जी को चश्मा पहन के विजय माल्या 10,000 करोड़ लूट कर चिढ़ाता है, वो नहीं दिखता। 6,000 करोड़ लूट के नितिन संदेशरा हिंदुस्तान छोड़ के भाग गया, वो नहीं दिखता। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं नरेंद्र मोदी जी, डीएचएफएल ने 34,000 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला किया, देश की जनता का पैसा लूटा और 27 करोड़ रुपए आपकी पार्टी को चंदा दे दिया। ना उसको ईडी पकड़ रही है, ना सीबीआई पकड़ रही है, कोई कार्रवाई नहीं कर रही। 11 लाख करोड़ रुपए आपने अपने चंद पूंजीपति मित्रों का माफ कर दिया, उस पे ना ईडी कार्रवाई करती है, ना सीबीआई कार्रवाई करती है। 2.40 लाख करोड़ रुपए बैंक फ्रॉड चंद पूंजीपतियों ने किया, वो ना आपकी ईडी को दिखती है, ना सीबीआई को दिखती है, ना पुलिस को दिखती है। आपकी ईडी और सीबीआई को कौन दिखता है? मनीष सिसोदिया, जिन्होंने दिल्ली के 18 लाख बच्चों को ऐसी शिक्षा दी जिसकी चर्चा आज पूरी दुनिया में हो रही है, जिसके मॉडल को देखने के लिए, केजरीवाल मॉडल को देखने के लिए, स्कूल को देखने के लिए अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति की पत्नी आती है, नॉर्वे के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री आती है, संयुक्त राष्ट्र संघ के पूर्व महासचिव आते हैं, कई राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री आते हैं। वो लोग आपको भ्रष्टाचारी दिख रहे हैं, उन पे आप कार्रवाई करने के लिए, गला दबाने के लिए तैयार हैं। जिस एक्साइज पॉलिसी में भ्रष्टाचार की बात आप कर रहे हैं, शर्म आनी चाहिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। 1300 करोड़ रुपए का मुनाफा 4 महीने में उस एक्साइज पॉलिसी से दिल्ली सरकार को हुआ है। 1300 करोड़ रुपए का फायदा। तो झूठे, बेबुनियाद, मनगढ़ंत केस बना के कॉमेडी करना है भाजपाइयों को तो करो, और एक हास्यास्पद तर्क और भाजपाई देते हैं। अरे कहते भाई क्या दिक्कत है आपको, अगर कोई गलती नहीं किया है तो जांच करा लो, इसमें परेशानी क्या है। यह अजीब बात है, यह अजीब हास्यास्पद तर्क है। जिन लोगों ने देश को लूटा, वो ललित मोदी आपको चिढ़ाता है फोटो डाल के, उस पर आप कार्रवाई नहीं करते। नीरव मोदी 20,000 करोड़ लूट के चिढ़ाता है, वो उस पर कार्रवाई नहीं करते। 10,000 करोड़ लूट के विजय माल्या चश्मा पहन के चिढ़ाता है, वो नहीं दिखता। नितिन संदेशरा 6,000 करोड़ लूट के भाग गया, वो नहीं दिखता। केजरीवाल मॉडल पे, मनीष सिसोदिया पे, सत्येंद्र जैन पे कार्रवाई करते हो, फर्जी, मनगढ़ंत, और कहते हो भाई जांच करा लो, इसमें क्या दिक्कत है। कल को नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे 3 हत्या का मुकदमा दर्ज करा दे कोई और कहे मोदी जी ने तो हत्या किया नहीं, ये जांच करा ले, क्या दिक्कत है? 5-6 बलात्कार का मुकदमा आदेश गुप्ता के ऊपर हो जाए और कहने लगे बलात्कार का ही तो मुकदमा है, जांच होने दो, क्या दिक्कत है बलात्कार नहीं किया तो? ये किस प्रकार के बेबुनियाद, हास्यास्पद, बेसिर पैर के तर्क देते हैं? अरे जब तुमने 42 विधायकों को गिरफ्तार किया, झूठे साबित हो गए, कहीं कुछ नहीं निकला। जब तुमने हमारे मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, उप मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, कहीं कुछ नहीं निकला। तुमको लगता है इस बदर घुड़कियों से, इस प्रकार की कार्रवाइयों से हम लोग डर के घर में चुपचाप बैठ जाएंगे? पूरे देश के सामने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बेनकाब करेंगे। और आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी चंद पूंजीपतियों की दलाल पार्टी बन गई है, उनके लिए काम कर रही है, देश को लूटने का काम कर रही है, महंगाई बढ़ाने का काम कर रही है। इस मुद्दे पर हमारी लड़ाई है। बाकी तुम्हें जो करना है, कार्रवाई करना है, करो। तो मुझे सिर्फ यही कहना था कि जिस पॉलिसी को लेकर भाजपाई सवाल उठा रहे हैं, उस पॉलिसी से 1300 करोड़ रुपए का फायदा दिल्ली सरकार को हुआ है और इसलिए मनगढ़ंत बेबुनियाद कार्रवाई करके मनीष सिसोदिया पे कार्रवाई करने की जो आप तैयारी कर रहे हो, ये तुम्हारा सच पूरा देश जानता है कि तुम केजरीवाल मॉडल से डरे हुए हो, केजरीवाल से डरे हुए हो और आम आदमी पार्टी की बढ़ती लोकप्रियता से डरे हुए हो। लेकिन हमारा कारवां रुकेगा नहीं, लगातार बढ़ता रहेगा। तुम्हारी कार्रवाइयों से हम और मजबूत होंगे।
संजय जी, कल बीजेपी प्रोटेस्ट करने जा रही है एक्साइज पॉलिसी को लेकर अरविंद केजरीवाल के
ललित मोदी के खिलाफ करेंगे, नीरव मोदी के खिलाफ कब प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे, विजय माल्या के खिलाफ कब प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे, डीएचएफएल जिसने 34,000 करोड़ रुपए लूट लिया और 27 करोड़ रुपए बीजेपी को चंदा दिया, दलाली दी, उसके खिलाफ कब प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे? झूठे मामलों में ड्रामा करने, नौटंकी करने का मन है भाजपाइयों को तो करने दीजिए, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। सुष्मिता सेन को ललित मोदी मिल जा रही है, हमारे मोदी जी को ललित मोदी नहीं मिल रहा है। ये गजब सरकार चला रहे हैं मोदी जी।
MP Sanjay Singh there hitting out at the centre after the LG has asked for a CBI probe levelling very serious allegations against the Aam Aadmi Party. My colleague Nikhil continues to be with us. Nikhil, this is really just escalating into even a bigger political war of words. The centre is saying that this is a corrupt government, and if the state government of the Aam Aadmi Party has nothing to hide, then let the probe take place. But this is where the Aam Aadmi Party is reiterating once again that this is just a witch hunt, and today there is a new formula in the country that you identify the people first and then you fabricate charges.
Well, Ridhima, the tussle between the two is surely going to escalate in the days to come, because this is now the new flashpoint between the Delhi LG and the government of the National Capital Region. And as mentioned by Sanjay Singh as well, they have been saying that since the BJP, particularly Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is very much, he is fearful of the popularity which the Arvind Kejriwal has been gaining in entire country. This is the reason why these kind of steps are taken. On the other side, if we talk about the details which has come here from the sources, it also suggests, which needs to be listened to, for all those viewers who are now joining us on CNN News 18, there is this important point which the sources have been telling us, is that the Excise Department white order dated 8th of November 2021, without approval of the competent authority, revised the formula of calculation of rates of foreign liquor and removed the levy of import pass fee at rupees 50 per case on beer. This is something which made foreign liquor as well as beer cheaper for retail licenses, and this is something which actually caused big financial losses for the public exchequer. So these are some of the important points which are coming to us from the sources, is that not just the violations took place.
Nikhil, I apologize for interrupting. We'll just continue this conversation in just a bit. BJP Shehzad Poonawalla now joining us on the broadcast. Shehzad, so there is a counter to all the allegations that are being made by the LG, and this is a direct hitting out to the BJP government, saying that this is a BJP government that is rattled people that is scared today because of the electoral success of the Aam Aadmi Party. Also, more importantly, they're saying that even in the case of Satyendra Jain, nothing really has been found, and the similar witch hunt is now being carried out for the likes of Manish Sisodia as well.
You know, Aam Aadmi Party is an expert at ABCD. A for advertising, B for blaming others, C for cover-up of corruption, and D for diversion. Have they answered the question why cabinet decision was made in 15th April 2021 and 25th May 2021 to bring a new excise policy when the country was gripped with COVID? Can they answer why a waiver of 144.36 crores was allowed to a singular liquor cartel during the excuse of COVID pandemic? Can they tell us why, instead of giving financial assistance to businesses, they were giving benefits to alcohol vendors in lieu of kickbacks and commissions? Can they tell us that why the decisions were taken by the minister at his level instead of taking the cabinet into confidence? Can they tell us that is there not the chief secretary report flagging irregularities in the excise policy? Can they tell us that they had promised us Har Ghar Jal, they gave us Har Ghar Nasha, and instead of making it Nasha Mukt, they have made it Nasha Yukt, and they are also doing it in Punjab? Can they tell us that it was not brazenly implementing the excise department policies on the approval of Mr. Sisodia in violation of the laws? Can they tell us
But
why
Shahzad, today both the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress are using a narrative saying that central agencies are being misused by the BJP.
You see, the Congress party has welcomed the ED's action on Satyendra Jain. In fact, they had welcomed it and they demanded his resignation. And today, the Aam Aadmi Party, which was welcoming the action on Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, is taking a different stand. I am saying let's forget all of this. The courts of law, they are not vindictive, and Mr. Satyendra Jain is in jail because of the court of law finding some substance in whatever we have, whatever the agencies have done. So why are they not going to a court of law and getting relief?
Okay, Shahzad, unfortunately, I'll have to leave the conversation there. We'll keep tracking all these developments. We're getting some other reactions also now coming in. Let's listen in.
We have with us MP Pravesh Verma, and on the issue of CBI inquiry into alleged excise policy of Delhi government. We're talking to him. Sir, what is your take? Because Arvind Kejriwal is alleging that misuse of power is there.
देखिए, जो दिल्ली में एक्साइज पॉलिसी आई है उसमें बहुत सारे रूल्स ब्रेक हुए हैं, उसमें बहुत सारी अनियमितताएं हुई हैं और इसीलिए ये जांच को सीबीआई को सौंपा गया है ताकि वो अगर जो भी लोग इसमें शामिल हैं, चाहे वो मनीष सिसोदिया हैं, चाहे वो अधिकारी हैं, चाहे कोई भी है, वो सब लोग एक ना एक दिन तो जेल जाएंगे। इसलिए कौन सी कंपनियों को फ़ायदा पहुंचाया गया है, कितने करोड़ों रुपए का सरकार को नुकसान हुआ है, कितने करोड़ रुपए का जो है अपनी निजी कंपनियों को फ़ायदा पहुँचाया गया है, इसकी जाँच होगी। और अगर जाँच में कुछ सामने आएगा तो जरूर ये सब लोगों को जेल में जाना है।
On the issue of legacy, Savarkar and Bhagat Singh, he's comparing the both. So what do you think about that?
बेईमान और जो है एक झूठा व्यक्ति है और ऐसे बेईमान झूठे व्यक्ति के मुंह से हमारे महापुरुषों का नाम निकलना है, चाहे वो वीर सावरकर हो, चाहे वो श्री भगत सिंह हो, दोनों का हमारे देश में उतना ही सम्मान है। बहुत ही दुर्भाग्य की बात है। मैं तो मुख्यमंत्री से कहूँगा कि वो ऐसे अपने
बड़ी खुशी है कि एलजी साहब ने सीबीआई जांच के आदेश दिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसका बहुत ही स्वागत करती है। नई शराब नीति अनाउंस हुई, उस समय 2.5% जो कमीशन है वो 2.5% कमीशन शराब की जो ठेकेदार उनको दिया जाता था, जिसको बढ़ाकर 12.5% किया गया। क्वालिटी कंट्रोल, जो शराब बिकेगी उसकी क्वालिटी कंट्रोल के लिए गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी की लैब होती थी, लेकिन इस नई शराब नीति में छूट दी गई कि जो नई शराब की मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं वो अपनी खुद लैब बनाए और खुद ही चेक करे। भारत के इतिहास में हर राज्य में धार्मिक और पवित्रता के आधार पर 21 ड्राई डे दिल्ली के अंदर अभी तक आजादी के बाद थे, उन 21 ड्राई डे को कम करके 3 कर दिया गया।
लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर ने सीबीआई प्रोब रिकमेंड किया है जो नई एक्साइज पॉलिसी दिल्ली में इंप्लीमेंट हुई है, इसको कैसे देखते हैं और क्या रिएक्शन है कांग्रेस पार्टी का इस पर?
देखिए, हमने पहले ही दिन से जब ये स्कीम लॉन्च हुई थी तभी कहा था इसमें भ्रष्टाचार लिप्त है। यहाँ तो आपने पूरी की पूरी दिल्ली बेच डाली शराब माफियाओं को। आपने आप किसी मोहल्ला सभा से पूछते हो, ना किसी मंदिर की समिति से पूछते हो, ना अपने विधायकों से पूछते हो, केवल अरविंद और सिसोदिया जो कर दे वही से। आखिर वो दीप संधू ये जो पंजाब का एक्स एमएलए रहा है, जिसकी इतनी बड़ी
एक्साइज पॉलिसी को लेकर देखिए, पहली बात तो ये कि ये सब कुछ किया क्यों जा रहा है और ऐसा पहली बार हमारे साथ नहीं हो रहा है, इसलिए हमें कोई आश्चर्य नहीं है। इन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा मारा, कुछ नहीं निकला। उप मुख्यमंत्री पे सीबीआई का छापा पहले भी मार चुके हैं, कुछ नहीं निकला। सत्येंद्र जैन को पकड़ के गिरफ्तार करके रखा हुआ है, कुछ नहीं निकला। 42 विधायकों को पकड़ के जेल में डाला, कुछ नहीं निकला। कोर्ट से बरी हो गए वो लोग। मतलब सोमनाथ भारती के कुत्ते को पकड़ने के लिए 40 दिल्ली पुलिस वाले गए थे। ये हालत है इनकी। तो अब प्रॉब्लम यह है कि जिस तरीके से नरेंद्र मोदी जी बौखलाए हुए हैं, उनको रात के सपने में केजरीवाल जी आते हैं। पूरे देश में आम आदमी पार्टी की लोकप्रियता बढ़ रही है। गुजरात हो, हिमाचल हो, मध्य प्रदेश हो, और इससे घबराए हुए हैं। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि इस घबराहट के कारण ऐसे तमाम काम ये लोग करते रहेंगे। इसका कुछ नतीजा निकलने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि बेबुनियाद और झूठे आरोप हैं, और इसी एक्साइज पॉलिसी से दिल्ली सरकार को 1300 करोड़ रुपए का मुनाफा हुआ है।
सर, लेकिन नियमों की बात हो रही है कि नियमों का उल्लंघन किया गया, टेंडर को लेकर हो या कहें कि मेथड ऑफ कैलकुलेशन को लेकर हो, फीस लौटाने को लेकर हो, तमाम तरीके के नियमों का हवाला दिया जाए।
ऐसे बेबुनियाद बातें ये लोग पहले भी कई बार करते रहे हैं, निकलता कुछ नहीं है। मेरा तो दूसरा पूछना है इनसे कि सुष्मिता सेन को ललित मोदी मिल जाती है, नरेंद्र मोदी को ललित मोदी नहीं मिल पाते हैं। नीरव मोदी 20,000 करोड़ लूट के भारत का चिढ़ाता है इनको, वो नीरव मोदी इनको नहीं मिलता। विजय माल्या 10,000 करोड़ लूट के चश्मा पहन के चिढ़ाता है इन भाजपाइयों को, वो नहीं दिखता इनको। DHFL कंपनी ने 34,000 करोड़ रुपए 17 बैंकों का लूटा और 27 करोड़ रुपए बीजेपी को चंदा दे दिया। उस पर क्या ईडी की कार्रवाई हुई, क्या सीबीआई की कार्रवाई हुई? तो अगर आपको 18 लाख बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा देने वाले मनी।
We're now shifting our focus to some other updates coming in. We're now understanding the AIDMK head office vandalism case. The Madras District Additional Sessions Court has ordered no arrest of AIDMK district secretaries and EPS supporters till the police submits its final report. So no arrest till the police submits its report. That's the word that we've heard from the Sessions Court today. This is as far as the probe around the vandalism at the AIADMK office is concerned. My colleague Purnima Murli is now joining us with more details. What is the Sessions Court said today, Purnima?
Well, the Sessions Court said that until the police file a status report on the vandalism that broke out ahead of the General Council meeting, no district secretaries and Edappadi Palanisamy should be arrested. This comes a day after Edappadi Palanisamy got access to the AIADMK keys, and it was a big setback to O. Pannirselvam. Remember, clashes broke out and outside the party office on when the General Council meeting was scheduled, and a lot of properties were damaged, and therefore the office was sealed. And considering that vandalism broke out, some of the properties at the party office were damaged. The police were asked to file a status report. Till then, the district sessions court has asked to ensure that no district secretaries and people belonging to the Edappadi camp, they should not be arrested till the final report is submitted by the police. So, yet another relief for the Edappadi camp, even as O. Pannirselvam is trying all legal routes possible.
Purnima, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll keep tracking all these developments and much more, but for now, we're slipping into a very short break.
CNN News 18 is New India's #1 news choice. Unprecedented 13-week leadership.
Hello and welcome to Bits to Billions. We're in conversation with the founders of Mama Earth, Varun and Ghazal Alag. Both of you have to take a crash course in chemistry.
I don't think entrepreneurs have options, right? I mean, every new product, every new batch of production is tested by Ghazal herself, right? And it does not go out till the Ghazal test is passed. While we have all the other...
Ghazal test applies what? Shampoo,
Everything. Each and every product that Mama Earth gets into the market has been tested by me personally for 35 to 40 days of regular usage. And whatever comes out in baby category has been used by my babies for the same period of time.
Literally skin in the game.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally skin and hair in the game.
To help him. Moral of the story is that helmets save lives.
The TMC has decided to abstain from voting in the upcoming vice presidential elections. The NDA's candidate is former Bengal governor and Mamata Banerjee's arch-rival Jagdeep Dhankar. But the TMC will not vote for the opposition candidate Margaret Alva either, because the party says they were never consulted on her candidature. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has declared that he will go ahead with his Singapore visit despite not being given permission by the Lieutenant Governor to attend a summit abroad. The LG has advised Kejriwal not to attend the conference since it is a conference of mayors. Cloud bursts in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur have caused widespread destruction.
Cloud bursts triggered landslides in several places. Loose stones and rocks fell from the mountains and blocked several roads. And incessant rains made any rescue and relief operations virtually impossible. The cloudburst also led to increased water level in drains and created a flood-like situation and blocked road connectivity. Several homes were damaged due to torrential rains and the mayhem caused by the cloudburst.
2 days after he drank a glass of water directly from a river, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was today admitted to a hospital in Delhi. But the Aam Aadmi Party has denied that Mann had a stomach infection and claimed that he was discharged right after a routine checkup. A day after two of Sidhu Moosewala's killers were gunned down in an encounter in Punjab, the late singer's father has reportedly been receiving threat calls. The number has been traced to Pakistan. Sidhu Moosewala was killed in his hometown Musa back in May. The United States Navy says one of its destroyers sailed through the Taiwan Straits. The USS Benfold conducted what is being termed as a routine transit. The destroyer is part of the US Navy's 7th Fleet. The powerful fleet includes 70 warships and submarines. Chinese forces tracked and monitored the vessel. China, in fact, slams the frequent provocations by the US across the Taiwan Straits. The Jammu-Srinagar highway continues to be blocked because of shooting stones.
Incessant rains triggered the shooting stones and blocked the 270-kilometer-long national highway. Nearly 1,000 vehicles, including a convoy carrying Amarnath Yatris, are stranded at different points of the highway. Officials from the National Highways Authority of India have been trying to clear the affected stretch. But shooting stones and small landslides are making things difficult. The Jammu-Srinagar National Highway is the only all-weather road linking Kashmir with the rest of India.
A seer in Rajasthan's Bharatpur set himself on fire to protest illegal mining. The police team doused the fire with a blanket, but the seer has 80% burn injuries. The BJP held the Ashok Gehlot government responsible for the suicide rate. The Maharashtra government has lifted the stay order on the construction of the Mumbai Metro Line 3 car shed at RA Colony. This will effectively pave the way to resume building the controversial shed in the area. The stay order was issued by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray soon as he assumed office in 2019. A shocking video has surfaced from Jodhpur of a school bus falling into a sinkhole.
The bus carrying children was on its way to the school when it encountered the sinkhole. The rear tires of the bus were submerged in the sinkhole even as the front portion of the vehicle was raised in the air. Inside the bus were two terrified children, the driver and the conductor.
बस आ रही थी, उसमें दो बच्चे और एक चलन वाले ड्राइवर बैठे थे और पीछे से खड्डा एकदम ही खड्डे के अंदर गाड़ी आके गिर गई नीचे.
The children were evacuated safely, but the driver and conductor suffered injuries. Eventually, the bus was extracted from the sinkhole with the help of a crane.
Meanwhile, it was a narrow escape for 21 children after their school bus caught fire in northwest Delhi. Fire tenders were rushed to the spot to douse the blaze. All the kids and the bus driver escaped unhurt. The cause of the fire has not been determined yet. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the president of Sri Lanka after winning the elections yesterday, but the protests against him continue because he is seen as an ally of the Rajapakshas. Wickremesinghe is assured that he will work with all parties to bail Sri Lanka out of this unprecedented economic crisis. Russian forces bombarded the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, killing at least 2 people and wounding more than 20. Russia is shelling a struck mosque, in fact a medical facility and also a shopping area. Kharkiv is one of the most densely populated cities in the war-torn country. 7 missiles struck critical infrastructure in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv. Two of the missiles hit and destroyed a warehouse full of humanitarian aid. Fighting has intensified in southern Ukraine after the US recently bolstered the military capabilities of Ukraine. Russia has resumed gas flows to Europe after fears of a total shutdown. The Nord Stream 1 has resumed flow to Germany, a key pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The flows are running at reduced volume as compared to before. This is a welcome relief to European countries who are struggling to find alternative suppliers. Wildfires are raging in Spain because of the searing heat across Europe.
This video captures the magnitude of the wildfires that have been burning in Spain over the past few days. All along the highways in Zaragoza and Lugo provinces, wildfires have been burning. Firefighters are struggling to extinguish the blaze due to high temperatures and strong winds. More than 30 forest fires around Spain have forced the evacuation of thousands of people and blackened 220 square kilometers of forests. Helicopters dropped.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. This is a big CNN News 18 exclusive. CNN News 18 has accessed clinching evidence of who exactly is responsible for the daylight shooting of Sidhu Moosewala. On the day of the murder, a call was made by the alleged shooter to dreaded gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, who, remember, has been lodged in Tihar jail. Now, the intercepted 98-second phone conversation has the shooter proudly claiming to have shot down Moosewala and is promptly lauded by Lawrence Bishnoi. Let's listen in.
हेलो
हेलो हाँ जी बोलिए
बात हो सकती है
हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है
करवाना ही जरूरी है बहुत
भाई
हाँ जी
एक मिनट
हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बता इसी लगे होल्ड पे
चलो
लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें गोल्डन लाइफ ऑन मेरी गल सुन बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु ठीक हो
हाँ मैं ठीक
मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
है
ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
की करता
उससे वाला मारता
ओके
You heard that 98-second conversation of the alleged shooter and the gangster himself. What have we really learned as far as this snippet and this conversation is concerned? Let's break down all those details and then we'll talk about the big questions that still remain. One, Lawrence Bishnoi plotted Moosewala's murder. But remember, Lawrence Bishnoi has been lodged in Tihar jail. So all of this was happening while he's still in Tihar jail. The gunman called up Bishnoi just after shooting Sidhu Moosewala, and there was a congratulatory message that was exchanged between the two as well. As I pointed out, Bishnoi receiving calls even while lodged in Tihar. This is something that has been raised by experts ever since the beginning, that there is a nexus that needs to be cracked upon as well. Tihar jail, no bar to Bishnoi operating his gang, as we saw how convenient it was for him to receive that phone call and that make that conversation as well. Let's listen in to that conversation again.
हेलो
हेलो हाँ जी बोलिए
बात हो सकती है
हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है
करवाना ही जरूरी है बहुत
भाई
हाँ जी
एक मिनट
हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बता इसी लगे होल्ड पे
चलो
लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें गोल्डन लाइफ ऑन मेरी गल सुन बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु ठीक हो
हाँ मैं ठीक
मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
है
ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
की करता
उससे वाला मारता
ओके
Let me also now bring in my colleague Anshul, who's been tracking all these developments for us. Anshul, this is exactly what experts had been pointing out since day one, that there is a nexus that still continues to operate as far as the Tihar jail is concerned. Look how convenient it is for Lawrence Bishnoi, who's been arrested behind bars, to one, receive a phone call and then have this conversation at will. That's where the big problem is, and that's the nexus that needs to be cracked down upon.
Definitely, Ridhima. Since day one, we have been reporting that Lawrence Bishnoi was the person who actually planned the whole murder of Sidhu Moosewala from inside the premises of Tihar jail, and that is now today the audio tape that has come to the fore definitely now incriminates the Tihar jail administration as well as Lawrence Bishnoi. Now if you listen to this audio tape very carefully, initially the phone was not picked up by Lawrence Bishnoi but was picked up by one of the gang members of probably his cellmates, which means that Lawrence Bishnoi knew that this phone should not be in direct contact with him, and hence he gave the phone to one of his gang members, probably his junior gang member. Even if he gets caught, all the blame would be shifted to that member. So he wanted to stay safe in that scenario as well. Secondly, if you listen to this audio conversation, the conversation between Lawrence Bishnoi and the caller was very, very short and limited. Only 2 lines were exchanged where Lawrence Bishnoi asked Mar Dita, which means have you killed him? And he goes ahead and says ha Mar Dita, and that's it. He says okay, kato phone, which means okay, now cut the call. So he knew that this call could also be recorded or could be traced by the police, and that is the reason why he made sure that the conversation is very short and crisp. So yes, lots of questions are now being raised on the Delhi Police Tihar Jail administration, that how did Lawrence Bishnoi or his gang members or probably his cellmates get an access to a mobile phone inside the Tihar Jail. So yes, investigation could now go forward in this this direction as well. People who made sure that Lawrence Bishnoi has an access to a phone or probably other amenities. If he has access to a phone, he probably would have access to other amenities as well inside the Tihar Jail. So a big case of corruption also coming up from inside the Tihar Jail. Now questions will be raised on the Tihar Jail administration as well, that how was it possible that a dreaded criminal like Lawrence Bishnoi, who has more than 40 murder cases against him, he operates a gang that has more than 400 sharpshooters in that gang, such a dreaded criminal, and he is getting access to such kind of amenities in one of the most secure jails in the country. Because if you know, Ridhima, people in Delhi actually know that Tihar Jail is known as one of the safest place in the entire country. In fact, criminals from the entire country, dread criminals from the entire country are kept in Tihar Jail because of the high security that is available over here. So yes, the Tihar Jail administration now falls in the dock, and also this absolutely incriminates now Lawrence Bishnoi, that he was the actual mastermind of the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. Now it remains to be seen, since so many proofs have now come to the fore, as to how long will the Punjab police now take to finally file a charge sheet against Lawrence Bishnoi with all these evidence mentioned in it.
Anshul, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Let's listen in to that conversation once again.
हेलो
हेलो, हाँ जी बोलिए।
बात हो सकती है?
हाँ बिल्कुल हो सकती है,
करवाना ही जरूरी है। हाँ जी,
एक मिनट।
हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी बता, ऐसी लगे होल्ड पे। लाइव स्पीकर ऑन करें, गोल्डन लाइफ ऑन। मेरी गल सुन, बहुत बहुत मुबारक भरा नु। ठीक हो?
हाँ मैं ठीक है।
मैं ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
है,
ज्ञानी चढ़ाता गड्डी
की करता
उत्ते वाला मारता
ओके।
Let's now shift our focus to the big international story that we're tracking. Sri Lanka has a new government in power, with Ranil Wickremesinghe as the president and Dinesh Gunawardene as the prime minister. But after a brief lull following Rajapaksa's resignation, protests have reignited in the country. Hundreds of Sri Lankan soldiers and security officials raided the main anti-government protest site in Colombo earlier today. Security forces tore down campsites and clashed with unarmed protesters. Security personnel armed with batons removed barricades set up by protesters blocking the main gate of the presidential secretariat. Chaotic scenes show protesters running for cover as cops clamp down on protesters. Over 50 protesters have been reportedly injured. Let me also now bring in my colleague Anupama, who's been reporting for us from Colombo. Anupama, abhi sthiti kaisi hai?
बिल्कुल, देखिए मैं आपको शुरुआत जो है तस्वीरों के साथ कर रही हूँ, जहाँ पर आर पार की स्थिति बनी हुई है। एक तरफ जो है प्रदर्शनकारी लगातार यहाँ पर सुबह से जो है तैनात है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से कल देर रात 2 बजे यहाँ से प्रदर्शनकारियों को खदेड़ दिया गया था, वो प्रदर्शनकारी जो 105 दिनों से इन टेंट्स में रह रहे थे, उनका एक तरीके से उनका आशियाना कहा जा सकता है, उसको छीन लिया गया था आर्मी की तरफ से। और एक तरफ जो है आप ये साफ तौर पर देख सकते हैं सुरक्षा बल जो है तैनात है, चाहे श्रीलंका पुलिस की मैं बात करूँ, STF की बात करूँ, श्रीलंका आर्मी की बात करूँ, वो जो है वो यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से तैनात है। और देखिए तैयारियां भी पूरी हैं। अब से कुछ ही देर पहले, आधे घंटे पहले जो है यहाँ पर श्रीलंका पुलिस की तरफ से लाठीचार्ज जो है किया गया था, उन तमाम प्रदर्शनकारियों को खदेड़ा गया था। लेकिन अब आर पार की स्थिति बन गई, क्योंकि एक तरफ जहाँ पर प्रदर्शनकारी एक कदम जैसे ही आगे रख रहे हैं, वैसे वैसे जो है यहाँ पर पूरी तैयारी की जा चुकी है कि देखिए आगे तो हम नहीं जाने देंगे, क्योंकि अगर आप ये सीधा रास्ता देखेंगे तो ये सीधा रास्ता जो है सीधा जाता है प्रेसिडेंशियल सेक्रेटेरिएट की तरफ, यानी कि राष्ट्रपति सचिवालय की तरफ, जहाँ से कामकाज जो है रानिल विक्रमसिंघे करेंगे। और उसी सचिवालय के बाहर जो है सबसे ज्यादा प्रोटेस्टर जो है पहले मौजूद थे, वहीं पर टेंट्स जो है लगे हुए थे, और इसी सबसे पहले जो है वही हटाए गए। एक बार 360 एंगल से अगर मैं आपको तस्वीरें दिखाऊं तो आप समझ पाएंगे आसानी से कि देखिए एक तरफ जो है वो जवान हमारे तैनात हैं, वो श्रीलंका के जवान जो है तैनात है, जो बॉर्डर्स पर हमेशा रहते हैं, लेकिन आज जो बॉर्डर्स के जवान हैं वो सड़कों पर उतर कर आ गए हैं। और एक तरफ जो है ये प्रदर्शनकारी जो है वो लगातार यहाँ पर तैनात है, इनकी तरफ से लगातार नारेबाजी जो है की जा रही है, इनकी तरफ से नारेबाजी करते हुए लगातार ये कह रहे हैं कि देखिए रानिल गो होम, क्योंकि जाहिर सी बात है कि भाषा का बहुत
Also, this thing is the problem is a long problem extension. That is you don't know. Now the rest Navy hit to the protest people. It's a totally 100% wrong. Tomorrow we will go to the human rights for the illegal action. So whatever I want to take the illegal.
Whatever happened yesterday night, it was wrong or right?
It's 100% wrong. Why? They are the silent struggles. They are doing silent struggles. Whatever, without announcement, the navies and armies are hitting to the protest people. Why they do like that? We don't know. Sri Lanka is the down of the joystick. No joystick in Sri Lanka. Joystick in the sense there are two categories. Police, armies are.
How will you continue the protest, because already army is deployed here?
Yes. Whatever. I want to tell one thing. We can continue this extension. Continue this protest because why? Because we have people's power. We have people's power. We can do continuously whatever. Last July also, we won the.
So what do you guys want? What do you guys want now?
I don't know how to speak proper English.
Yeah, it's okay.
I don't know how to speak proper English, but this president is not good. Now president also not good.
You guys are upset with Ranil Wickremesinghe?
No. We are not like to Ranil.
Yeah.
We are not like Ranil also. We want to Sarvapakshik Andumkhadigan.
तो देखिए यहाँ पर क्योंकि भाषा का बहुत ज्यादा अंतर है, लेकिन इन सब के बीच में समझिए अगर उनके जज्बातों को समझा जाए तो जज्बात सिर्फ यही कह रहे हैं कि देखिए रानिल विक्रमसिंघे को जो अपना इस्तीफा देना होगा। वो कह रहे हैं कि अगर हम शांति से प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे तो क्या दिक्कत है, हमें प्रदर्शन करने देते, और अगर आर्मी को सड़कों पर तैनात किया गया था तो आखिर शांति पूर्वक जो है उन्हें क्यों नहीं।
तो अनुपमा, अब प्रदर्शनकारियों का क्या कहना है? क्या वो प्रदर्शन आगे बढ़ाना चाहेंगे?
बिल्कुल, देखिए जो बात हम लोगों ने यहाँ पर लगातार किया वो साफ तौर पर कह रहे हैं, और देखिए जो उनकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज कह रही है वो साफ तौर पर ये बात तो बता रही है कि देखिए ये प्रदर्शन खत्म होने वाला नहीं है अगर जब तक कोई बड़ा स्टेप नहीं लिया जाता, जब तक कोई टफ स्टेप नहीं लिया जाता, क्योंकि अब से आधे घंटे पहले यहाँ पर लाठीचार्ज किया गया है। और देखिए आप देखेंगे भी पुलिस को यहाँ पर तो पूरी तरीके से तैनात है, यानी कि एक एक्शन यहाँ पर अगर प्रदर्शनकारियों की तरफ से लिया जाएगा तो तुरंत जो है यहाँ पर चाहे आर्मी की मैं बात करूँ, STF की बात करूँ, श्रीलंका पुलिस की मैं बात करूँ, पूरी तरीके से तैनाती है यहाँ पर। चाहे हाथों में डंडे आपको साफ तौर पर नजर आ रहे होंगे, अगर आंसू गैस के गोले छोड़े जाते हैं तो उसके लिए भी पूरे इंतजाम जो है वो किए गए हैं, यानी कि तैनाती जो है वो यहाँ पर श्रीलंका पुलिस की तरफ से पूरी तरीके से तैयारी है कि प्रदर्शनकारियों को तो खदेड़ना है, देखिए लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को मेंटेन करना है। रानिल विक्रमसिंघे ने जैसे ही शपथ ली तो सबसे पहला जो कार्य उन्होंने किया वो यही किया कि प्रदर्शनकारियों को खदेड़िए, और प्रदर्शनकारियों को खदेड़ा कुछ इसी तरीके से किया कि रात के 2 बजे जो है उन्होंने श्रीलंका की आर्मी को जो है वो सड़कों पर तैनात कर दिया, जो आर्मी के टैंक्स हैं उनको तैनात कर दिया गया, बख्तरबंद गाड़ियों को तैनात कर दिया गया, और इतना ही नहीं सारे रोड्स जो है वो पूरी तरीके से ब्लॉक कर दिए गए हैं। ये रोड जो है हमेशा पूरा खचाखच भरा रहता था, यहाँ से वाहनों की रफ्तार जो है वो काफी तेज होती थी, लेकिन आज सब कुछ थम चुका है यहाँ पर। लेकिन आने वाले दिनों में अब क्या कुछ होता है आज देखिए इसी तरीके से मैं एक बार फिर से आपको तस्वीर दिखाऊंगी। बैरिकेटिंग है, एक तरफ प्रदर्शनकारी तो दूसरी तरफ आपको जो है आर्मी के वो वो जवान साफ तौर पर तैनात नजर आएंगे। अब श्रीलंका का आगे जो है वो क्या कुछ होने वाला है, इसके लिए जो है क्योंकि चिंताएं जो है लगातार अमेरिका भी जाहिर कर रहा है, भारत भी जाहिर कर रहा है। अमेरिका ने साफ तौर पर देखिए सवाल जो है यहाँ के प्रेसिडेंट यानी कि रानिल विक्रमसिंगे से पूछा भी और इनडायरेक्टली एक तंज भी कसा है कि अगर वो प्रदर्शनकारी शांतिपूर्वक तौर पर प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे तो ये कायरतापूर्ण हरकत जो है वो क्यों की गई है। विपक्ष के जो नेता है अब वो भी लगातार रानिल विक्रमसिंगे को जो है वो आड़े हाथों ले रहे हैं। उनकी तरफ से साफ तौर पर कहा गया कि देखिए सेना की ताकत का ये गलत इस्तेमाल जो है किया जा रहा है। आप जो है जनता के ऊपर इस तरीके से जो है लाठीचार्ज नहीं कर सकते, आप जनता को जो है इस तरीके से खदेड़ नहीं सकते हैं। तो ये तमाम चीजें जो है वो लगातार अब इस पर सियासत भी हो रही है। लेकिन इन सब के बीच में देखिए जनता का जो भविष्य है वो फिलहाल कहाँ जाएगा, जनता ये श्रीलंका का भविष्य कहाँ जाएगा, श्रीलंका की अर्थव्यवस्था क्या होगी। और जिस चीज को लेकर इतने दिनों से प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा था, 105 दिनों से रोजगार को लेकर, श्रीलंका के करप्शन को लेकर, यहाँ की अर्थव्यवस्था को लेकर, क्या वो अब सुधर पाएगा या नहीं सुधर पाएगा। क्योंकि इन लोगों की नाराजगी इसी बात को लेकर है कि गोटबाय राजपक्षे जो है वो लगातार समर्थन दे रहे थे रानिल विक्रमसिंगे को। यही वजह थी कि वो प्रधानमंत्री बने और अब रानिल विक्रमसिंगे जो है क्या वो गोटबाय राजपक्षे के साथ मिले हुए हैं। तो इन तमाम सवालों के साथ जो है नाराजगी प्रदर्शनकारियों की लगातार जाहिर है। जी
अनुपमा, ये भी जानना चाहती हूँ श्रीलंका के जो लोग हैं वो आज क्या चाहते हैं। वो ये चाहते थे कि उनके लिए एक नई शुरुआत हो, वो नहीं हुआ है। क्या उनको लगता है कि सरकार की तरफ से उनके साथ धोखा हुआ है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए अगर मैं श्रीलंका की पूरी जनता की बात करूं, क्योंकि देखिए श्रीलंका की आबादी वैसे भी बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है, जितनी दिल्ली की आबादी है उतनी ही श्रीलंका की आबादी, आप समझ लीजिए पूरे देश की आबादी। लेकिन ये बात सच है कि ये जो 1000 से 2000 तक प्रदर्शनकारी थे, मैंने पिछली बार भी यही बात कही थी कि ये 1000 से 2000 प्रदर्शनकारी जो हैं वो तय नहीं कर सकते कि श्रीलंका का भविष्य क्या होगा। बिल्कुल उनकी बात क्योंकि पूरी तरीके से लोकतांत्रिक देश है, लोकतांत्रिक देश में हर किसी को अपनी बात करने का अधिकार है। लेकिन इन सब के बीच में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट जो होता है वो किसी भी देश का लॉ एंड ऑर्डर होता है। आपकी नाराजगी आप बिल्कुल लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से प्रदर्शन करिए, इसमें कोई बुराई नहीं है। लेकिन इन सब के बीच में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट जो बात है वो ये है कि देखिए ये प्रदर्शन जो है वो बढ़ किस तरफ रहा है और उसका नतीजा जो है वो क्या निकल रहा है। क्या इसका नतीजा निकलता हुआ नजर भी आ रहा है? क्योंकि रानिल विक्रमसिंगे की तरफ से सुबह से जो है अगर देर रात सोचे किसी देश के अंदर जो है उस देश की आर्मी अगर सड़कों पर तैनात कर दी गई और उनके प्रेसिडेंट की तरफ से अगर कोई बयान नहीं दिया गया, एक ट्वीट तक नहीं किया गया, जबकि कुछ लोग घायल भी हुए हैं। News18 इंडिया भी जब लगातार कल रात को भी हम रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे थे, हमें भी रोका गया था, पत्रकारों को भी पीटा गया, उनके कैमरे जो है तोड़ दिए गए। तो ये आर्मी की तरफ से जो है अब सड़कों पर किया जा रहा है, जो ये लोग बॉर्डर्स पर करते हैं। तो अब आप ऐसे में समझिए कि बहुत सारे सवाल जो हैं अब जनता के मन में ये है कि अगर आर्मी सड़कों पर है तो आखिर आगे जो है श्रीलंका के भविष्य का क्या होगा। क्योंकि जिस देश के अंदर 1500 रुपए किलो समझिए कि अगर सेब और केले मिल रहे हैं तो आखिर उसमें आम जनता जो है वो कैसे त्राहिमाम कर रही होगी, समझा जा सकता है।
Anupama, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Situation still remains extremely tense on the ground. Let's look at some other ground reports as well.
तो देखिए सेना की बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां हो या सेना के जवान हो या फिर एसटीएफ की टीम हो या फिर श्रीलंका पुलिस हो, वो लगातार जो है सड़कों पर तैनात है। ये कोलंबो की स्थिति है, वो राजधानी कोलंबो जो एक समय में जो है शांति प्रिय शहर कहा जाता था। श्रीलंका खुद अपने आप में जो है सबसे शांति प्रिय देश कहा जाता था। लेकिन आज ये स्थिति देखिए, ये श्रीलंका की सड़कों की स्थिति है। ये जो शांति प्रिय जो लोग हुआ करते थे आज ये सड़कों पर उतर आए हैं, अपनी मांगों को लेकर प्रदर्शन करें। एक बार जरा विकास की बोर्ड की तस्वीरें दिखाइए जहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है नो डील, यानी कि जो किसी भी तरीके की डील जो है वो नहीं की जा सकती। अगर आप सोच रहे हैं एक पद पर बैठे हुए कि आप जो है हमें दबा देंगे, तो ऐसा होने वाला नहीं है। और देखिए पहले यहाँ पर जो है क्योंकि अब जैसे जैसे ये लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं ऐसे में पुलिस जो है वो पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। कोशिश ये की गई, आप सभी के हाथ में पुलिस हो चाहे आर्मी हो, सबके हाथ में डंडा साफ तौर पर नजर आ रहा है, सभी के पास बंदूक है, सभी के पास जो है अगर आंसू गैस के गोले दागे जाते हैं तो उससे निपटने के लिए भी तैयारियां है। लेकिन इन सब के बीच में समझिए कि एक तरफ जो है कोलंबो की सड़कों पर देर रात जो है एक सियासी ड्रामा चलता रहा, लेकिन अभी भी कई प्रदर्शनकारी जो है वो यहाँ पर तैनात है। तस्वीर आप देख ही सकते हैं कि आखिर किस तरीके से प्रदर्शनकारी जो है वो यहाँ से हिलने का नाम नहीं ले रहे हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि अगले शायद आधे से 1 घंटे में स्थिति जो है वो और भी ज्यादा यहाँ पर बुरी हो सकती है, क्योंकि प्रदर्शनकारी अगर पीछे नहीं हटेंगे तो ऐसे में सेना की तरफ से क्या एक्शन लिया जाएगा। क्योंकि देखिए लोग यहाँ पर जाहिर सी बात है कि बीमार पड़ते जा रहे हैं, बहुत ज्यादा गर्मी है यहाँ पर। और ऐसे में अब आपको एक रिपोर्ट के जरिए दिखाते हैं कि आखिर पिछले 24 घंटे के दौरान जो है क्या कुछ हुआ है कोलंबो में। आपातकाल में जो है फिलहाल श्रीलंका आर्मी जो है वो सड़कों पर तैनात है। जिस तरीके से लगातार 105 दिनों से प्रदर्शन चल रहा था, शुरुआत एक बार मैं तस्वीरों के साथ कर रही हूं, उसके बाद बड़ी खबर आपको बताऊंगी कि देखिए जाहिर सी बात है कि कल देर रात से लगातार श्रीलंका आर्मी जो है वो सड़कों पर तैनात है। चाहे सचिवालय की बात की जाए या ये आधे किलोमीटर के रास्ते की बात की जाए, इस पूरी जगह को जो है अब फिलहाल श्रीलंका आर्मी ने घेर लिया है। ये पूरी तरीके से तैनात है कि आखिर कोई भी अगर शांति व्यवस्था बिगाड़ने की कोशिश करता है तो आखिर किस तरीके से उन चीजों को हैंडल किया जाएगा, इसके लिए पूरी तरीके से तैनाती जो है कर दी गई है। लेकिन देखिए बड़ी खबर आपको बता रहे हैं, रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के श्रीलंका का नया राष्ट्रपति बनने के बाद लगातार अब कोलंबो पर सेना का कब्जा हो चुका है। जो तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को लेकर सेना ने राष्ट्रपति सचिवालय में अपने सुरक्षा घेरे को जो है और भी ज्यादा बढ़ा लिया और भी ज्यादा तैनात जो है कर लिया है। कोलंबो में दरअसल करीब 105 दिनों से जमे प्रदर्शनकारियों को सेना ने आधी रात को उखाड़ फेंका, और जिसकी तस्वीर हम लगातार आपको टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पर दिखा रहे हैं कि आखिर देखिए किस तरीके से रात के 2 बजे करीबन समझिए, ये जो आप अपने टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पर तस्वीरें देख पा रहे हैं, ये श्रीलंका का राष्ट्रपति सचिवालय है, जहां पर बैठकर जो है रानिल विक्रमसिंघे अब आगे की रणनीति बनाएंगे कि आखिर किस तरीके से जो है कामकाज किया जाएगा।
Well, this is a story that we'll keep tracking very, very closely. We are slipping into a very short break, completely out of time on this edition of the news broadcast. Thanks a lot for watching.
Despite not being given permission by the Lieutenant Governor to attend a summit abroad, the LG has advised Kejriwal not to attend the conference since it is a conference of mayors. Cloudbursts in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur have caused widespread destruction.
Cloudbursts triggered landslides in several places. Loose stones and rocks fell from the mountains and blocked several roads. And incessant rains made any rescue and relief operations virtually impossible. The cloudburst also led to increased water level in drains and created a flood-like situation and blocked road connectivity. Several homes were damaged due to torrential rains and the mayhem caused by the cloudburst.
2 days after he drank a glass of water directly from a river, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was today admitted to a hospital in Delhi. But the Aam Aadmi Party has denied that Mann had a stomach infection and claimed that he was discharged right after a routine checkup. A day after 2 of Sidhu Moosewala's killers were gunned down in an encounter in Punjab, the late singer's father has reportedly been receiving threat calls. The number has been traced to Pakistan. Sidhu Moosewala was killed in his hometown Musa back in May. The United States Navy says one of its destroyers sailed through the Taiwan Straits. The USS Benfold conducted what is being termed as a routine transit. The destroyer is part of the US Navy's 7th Fleet. The powerful fleet includes 70 warships and submarines. Chinese forces tracked and monitored the vessel. China, in fact, slams the frequent provocations by the US across the Taiwan Straits. The Jammu-Srinagar highway continues to be blocked because of shooting stones.
Incessant rains triggered the shooting stones and blocked the 270-kilometer-long national highway. Nearly 1,000 vehicles, including a convoy carrying Amarnath Yatris, are stranded at different points of the highway. Officials from the National Highways Authority of India have been trying to clear the affected stretch. But shooting stones and small landslides are making things difficult. The Jammu-Srinagar National Highway is the only all-weather road linking Kashmir with the rest of India.
A seer in Rajasthan's Bharatpur set himself on fire to protest illegal mining. The police team doused the fire with a blanket, but the seer has 80% burn injuries. The BJP held the Ashok Gehlot government responsible for the suicide rate. The Maharashtra government has lifted the stay order on the construction of the Mumbai Metro Line 3 car shed at RA Colony. This will effectively pave the way to resume building the controversial shed in the area. The stay order was issued by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray soon as he assumed office in 2019. A shocking video has surfaced from Jodhpur of a school bus falling into a sinkhole.
The bus carrying children was on its way to the school when it encountered the sinkhole. The rear tires of the bus were submerged in the sinkhole even as the front portion of the vehicle was raised in the air. Inside the bus were 2 terrified children, the driver and the conductor.
बस आ रही थी, उसमें 2 बच्चे और एक चलन वाले ड्राइवर बैठे थे और पीछे से खड्डा एकदम ही खड्डे के अंदर गाड़ी आके गिर गई नीचे।
The children were evacuated safely, but the driver and conductor suffered injuries. Eventually, the bus was extracted from the sinkhole with the help of a crane.
Meanwhile, it was a narrow escape for 21 children after their school bus caught fire in northwest Delhi. Fire tenders were rushed to the spot to douse the blaze. All the kids and the bus driver escaped unhurt. The cause of the fire has not been determined yet. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the president of Sri Lanka after winning the elections yesterday, but the protests against him continue because he is seen as an ally of the Rajapakshas. Wickremesinghe is assured that he will work with all parties to bail Sri Lanka out of this unprecedented economic crisis. Russian forces bombarded the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, killing at least 2 people and wounding more than 20. Russia is shelling a struck mosque, in fact a medical facility and also a shopping area. Kharkiv is one of the most densely populated cities in the war-torn country. 7 missiles struck critical infrastructure in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv. 2 of the missiles hit and destroyed a warehouse full of humanitarian aid. Fighting has intensified in southern Ukraine after the US recently bolstered the military capabilities of Ukraine. Russia has resumed gas flows to Europe after fears of a total shutdown. The Nord Stream 1 has resumed flow to Germany, a key pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The flows are running at reduced volume as compared to before. This is a welcome relief to European countries who are struggling to find.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with CNN News 18. I'm Anusha Soni. Our top focus this hour are some reactions coming in on the abstention of the TMC as far as the vice presidential elections are concerned. Let's go to that breaking development. The opposition's vice president candidate, Margaret Alba, reacts to TMC's decision to abstain from voting in the upcoming elections. She says, and I'm quoting, "The TMC's decision to abstain from voting in the upcoming elections is disappointing. This isn't the time for whataboutery, ego or anger. This is the time for courage, leadership and unity. I believe Mamata Banerjee, who's the epitome of courage, will stand with the opposition," unquote. So that's the word coming in from Margaret Alba. My colleague Pallavi Ghosh with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, the reaction on expected lines?
Yes, absolutely. And the interesting fact, Anusha, is that Margaret Alba and Mamata Banerjee were actually very good friends, and both of them are in the Youth Congress at one point of time. So their friendship and their association actually goes back long time back, and both of them at that point of time were praised by Rajiv Gandhi for being 2 feisty women politicians in the Congress party. And that's exactly what she's trying to say, that, she is an epitome of strength, someone who symbolizes that, and therefore Mamata Banerjee needs to strengthen the hand of another woman. There have been appeals which have gone in from the Congress party to Mamata Banerjee to rethink a decision, which frankly speaking, I think is quite unlikely at this point of time.
Pallavi, a lot of political chatter about why this decision was taken. Is there a backroom understanding between the TMC and the BJP? Give us your perspective.
Well, I mean, the Trinamool Congress would be horrified to hear that, because they claim that they are the only ones who've got the strongest voice speaking out against the BJP. And when they're going to come back to Parliament from next week, I'm sure they're going to be very aggressive. But what TMC top sources told us is that, first of all, they were very upset about the fire. They were only called up early that morning of the opposition party meeting. And the second thing is, the decision of calling off shots was actually taken by Sitaram Yechuri. And we know the bad blood between the TMC and the left. And therefore, anything which can be proposed by Sitaram Yechuri would be rejected by Mamata Banerjee. But I think moving beyond that politics very quickly, I don't think the Congress party, the Trinamool Congress wanted to be seen on the side of the Congress plus the left in a choice which was majorly made by these 2 parties.
And Pallavi, going forward, like we saw in the presidential elections, will this be a cakewalk for the NDA?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Even if the Trinamool Congress had decided to support Margaret Alba, I think even then the numbers were stacked in favor of Jagdish Dhankar. But now with the abstention, with Trinamool Congress abstaining, it's just going to make it so much more easier for the BJP, which is why there's this old chatter in the backroom corridors that there could be a kind of some understanding between the TMC and the BJP.
And, also talking about the much-spoken issue of the so-called opposition unity. I think that's only a notion now, because on critical political issues, opposition parties have failed to unite as a bloc.
Oh, yes, absolutely right, Anuja. I mean, look at the irony of it. Yesterday in the morning, the entire opposition got together, issued a statement in support of Sonia Gandhi. You also have Mamata Banerjee making a similar kind of statement in Kolkata. By evening, that opposition unity seems to be crumbling. Again, this morning, there was another show of strength by the opposition to show that they were fighting together on the issue of GST. But obviously, it's a mirage. It's obviously something which seems non-existent, and you're right. When it comes to critical issues, there doesn't seem to be one.
Pallavi, as you get us all that perspective, you're also getting political voices. Mr. Majid Memon of the NCP and Biswajit Deb of the TMC, both are joining us on the broadcast. Good afternoon to both of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Deb, coming to you first, Margaret Alva says this is not the time for ego and whataboutery. We should unite at this point in time. What do you have to say to her?
I think Mrs. Margaret Alva is misunderstanding the entire issue. I think she is not understanding the point that her party, that is Indian National Congress, had failed to come to a consensus decision with regard to the selection of the vice presidential candidate for the ensuing election. The All India Trinamool Congress was not at all consulted at the time when the Congress party took a call to nominate Mrs. Margaret Alva as a candidate for the vice president on behalf of the opposition parties. We have seen that during the presidential election, Mamata Banerjee, she took a lead and she spoke with all the 17 opposition parties, and all the opposition parties united together and came to a decision with regard to the selection of Mr. Yashwant Sinha as a candidate for the opposition. But unfortunately, the entire decision-making process of selection of Mrs. Margaret Alva was not just and proper. All the opposition parties were not consulted. Neither Trinamool Congress was consulted, nor Mamata Banerjee was consulted. Now you see, in the election process, Trinamool Congress is a big stakeholder.
No,
and
sir,
we always say,
taking
and we
your
always
point,
say,
sir.
Mamata Banerjee always says that all the opposition parties should come together if they really want to.
No, I take your point on the face value that there was no consultation that was done with the TMC, and by that logic you're saying then we have the right to abstain, and that's what we have done. Then is it fair to conclude, Mr. Majid Memon, that the opposition unity, the much talked about opposition unity, which perhaps only exists in photo ops, has failed the test of critical political junctures like the vice president election or the presidential election?
You see, actually the decision announced by TMC that they would abstain and would not vote for the combined opposition candidate Margaret Alva because TMC was not consulted was a decision which probably may be reconsidered, because when tempers will cool down and when Sharad Pawar, who is also an integral part of opposition unity, would speak to Mamata ji, and then, as Margaret Alva rightly says, that, well, it is for nobody, no individual party from among the oppositions to talk about ego or talk about, any self-hurt or something like that. Mamata ji is right. Probably if she was not consulted, she has a justifiable grievance. But I think it could be a case of communication gap. It is not that she will not support opposition. She is one of the foremost crusader for opposition unity, which we are seeing for the last more than a year now, since West Bengal elections.
So,
and therefore,
like Margaret Alva, Mr. Memon, you would also raise the pitch for a reconsideration by the TMC?
Exactly. I am saying reconsideration. TMC will also consider. Sharad Pawar ji would speak to her and would explain that how she remained to be consulted. And if at all there was no intention of keeping her aside and going ahead
I'll go back to Mr. Biswajit and ask if there is a scope for reconsideration. But before that, Rahul Sinha of the BJP is joining us on the broadcast. Rahul ji, बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. TMC has decided to abstain. That makes it further easy for the candidate of the BJP/NDA to win these elections. But what do you have to say about the abstention of the TMC?
देखिए, बात ये है, कोई एजेंडा नहीं है, कोई लक्ष्य नहीं है, कोई इसमें कोई चिंतन नहीं है. सिर्फ चिंतन क्या है, बीजेपी का कैंडिडेट को हराओ, एनडीए का कैंडिडेट को हराओ. ऐसा मुद्दा लेके विपक्ष कोई रणनीति बनाएंगे, उसमें कोई सफलता होगा? उसमें यूनिटी होता है क्या? और ममता बनर्जी को कौन विश्वास करेगा? पीए संगमा का जो चुनाव था उनका पक्ष लेके बाद में उन्होंने प्रणब मुखर्जी को वोट डाल दिया। तो इसीलिए इनका ये कहानी तो पुराना है और ऐसा ही लोग मिले हुए हैं पूरा जो विपक्ष में। इसीलिए कोई कॉमन मिनिमम एजेंडा नहीं है, कोई लक्ष्य नहीं है, कोई प्रोग्राम नहीं है, सिर्फ अचानक एक कैंडिडेट डाल के उसको भी करो। ये जो अभी जो झगड़ा हो रहा है उन आपस का झगड़ा है, उसमें हम लोग पढ़ना नहीं चाहते हैं, लेकिन हमारा जो प्रत्याशी है एनडीए का करती वो जैसे राष्ट्रपति जी का चुनाव में भी हमको बहुत बड़ा सफलता मिला, इसमें भी बड़ा सफलता मिलेगी।
Mr. Biswajit Dev, I'm sure you must be hearing Mr. Majid Memon and Rahul Sinha both.
Yes.
Mr. Memon says you must reconsider, but I also want to take the point of BJP to you. If this is about a broader ideology that the TMC claims it wants to fight, the ideology of the BJP, which the TMC is politically opposed to, then such gaps of miscommunication or perhaps such issues where consultation has not happened, egos could have been put aside, larger agenda should have been looked into. Is the TMC really looking for a rethink? Is that a possibility at all?
Well, you see, Mamata Banerjee is not a child in politics.
Indeed.
That she will act on her ego. She has got no ego. There is nothing personal against Mrs. Margaret Alba. She has got a very good relation personally with Mrs. Margaret Alba. But the question is this, you see, it's a question of a political decision. It's a question of vice president election of the country. So in that case, when the opposition wants a unity and the Congress wanted to initiate the process with regard to the vice president election, the Congress should have consulted Mamata ji well in advance, and the Congress should have consulted the All India Trinamool Congress well in advance, because Trinamool Congress is no doubt a big force in the national politics, so far as the opposition politics is concerned. And Mamata Banerjee is no doubt a face in national politics now. So if Congress wants not to consult All India Trinamool Congress, it is very unfortunate.
If Mr. Sharad Pawar calls on behalf of the opposition leaders, like Mr. Majid Memon was just pointing out, if as a veteran leader he reaches out to Didi, will she reconsider, sir?
I could not get you. Can you please repeat?
Sir, I'm saying that Mr. Majid Memon said that there would be various attempts, including a call from Mr. Sharad Pawar, which may go to Mamata Banerjee for a reconsideration.
You see, I do not want to answer any hypothetical question, but I would like to say that opposition unity does not come to an end only on the issue of vice president election.
But it has to
the
show...
opposition unity should be in the streets.
No,
the
but it has to show somewhere, sir, isn't it? It has to show somewhere. Isn't the election of the president and the vice president, the key constitutional offices in this country, a critical political juncture?
Absolutely, and that is what we have seen during the president election, that Mamata ji, what she has done to unite the opposition together, to unite all the 17 parties together, and to ensure that the opposition candidate gets the maximum number of votes. But unfortunately, the decision-making process of while selecting the candidate for the vice president was not proper. This is not acceptable.
Before I take a word from my colleague Shobato,
by the All India Trinamool Congress.
Mr. Memon, I'm coming to you once again. You have heard Mr. Dev. Do you still believe there is a chance for reconsideration from Mamata Banerjee? As Mr. Dev said, she is not a child. She is not acted out of ego. Then perhaps this is politically mature decision that she has taken.
No, I must, you see, with respect, disagree with my friend from TMC. I would suggest and believe that the doors are not shut with regard to reconciliation on this controversy of non-consultation of TMC. The voting is still away. Before that, I'm sure if Mr. Sharad Pawar speaks to her and convinces her that there was no purposeful or there was no reason why she was omitted for consultation or for suggestion. And I think Mamata ji is not very stubborn on, because more particularly when it's a question of unity of opposition. As you rightly said, that the unity must appear in the presidential and vice presidential election also before 2024 general election. And I think Mamata ji has done put in a lot of labor, and we must appreciate her efforts that she has taken in the last few months.
Let's see, Mr. Memon, if that outreach by Mr. Sharad Pawar will help the cause of the opposition or not. I appreciate your time and your inputs. Cutting across to my colleague Shaugato Mukhopadhyay. Shaugato, is the door ajar? Will Didi reconsider?
Well, it is difficult at this whether or not Mamata Banerjee would actually reconsider her position, because it's a decision.
Shaugato, we seem to be losing your audio. We'll just try and fix that connection with my colleague Shaugato Mukhopadhyay. But as he was pointing out, that at this point it is very difficult to say what the stand of the TMC is going to be. The key leader of the TMC, Mr. Biswajit Dev, just said to us a few seconds ago that during the consultation process, while deciding the candidate for the opposition party, TMC was not consulted. And that is why TMC has taken a decision to abstain from voting. There are also other key components in the opposition camp, including a party like NCP with a tall leader like Mr. Sharad Pawar. Mr. Majid Memon says that they are hopeful that if there is a call that goes from Mr. Sharad Pawar, Mamata Banerjee might reconsider. Shaugato is back with us, and Shaugato, you were saying it is difficult to say that at this point in time, whether Didi will reconsider or not.
Well, it is difficult to make that judgment at this point in time, given the fact that the decision was apparently taken at that meeting yesterday, where 33 of the 35 MPs belonging to the Trinamool Congress attended, and according to Abhishek Banerjee, who held that press conference, some 85% of those present in that meeting yesterday opined in favor of abstention from that vice presidential polls to be held on the 6th of next month. However, it seems to me, given the fact that Mamata Banerjee is perhaps a little, disappointed with the way the opposition, the issue of opposition unity has moved in the last a couple of months or so. In that very vital rally, which yesterday, she made it clear that she is looking at a situation where he will not gain absolute majority on its own, and that is when the opposition unity will come into play, not before that perhaps. So that is essentially thinking in terms of the ruling out the possibility of a pre-poll alliance of the opposition party in the 2024 general elections. Now, given the fact that both president and the vice president's election are important steps towards achieving that unity ahead of the 2024 polls, and given the fact that Mamata Banerjee has now taken the stand of abstention, seems clear that the Trinamool Congress is not looking towards having or forging a pre-poll alliance, which is why there is this additional focus on Trinamool Congress's extended footprints in states like Assam, Meghalaya, and Tripura, which would be going for their state elections very shortly, within a year or so. So that is the focus for the Trinamool Congress at this point in time. As far as the opposition unity is concerned, to my mind, and according to what the Trinamool Congress leaders have been talking about, they would be looking forward to it. But perhaps the vice president's election, as far as the Trinamool Congress is concerned, is already a closed chapter.
All right, Shaugato, thank you so much for putting that into perspective for us. Moving on to another important story. Now, a major political war over centre's Har Ghar Mein Tiranga movement has erupted after Prime Minister Modi tweeted this morning calling for Indians to participate in Har Ghar Mein Tiranga movement. Opposition has now slammed the centre, alleging that the flags are made in China and that Khadi flags must be used instead. Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra tweeted, and I'm quoting, "The tricolour made of Khadi shows the self-power of the country and the livelihood of lakhs of people associated with it." Unquote. She further added that Prime Minister Modi should listen to the Khadi flag makers and take a sensitive decision to their demand. Unquote.
हर घर तिरंगा जो अभियान है, अमृत महोत्सव में देशवासी इसको हर्षोल्लास से मना रहे हैं, और यही विपक्ष है जो इसका भी विरोध कर रहा है। इसको बताया जा रहा है कि ये थोपा हुआ राष्ट्रवाद है, जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार हर घर तिरंगे की बात करती है। जो विरोध कर रहे हैं ये लोग हर घर में अफजल की बात करते हैं।
Cutting across to my colleague Siddhant Mishra, who's joining us on the broadcast. Siddhant, clearly a controversy erupting there. Har Ghar Mein Tiranga movement, a call that was given by the Prime Minister himself. Now, Priyanka Gandhi and other opposition leaders have something to say.
Well, that's correct. So basically, the amendment was made to the Flag Code Act last year. After that amendment was regarding that there would not that now the manufacturing of flags can be machine made and through other fabrics also. And this is perhaps the reason that this time around, when this initiative, this campaign has been started by Prime Minister Modi, Har Ghar Tiranga, a campaign with good intention and to spread the feeling of patriotism all across the country. This initiative has been taken. So the Congress party has been attacking BJP and the government of India, referring to some reports that have been published in some sections of media, saying that the flags are going to come from China. This time around, Har Ghar Tiranga campaign will only be successful because people are going to hoist flags manufactured in China. So they are referring to some of the media reports. But the fact here remains that this particular step was taken last year by government of India to increase the manufacturing of the national flag, and also the GST exemption have also been given to the machine-made flag. So this is perhaps the reason that this step was taken. In fact, the amendment was also made, and this time around, Congress party is playing politics because it is going to be a nationwide campaign initiative that has been taken by Prime Minister, and in fact, now we have been told that in Kashmir, rupees 20 is being collected from higher secondary school students for hoisting the national flag. So Kashmir government is also taking it very seriously. So in this, each and every state governments are being enrolled, and the plan is to hoist more than 20 crore flags before the Independence Day, as we are celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75th year of independence. And this is perhaps the reason that the Prime Minister has announced this scheme. But it seems that it is not going very well with the opposition parties. And this time around also Congress party is attacking BJP, and saying that that BJP has allowed the Chinese flag to be hoisted on 75th year of independence.
Even an initiative like this, Siddhant, as you're pointing out, is not without its share of political controversy. There's some more breaking news which is coming in from the valley. Let's go. Now, the Jammu and Kashmir administration has directed the chief education officers to collect rupees 20 from each of the enrolled students in higher secondary schools for Har Ghar Mein Tiranga campaign. Now, this move is seen to strictly implement the tricolour unfurling on all houses in Kashmir. Mufti Isla with us on the broadcast. Mufti, how is this initiative being perceived in the valley?
Well, from the administration side, it's really gaining speed. And we've seen slew of measures being taken by the administration. Last time around, there was a high-powered panel which was entrusted to carry out these instructions. And now it's percolated deep. In fact, now the district administration has directed the chief education officers, who are the officials in the district headquarters, to really tell the principals of different higher secondaries out there that they should, from now onwards, start collecting 20 rupees from each of the enrolled students in those institutions, so that they inculcate the spirit of nationalism among these kids, and also buy some tricolour which they're going to unfurl on that day. In fact, that is going to happen on 15th of August. And besides this, there are sports activities which have also been conducted in different districts. Again, people would be awarded, students would be awarded, sportsmen would be awarded on that particular day who hoist those tricolours and participate wholeheartedly in that. So, as I said, slew of measures already in place, and government hopes that this culminates really, positively across the valley.
Former Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Nirmal Singh is also joining us on the broadcast. Sir, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. It's a welcome initiative by the government of India. आपकी क्या अपेक्षाएं हैं? How is this entire, movement or this initiative will really be received by the people?
Actually, 6th of August, every house will hoist a tricolor, and it will give a very good message to the whole of the world. And in Jammu and Kashmir, the people, they are preparing for that, and ultimately you see that on every house there shall be a tricolor, and it will give a very, you can say, positive message.
निर्मल जी, लेकिन बहुत सारे विपक्ष के नेता हैं इंक्लूडिंग द लाइक्स ऑफ प्रियंका गांधी वाड्रा जो कह रहे हैं कि आप ये पॉलिएस्टर के झंडे बना रहे हैं, कहीं ना कहीं जो खादी है हमारे देश की पहचान है, उसके हाथ से बने झंडे होने चाहिए हर घर पर।
देखिए, कांग्रेस का यही तो नहीं है, हर चीज में नुक्ता डालना, पॉलिएस्टर खादी तो दो नहीं है, जो रहे हैं वो अपने तरीके से खरीद।
निर्मल जी, आपकी आवाज में थोड़ी सी दिक्कत आ रही है, हम आपकी लाइन दोबारा रिकनेक्ट करने वाले हैं, माफ कीजिएगा। बट दैट्स द वर्ड कमिंग इन फ्रॉम मिस्टर निर्मल सिंह, द former minister in the Union Territory and the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir. My colleague Mufti Isla, let me check if he's still with us on the broadcast, and let me quickly take in a perspective from him as well. Mufti, what has been the response of the key opposition parties or the key political parties belonging to the valley over this initiative?
Well, the National Conference's Farooq Abdullah has already said last time around, he made a comical kind of a statement wherein he said, when asked by a reporter that Government of India plans to hoist tricolor on every household, he did mock back at the reporter saying that, well, you can do at your own house. So clearly he didn't elaborate that time around. But when I checked with Dr. Farooq Abdullah the next day, he did say that Government of India was well within its rights to do that because they have the power and they can do it. So clearly he was again dismissive of what that had happened. We've also seen tweets coming in from PDP's Mahbooba Mufti, who said that, well, you can't foist nationalism on people. People need to do it if they feel like that, and there should be no pressure put on people. And if they want to do, they're most welcome. So these are the kind of stand which the two regional parties have taken out here. But having said that, government overwhelmingly mobilizing its resources, the administration, that this should be a huge success on that particular day. As I said, that sports events like runnings are taking place, and now this latest order wherein students are being told to contribute 20 rupees so that tricolor can be hoisted. This is to kind of bring in national power across the valley, and that seems to be the thinking among the government bosses here.
All right, Mufti, thank you so much for getting us that perspective on that story. We talk about this and much more here on CNN News 18 on the other side of a very quick break. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to Bits to Billions. We're in conversation with the founders of Mama Earth Varun and Ghazal Alag. Both of you have to take a crash course in chemistry.
I don't think entrepreneurs have options, right? I mean, every new product, every new batch of production is tested by Ghazal herself, right? And it does not go out till the Ghazal test is passed. While we have all the other...
Ghazal test applies for shampoo,
everything. Each and every product that Mama Earth gets into the market has been tested by me personally for 35 to 40 days of regular usage. And whatever comes out in baby category has been used by my babies for the same period of time.
Literally skin in the game.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally skin and hair in the game.
Bengaluru's Traffic Police Commissioner shared a chilling video to drive home an important message.
It starts with a two-wheeler skidding at a turn and the rider being flung off and falling under a bus coming from the opposite direction. The wheel of the bus hits the biker's head, which thankfully is covered with a helmet. As the bus comes to a stop, the biker's helmet is seen stuck under the wheel. The bus then reverses, which helps release the biker's helmet, and then people gather to help him. Moral of the story is that helmets save lives.
The TMC has decided to abstain from voting in the upcoming vice presidential elections. The NDA's candidate is former Bengal Governor and Mamata Banerjee's arch-rival Jagdeep Dhankar. But the TMC will not vote for the opposition candidate Margaret Alva either, because the party says they were never consulted on her candidature. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has declared that he will go ahead with his Singapore visit despite not being given permission by the Lieutenant Governor to attend a summit abroad. The LG has advised Kejriwal not to attend the conference since it is a conference of mayors. Cloud bursts in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur have caused widespread destruction.
Cloud bursts triggered landslides in several places. Loose stones and rocks fell from the mountains and blocked several roads. And incessant rains made any rescue and relief operations virtually impossible. The cloudburst also led to increased water level in drains and created a flood-like situation and blocked road connectivity. Several homes were damaged due to torrential rains and the mayhem caused by the cloudburst.
2 days after he drank a glass of water directly from a river, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was today admitted to a hospital in Delhi. But the Aam Aadmi Party has denied that Mann had a stomach infection and claimed that he was discharged right after a routine checkup. A day after two of Sidhu Moosewala's killers were gunned down in an encounter in Punjab, the late singer's father has reportedly been receiving threat calls. The number has been traced to Pakistan. Sidhu Moosewala was killed in his hometown Musa back in May. The United States Navy says one of its destroyers sailed through the Taiwan Straits. The USS Benfold conducted what is being termed as a routine transit. The destroyer is part of the US Navy's 7th Fleet. The powerful fleet includes 70 warships and submarines. Chinese forces tracked and monitored the vessel. China, in fact, slams the frequent provocations by the US across the Taiwan Straits. The Jammu-Srinagar highway continues to be blocked because of shooting stones.
Incessant rains triggered the shooting stones and blocked the 270-kilometer-long national highway. Nearly 1,000 vehicles, including a convoy carrying Amarnath Yatris, are stranded at different points of the highway. Officials from the National Highways Authority of India have been trying to clear the affected stretch. But shooting stones and small landslides are making things difficult. The Jammu-Srinagar National Highway is the only all-weather road linking Kashmir with the rest of India.
A seer in Rajasthan's Bharatpur set himself on fire to protest illegal mining. The police team doused the fire with a blanket, but the seer has 80% burn injuries. The BJP held the Ashok Gehlot government responsible.
The Lieutenant Governor of Delhi has now recommended CBI to probe into the Delhi excise policy of Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. The Lieutenant Governor Shri V.K. Saxena has now recommended for a CBI investigation into the contentious Delhi excise policy of 2021 to 22 of the Arvind Kejriwal government. Now, this seems to be the latest flashpoint. Why is the new excise policy under the Delhi government now coming under this scanner?
LG has recommended a CBI probe into this particular policy. This is the violation of prima facie. This is the violation of Transaction of Business Rules 1993, Delhi Excise Act 2009. Now, even LG is believing after the report of Chief Secretary there is something that is not appropriate, that is not right, and that's the reason why CBI probe has been recommended by Lieutenant Governor.
Well, the latest trouble and the fresh controversy for the Aam Aadmi Party-led Delhi government as the Lieutenant Governor has ordered a CBI probe into the excise policy 2021-22 of the Delhi government, and after a report by the Chief Secretary. Now, the report states that even as the migrant workers were leaving the city during the pandemic, the excise department, under the direct orders of the elected Delhi government, allowed a waiver of over 144 crore rupees to the liquor cartel. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party has hit out at the union government, stating that the LG has directed the CBI investigation on the direction of the central government to drag Manish Sisodia into a false case. Listen in to the reactions on the story.
अब हमारे देश के अंदर एक नया सिस्टम लागू किया गया है
पहले ये तय किया जाता है कि किस आदमी को जेल भेजना है और फिर उसके खिलाफ एक मनगढ़ंत झूठा केस बनाया जाता है। पूरा का पूरा केस बिल्कुल झूठा है। ये लोग झूठे केस बना बना के हमारे ऊपर कीचड़ फेंकना चाहते हैं। ये दिखाना चाहते हैं दुनिया को कि देखो ये भी हमारे जैसे ही हैं। पूरे देश में आम आदमी पार्टी फैल रही है, ये उसे रोकना चाहते हैं। दिल्ली के कामों को रोकना चाहते हैं। दिल्ली के अंदर जो शानदार काम हो रहे हैं, सिंगापुर की सरकार पूरे दुनिया के मेयर बुलाए उन्होंने और केजरीवाल को बुलाया कि आके इनको जरा सा सिखाओ कि आप दिल्ली में क्या काम कर रहे हो। इससे बड़ी गर्व की बात क्या हो सकती है।
आज मेरे 5-6 सवाल हैं केजरीवाल जी से। यहाँ पर ये मद्यपान पर भरोसा रखने वाले लोग दिखते हैं, जो जिस तरीके की इनकी एक्साइज पॉलिसी रही। 25 दिसंबर 2021 को एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने नोटिस दिया इन सारी कंपनियों को जिनको मद्यपान से जुड़े हुए लिकर लाइसेंसेस दिए गए, और इसका क्या इन्वेस्टिगेशन, क्या स्थिति है ये बताएं। 144.3636 करोड़ का जो वेवर है, क्या वो मनीष सिसोदिया जी के नेतृत्व में उन कंपनियों को दिया गया बिना नियम बिना कानून का पालन किए? फिर 50 रुपए जो विदेशी अल्कोहल है और खास तौर पे बियर, तो 50 रुपए पर केस की एग्जेम्पशन जो है बिना एलजी को सूचित किए, ये 50 रुपए भी पर केस कम किया गया।
मैं आज केंद्र सरकार से पूछना चाहूंगी, कौन है ये मनीष सिसोदिया जिनके खिलाफ आज आप सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना चाहते हो? मनीष सिसोदिया वो नेता है, वो मंत्री हैं जिन्होंने दिल्ली में पढ़ने वाले 20 लाख से ज्यादा गरीब बच्चों का भविष्य बदला है। ये वही मनीष सिसोदिया हैं जिनके नेतृत्व में पिछले 5 साल से दिल्ली के सरकारी स्कूलों के नतीजे प्राइवेट स्कूल से बेहतर आ रहे हैं। पिछले कुछ सालों में 4 लाख से ज्यादा बच्चों ने प्राइवेट स्कूल छोड़कर सरकारी स्कूल में एडमिशन लिया है। मोदी जी की सरकार को ये कैसे पचेगा कि दिल्ली के गरीब बच्चों को अच्छी शिक्षा मिल रही है?
My colleague Akash Sharma and Nikhil Lakhwani are joining us live on the broadcast. Akash, coming to you first. Do we have more details about the legal and factual grounds on the basis of which a CBI probe has been ordered?
So Anusha, let me tell you that this policy was implemented in November 2021, and at that time several political parties including BJP and Congress were basically opposing this particular policy. They were saying that this policy is not only flouting several norms but also is against common people, because they were saying that somewhere Arvind Kejriwal government is promoting liquor in the national capital. But on that at that time several leaders from Aam Aadmi Party came out in public and clarified about this policy. But now, in fact, in the morning itself, today we broke this story that LG has recommended the CBI probe into the matter, because he is somewhere believing that several violations were there in this particular policy. In fact, it has been alleged that Manish Sisodia, the excise minister at that time, gave benefits to some people who were near and dear, and in fact returned some of the money that was in fact, as per rules, that money was not to be returned at that time. Also, there were allegations that some sort of method that was opted for the calculation was also in the violation of all those laid norms. So at this point in time, this is something that we are getting, that LG has recommended CBI probe into this matter. Now it is on to CBI whether they'll be carrying out a preliminary inquiry first and then registering an FIR, or they'll directly be registering FIR. This is the one aspect of this story. But
Yes.
this has also initiated a political slugfest in the national capital, where we are seeing that BJP and Aam Aadmi Party are into the war of words, where BJP is alleging and in fact saying that they'll be carrying out a protest and all other things from tomorrow onwards, because they are somewhere believing that Manish Sisodia was very much involved in all these violations, and some action should be taken against Manish Sisodia. But on the other hand, we are seeing Aam Aadmi Party clarifying that this is vendetta politics. In fact, we are seeing back-to-back press conferences by the leaders of Aam Aadmi Party saying that this is vendetta politics, and just because BJP, is jealous of Aam Aadmi Party.
Right,
BJP,
right,
doesn't want Aam Aadmi Party to continue.
And you're
good
right,
work in the
Akash,
national
that
capital.
beyond the
is reason why they are
allegations that have
targeting.
been made in the report by the Chief Secretary, there's also a political slugfest that has broken out that we witnessed the entire day. And Nikhil, a heavy war of words between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party, pretty anticipated, and it's likely to last for the next few days.
Well, definitely this is the flashpoint which we are seeing between the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Aadmi Party government, and then there is opposite side LG, VK Saxena. And not just this time, if you remember, Anusha, few months back, a PC was held by Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. He was clearly anticipating that after the arrest of Satinder Jain, now the next target will be of Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. And this is the evidence of the same, and the same is now being alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party that, see, we already anticipated that Manish Sisodia is on the target, and now the central agency has already been pressed in. So in the days to come, we are going to see that this tussle is going to further increase, because there are other issues as well. Talking about this particular issue this morning about the alleged this syndicate which has been working in the excise part. Other aspect also, what we are seeing in the national capital is the denial of the permission to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal for his Singapore visit. So there are a couple of issues, and the same has been mentioned by Sanjay Singh, by Atishi, by other different leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. They are clearly saying, and as has been mentioned by Akash Sharma as well, that the BJP is somewhere fearful of the work done by the Aam Aadmi Party in the national
That's what the
capital,
Aam Aadmi Party is saying. And Nikhil, to add to what you're saying, the Aam Aadmi Party also says that because the national footprint is increasing, that is why these investigations have been launched as a witch hunt. Only time is going to tell where is the truth between this political slugfest. Meanwhile, some more reactions for you.
मनोज जी, एक्साइज पॉलिसी की इससे पहले भी बहुत चर्चा हुई थी। आपकी पार्टी ने बकायदा प्रोटेस्ट भी किए, दिल्ली में भ्रष्टाचार के भी आरोप लगाए, और ये भी कहा गया कि दिल्ली में सबको शराबी बना रही है सरकार। बट इसमें कुछ करप्शन की बातें हैं जो एलजी साहब के संज्ञान में आई हैं, और उन्होंने बकायदा सीबीआई की जांच की, इस पे मांग कर दी, रिकमेंड कर दिया है उसको।
ये सीबीआई की इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए, ये मांग करने वाली कई संस्थाएं हैं, और इवन हम लोग भी हैं। हम सांसदों ने भी, पार्टी ने भी हमारी इसमें सीबीआई इंक्वायरी मांगी। तो सीबीआई इंक्वायरी पे सरकार, स्टेट की गवर्नमेंट उसको परमिशन देती है सीबीआई इंक्वायरी की। स्टेट ने, दिल्ली स्टेट के एलजी साहब ने आज परमिशन दे दिया। हम बहुत प्रसन्नता व्यक्त करते हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल इस समय सिर्फ अपने लूट को बचाने के लिए ये एक नया एजेंडा चलाएंगे। बात है कि एक्साइज पॉलिसी में लूट कितनी हुई, बात है कि स्कूल के सामने, मस्जिद के सामने, मंदिर के सामने, गुरुद्वारे के सामने शराब की दुकानें खोलने का क्या ऐसी जल्दी थी।
लेफ्टिनेंट गवर्नर ने सीबीआई प्रोब रिकमेंड किया है, जो नई एक्साइज पॉलिसी दिल्ली में इंप्लीमेंट हुई है, इसको कैसे देखते हैं और क्या रिएक्शन है कांग्रेस पार्टी का इस पर?
देखिए, हमने पहले ही दिन से जब ये स्कीम लॉन्च हुई थी तभी कहा था इसमें भ्रष्टाचार लिप्त है। यहाँ तो आपने पूरी की पूरी दिल्ली बेच डाली शराब माफियाओं को। आप किसी मोहल्ला सभा से पूछते हो, ना किसी मंदिर की समिति से पूछते हो, ना अपने विधायकों से पूछते हो। केवल अरविंद और सिसोदिया जो कर दे वही सही। आखिर वो दीप संधू, ये जो पंजाब का एक्स एमएलए रहा है, जिसकी इतनी बड़ी कंपनी है शराब की, उसको कैसे टेंडर मिला? क्या इसमें सेल कंपनियों को टेंडर क्यों दिया गया? एक जोन के अलावा आप 2-2, 3-3 जोन दे देते हैं। आपने पॉलिसी को धराशायी कर दिया। तो तमाम एविडेंस हमने दिए, और पहले दिन से हम कह रहे हैं। आज एलजी साहब ने इसकी शुरुआत की है। प्रश्न तो ये उठता है कि पहले एलजी साहब मौन क्यों रहे?
एलजी ने रिकमेंडेशन दिया सीबीआई जांच का दिल्ली की एक्साइज पॉलिसी में। उसके बाद केजरीवाल ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करी, उसमें कहा गया कि दिल्ली सरकार को और उनके मंत्रियों को डेलिबरेटली निशाने पे लिया जा रहा है। क्या कहेंगे इस पे?
देखिए, सीबीआई जांच का मैं बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ। केजरीवाल जी, अगर आपको भ्रष्टाचार आपने नहीं किया तो इतना डर क्यों रहे हो? आपने शराब माफिया को फायदा पहुंचाने के लिए, क्या ये बात सही नहीं है कि आपने शराब माफिया को फायदा पहुंचाने के लिए उनका कमीशन 2.5% से 12.5% कर दिया? क्या ये सही नहीं कि आपने उनको फायदा पहुंचाने के लिए 21 ड्राइड एग से घटाकर 3 कर दिए? क्या ये सही नहीं है कि जो कार्टेलाइजेशन किसी भी रूप में नई शराब नीति में अलाउ नहीं थी, जो मैन्युफैक्चरर है वो ट्रेडिंग नहीं कर सकता था? क्या ये सही नहीं है कि उन्हीं मैन्युफैक्चरर ने कार्टेलाइजेशन करके वो ट्रेडिंग का काम भी हाथ में लिया और वो आपकी मिली भगत से किया। शराब माफियाओं ने इनको आम आदमी पार्टी को भारी करोड़ों रुपए चंदा दिया है पंजाब और इधर उधर चुनाव लड़ने के लिए। इसीलिए आज केजरीवाल, जिनको आज पानी की व्यवस्था सही करनी थी, जिनको आज बिजली के रेट नहीं बढ़ाने थे, उसके लिए काम करने की बजाय वो शराब माफिया को फायदा पहुंचाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं।
And after Delhi LG, V.K. Saxena recommended a CBI inquiry in the Delhi government's excise policy. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, who had addressed a digital briefing against the move at 1 p.m, has skipped a fixed appointment with the LG at 4 p.m. It was a weekly meeting with the LG citing ill health. That's what sources are indicating. So the standoff between the Delhi government and the LG office continues to intensify. My colleague Akash with us on the broadcast. Akash, tell us more about this.
So this was a weekly meeting, Anusha, and this has been skipped by Arvind Kejriwal, who used to be a part of this meeting till now. And we still don't know the reason as to what was the main reason. But this is, this is after the recommendation by LG for the CBI probe into the excise policy, and this is what we are learning, that after addressing a press conference at 1 p.m, Kejriwal had a plan to go to this particular meeting, but as of now he has skipped this meeting after all the developments that were reported during the day, and this is the latest development that we are getting, Anusha.
Akash, there were days earlier before the pandemic, I remember, where the LG office versus the Delhi government was an everyday affair in various courts of the country, including the Delhi High Court and the Supreme Court. The friction that we have seen between the two constitutional positions, especially after the Aam Aadmi Party came to power and there was a standoff with the LG's office, has often crippled the administration of the national capital. One fears if that scenario would be repeated.
Right, and Meira Kumar is in fact, just a few months back, he has been appointed to this particular post, and since his appointment, we are seeing several issues and several, flash points where we can say that both LG and somewhere the Delhi government are differing in the opinions. And at this point in time, given that we had this Singapore visit chapter where, LG basically referred back the file saying that it would be inappropriate for a CM to, visit a place where all the mayors from across the countries are invited. And after that, this particular thing. So definitely this is going to hamper somewhere the administrative work of the national capital. But at this point in time, this is the latest development that a CM has basically skipped this particular meeting, which was in
Harish Khurana of the BJP is also joining us on the broadcast. Harish ji, बहुत shukriya हमसे बात करने के लिए. Thank you so much for speaking to us. I would like your reaction on the Chief Minister skipping this meeting.
See, I think he has got the news that the Manish Sisodia is now, no one can save him. So this is basically an anger or frustration which is coming in. That's the reason he has called off the weekly meeting of with the Lieutenant Governor. He is forgetting one thing, that basically he has asked this weekly meeting is to happen for the development of the city. But on the other hand, his frustration and is hurting the Delhi what do you call as
administration and the overall work of it. But Harishi, the allegation. The allegation that the Aam Aadmi Party is levelling is that there was a conference of the mayors where the Chief Minister wanted to go. Why did the LG office stop him? This entire recommendation of the probe to the CBI is also a political witch hunt and vendetta against Manish Sisodia. That's what the Aam Aadmi Party say.
See, as usual, Arvind Kejriwal is distributing the honesty certificate to Manish Sisodia. He has given a certificate to Satyendra Jain. What is happening to Satyendra Jain? Everybody knows his last 1 month he's in jail, and the court has not given him the bail. Point number one. Point number two, we are asking few questions from Arvind Kejriwal that on 25th of October 2021, notice has been issued from Excise Department. What has happened to that? 144 crore rupees has been waived off of these companies. Why have you done this? And have you done this or no? You have to give the answer. 30 crore rupees have been waived off on EMD. Have you done or no? You have to give the answer, na. Why are you going this haywire, this way or that way? Tell what the truth is. Tell the country, tell the city that this is the actual truth. And what BJP is leveling is wrong.
All right, Mr. Khurana, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. The political controversy far from over. In fact, it has just begun. We'll keep an eye on that and much more here on CNN News 18 on the other side of a quick break. Stay tuned.
For Uddhav Thackeray, it's now purely about existence. सरकार गई, अभी पार्टी एंड सिंबल भी चला जाएगा.
Question the fact that recruitment is happening based on caste and religion. That is actually completely deviating from what the point is, and you could actually be misleading the youth.
So is there acknowledgement from the court that some of the comments that they made on the 1st of July may have had a role in the subsequent events where the death and rape threats to Nupur Sharma increased manifold?
Governments of the day in Haryana have failed to really control this menace. A criminal can kill in a broad daylight with nothing happening against him. And even if there is an action, the cop's life won't be back.
Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the president of Sri Lanka after winning the elections yesterday, but the protests against him continue because he is seen as an ally of the Rajapakshas. Wickremesinghe is assured that he will work with all parties to bail Sri Lanka out of this unprecedented economic crisis. Russian forces bombarded the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, killing at least 2 people and wounding more than 20. Russia is shelling a struck mosque, in fact a medical facility and also a shopping area. Kharkiv is one of the most densely populated cities in the war-torn country. 7 missiles struck critical infrastructure in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv. 2 of the missiles hit and destroyed a warehouse full of humanitarian aid. Fighting has intensified in southern Ukraine after the US recently bolstered the military capabilities of Ukraine. Russia has resumed gas flows to Europe after fears of a total shutdown. The Nord Stream 1 has resumed flow to Germany, a key pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The flows are running at reduced volume as compared to before. This is a welcome relief to European countries who are struggling to find alternative suppliers. Wildfires are raging in Spain because of the searing heat across Europe.
This video captures the magnitude of the wildfires that have been burning in Spain over the past few days. All along the highways in Zaragoza and Lugo provinces, wildfires have been burning. Firefighters are struggling to extinguish the blaze due to high temperatures and strong winds. More than 30 forest fires around Spain have forced the evacuation of thousands of people and blackened 220 square kilometers of forests. Helicopters dropped gallons of water in an effort to douse the flames.
So what exactly is behind these seething temperatures across Europe? Climate change happens to be the single biggest factor. In fact, this is the hottest since the 1880s. The last 8 years put together, the hottest in over a century. A low-pressure system over the European region. There is unusual warming across the Arctic Ocean as well, and that is a big factor. There's dry soil too, which can be blamed, which cannot absorb a lot of heat. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi has resigned after key coalition allies boycotted a confidence vote. This has paved the way for early elections and a renewed period of uncertainty for Italy. At a critical time, Draghi had an uneasy coalition of right, left and populist leanings. US President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. According to the White House, the 79-year-old leader is experiencing mild symptoms and will carry out his full duties while isolating himself. Biden is fully vaccinated. He's also taken 2 booster shots. An explosion shocked visitors at the Hoover Dam, one of the largest hydroelectric facilities in the US. A video showing a thick cloud of black smoke and flames was posted online by one of the tourists who was present at the site when the explosion happened. A team rushed to the site and discovered that the fire was reported in one of the transformers installed at the dam. Bengaluru's Traffic Police Commissioner shared a chilling video to drive home an important message.
It starts with a two-wheeler skidding at a turn and the rider being flung off and falling under a bus coming from the opposite direction. The wheel of the bus hits the biker's head, which thankfully is covered with a helmet. As the bus comes to a stop, the biker's helmet is seen.
All right, some latest news coming in as the winners of the National Film Awards are being announced. Best Actor Award goes to Surya and Ajay Devgan. Those are the updates really coming in. My colleague Shilpa Ratnam is joining us on the broadcast and getting us more details on this story. Shilpa, tell us more about the winners.
Well, we have Surya and Akshay Kumar sharing the top honor for Best Actor. Surya wins for Surya Ray Portrait. This was a film based on the journey of the founder of Deccan Air. And in fact, Surya Ray Portrait has won big because the actress Aparna Balamurali has also won for Best Actress, and Surya Ray Portrait has also been awarded Best Film. Ajay Devgan has won for Tanhaji, which was the historical epic that was made. Best Director has gone to Sachi, which is who's the director of Ayappanum Koshiyum, which is a Malayalam film starring Prithvi Raj and a very well received one as well. So, these are the awards that have been announced so far, and we're also currently hearing that the Best Entertainment Movie has also been awarded. That is for Tanhaji, which is Ajay Devgan's Tanhaji. Now, this is Ajay Devgan's third national award, in fact. He earlier won for The Legend of Bhagat Singh and for Zakham, and Surya as well, an actor, a very prolific actor who's been delivering some great work in the recent past. And as we talk, more winners are currently being announced. D.V. Prakash Kumar has won for Best Music, and we're also finding that Vishal Bharadwaj has won for Best Music Direction for 1,232 kilometers Marine to Vahi Jakar. And the Best Film on Social Issues Award has gone to Justice Delayed, but Justice Delivered. And these are the latest awards that are being announced. In fact, Lakshmi Priya Chandramouli has won the Best Supporting Actors Award for her performance in the Telugu film, Sivaranjini Innum Sila Pengalum. So currently we find that the awards have had a healthy distribution between Hindi, Telugu, Tamil, Malayalam so far. Sometimes we found that they've been concentrated in one region, like some years Malayalam cinema does very well. But this year, especially important to note that it's been distributed equitably across the country.
And Shilpa, that's, I think, also a reflection of how the audience is changing. It's no more the South cinema versus, Bollywood. The audience across is watching different kinds of movies in different languages.
Well, yes, absolutely. And especially with the pandemic, people watching these films on OTT means they're even more familiar with them. As far as national awards go, they've always, they've not just been concentrated to Bollywood. They've definitely awarded other industries as well. This time around, we're finding that people are also familiar with this cinema. Until now, these were all names that people were not familiar with. And also Best Supporting Actor has just been announced. This is Biju Menon from the film Ayappanum Koshiyum. It's a Malayalam comedy and entertainer that stars Prithvi Raj. So yes, these are the awards that are currently being announced. And a big win for Ajay
All right,
Devgan.
I'm sorry, Shilpa, I have to interrupt you there. There's some breaking news which is coming in. Let's go to those breaking news developments really coming in. Well, Salman Khan has met the Mumbai Police Commissioner. That's the latest bit of information which is coming in right now, that actor Salman Khan has met the Mumbai Police Commissioner. Harman will tell us more about this meeting. Harman, tell us more about this meeting and what was the agenda?
Well, yes. In fact, what you're picking up right now is that the Bollywood actor Salman Khan definitely met the new Mumbai CP, Mr. Vivek Pansalkar. This was regarding a few weeks ago, where he had received an alleged threat letter, not just to him but also his father. Now, in that particular context, he has given an application to the Mumbai police, stating that he wanted to seek a weapon license for his own protection, which is why now you had this closed-door meeting taking place between the Mumbai CP as well as the Bollywood actor.
Harman, could you tell us more about what kind of threat was received by Salman Khan and to his family members?
Well, yes, we do remember that during one of his morning walks, his father was the one who initially received the threat letter, saying that what had happened to Sidhu Moosewala would also happen similar to his father as well as him. Post that, the Mumbai police had also at that point in time conducted various meetings. They had even increased his security at Galaxy, the apartment where he lives. And after that, you have now the latest development where he met the new Mumbai CP Vivek Pansalkar and said that because of the threat to him, he would want to give an application seeking for a weapons license fearing for his own safety and security.
Harman, off the record or on the record, has Mumbai police said anything so far?
Well, so far no, because this has just been a developing story. But what in all likelihood I can pick up from our sources is that there could be a go-ahead coming in from the Mumbai Police CP as far as the license that he is seeking for a weapon is concerned, because this was a case that was dominating the news stories for quite some time. In fact, several investigations had also pointed out that this was in fact a genuine threat to the actor and not just a fake threat.
As I read through the details, Harman, the threat was received sometime in the month of June. And perhaps after that, the Mumbai police, as you pointed out, has also provided security at his residence. But is there a possibility that personal security guards can be provided, or the security could be increased after that threat? Has there been any other repeated incident, any organization that has come forward and taken the responsibility, or any organization which is under the radar of investigation?
Well, so far no, but what going by just in the past too, when we have seen when Bollywood actors have in fact faced certain sort of similar sort of threats, they have always written down to the Mumbai CP, and then always in the general context we have seen in the past too, they have been given adequate security. But in this particular context, what we are looking at is that the Bollywood actor has asked for the permission to be given for his own personal weapon, fearing for his security, and that is exactly what highlights the sort of strong threat that it is not just limited to him but also his family members.
The police has a tough job on its hand, Harman, not only to give adequate law and order and security to people and the crores of people living in Mumbai, but also the VIPs and the VVIPs who sometimes have a very specific threat to life that Salman Khan is complaining he's facing right now. Going forward from here on, if you look in the past, what has been the SOP for Mumbai police?
Well, going forward, what one could expect is that two things. One is that permission could be given to him, but it is only could be for restricted use, because he has clearly pointing out it is not just threat to him, but also his family members, because do recollect, it was his father who had been given this threat letter. And as far as the Moosewala case is concerned, there were two accused who were even picked up in that particular case from Pune, in fact. So looking at the sort of security arrangements in that particular place, in that context, two things. One is that all likelihood is that permission could be given to him to buy a new weapon for his own security, but under strict conditions. And two, at the same time, security has already been increased. So that will still continue for some time.
Okay. Harman, very briefly from you, after a complaint was made by actor Salman Khan about this threat to life to him and to his family, was there an FIR or a complaint that was registered? And so far on that complaint, any action that has been taken so far? Shilpa Ratnam is also getting us some details. Shilpa, what more can you tell us?
Well, what we know is that Salman Khan already did have a gun license. Now, it's unclear whether that gun license that he has expired or not. Because this gun license, the last we heard of in 2017, it was not expired yet. And right now we're finding out that, he's given an application, a weapon license for his own protection. We know other actors as well who own guns, very famously Kamal Hassan does. But Salman Khan, after being embroiled in that controversial case of the Black Buck killing, and once he was acquitted in the Arms Act case in 2017, there was a case against him in the Arms Act case for keeping and using a firearm with an expired license, but it turns out that time it wasn't expired. But considering he's applied for a fresh license, perhaps it's a fresh one.
Shilpa, please stay with us on the broadcast. We'll continue tracking this story. My colleague Anand Narasimhan takes the conversation forward.
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narasimhan coming to you live from the newsroom here at CNN News 18. And what's a buzz right now is the big story coming in and with the visuals from Mumbai, where Salman Khan, after threats from the Bishnoi gang, has called on the new Mumbai top cop, Vivek Pansalkar, and made a request, not asking for extra security, but saying that there is legitimate ground to grant me a weapons license. So Salman wants a personal weapons license for himself after the threats that were issued to him and confirmation of the threats with multiple investigation threats saying that they were very serious and even ready to fire at Salman Khan's residence to intimidate him, to extort money from him. The threat letter was delivered to Salman's father, Salim Saab, at a place where he regularly goes for his morning walk and a bench where he usually prefers to sit. So clearly these people, these attackers, members of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, had recce'd and scouted Salman's residence and also the mannerisms and the habits of his family members. And that's why Salman Khan going and personally making a case with the new Mumbai top cop, Vivek Phansalkar, and saying, grant me a weapons license so that I can protect myself. Herman now joins us, Shilpa Ratnam also with us with more details. Herman, does this come as a surprise? Because usually the demand is for additional security cover, but here Salman is saying, give me a weapons license.
Well, Anand, yes, in fact, as I was pointing out, in the past incidents when we have seen, it is usually an actor or a producer or director who have asked for increased security. But in this particular context, you have Salman Khan himself stating in a formal application before the Mumbai police that he wants to purchase a weapon for his own protection, and therefore the permission needs to be given to him. Now, this is a case that was extremely sensitive when the story did break out initially, because we do know that the Mumbai police at that point in time, as well as the officials from the Punjab police too, had stated that jailed gangster Lawrence Bishnoi had issued indeed the threat letter to Salman Khan and his father Salim Khan. This was not a fake letter. They had also said that this had also to do had a certain connection to the Black Buck case, where the animal is considered to be extremely sacred to the Bishnoi community, which hails from Rajasthan. So therefore, in that particular context, now we are seeing with a new Mumbai CP taking over, correctly it is that Salman Khan has decided to ask to seek permission for a weapon for his own security.
Right. Herman, stay on with us. I've got Abha Singh and Swapnil Kothari. Abha Singh, is it, does it come as a surprise? Is it unconventional for somebody to ask for a weapons license citing threat? Or does this become a little more sensational given Salman Khan and the bakery and Black Buck cases?
Absolutely, because under the Arms Act 1959, you can ask for a gun license if you are facing for self-defense or for sports training, you know. So, but the issue here is you have to see the credentials of the person before giving a license. And I think Salman Khan, who is facing manslaughter, the hit-and-run case is yet not over. He may have been absolved from Bombay High Court, but Maharashtra government has gone in appeal in the Supreme Court, and also the Black Buck case of Rajasthan. So I think a person with those track records should not be given a gun license, although there is a provision in Arms Act, and I think under that only he has come to meet the police commissioner of Mumbai.
Right. And what stands out, as Swapnil Kothari is also with us, Abha Singh, please stay with us. Where do you stand, Swapnil Kothari? Anybody has the right to make an appeal. And does Salman Khan have now verifiable and quantifiable grounds, given the fact that there was a threat letter issued right to his father, and those who now are in custody have in interrogation, that's what news reports suggest, and we've been able to understand here at CNN News 18, have said that they were even willing to fire at his residence to intimidate him. And he was supposed to be the first cog or the first of the many celebrities who they were going to target in a larger extortion plan.
Anand, the Arms Act clearly allows a person to apply for a gun license, whether it's a prohibited bore or a non-prohibited bore. You know, the prohibited bore is for specialized departments, but nevertheless, I believe that he would be much safer with a security other than a gun. But nevertheless, that's his score. And if the government approves of it under the Arms Act, and if you know, the people who are dealing with the application, if they that it is fit, then they can possibly issue it to him, given the fact that he and his father both have faced these kind of threats. So, except that there is one more situation in this, that if he were to apply and if he were to get it, I think a lot of people would come up to the to the departments and say that, look, even I'm facing this threat and that threat, so please issue a gun to me as well. And the gun laws, which are extremely strict in this country, will then tend to get a little diluted, and you don't know, you know what is the state with the driving license. I mean, anybody and everybody to get it, and that's the reason why we have so many road accidents. So the last thing is you want is that some crazy person should get it, even in the future. He may concoct a theory and say that, look, I'm under threat. So you don't want that situation to happen. But nevertheless, I think this seems to be a legitimate case for him, regardless of his personal background or his case background. I wouldn't go on that. That is for the law courts to deal with his cases appropriately, as the hit and run case or the bakery case or whatever it may be. You know, those are separate. Those have to be treated separately. I mean, he's not going to do anything with a gun. He's applied for the. If he wanted to apply for a gun, he would have applied for a gun long time ago. But he didn't do so. I think there is no bearing between his cases. And
you are saying there is no bearing, but Abba Singh, do you agree, disagree? Because in this case, the bearing is because the Bishnois were after him due to the black bug issue.
No, Anand, but the issue is that the procedure is that the DCP licensing has to verify, and the verification procedure very clearly says that the past criminal record, if any, has to be looked into before you sanction a license. So his past record will have to be looked into, and there are innumerable people who face threats, but they are given security. So and he can afford security. It's not that he comes from a poor background that he cannot afford private security. And a lot of HNIs, I would say, they have government security plus private security, but when his proper verification is done, because the licensing, Arms Act licensing says that verification background check has to be done, and I'm sure on that ground it will be struck down. He has cases, criminal cases against him.
True, but and Swapnil Kothari, Salman Khan is somebody who can afford not just personal private security, he already has it. So does he really need a gun license? And I'm asking the same question again. The fact that the issue was the court judgment in the black bug case, where everybody asked which black bug, who killed the black bug then? Did it pick up the gun and shoot itself? That were the questions that were asked based on the court judgment. It's been challenged now. The other instance also has been charged. And there is a connection here. It is because of that black bug issue that the Bishnoi gang is targeting Salman Khan. Not that they are right in doing so. They are gangsters, they are criminals, they should be cracked down upon. But is that ground enough for him to seek a gun license? Or is it now up to the wisdom of the Mumbai Police Commissioner?
Now, precisely, that's the reason why I prefaced it by saying that his security should be sufficient for him. If you remember my first answer. But nevertheless, as I said, yes, absolutely, there is a discretion looking at his criminal background, that he's got some criminal cases behind him, etc. But I think when it comes to threat to life, then I think a person, regardless of his criminal background, I mean, once we know that, what all cases are there against him, he's not, used the gun before from pouring it from somewhere, he's killed the black bug. Yes, possibly, allegedly, once it gets proved, then it's a different issue, but that case is still, not yet complete.
Right.
So it would be inappropriate for the DCP to say that, look, you may have killed the black bug, so you kill a human being tomorrow, so I will not issue it to you. Now, let me tell you something. All these things, these decisions by the state, assuming that they deny him, and give him a reason that this is the reason why we are denying you a gun. He's got all the rights to appeal to a court of law, which he may very well do. He's saying that, and he may very well succeed in a court of law, given that there is a threat to life. Because those are separate things, Anand. I'm just telling you, in as much as I would advise him that, look, you've got fantastic security, you can afford it, you can possibly double it, and it be appropriate for you, rather than a gun, because I don't know what sort of succor or help it may have on maybe psychologically. But other than that, it's for him to take a call on that, and if he's taking
there are multiple angles to it. It's not as simple and as easy as it, because the person is Salman Khan. And because there are many layers and many questions around that, but it now is in the office of the Mumbai Top Cop, and thereafter whatever is decided, and then it is for Salman Khan and his team to decide how they want to pursue this forward. But we are going to leave it at that at this point. Here on the Nation at 5, Abha Singh and Swapnil Kothari, thank you for your inputs. Herman, thank you for your inputs. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to these shocking visuals that will come from that are coming in from China. A nation that is trying hard to suppress a human rights report and the treatment of its citizens at the UNHRC, at the UN. It is exerting pressure, and that has come to light, come to the fore. A nation whose presence in the UN Human Rights Council itself has been questioned multiple number of times. Just about a week back, we had showed you pictures from the Henan province, where after a bank issue, a bank going bust and financial embezzlement and fraud case with a bank in the Henan province, people came to the streets, took to the streets, and they were forcibly evicted. These protesters were forcibly evicted. It was the issue of the Henan People's Bank. 4 branches froze all withdrawals as the head of the parent company was absconding. Hundreds have been cut off from their life savings and have been demanding justice. The security forces cracked down on the protesters, detained hundreds of these people, and forced them to sign guarantees that they will not protest again. They will not continue with their agitation. Forcefully, these guarantees were extracted. But the protests are far from over. They haven't abated. It's actually going bigger. And now what has happened is the Chinese government, the CCP and the PLA, They have unleashed tanks. These are visuals that are coming through. They have put tanks on the streets against people who are protesting financial embezzlement by the People's Bank in Henan province, and they are questioning about their own life savings and funds, and these are tanks which have been pushed there. Tanks on the streets, and very reminiscent of the Tiananmen Square issue, the pro-democracy protesters and the way they were crushed by the Chinese regime. Have a look at these pictures. This is the amount of brute force that is being exercised and used by the Chinese authorities on the people who are only asking for their savings. It's a people's bank. The Henan province, the bank's also controlled by the state. The principal is absconding. Branches have frozen all accounts and they're not releasing funds. People are saying, give us our money. And the government and the authorities are saying, give us a guarantee that you will not protest. And now they have put tanks on the streets. I have Venus Upadhyaya, Senior Reporter, India and South Asia at the Epoch Times with us, and MS Pratibha, Associate Fellow at IDSA, Manohar Parikar, IDSA. Namaste, ladies. And Venus, just last week we were speaking about this. Appalling at a time where reports suggest that the Chinese authorities are working hard to scuttle and totally smother a report on human rights and the situation in China, comes this, where in the Henan province they have unleashed tanks out.
Anand, China doesn't have a very good record on human rights violations, and we all know that. The funny part is that despite everything, all the reports existing and talks happening on the forum and various campaigns happening, the Chinese establishment still wants to prove that it has a good track record. For that matter, the Reuters report that the report that Reuters has come up with, the whatever they're doing in Xinjiang, there's some very shocking things that have come up recently. There was a human rights forum that was organized in US by Congressman Chris Smith. And they were very authoritative experts on the panel of this particular topic that had come on. And they mentioned that, and I'm talking about one particular authoritative expert, Ethan Gutman. He mentioned that there are 1,000 concentration camps in Xinjiang. And annually, about 50,000 prisoners are harvested for their organs. Now, this is Ethan's analysis, his research based on interviews that he has done with various refugees in various camps in Central Asian countries. Now, this is in the age group of 28 to 29. And if every prisoner yields 3 organs, China is harvesting 150,000 organs from live prisoners every year. That's according to Ethan's calculation. There are horrors. Probably, in the future, humanity is going to know more about such things that are happening, things that are actually legalized in China. There is another expert who came on this forum, Enver Tohti. Enver Tohti is also known on various international platforms. And he talked about something which is very shocking. He mentioned about meeting someone in Taipei. And he said that this person, his brother, was to go for an organ harvest in China. And he knew about persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. And actually, the organ harvest started from Falun Gong practitioners. So he told the doctor, he said, see, I do not want Falun Gong organs. And that's how the harvested organs are called. He said, I don't want Falun Gong organs. And doctor said, please don't worry, because now all the organs are coming from Xinjiang. Back to you.
My God. My God, absolutely shocking. And before I go across to Pratibha ji, this is more inputs on the human rights violation and that report, ladies and gentlemen, that we were talking about and Venus was also mentioning right now, where after evidence of human rights violations against Uyghur Muslims in the Xinjiang province, reports are suggesting that China is using the strong arm to try and clearly muscle the UNHRC to bury this entire report. Now, let's understand the details of this report. China has asked UN Human Rights Chief to bury the entire Xinjiang report. It's been accused of running Uyghur forced labor camps in Xinjiang. A team of UN experts has been gathering evidence for 3 years, exactly what Venus was just telling you. And this release of this report has been delayed for months. China has used all the powers within its wherewithal to try, the Chinese state has tried to do this, the CCP and the PLA, to try and ensure that this report is buried, it is not released. China is now circulating the letter among diplomats in Geneva to try and bury this report. So far, the Chinese letter has said, and we have access to some of the contents of the letter, and the report says it will undermine the credibility of UNHRC, so don't release this. The letter says the report will harm ties between the UNHRC and member states. China has officially denied circulation of such a letter. The PLA is saying that it opposes the interference in internal matters. And the Chinese Foreign Ministry has claimed it's a continuous attempt to smear the PLA and the CCP's image. The UNHRC chief has pledged to release the report before the exit in August. So it should be out. This report will be out. The UNHRC chief actually faced flack for clean chit to China after May visit to Xinjiang. The HRC chief dubbed internment camps as vocational training centers and was accused of parroting Chinese propaganda. Now, Pratibha, how is one nation able to withhold, impose so much of pressure and exercise so much of muscle flexing?
I think
how can it be part of the UNHRC?
I think you have to look at it from a broader perspective. You see, Chinese don't see it as a simple human rights issue. For them, it is a larger game that they're playing with the United States. They see it as the US using human rights as a tool against China. So as long as they hold that view, that US is using human rights against China, you're going to keep hearing such stories of Chinese trying their very best to scuttle such reports being published. So this is one thing. Second thing is that they have a very different perspective on how the extreme terrorism problem in Xinjiang has to be handled. Very different from rest of the world, and they believe that you have to target religious extremism in order to combat terrorism. And all these efforts, you see, they argue that it is part of their de-radicalization strategy. So they have a very different view on how things are unfolding, and they do not believe that whatever the UN, the efforts by various countries to talk to China about Xinjiang, they don't think that, they don't see it as a genuine effort. They see it more as a kind of tussle between US and China. So that's why you see a very harsh reaction from China, and why China says that it can actually, have a negative impact on the Human Rights Council in China.
No, but there has to be a way to counter this. China can't get away with the kind of the things that are being reported. Are all the Uyghurs lying? Are the UN experts lying? Why is there so much pressure on the UNHRC chief? There are many nations who have questioned what is China's right to sit on the chair of the UNHRC or even be part of the UNHRC, Venus.
Yes,
and look what's happening in the Henan province. This is how they strong arm people.
There's, of course, a lot of pressure to scuttle many of these reports. There's no question about that. And yes, there are many ways that countries are trying to hold China accountable for what they see as severe human rights violations. I'm just saying that the why Chinese have been so harsh in their response is because it's not something seen as a domestic issue. It is seen as a game being played by two powers. So this is why they don't see it as a very nations holding China accountable for human rights. They see it as using human rights as to counter Chinese influence. So you see China whatever that they are doing in the UN, they see it as some like a counter strategy to what is going on. So there are many ways that in which we can hold China accountable, and I think maybe more independent investigations. We need to counter what the Chinese are arguing in a much more larger scale, that it is not mirrored in their great game with United States, that it is actually quite independent in nature. And it's also problematic because the UN, it is very difficult to get access to these areas, because the Chinese only allow it if there is that it is the visit can be done in good faith. So the access is also a huge issue in holding China accountable.
No, but the organ factory, and if they're using this as an organ harvesting, this one, if they're using people, and then there is evidence of demographic genocide or clear cleansing which is happening of territories, clearly the world cannot look the other way, irrespective of how much muscle China can pull financially as a nation, or somebody or a nation that has almost one-third, if not more, of the world's debt.
See, we have to wait for the report to come out. The UN, the report has been delayed. So we have to wait for the report to come out to what is actually in the report. So I think after that, maybe we'll have a clearer picture on how to, counter this. Until the report is there, I think it would be very difficult for us to say exactly how this has to be handled.
Right. Vinu Supadhyay and Pratibhaji, thank you very, very much for joining us. And we continue to keep track, because the UNHRC chief has said that before the term is over in August, this report will be out, despite it being delayed by at least 6 to 8 months already now. We've got more news coming through, and this is from Balochistan, ladies and gentlemen. This is a big, big development where we expose Pakistan's propaganda tactics in Balochistan. Top sources have told CNN News 18 that after facing multiple setbacks in quelling the rebellion in Balochistan, now what Pakistan has resorted to is to replace Baloch Liberation Army insurgents with missing persons and claim that they have neutralized insurgents. Missing persons have been murdered in fake encounters. That's the allegation. And this is the evidence coming through. Pakistan claimed successful anti-BLA operation in Ziyarat and Harnait districts. The Pakistan Army claimed elimination of 9 BLA operatives, and this happened on the 13th and 14th of July, just sometime last week. The BLA actually has denied any links to these 9 operatives executed by the Pak forces. The BLA says they are not our cadre at all. BLA says 6 of the people who have been identified out of these 9 which the Pak army claims they've neutralized, they say these are actually missing persons, missing Baloch people who were abducted by the Pak agencies, who are now being passed off as Baloch insurgents. The BLA has accused Pakistan of propaganda stunt to hide their failures and the fact that they are crumbling in Balochistan. Now, the BLA has come out and claimed that Pakistan is abducting Baloch civilians, namely from the Quetta region. The murdered Balochis have been framed as BLA operatives by Pakistan. 6 bodies from Pakistan's July operation have been identified as missing people, civilians, Baloch civilians who have been abducted by the Pakistan army. Now, the names, Shehzad, these are all those who have been abducted since 2017. So Shehzad is a missing person abducted by the security forces from Quetta in June 2022. A student named Salim Karim abducted by security forces in April 2022. An engineer, Zahir Bangulzai, abducted by the security forces in October 2021. A physiotherapist by the name of Dr. Mukhtar abducted by security forces on June 11, 2022. Baloch groups are claiming that the ISI has abducted thousands of civilians in the last 25 years. I have Bilal Baloch journalist, joining us. Bilal, namaste. This is shocking. People who've been abducted by the Pak army are being named as BLA insurgents who have been neutralized on the 13th and 14th. And this counteraction is because the BLA took down a Pak army lieutenant colonel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Bilalji, go ahead, please.
Hello?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for inviting me. The second thing, not only people are claiming, the government of Balochistan also claimed these are the missing persons. They are being abducted by the Pakistani security forces. I quote the Balochistan government spokesperson and the minister. He already told that these bodies are the missing person bodies. And these are not even the war criminals. These are the innocent people. This is not the first time Pakistan doing this. This practice has been continuing from the decades in Pakistan. So now Pakistan has to understand that we are not silent. We won't be silent. We will disclose Pakistan atrocities against Baloch, against Pashtun, and against all upward voices in Pakistan. So due to social media, there is a hype created for the Pakistan, and now Pakistan has to come forward and there should be an inquiry. I think Baloch people even are not in position to believe on the Pakistan own any commission and the committee. They are demanding from the United Nations because Pakistan past practice wasn't good. You can say that Pakistan judiciary under the control of the army, Pakistan media under the control of the army, even the Pakistani politician under the control of the army. So this is a big problem for the human rights crisis in Pakistan. Not only Baloch, there is the Pashtun, there is the Sindhis also. But these bodies, this is a totally a joke. The people, the bodies, they are wearing the sandals. How can people wearing sandals and they go to mountain and fight for the independence? I mean, इनके पास बुद्धि भी नहीं है. Or they have, and the doctor has claimed these people have never seen a sun. I mean, they were abducted in the small houses, small rooms. And they have a big beard and everything is cleared now. They have a sign of the handkerchief on their hands and they have a, I mean, all evidence goes against the Pakistani establishment. So I think United Nations through this media platform, I as a journalist and being a European citizen and a Baloch, I request to United Nations, please listen the people grievances. Baloch people are dying. They have been, it's a genocide. It's a genocide. I mean, even Pakistan claim they are the religious people, they are a Muslim. Even in Islam, it does exist that you people take a war prisoner, even innocent. They are totally innocent. And you take them in your custody for the decades. And when you people are failed, you people fail to search your colonel, your army fellow, and then you go and take missing person from your torture cells and you kill and you declare that you have some fighting with the BLA. Just remember one thing, when we see BLA past practice, BLA and the other separatist group never ever hide anything. Whenever they have damages, they openly said we have damages like this and like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have never denied. They have, even in the case of the Karachi University, they first claimed, they said that the lady, the Fidayin is a part of our team. But here they have come out and said, and they have confirmed, you're saying the Baloch government itself is saying what the Pak Army is claiming is all missing Baloch people. Bilal, please stay with me. Let's also listen into what Dr. Meira Baloch has to say.
जहाँ भी हो, जिस मकाम पे भी हो, कौन सा भी तरीका इख्तियार करो, बलोच के लिए बात करो, क्योंकि खामोशी हल नहीं है. खामोश रहकर भी हमने देख लिया, खामोश रहकर भी ये रियासत हमें बलूच ही करार देगी, खामोश रहकर भी ये रियासत हमें बलूच ही करार देगी, और बलोच के लिए इनके पास एक ही सजा है, मौत.
So, but if the Baloch government itself is saying, Bilal, that these are missing persons who have been abducted by the Pak army and they've been missing since about 2.5 to 3 years, if not more. One of them is an engineer, one of them is a doctor. Then how can the Pak army claim that these are BLA personnel and these are insurgents?
No, the Balochistan government representative of the government of Balochistan himself declared that these are the bodies of the missing person. But this is documented now.
So, if that is the case, then how can the Pak army come out and claim this is an absolute dhabba on them? Because they are a bunch of cowards.
Because you people are Indian, you people have democratic values, democracy, and the army is totally out of the politics. But unfortunately, in Pakistan, the scenario, the picture is totally different. Just I give you example. Recently, there was a journalist. His name is Imran Khan. Okay.
Yes.
He had so many cases registered in different police stations. One of the fellow, he claimed he was sitting in a house and someone registered a FIR against the journalist on his name, and then openly he claimed on the TV, I don't know who did it. So you people have to understand, Pakistan is a totally different banana republic. All is under the control of the army. Totally under the control of the army. Not only politician, each and everything. I mean, police and, I mean, can you imagine, is there any other country in their courts can be open in 12 o'clock midnight without any, I mean, this is totally a banana republic. Not only me, even the past prime minister has told. Nawaz Sharif himself, he was the Prime Minister of the Pakistan. 3 times he was the Prime Minister. He himself claimed Pakistan run by Pakistan Army and Pakistan ISI. So they ever know now exactly what happened. Let me tell you what happened. They kidnapped one of the colonel of the army. Baloch separatists,
BLA,
and they follow them. They didn't find any separatists. Then they have to face the civilian of the Pakistan. I mean the Punjabi people. So they said they went to the torture cell. They took 9 people innocent. They were not even the BLA separatists. Innocent people. And they took them and they killed, and they showed that in their own puppet media that these are the journalists and these are the separatists, and they didn't allow any journalist to question. Their journalist has no right to ask question how you killed them, where they were, why their body is white, and what government said, and what other, you can say doctors and other report there. This is totally banana republic.
Bilal, just the other day we had a former ISI officer very clearly, openly accepting that the Pak military and the Pak establishment is losing grip in Balochistan and also in Afghanistan, and they are getting desperate.
They
and this was with respect to
They already lost it. I am telling you, they already lost their all grip on Balochistan. You cannot do development on the barrel of the gun.
It cannot happen, and right now the fact is that is the reason why the PLA wants to put boots on ground in Balochistan, because they have no confidence in the Pak military establishment and the Pak army. Thank you for your inputs, Bilal. Thank you for making the time and speaking with us. We're going to take this story forward and track it later tonight, and also debate this on the right stand. But for the moment, taking a very, very short break here on The Nation at 5. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Bits to Billions. We're in conversation with the founders of Mama Earth Varun and Ghazal Alag. Both of you have to take a crash course in chemistry.
I don't think entrepreneurs have options, right? Every new product, every new batch of production is tested by Ghazal herself, right? And it does not go out till the Ghazal test is passed. While we have all the other...
Ghazal test applies for shampoo,
everything. Each and every product that Mama Earth gets into the market has been tested by me personally for 35 to 40 days of regular usage. And whatever comes out in baby category has been used by my babies for the same period of time.
Literally skin in the game.
Yes, absolutely.
Literally skin and hair in the game.
And Mamata Banerjee's arch-rival Jagdeep Dhankar, but the TMC will not vote for the opposition candidate Margaret Alva either, because the party says they were never consulted on her candidature. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has declared that he will go ahead with his Singapore visit despite not being given permission by the Lieutenant Governor to attend a summit abroad. The LG has advised Kejriwal not to attend the conference since it is a conference of mayors. Cloud bursts in Himachal Pradesh's Kinnaur have caused widespread destruction.
Cloud bursts triggered landslides in several places. Loose stones and rocks fell from the mountains and blocked several roads. And incessant rains made any rescue and relief operations virtually impossible. The cloudburst also led to increased water level in drains and created a flood-like situation and blocked road connectivity. Several homes were damaged due to torrential rains and the mayhem caused by the cloudburst.
2 days after he drank a glass of water directly from a river, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was today admitted to a hospital in Delhi. But the Aam Aadmi Party has denied that Mann had a stomach infection and claimed that he was discharged right after a routine checkup. A day after 2 of Sidhu Moosewala's killers were gunned down in an encounter in Punjab, the late singer's father has reportedly been receiving threat calls. The number has been traced to Pakistan. Sidhu Moosewala was killed in his hometown Musa back in May. The United States Navy says one of its destroyers sailed through the Taiwan Straits. The USS Benfold conducted what is being termed as a routine transit The destroyer is part of the US Navy's 7th Fleet. The powerful fleet includes 70 warships and submarines. Chinese forces tracked and monitored the vessel. China, in fact, slams the frequent provocations by the US across the Taiwan Straits. The Jammu-Srinagar highway continues to be blocked because of shooting stones.
Incessant rains triggered the shooting stones and blocked the 270-kilometer-long national highway. Nearly 1,000 vehicles, including a convoy carrying Amarnath Yatris, are stranded at different points of the highway. Officials from the National Highways Authority of India have been trying to clear the affected stretch. But shooting stones and small landslides are making things difficult. The Jammu-Srinagar National Highway is the only all-weather road linking Kashmir with the rest of India.
A seer in Rajasthan's Bharatpur set himself on fire to protest illegal mining. The police team doused the fire with a blanket, but the seer has 80% burn injuries. The BJP held the Ashok Gehlot government responsible for the suicide rate. The Maharashtra government has lifted the stay order on the construction of the Mumbai Metro Line 3 car shed at RA Colony. This will effectively pave the way to resume building the controversial shed in the area. The stay order was issued by former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray soon as he assumed office in 2019. A shocking video has surfaced from Jodhpur of a school bus falling into a sinkhole.
The bus carrying children was on its way to the school when it encountered the sinkhole. The rear tires of the bus were submerged in the sinkhole even as the front portion of the vehicle was raised in the air. Inside the bus were two terrified children, the driver and the conductor.
बस आ रही थी, उसमें दो बच्चे और एक चलन वाले ड्राइवर बैठे थे और पीछे से खड्डा एकदम ही खड्डे के अंदर गाड़ी आके गिर गई नीचे.
The children were evacuated safely, but the driver and conductor suffered injuries. Eventually, the bus was extracted from the sinkhole with the help of a crane.
Meanwhile, it was a narrow escape for 21 children after their school bus caught fire in northwest Delhi. Fire tenders were rushed to the spot to douse the blaze. All the kids and the bus driver escaped unhurt. The cause of the fire has not been determined yet. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the president of Sri Lanka after winning the elections yesterday, but the protests against him continue because he is seen as an ally of the Rajapakshas. Wickremesinghe is assured that he will work with all parties to bail Sri Lanka out of this unprecedented economic crisis. Russian forces bombarded the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, killing at least 2 people and wounding more than 20. Russia is shelling a struck mosque, in fact a medical facility and also a shopping area. Kharkiv is one of the most densely populated cities in the war-torn country. 7 missiles struck critical infrastructure in the southern Ukrainian city of Mykolaiv. 2 of the missiles hit and destroyed a warehouse full of humanitarian aid. Fighting has intensified in southern Ukraine after the US recently bolstered the military capabilities of Ukraine. Russia has resumed gas flows to Europe after fears of a total shutdown. The Nord Stream 1 has resumed flow to Germany, a key pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany. The flows are running at reduced volume as compared to before. This is a welcome relief to European countries who are struggling to find alternative suppliers. Wildfires are raging in Spain because of the searing heat across Europe.
This video captures the magnitude of the wildfires that have been burning in Spain over the past few days. All along the highways in Zaragoza and Lugo provinces, wildfires have been burning. Firefighters are struggling to extinguish the blaze due to high temperatures and strong winds. More than 30 forest fires around Spain have forced the evacuation of thousands of people and blackened 220 square kilometers of forests. Helicopters dropped gallons of water in an effort to douse the flames.
Back on the nation at 5, and we focus down south, but beyond the shores of India into the Emerald Isle. Sri Lanka, ladies and gentlemen, there is fresh turmoil because people are not happy with Ranil Wickremesinghe issuing the diktat and the midnight presence of the armed police and the army at the Golface Green area in Colombo, where all the protesters have been camped for months. The army in a midnight operation used huge brute force and a show of strength and literally personally dismantled all the tents and evicted all the protesters from that area and cleared the place out. And now there is heavy bandobast of the police, the riot police, and of course the army. And in certain cases and at certain points, even tanks have been put in place to ensure that the presidential area and the entire secretariat is secured. So the army moving in just as a time when the nation has a president who people do not want and a prime minister who's been elected, but they have a task at hand to bring Sri Lanka back on its feet and also meet the expectations of the Sri Lankan people. Security personnel armed with batons moved barricades set up by the protesters, blocking the main gate, and over 50 protesters have been reportedly injured. Anupama from the News 18 network is on ground and she was tracking this right through the night. Have a look at some of these ground reports.
वो श्रीलंका के जवान जो है तैनात है, जो बॉर्डर्स पर हमेशा रहते हैं, लेकिन आज जो बॉर्डर्स के जवान हैं वो सड़कों पर उतर कर आ गए हैं। और एक तरफ जो है ये प्रदर्शनकारी जो है वो लगातार यहाँ पर तैनात है, इनकी तरफ से लगातार नारेबाजी जो है की जा रही है। इनकी तरफ से नारेबाजी करते हुए लगातार ये कह रहे हैं कि देखिए रानिल गो होम, क्योंकि जाहिर किसी बात है कि भाषा का बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस है।
Also, this thing is the problem is a long problem extension. That is you don't know. Now the rest Navy hit to the protest people. It's a totally 100% wrong. Tomorrow we will go to the human rights for the illegal action. They are the silent struggles. They are doing silent struggles. Whatever, without announcement, the Navy and armies are hitting to the protest people. Why they do like that? We don't know.
This president is not good. Now president also not good.
तो जज्बात सिर्फ यही कह रहे हैं कि देखिए रानिल विक्रमसिंघे को जो अपना इस्तीफा देना होगा। वो कह रहे हैं कि अगर हम शांति से प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे तो क्या दिक्कत है, हमें प्रदर्शन करने देते, और अगर आर्मी को सड़कों पर तैनात किया गया था तो आखिर शांतिपूर्वक जो है उन्हें क्यों नहीं शांतिपूर्वक उन्हें जो है क्यों नहीं समझाने के लिए कहा गया, क्यों जो है लाठीचार्ज यहाँ पर किया गया। आपातकाल में जो है फिलहाल श्रीलंका आर्मी जो है वो सड़कों पर तैनात है। जिस तरीके से लगातार 105 दिनों से प्रदर्शन चल रहा था, शुरुआत एक बार मैं तस्वीरों के साथ कर रही हूं, उसके बाद बड़ी खबर आपको बताऊंगी कि देखिए जाहिर सी बात है कि कल देर रात से लगातार श्रीलंका आर्मी जो है वो सड़कों पर तैनात है। चाहे सचिवालय की बात की जाए या ये आधे किलोमीटर के रास्ते की बात की जाए, इस पूरी जगह को जो है अब फिलहाल श्रीलंका आर्मी ने घेर लिया है। ये पूरी तरीके से तैनात है कि आखिर कोई भी अगर शांति व्यवस्था बिगाड़ने की कोशिश करता है तो आखिर किस तरीके से उन चीजों को हैंडल किया जाएगा, इसके लिए पूरी तरीके से तैनाती जो है कर दी गई है। लेकिन देखिए बड़ी खबर आपको बता रहे हैं, रानिल विक्रमसिंघे के श्रीलंका का नया राष्ट्रपति बनने के बाद लगातार अब कोलंबो पर सेना का कब्जा हो चुका है। जो तस्वीर हम आपको दिखा रहे हैं, सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को लेकर सेना ने राष्ट्रपति सचिवालय में अपने सुरक्षा घेरे को जो है और भी ज्यादा बढ़ा लिया और भी ज्यादा तैनात जो है कर लिया है। कोलंबो में दरअसल करीब 105 दिनों से जमे प्रदर्शनकारियों को सेना ने आधी रात को उखाड़ फेंका, और जिसकी तस्वीर हम लगातार आपको टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पर दिखा रहे हैं कि आखिर देखिए किस तरीके से रात के 2 बजे करीबन समझिए, ये जो आप अपने टेलीविजन स्क्रीन पर तस्वीरें देख पा रहे हैं, ये श्रीलंका का राष्ट्रपति सचिवालय है, जहां पर बैठकर जो है रानिल विक्रमसिंघे अब आगे की रणनीति बनाएंगे कि आखिर किस तरीके से जो है कामकाज किया जाएगा। देखिए सेना की बख्तरबंद गाड़ियां हो या सेना के जवान हो या फिर एसटीएफ की टीम हो या फिर श्रीलंका पुलिस हो, वो लगातार जो है सड़कों पर तैनात है। ये कोलंबो की स्थिति है, वो राजधानी कोलंबो जो एक समय में जो है शांति प्रिय शहर कहा जाता था। ये जो शांति प्रिय जो लोग हुआ करते थे आज ये सड़कों पर उतर आए हैं, अपनी मांगों को लेकर प्रदर्शन करें। एक बार जरा विकास की बोर्ड की तस्वीरें दिखाइए जहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है नो डील, यानी कि जो किसी भी तरीके की डील जो है वो नहीं की जा सकती। अगर आप सोच रहे हैं एक पद पर बैठे हुए कि आप जो है हमें दबा देंगे तो ऐसा होने वाला नहीं है। और देखिए पहले यहाँ पर जो है क्योंकि अब जैसे जैसे ये लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं ऐसे में पुलिस जो है वो पूरी तरीके से तैयार है। कोशिश ये की गई, आप सभी के हाथ में पुलिस हो चाहे आर्मी हो, सबके हाथ में डंडा साफ तौर पर नजर आ रहा है, सभी के पास बंदूक है, सभी के पास जो है अगर आंसू गैस के गोले दागे जाते हैं तो उससे निपटने के लिए भी तैयारियां हैं। लेकिन इन सब के बीच में समझिए कि एक तरफ जो है कोलंबो की सड़कों पर देर रात जो है एक सियासी ड्रामा चलता रहा, लेकिन अभी भी कई प्रदर्शनकारी जो है वो यहाँ पर तैनात है। तस्वीर आप देख ही सकते हैं कि आखिर किस तरीके से प्रदर्शनकारी जो है वो यहाँ से हिलने का नाम नहीं ले रहे हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि अगले शायद आधे से 1 घंटे में स्थिति जो है वो और भी ज्यादा यहाँ पर बुरी हो सकती है, क्योंकि प्रदर्शनकारी अगर पीछे नहीं हटेंगे तो ऐसे में सेना की तरफ से क्या एक्शन लिया जाएगा। क्योंकि देखिए लोग यहाँ पर जाहिर सी बात है कि बीमार पड़ते जा रहे हैं, बहुत ज्यादा गर्मी है यहाँ पर।
From Sri Lanka, let's talk about Sunak or Rishi Sunak, ladies and gentlemen. Now the fight for who will be Britain's next Prime Minister is not within the Conservative Party members of Parliament. It now goes to the Conservative Party card holder or the voters of the Conservative Party, and that's where the challenge is. The challenge for Rishi Sunak is not whether or not he has a good plan for Britain or for the and for the people of the United Kingdom. The challenge now is, can he break through barriers? Can he actually break through the glass ceiling where the people of the Conservative Party or the voters of the Conservative Party, about anywhere between 160,000 to 180,000, will be able to look beyond ethnicity? Or will they now lean back or fall back upon Liz Truss, perhaps a little more amiable face for them? That's the big question. Sanjay Suri dives deep into the challenges for Rishi Sunak.
Rishi Sunak is, of course, looking not just to replace Boris Johnson, but Boris Johnson's great hero Winston Churchill, who thought Indians are people who need to be ruled over, to be abused, to be starved even, and in millions, and he did all of that. He thought Indians are people not capable of governing themselves. The thought that someone from India could come to govern Britain as Prime Minister, move into Downing Street, go weekly to Her Majesty the Queen to brief her on his decisions for Britain, this surely would have been a thought from another world. Already, Rishi Sunak has done so much to change those old assumptions and to bash through the glass ceiling, to show Britain new possibilities for itself and to show the world new possibilities for Britain. And right across from Winston Churchill standing on Westminster Square, there is Gandhi right behind here. And surely it's tempting to try and guess for ourselves what Gandhi might have thought. Certainly he would have been pleased, but perhaps not in a triumphalistic way of the narrow nationalistic kind. He would have been pleased that barriers have been broken, that barriers he struggled so hard to confront and to tear down have come down now in ways that no one in India then could have foreseen, and certainly no one in Britain.
And so who moves into 10 Downing Street once Boris Johnson moves out? Rishi Sunak has been living down that street in number 11 as Chancellor of the Exchequer earlier. But the odds are against him moving in next door. Not a lot of British people sound exactly enthusiastic about that prospect.
I like Rishi Sunak. I'm not sure about his handling of the economy in the last few years, but would he get my vote if I was a Conservative voter? I don't know. He's very tainted by being close to Boris Johnson for me. So, but is he the best out of the three? Difficult to say for me, really. He's probably the most qualified. I kind of wish he hadn't been supporting Johnson for as long as he had.
Yeah, I like him, but I think he stuck with Boris for too long, and I think he should have resigned earlier and showed that he wanted to leave the country.
He is somebody who really does not have world experience or experience of